At the entrance to the demon world, a large beam of light appeared. A person holding a loudspeaker announced, "Demon World Raid Team, please check your supplies, formation, and positions." Everyone chatted cheerfully. Is this the first time so many people are going together?
I'm so nervous.
We have the Flying Tiger Guild, what's there to worry about? They said this raid was just a practice session for the Flying Tiger Guild, so there wouldn't be any casualties. I hope they'll notice me. Person in front sat wiping their sword. Suddenly, someone asked, "What's your class?" CO Gangrim was a bit flustered. The Flying Tiger Guild doesn't recruit members based on class. Otherwise I wouldn't be here. Information. CO Gangrim. Class. Insect Class Tier 3. Guild. Flying Tiger Guild. Flashback to 5 years ago. After the awakening, everyone's abilities were determined based on their 8 characters of fate. The 8 characters of fate are tied to each person from birth, based on their date and time of birth. He utterly detested this. Fate truly is garbage. Someone behind him poked his shoulder. He flinched and spun around. Hello, you're from the Flying Tiger Guild, right? I think we're on the same team. The young man awkwardly rubbed his neck. This is my first time on an extermination mission, so I'm really nervous. He said enthusiastically, but I'm really happy to fight alongside someone from the Flying Tiger Guild. Seeing this, CO Gangrim was confused. Why is he talking to me? Is he a rookie? The group from earlier waved. Hey you, come here for a moment. The young man pointed at himself. Huh, me? The other person whispered, be careful, that's CO Gangrim. He looked back in fear, CO Gangrim? Then he immediately turned forward, we've already made eye contact. Gangrim sat gloomily in a corner, as expected. There were rumors about him that CO Gangrim had killed his teammates and stolen their powers. His face was expressionless. Many people returned injured when they were on the same team as CO Gangrim. His fate was already written with death. If you teamed up with him, you would encounter misfortune. Those rumors spread because of his power. He took out something, the fate window. All information appeared. CO Gangrim. Class. Insect Class Tier 3. Guild. Flying Tiger Guild. Ability, Fate Discovery. Class. Lineage Class Tier 3. You can check your own fate window or that of others. System Overview, the Fate Discovery ability, Lineage Class Tier 3. You can extract a portion of an opponent's fate when they die and make it your own, but it will increase your karma. Gangrim thought to himself, an ominous power that allows me to steal fate from corpses, and it's true that many of my former teammates have been injured. He lowered his face. They were all affected by my unlucky fate. Things became clearer. Fate classes are divided into 5 tiers, the highest tier being God. Followed by lineage, demon, human, and insect. Each tier is further divided into Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3. My class is the lowest at the bottom of society, insect class. He had long understood the problem. In other words, I don't have enough power to defeat other awakened ones, and I need a few more conditions to use my abilities. He lowered himself further, so I've never killed or stolen fate from any corpse. He frowned. Damn it. Why am I so sad right now? Harang rested her chin on her hand. Looking at him, CO Gangrim, what are you doing here alone?
Iflincheth, Juaran.
She smiled brightly. There's going to be an evening party after the raid. Will you come? Information about her, Yu Harang. Class. God Class Tier 3. Guild. Flying Tiger Guild. Yuarang. Jang Taehan reminded him, brother, you didn't go last time, so you have to be there this time.
Yang Tohan.
Class. Demon Class Tier 2. Guild. Flying Tiger Guild. Yuarang. Gangrim decisively stood up and left. He wasn't going anywhere. The young man was surprised. Why? He replied calmly, I'm too lazy. Even if I went, I'd just be treated like trash by the other guilds. I was a little disappointed, CO Gangrim, I even skipped my school field trip to come. Is it because those failures are scared of your class? She put her hands on her hips. Who is it? If I knew. He sighed. Are you aware that I'm 10 years older than you? She pouted indignantly, but you're weaker than me. Taehan stepped forward to persuade. Everyone else is here, so you should come too. Harang chimed in, that's right, if anyone dares to bully you, he'll beat them up. From behind, a voice rang out, you Harang Jang Taehan. Song Do-hyun strictly demanded, I understand you two want to chat with CO Gangrim, but the mission is about to begin. Both of you return to your positions. Keunggi Duyung. Class, Human Class Tier 2. Guild, Flying Tiger Guild. She said dejectedly, alright, coming right away. He didn't forget to repeat, brother, promise you'll come to the night party. Both of them left. CO Gangrim, see you later. Do-hyun patted his shoulder. CO Gangrim, take care of yourself. Okay? He replied, the vanguard is the one in danger, I'm just staying in the back. Worried. I'm still a bit worried since you're not near me. He smiled gently, I'm fine, thanks. After that, they both went in different directions. I also wish I could fight alongside him. The loudspeaker announced, The special Demon World raid mission is about to begin. All teams please strictly adhere to your assigned tasks. Gangrim seriously looked up and listened. A strong light enveloped the space. He closed his eyes, telling himself, I just need to stay in the back and clear out the remaining demons. It'll be fine. I won't harm anyone. He gripped his sword tightly. Right in front there were many monsters. Many high-tier monsters are appearing, vanguard teams move in, the rear teams are waiting at the entrance. Everyone charged forward. Great vigor. The monsters opened their mouths wide. Hyun immediately attacked it. Taehan rushed forward and punched it. Harang rode a creature and charged. A giant monster. Sagwis are preparing to summon. Rear teams prepare for battle. It expanded its body, and a barrage of something was shot out. The leader ordered, front teams, ignore the low-tier monsters and hold your positions. 3 monsters huddled together. Their eyes glowed a terrifying red. Gangrim walked over and slashed. He continued to raise his sword to fight. Blood splattered high onto the branches. He stopped, panting harder than I expected. We've gone too deep, so I'm finding it harder to breathe due to the demon's influence. A monster ran up from behind him. I need to get out of here soon. It clawed a long gash down his back. The other monsters seemed to awaken, all looking at him. He lunged from all sides, the previous one pinning him down. Gangrim helplessly squeezed his eyes shut. Who's there? A strong light appeared. Shin Sua quickly dealt with the monsters. Everyone was very grateful. That's the guild master of the Flying Tiger Guild. She even helps the rear teams. He also raised his hand and said softly, Thank you. She waved back. Shin Sua. Class. God Class Tier 3. Guild. Flying Tiger Guild Master. Suddenly, a shower of rocks and dirt fell. She looked in that direction in surprise. Everyone panicked. What? Is it the boss? Aren't we still a long way from the boss? A giant monster growled. Slowly approached them. The real boss is here. Fire Tribute Hunters, move to the front. Its eyes flashed with light. Then it opened its large mouth wide from being slashed. Its back was ripped open in a long gash. Blood gushed from it. The people around covered their faces, closing their eyes. Smoke and dust billowed. The monster collapsed in a pool of blood. Reflected in the blood was the figure of a woman. Baekhyang radiated killing intent. Where is Seo Gangrim? Everyone silently looked at her. Then someone wondered, what the hell is going on? Who are you? Gangrim couldn't help but be confused. That woman killed the boss by herself? Why is she looking for me? She coldly raised her sword. She closed her eyes. Good. Then she swung her sword at the people nearby. The scene became terrifying. Those who were slashed had fallen. Their blood splattered onto his astonished face. Baekhyang coldly declared, I just need to kill all of you, because Seo Gangrim is among you. Smoke and dust billowed. Blood flowed from the monster's body. Reflected in the pool of blood was Baekhyang's figure. She stood in the smoke. Where is Seo Gangrim? Gangrim looked down in confusion. Did this woman kill the boss by herself? Why is she looking for me? He hid in the tree. His body glowed. Should I use Fate Discovery to check first? The system appeared. Ability activated. Fate Discovery. All information was available. Baekhyang. Class. Demigod tier. This person's fate has been sealed. He was astonished. Demigod tier. I've never seen this tier before. The system continued. Regression. Class. Demigod tier allows you to bring all current memories back to the past. This ability cannot be used if you are dead. He secretly sighed in admiration. Such a top-tier regression ability. I should go down. Perhaps she came here because she had some information about me. Suddenly, a branch shot out, blocking him. A voice rang out, stay there. He gradually understood sound transmission. I don't think I should interfere with what's happening there. Sua coldly stepped out with her sword. What do you want? Baekhyang immediately questioned, are you Seo Gangrim? She offered, he's a member of my guild. You can talk to me instead. Closed her eyes, no need. Forget it. With that, she swung her sword again, slashing 2 more people. Their blood splattered onto her body and face. I just need to kill all of you. Assuming Seo Gangrim is hiding among you. She stated firmly, I won't spare anyone. Sua gritted her teeth and charged to attack. On the other side, Gangrim was struggling to cut through the giant branch in the one that woman is looking for. He decided he should step out before it was too late. He slashed and shouted, let me go. Shin Sua. Everyone below panicked and fled. Murderer. Everyone, run. The 2 women continued to fight fiercely. Baekhyang indifferently offered a condition. I will spare their lives if you hand over Seo Gangrim. She refused without hesitation. I will not let you harm any member of my guild. She countered her attack. She was pushed back a considerable distance. Sua coughed up a mouthful of blood. The sudden pain made her wince. Baekhyang raised her sword. intending to finish her. When 3 more people rushed in from behind, she sharply noticed them. She spun around to attack. She and Do-hyun confronted each other. He flinched as the sharp blade was right at his neck. Sua lay severely injured right there. Suddenly someone jumped down near her. Taehan aggressively aimed a punch at her face. Damn it. But his fist was quickly caught by her. After that, he screamed tragically, no. The others gathered in one spot to observe. Damn it. You're blocking my way. Baekhyang stood right in front of them, radiating killing intent. Gangrim's cry echoed. Help. He tried to stab his sword down. I have to get out of here. Still the same question, where is Seo Gangrim? At this moment, he had successfully cut through the branch. He encouraged himself just a little more. He panted, all right. Then he immediately rushed out. Gangrim fell straight into the fresh pool of blood below. He propped himself up, slowly sitting. His eyes clearly showed horror. His teammates had all been defeated. Towards him, he was still in shock, staring at her. She coldly stepped over everyone's bodies. The brutal scene struck his eyes. He turned pale with fear. Too late. Loss and self-reproach burst out through his tears. I should have just died. His tears fell ceaselessly. It's all my fault. An insect class nobody. Baekhyang maintained her cold expression. Are you sure you're Seo Gangrim? Suddenly, Sua's large branches burst from the ground. She appeared powerfully. How dare you? She also reacted in time. Touch a member of my guild. She spoke up. I don't understand. Baekhyang looked at her indifferently. If you had handed over Seo Gangrim, you could have saved others. After that, she was impaled by her sword. She struggled to explain a guild master's duty is to protect. Sue used all her strength to shout. Her hand still gripping Baekhyang's wrist. Guild members. A beam of light appeared. Gangrim helplessly watched her get stabbed. The barrier has been broken. Damn it. His tears welled up. A thought flashed in his mind. I'm going to die. He clearly understood the problem. I can't win against her. He stared at her. He'll be killed by her too. She came here to kill me. I should have been the only one to die. But why? His gaze turned towards Sua. The one who died is Shin Sua. The familiar system panel appeared, checking corpses in the area. He saw it as a last chance. Do you want to use the fate theft ability? Gangrim glared at her with hatred. The system carefully asked, activate fate theft ability? Using this ability will accumulate karma. There are currently 421 corpses in the area. Whose fate do you want to steal? He angrily bit his lip tightly. His lip bled. His eyes glowed brightly. All 421 people. Now his aura had completely changed. System updated. Checking which fates can be stolen. It's all because of this insect class fate. Gangrim squeezed his eyes shut. Your basic magic tier is too low. Only a portion of fate can be extracted. How many people have died because of me? After a moment of checking, he received the result. Due to too many targets, fates will be randomly extracted. Painful memories flooded back. They were right. Your magic has advanced after absorbing a portion of the target's magic. You have gained the white flower bloom ability. Wherever you go, death follows. You have gained the concealment art ability. Followed by beautiful memories, your water attribute endurance has increased. If anyone dares to bother you, I'll deal with them. It's all my fault. Don't worry, no one is kinder than him. You have gained the 1000-weight hammer ability. You have gained the airwalk ability. Gangrim clutched his head in a daze. My fate killed everyone. It's all my fault. A voice rang out, you have an interesting fate. He looked up with lifeless eyes. You have gained the wood leaf art ability. Baekhyang coldly uttered 2 words, die. System concluded, you have successfully stolen the fates of 421 people. Immediately after, he powerfully slashed her body horizontally. This is all because of you. Couldn't help but be astonished. She quickly retreated. Gangrim told himself, I can't let things end like this. Then the two rushed into battle. I must avenge myself on this woman before I die. Master Swordsman ability has been activated. Her reflection was clear in his eyes. Eagle Eye ability has been activated. He charged without hesitation. Flexion ability has been activated. He slashed again before she could react. Golden Buddha ability has been activated. Baekhyang countered immediately after. Steel Body ability has been activated. His body was hit by several sword strikes. Pain Resistance ability has been activated. He jumped upwards. Airwalk ability has been activated. He gripped his sword tightly, aiming straight at her. 1000-weight hammer ability has been activated. He seized the opportunity. She exposed an opening. She looked back, her eyes glowing. A great power descended. Ice Soul Summon ability has been activated. Gangrim coughed up a mouthful of blood. He was slammed straight to the ground. He angrily clenched his fists. Damn it! Even with these abilities, I still don't know how to use them. His sword was broken. Fortunately, some abilities can activate automatically. But I can't unleash their full power with this body and weapon. To reassess the situation, even after stealing the fates of 421 people, I still can't get revenge. Another attack was aimed at him. Gangrim squeezed his eyes shut. If only I understood how to use my abilities. Suddenly, an idea struck him. That's right. There's one ability I understand best. One of Baek Yang's weapons was embedded in his leg. He painfully collapsed trying to pull it out. He squinted at her. She arrogantly mocked, "It's useless, Seo Gangrim. You are destined to die." He used all his strength to pull out the piece. His eyes were incredibly firm. I've been watching for years. He summoned a series of Sua's branches. If it's this ability, the large branches then flew straight towards her. Then I understand it well enough. Wood Leaf Art ability has been activated. Baek Yang surprisingly brought her sword out to block. Gangrim began to assess compared to before. She was trying to cut each branch. I thought he was a swordsman. But it seems he's also proficient in magic. She unleashed a large slash. However, magic like this, all the branches were cut. She will definitely make it difficult for him to maintain it. That moment, Gangrim charged from behind her. He raised her weapon from earlier. Then he stabbed her directly. Time seemed to slow down. Her blood gushed out.
Baek Yang slowly fell.
He smiled victoriously. Then he also fell with the momentum. I killed her. I got my revenge. Both simultaneously crashed to the ground. Gangrim tiredly clutched his wound. I killed Baek Yang. He spat out a little more blood. It's over. But then the wounds on his body healed. System updated. Regeneration ability has been activated. He sat up and demanded, "Don't activate." System stopped immediately. Ability activation process has been cancelled. He had fallen into despair. What's the point of living anymore? Gangrim tried to smile, but tears had already welled up in the corners of his eyes. He struggled to stand. It won't change anything anyway. The past, even the present, there's nothing left. He recalled his childhood. The words from back then flooded back. Your fate is tied to perseverance and death. You will be orphaned as a child, and your life will be full of misfortune. Fragmented memories pieced together, just as he said. My parents passed away before I could grow up. He blamed himself. Wherever I went, accidents happened. He spoke to himself. Everyone around me encounters misfortune. I was destined to be unhappy and weak like this. Familiar faces appeared, yet they still welcomed me. They died because of me. His hands were stained with blood. If only I had found Baek Yang first. If only I had been the first to die. How good that would have been. Gangrim closed his eyes. If only I could turn back time. Suddenly he remembered. Wait a minute. The system reported regression ability. Class, Demigod tier. You can bring all current memories back to the past. Cannot be used if you are dead. His eyes brightened slightly. Fate theft ability has been activated. Regression ability has been acquired. He thought to himself, I don't know which timeline it'll return to. But finally, the system's voice rang out. Regression ability has been activated. He told himself, even if I return to the moment Baek Yang appeared, I will still face it. Eagerly hoped so. Please, lines of text appeared. Will activate. Hand activated. Regression successful. He slammed his hand on the table. The surrounding space returned to normal. Gangrim opened his eyes wide in confusion. The living room was quiet. Suddenly the doorbell rang. The person outside opened the door and stepped in. Hello. I'm here to get my fortune read. He immediately turned around upon hearing that. His hands couldn't help but tremble. The corner of his mouth curved upwards. Sue appeared unharmed with another person. Hello? He rejoiced him back. As soon as he entered the house, the man boasted, we finally had our first date. I'm looking forward to seeing how compatible we are. Sua's face was incredibly beautiful. She wasn't wearing a mask. He looked at her intently. He told himself, I really came back. Shin Sua isn't dead yet. And she hasn't lost her eyes either. He put the folder down. Is that so? I won't let that happen again. Gangrim handed them a piece of paper and a pen. If you have them, please write your name, age, and time here. The man happily handed the paper back to him. Done. But she sighed, huh. She seemed quite uncomfortable. He recalled, come to think of it, she once said she was involved with a strange guy. I need to make sure she's ahead of the curve. After that, he received both papers back. Allow me to check your compatibility. He began to read. The fortune-telling shows that his element is metal, and hers is wood. He concluded this type of fortune-telling is called wood-cutting metal. He explained enthusiastically. This is a bad omen because an axe can cut down a tree. Both of them were astonished to hear that. What? Sua seemed very happy. Is that so? I guess we have no other choice since our fate is so bad. Song 1 was annoyed. Are you kidding? What the hell do you think you're doing? Where's the owner? He pointed, he's at the stall outside. The man frowned and demanded, Sua, let's go. I don't trust this guy. She lingered. I want to hear more about my fate. This person is very good. The man trembled with anger, you'll regret it. Do you think a woman like you could meet someone as amazing as me? She didn't even look at him. It seems she has no intention of meeting you. Please leave. The man grew even angrier upon hearing that. He left, slamming the door shut. You'd better not try to find me again. Sua silently watched the door close. Only then did she speak. I thought places like this only talked about good things in life. He replied, usually that's true. Sorry about your past life. She friendly suggested, it seems you're very skilled. Can you tell my fortune more? He immediately agreed, sure. Suddenly, his attitude changed. The space became chaotic. Your stats are being calculated based on your fate. Rim clutched his head in a daze. Even though I knew it would happen. I guess I can't avoid the shaking and dizziness. She asked, what are you doing? She quickly slammed the table, signaling, hide under the table. Quick! With that, Sua grabbed his hand and pulled him down. In my past life, Shin Sua also protected me. Both of them ducked under the table. Focus. Didn't you think you could change the future? Space gradually returned to normal. She looked around in confusion. Quietly left while she was still wondering. What was that strange notification just now? Fate stats. Then she realized he was leaving. Wait for me. I think it's best not to get involved with Shin Sua. He walked out of the room. Gangrim looked around cautiously. I hope there's something good here. He happily reached out his hand. Here it is. Just then, Sua walked over. Where are you going? He quickly hid the item. She grabbed his sleeve. We have to evacuate quickly. She kept pulling him. Wait. Suddenly a piercing scream rang out. A scream. Everyone outside rushed in. Run. Monsters. She was confused. Huh? Monsters? Giant worm bit a person's leg. Get away from me. Help me. The bitten spot immediately bled. Swapanicht. Veit. I can't help him. Gangrim calmly drew his knife. Then he decisively cut it in half. The corner of his mouth curved upwards. I knew they would appear. Remaining worms crawled towards them. Giant worm. Lower. Insect class tier 3. A large worm. Although normally herbivorous, it will now eat animals and humans. He bravely charged in to eliminate them. Everyone, run to safety. One by one, they were feeded. Thanks for watching the video. Gangrim grabbed one by the head. This is the last one. He spun around when he heard a scream. Help me. There are more over there. He demanded, if you don't want to die, grab something. These bugs aren't very strong. Suddenly froze. Sua held a fire extinguisher covered in green fluid. She smiled brightly. They're really weak compared to their size. I took one down too. Everyone was astonished. What? He smiled gently. It's nothing. It's really funny to see someone who can take down a dragon be this happy. Rim led everyone. The upper floor is safe now. We should go down before they appear again. Then they left one by one. Thank you. He fumbled for something inside the worm's belly. I need to pick up spirit gems when I have the chance. He pulled out many gems, even though they're low tier. But there are more than I thought. Sua was curious. Hey, why aren't you down yet? Quickly put the gems in his pocket. Why haven't you left yet? She replied, I can't leave you alone. He asked, you're worried about someone you just met yesterday? She sighed, yeah. He held out his hand to her. Even if you don't know what else will happen, it's very dangerous. She remained steadfast. She explained, that's why we should. He cut her off, Shin Sua. That's why I need to tell Shin Sua. His expression softened. I have something to tell you. Sua was a little confused. What is it? He propped his hand, tilting his head. Name, Shin Sua. Class, Dragon Chart System Tier 3. She heard a string of information and was confused. Wait, what are you talking about? He continued, your attribute is wood. And you have an ability called Wood Leaf Art. Immediately after, the fate window appeared right in front of her. Seeing this, he asked, did the fate window just open? She looked at it in surprise, the fate window. So I'm seeing something. And I also see the Wood Leaf Art ability. He raised a finger, recall. Do you remember the notification we got in the room? That strange notification was, it seems we've gained superpowers. He thought to himself, because we've awakened. We wouldn't have died if we hadn't encountered that. Rim reminded her, let's go down. Both followed the railing down. Hey, what's your fate? He instructed, it's better if we don't tell each other the contents of our fate windows. He looked back, it's like others can read it. Sua replied, okay. He fell into contemplation. My fate window is still the same as 5 years ago. I didn't keep the abilities I stole in my past life. The fate window remained the same. Co Gangrim. Class, Insect Class Tier 3. Attribute, Fire. Its functions also appeared. Brutal Fate Investigation Tier 3. You can steal a portion of the target's fate and make it your own. However, karma will increase by doing so. He continued his train of thought. Only one thing has changed. The system concluded you currently have a large amount of karma points. He lowered his face. This seems to be the result of stealing the fates of 421 people. If I want to change the future, I need to use the fate theft ability. But accumulating too many karma points right now is not good. Gangrim returned to his thoughts. Karma points will increase when committing a great sin like murder or I steal your fate when a specific ability is used. But there's one thing. If there are too many karma points, the target will cross the boundary. The two of them were still shining their lights, looking for a way. Those who have crossed the boundary suffer terribly. Sua spoke up. Wait, I think someone's here. A hidden figure appeared in the hallway. Hey. The person was completely wrapped up, so it was impossible to tell who it was. She kindly ran over. I'll help you. He urgently stopped her. Wait. A giant worm charged from behind the person. Gangrim stabbed it directly with his knife. It was quickly finished. Luckily, there was only one. She was curious. Is anyone in there? His hand gradually touched the person's body and glowed. The easiest way to check if they're alive is. System immediately appeared. Fate theft ability has been activated. He shook his head. Currently, the number of people around has decreased by 1. They're dead. He carefully read the fate window. It seems they had a strong ability. If they had awakened, they would have lived. It read, Fire Sparrow. Class. Insect Class Tier 3. You can summon and control a small flame. The user can attack targets from a distance as long as they are in range. A flame floated in his hand. He'll take it. The system registered his decision. You have gained the Fire Sparrow ability. Followed by the consequence, penalty, you have gained karma points. Gangrim happily clenched his fist. Perfect. I need abilities like this. Sua now ran in one direction. There's something over there. Giant worm blood gushed out. Jun excitedly used his weapon to cut its body. Haha, is this new tutorial this easy? He confidently challenged. Let me fight the boss right away. Then he noticed the other two. The giant worm's body flew towards the two. He placed his weapon on his shoulder and walked over. Are you survivors? He probed. Are you my teammates? Gangrim vigilantly shielded Sua with his hand. Contrary to expectations, he warmly extended his hand. Jun, nice to meet you both. He realized, that's right. This is his starting point too. He politely replied, Seo Gangrim. Tilted his head. Now what's the name of this heroine? She stammered. Heroine? Sua. He took his hand. Seo Gangrim and Che Sua. Great. He'll remember it. Now the teammate acquisition event is over. It's going to start soon. She was confused. What are you talking about? He explained vaguely. Isn't this how all game tutorials go? His fate window appeared. Jun Class. Saint Class Tier 3. Attribute. Metal. His class tier, Dreamweaver Saint Class Tier 1. The boundary between dream and reality becomes blurred. The user will be less affected by demonic energy. Intellect, pain resistance, and fear resistance will be adjusted before Dragon Chart System Tier 1. Gangrim looked down with a dark expression. Jun will soon become the guild master of one of the 5 great sections. However, he looked at the scattered giant worms. Seeing this even before he's awakened, Jun expanded on the matter. Didn't you two also defeat the boss with teammates? Or will everyone get a strong teammate in the middle of the battle? Or something like that? He patted his shoulder. Awakening happens thanks to the sacrifice of teammates. He secretly assessed, I know he's a famous novelist, but he's a bit too delusional. All three looked in one direction as a scream rang out. Someone ran over in a panic. Help me. Monster. Giant great worm chased after them. Giant great worm. Type. Insect Class Tier 1. A monster formed from many insects. It will be killed if all other insects are defeated. Has the same eating habits as the giant worm. The person slipped and fell onto the pile of worms. The person's face clearly showed horror. Sua watched everything in surprise. Then the person's blood flowed out. Jun speculated, it seems that's the boss we have to defeat in the opening. Gangrim quickly stood in front. She advised, you want to kill that thing? We have to run now. He unleashed a large flame forward. The giant great worm was hit. Magic? I knew I could count on you. He looked at him. What do you think? Can we kill it? He replied frankly, no. He affirmed, right now we can't kill that thing. Gangrim explained, right now I can only block it with fire so. Before he could finish, it escaped the fire and charged. He stood his ground, ordering the other two. Run. Then he ran after them, not forgetting to use his ability to try and control it. He realized his attack wasn't effective. The two ran ahead, he ran in the middle, and finally the giant great worm. An explosion occurred just as he ran away from there. Sua anxiously called out, "Seo Gangrim." She urged, "Come here quickly." Go-jun grabbed her wrist and pulled her. "Don't stop. Shin Sua." She unhappily demanded. Wait, let me go." The giant great worm gradually crawled closer to him. He was once again dazed. "Seo Gangrim." The giant great worm crawled towards Gangrim. The other two anxiously called out, "Mr. Seo Gangrim." The call immediately attracted it. He quickly drew its attention. "Where are you looking?" A wave of fire shot straight towards it. "You shouldn't take your eyes off me." He jumped out of the explosion, assessing where this monster came from. "He'll have to buy more time." The other two had already run outside. "Seo Gangrim, I will never forget your sacrifice. Wait, let's go." He encouraged himself, "I can do this. I just need to endure until the Fate Protection Agency arrives." Gangrim fell to the ground. I didn't expect to only deal a little damage to it. His wide-open mouth glowed. This gave him an idea. "That's right. If I burn it..." He shot fire straight into its mouth. "Would that work?" The giant great worm trembled and collapsed. Its bloodshot eyes flashed with light. Continued to approach him. "I guess not. Now what?" Suddenly a long piece of wood flew straight into its head. Sua appeared, carrying a bundle of wood. "Run quickly." Instantly, a barrage of giant worms charged. She struggled to block them with the piece of wood. Gangrim reminded her, "Quickly use with leaf art." She looked back and replied, "I can't. I need plants around here." He suggested, "I'm sure those pieces of wood will work too." Thanks to that, she realized. She placed the pieces of wood on the ground. Sprout. She focused on deploying her ability. Grow bigger. Then the plants all charged straight towards the giant great worm. The two nervously watched the results. Without waiting another second, she grabbed his hand. "Quick!" Suddenly Sua's eyes widened in surprise. The giant worms weren't dead. They were even more aggressive. They crawled along the branches, advancing towards them. Fell to the ground in fear. "This is the end." She blamed herself, tears falling. "I came here to save Gangrim." Gangrim spoke up, "Wood will feed the fire." The system announced, "The fates of Seo Gangrim and Shin Sua are combining." She stopped crying. Shin Sua's fate is giving vitality to Seo Gangrim's fate. He quickly unleashed fire towards the branches, causing them to ignite. The system panel appeared. Fire Sparrow power is advancing from Insect Class Tier 3 to Insect Class Tier 1. He panted, carefully observing everything. "Our abilities are based on the 8 characters of fate. The logic of the 8 characters of fate is applied to battle." He was tired and sweating. He thought to himself, "Wood gives life to fire." The worms were burned. "You have defeated the giant great worm Tier 1. The system worked non-stop, calculating achievements. Sua was overjoyed. "We did it." She anxiously asked him, "Mr. Seo Gangrim, are you okay?" He forced a smile. "Yes, I'm fine. You have received an additional reward for defeating an opponent stronger than you." After that, she helped him escape. "This is the first floor. The exit is still safe. Blood loss due to mana depletion." She grabbed the doorknob. "We finally got out." As soon as the door opened, a gust of wind rushed in. The space behind the door was dark. Sua was utterly confused. "Where are we?" A green light enveloped them. This building was definitely in the city center. Gangrim sharply realized, the totem pillar in the lobby. "I didn't expect the first floor to connect to this place." The statue radiated light. Ancient totem pillar ability. Dragon chart system Tier 3. A totem pillar containing overwhelming and complete energy. It heals people near it and prevents monsters from approaching. The door also disappeared, startling her. "The door." She was uneasy. "What do we do?" He calmly replied, "Well, rest first. At least there are no monsters here." This moment, Go-jun suddenly walked out. Sua couldn't hide her anger when she saw him. He rubbed his chin. "It's strange that the heroine Shin Sua would leave me. So that means..." She angrily pointed at him. "Heroine my foot. You're a villainous criminal who betrays friends. You'd do anything to save your own skin." He was stunned to hear that. "What?" He clutched his head in denial. No way. That's true, but I can't be the villain." Gangrim broke the tense atmosphere. "He's worse than before. Ms. Sua, over here." Everyone there was very confused. "Where are we?" There were just monsters. They were bewildered as their wounds gradually healed. "Huh? My wounds?" Everyone frantically pulled out their phones. No service. It just broke down. Everything descended into chaos. "Here? Is it safe here?" Everyone panicked. "Fire?" No one understood the situation. "What's going on?" Suddenly a person appeared on the platform. The person began to speak. "It seems all members of this area are here." Then she formally introduced herself. "I am Anna V. Chasia from the headquarters branch office of the Fate Protection Agency." She looked at everyone. "From now on, I will..." Her eyes glowed brightly. "Manage everyone here." Everyone was confused. What is the Fate Protection Agency?" All of them protested simultaneously. Manage? What are you talking about? This is kidnapping. Let us go now. What the hell does this mean? Gangrim was different. He already knew all of this. This is officially the beginning. I was a failure in my past life. Clenched his fists, but this time will be different. I will become as strong as possible before leaving here. Everyone was very confused. What is the Fate Protection Agency? Anna V. Chasia answered their questions. Our job is to protect the people from the coming disaster. Everyone still didn't believe her. Manage? What the hell are you talking about? How is this any different from kidnapping? Let us go now. They all condemned her. What's the meaning of this action? She ignored them and continued, the demon world will open in a few seconds, so. They interrupted, those insects earlier were released by you people, weren't they? She continued, the director's prophetic ability. The space was utterly chaotic. Oh, humanity. They'll sue you. Let me go. Gojun gritted his teeth. Look at those ignorant commoners. Everyone immediately turned their attention to him. He complained. Don't you see this is a rare opportunity? Being this stupid, you'll always be extras. Gangrim secretly assessed he's still consistent. But he's right. He glanced at him. Being chosen to be here is a privilege. Anna V. sighed. I think it'll be faster to show everyone the current situation outside. Everyone, please calm down and sit. She snapped her fingers. The screen immediately turned on. On the screen was a live broadcast of Seoul. A horrific massacre was happening outside. The gate to another dimension, the demon world, has opened nationwide. The image of a giant worm was magnified. Monsters from the demon world will pour out. The Fate Protection Agency prophesied the disaster. Therefore, a few years ago we, the Chasias, several people wearing masks similar to hers were fighting, awakened our abilities before everyone else. They used various abilities to eliminate them, and began preparing for this day. She spread her arms. However, in this chaotic world, we need more awakened ones. We summoned you here because we believe your potential is superior among the unawakened. We will help you awaken and become stronger under the management of the Fate Protection Agency. Anna V. pulled out a talisman and burned it. If you wish, you can leave here. But please check what your ability is first, then decide. Then perhaps you will change your mind. The Fate window appeared again. CO Gangrim. Class. Insect Class Tier 3. Attribute. Fire. Abilities. Fate Discovery. Fate Theft. Fire Sparrow. Everyone was surprised. What is this? Is that my ability? Human Class Tier 1. What is that? Only Gangrim was already familiar with this. He was quite sure of his thoughts. I'm certain this isn't Anna V's ability. I want to discover Chasia's fate. But she's wearing a mask. Anna V. continued to lead. You have seen your abilities. You can consider them supernatural powers or magic. She explained. Awakened ones will use their abilities to hunt monsters. She spoke in detail and attacked the demon world to eliminate the threat. But this is an extremely dangerous job. When carrying out missions, she coldly affirmed, you might have to die. Everyone looked at her in fear. The same goes for training. If you want to avoid danger and be protected, Anna V. stated clearly, you must give up your abilities. Someone without the will to fight should not possess abilities. Then she clapped her hands. I will give you exactly 1 hour to think. The space gradually blurred. You can rest on the second floor. We will provide guidebooks. You should read them. After 1 hour, those who wish to stay, please return to this spot. Waves of light enveloped everyone. Those who do not wish to stay can leave through the emergency exit on the 3rd floor. As I said, once you leave, you will never see your fate window again. With that, Anna V turned and left. See you later. She looked at her watch. It's time. I'll assume everyone who returns here agrees to participate in the training. A door slowly opened. This is the first stage. Everyone turned towards it. The door looked extremely mysterious. A maximum of 3 people can enter at once. If you complete the challenge and step out of this gate, the challenge will end here. She explained the rules. Each room has a different stage clearing mission. You can check the requirements once inside. A descriptive figure appeared. Eliminate monsters 0 out of 6. Anna V continued. The first stage has no limit on the number of attempts. But if you leave without completing the mission, you'll have to restart the mission from the beginning. Then she took out a small box. This is the item box provided to everyone. Just take 1 box and proceed to the supply center. She introduced. If injured, you can use healing items. Or return to the waiting room for totem healing. She carefully reminded. We ask you to sign an agreement stating that the Fate Protection Agency will not be held responsible if you die. Of course, we will do our best to assist and prevent the worst-case scenario. Then she bowed, wishing them good luck. The space became silent. Someone bravely raised a hand. That person said, Does anyone want to team up with me? My class is Demon Tier 1. Gangrim silently observed. Who wants to join? Simply left the crowd. My class is, he commented just like a recruitment fair. Sua called him back. Co Gangrim. She ran after him. Earlier at the building, she expressed her gratitude. Thank you. She awkwardly scratched her head. You don't have a group yet, right? I don't either. Sua extended her hand, offering. Do you want to go together with me? Still stared blankly at her. Co Gangrim just kept staring at her. Seeing this, she also became flustered. Gangrim pressed his lips together, his hand trembling. Thank you? That terrifying memory rushed back. Only when Co Gangrim dies can everyone else survive. He desperately clutched his head. It's all my fault. Sua asked worriedly. Are you feeling unwell somewhere? He covered his face, pushing her away. I'm fine. With that, he decisively turned away. I refuse. He looked back at her one more time. Gangrim deliberately added. Going alone makes me more comfortable. Hearing that, she looked sad. I understand. I thought Co Gangrim and I worked quite well together. He reassured. Shin Sua, you'll coordinate well with others. She felt re-energized. Then she said loudly, Co Gangrim, even if we can't hunt together, I still want us to look out for each other. He turned his head, walking straight ahead coldly. All right. An advertisement board was placed in a corner. Contents. Training sword, HP potion, mana potion. Gangrim slowly opened the provided item box. His equipment immediately appeared. Training sword. Rank, Insect Tier 1. HP potion X2.
Mana potion X2.
He fastened the sword to his hip. It's very hard to collect items in the early stages, so being an intern isn't bad. HP potions are expensive, and they continuously resupply interns. Gojin waved, calling, Co Gangrim, wait. He smiled brightly. You shouldn't leave your only companion behind. Should you? He was flustered. Huh? This didn't happen in my previous life. He'll pretend not to hear. He ran up and patted his shoulder. Co Gangrim, wait up. He replied, what is it? He suggested. If things keep progressing like this, we'll be the protagonists of the story. So, let's clear the first stage together. Gangrim shook his head vigorously. I prefer going alone. He asserted, don't worry. I'm different from those supporting characters who just drag you down. He confidently ran a hand through his hair. I'm strong. I'm the protagonist. Protagonists, supporting characters, and extras. Dako Jun classified everyone as if they were characters in a novel. They're called protagonist. Huh? In my previous life, he treated me like a common extra. I think he's misunderstood me as strong. Gangrim thought carefully. Having a strong companion is quite comfortable. Shin Sua is very strong, but if she's near me, she'll encounter bad luck. So I don't want her to come along. What about Dako Jun? He was lost in thought. It wouldn't matter if Dako Jun got hurt, right? Gojin spoke up. What are you thinking? Have you changed your mind yet? He replied. All right, let's go together. He was surprised. Really? Then he ran back to his original spot to get a box. Wait a moment, he'll go get the supply box. Gojin took the box from the mascot's hand. Is this a supply box? I'd love to chat more with the mascot like you, but let's talk later. Sua looked at him with annoyance. Why are you looking at me like that? He sneered. Because you're not the protagonist? She just remained silent. Then he excitedly left. Co Gangrim. I've got it, let's go. The door glowed. I can feel the presence of death. I can feel the presence of demons. Both pushed the door open and stepped inside. Co Gangrim and Dako Jun have entered. You have entered Blade Mountain Purgatory. The rules were announced. All rooms connect to 4 corridors. There will be monsters, traps, and safe zones in each room and corridor. Find the exit and leave. The system announced. First stage, Blade Mountain Purgatory. Start. Gangrim repeated. So the stage clearing mission is to find the exit. Gojin excitedly. Great, let's begin. He looked around. I wonder if its structure is the same as in my previous life? So this path. You curious? Monsters and traps, huh? I wonder what will appear. He was completely oblivious to his surroundings. I'm looking forward to it. A blade shot straight up, making him fall over. Gojin wasn't scared but rather a little happy. So this is a trap? Nothing new. He grinned. But I like these classic types. He propped himself up and stood. Hey! Co Gangrim, let's go. Fires were lit on all the walls. He praised. No more traps now. Huh? Looks like you're really lucky, Co Gangrim. He immediately denied. No, I'm very unlucky. The two discussed. Huh? I think I heard something. You've already shared experience points, right? Yeah, I did that when I read the guidebook. Many demons gathered ahead. Bone demon. Rank, insect tier 3. A monster formed from human bones. Craves human flesh and blood. It has dull hearing and is sensitive to light. Gojin was ready to fight. They look stronger than insects, don't they? After training, maybe they'll get even stronger. He looked back. There are quite a few of them, but if we combine our strength. Gangrim unleashed fire towards them. Bone demon was immediately incinerated. The other ones all turned to look at them. Then they left in single file. The entrance is quite small. If they gather here, they won't have a way out. He exclaimed, "Co Gangrim, you really are a smart character, aren't you?" He drew his sword. "If you keep spouting nonsense, then go back." Both began to fight. The bone demons. Gangrim plunged his sword deep into the wall. He used the momentum to kick the bone demon's head. Gojin charged forward proudly. "I won't let you take the lead role." Both worked together to eliminate them. He happily raised his sword. That was a satisfying fight. After a while, all the bone demons were eliminated. "Co Gangrim, every room we go to has demons." He complained. "It's getting boring now. I think we've killed over 100 of them." He asked, "Are you tired?" He sheathed his sword. "Not really. These monsters aren't very strong. I learned how to fight with a sword in case I suddenly transmigrated or entered a book." He wondered. "Co Gangrim, honestly, when I first saw you, I was always curious about one thing." He looked at him indifferently. "What is it?" He leaned close and whispered into his ear. "Perhaps you're a regressor, a reincarnator, a dimension traveler, or something similar." Gangrim froze, his sensitive spot hit. He warned, "If you keep spouting nonsense like that, go somewhere else." He smiled brightly. I guessed right, huh?" He pushed his back. "Stop wasting time and let's go. Go ahead." He still deliberately joked. "I'm not kidding. You know you're very unique, right?" Gojin continued. "You're always strangely calm. Adapt incredibly fast. And you're not afraid of monsters at all." He avoided his gaze, finding a random excuse. "When I was little, I often saw ghosts and demons, so I got used to it." He replied. "Huh? Really? Then I'm really curious about your past." He offered. "Tell me." But before he could finish, Gangrim pushed him hard forward. The floor broke apart. Gangrim fell with the momentum. He was startled. "Co Gangrim." He seriously warned. "Run." Gojin quickly ran outside. He looked back at the mess inside. Looked worried, Co Gangrim. But then he coldly turned away. Isn't he the protagonist? He simply left. I like stories with regression plots. This doesn't seem too unlucky. What will happen to the story now? Elsewhere, Gangrim fell into a mysterious place. He carefully drew his sword on guard. Then he plunged his sword into the wall. Thanks to that, he landed safely. The system announced, "You have entered a secret area." The corner of his mouth curved up. Warning. Monsters in the secret area are stronger than in regular areas. Gangrim looked around. Every path has traps or monsters you must face. The path leading to the regular area has been activated. Once you return, the secret passage will be sealed. He bravely stepped forward. You can request to be rescued. Do you want to give up and return? Rescue request time. 2 minutes 58 seconds. No way I'd give up like that, right? A group of bone demons gathered in one spot. Perhaps he'll gain more stats than expected. He created a flame. Well, it's truly fortunate to have gone with Dako Jun and entered all these monster-filled rooms. I need an opportunity to develop myself. Shin Sua would probably be a different story. Then he raised his hand high, focusing his aim at them. The bone demons also charged forward simultaneously. Gangrim defeated them one by one. Your stats have increased by 10 points. Your stats have increased by 10 points. The bones of the bone demons lay scattered. Your strength has increased to stage 4 after using stat points. They were completely annihilated by him. Your strength has increased to stage 5 after using stat points. He walked through the area with his sword. Everything is easier from the very beginning when I raise my stats. I can't believe him getting this many stat points. System update. Co Gangrim. Strength stage 5. Stamina stage 4. Agility stage 4. Sense stage 4. Magic stage 3. Gangrim thought. I wonder how strong they will become. Regardless of stats, everyone starts at stage 1. Gangrim thought carefully. The difference between each stage is the time and effort needed to reach the next stage. Cute illustrations appeared. Even if you receive the corresponding amount of experience, the growth rate will be higher if you are in a better class. He continued his train of thought. A god class person like Dako Jun will grow significantly faster. Since I've been dragging him around with me, he must be much stronger than before. Did I lose 3 whole days in my previous life? Congratulations on being the first to clear Blade Mountain Purgatory. Gangrim searched for something. This time, I'm the first to claim the first clear reward. Oh, it's here. He slowly reached out his hand to do this. He crossed his arms, telling himself, he'll need to finish everything before today. Before him was a deep, dark tunnel. It seems it's time to confront the boss. He looked up, observing. One could say this place is different from the rest of this location. Drop of sweat rolled down his cheek. It feels like I'm truly in Blade Mountain Purgatory now. Gangrim created a flame to light the way. Red and blue lights intertwined around the swords. Two monsters appeared, paired generals. Of Blade Mountain Purgatory. Rank, humanoid tier 3. These monsters are masters of swordsmanship. They move as one. Unless both are eliminated simultaneously, they will continue to regenerate. Hid behind the door. They are the paired generals. I knew seeing them this close would be very different. He couldn't control his trembling body. Damn it. Stop shaking. The paired generals had discovered him. At this moment he was also ready. I can defeat them if I follow the plan. It thrust its sword towards him. Gangrim was not to be outdone and counterattacked. It screamed in pain. Gangrim seized the opportunity to run away. I knew they would find me first. At least I have to attract their attention. He looked back, observing its movements. Because their characteristic is gold, it seems fire attribute attacks will work well. He had calculated carefully. He'll gain a little more time with that attack. Blood spurted from the paired general. The other one beheaded it. System appeared. Explanation of this phenomenon. Unless eliminated simultaneously, they will continue to regenerate. He was surprised. Their killing each other to regenerate is unpredictable. Gangrim gripped his sword hilt tightly. Direct combat is pointless. Your agility has increased to stage 7 after using stat points. Many blades appeared, slashing his arm and cheek. He still struggled to run. I'm almost there. Suddenly he stepped on a bone demon's bone. Because of that, he slipped and fell. Two enemies also appeared before him. He tried to unleash two waves of fire. The one that was attacked earlier used a similar method to save its comrade. They chased him frantically. The paired general is regenerating.
Grim secretly rejoiced. Excellent.
I hear the wind. He sped up, running faster. It also chased after him. The system updated continuously. The young paired general is regenerating. The old paired general is regenerating. The old paired general is regenerating. The old paired general is regenerating. Paired general bared its terrifying fangs. The system continued. Your strength has increased to stage 7 after using stat points. He kicked straight at it. Then he jumped and struck it, making it drop its sword. He commanded, go in there. As soon as he finished speaking, it was defeated. Lines of system text appeared. Tier 3 paired general has been defeated. Your rewards are being calculated. Gangrim sat down exhausted. You receive additional stat points when defeating enemies stronger than you. He wiped sweat from his hand. All I needed to do was escape the boss, and I've cleared the stage. Before that, though, he asserted, there's one thing I must confirm. An idea sparked in him. If the fate of monsters is to take human form, shouldn't I steal it? He knelt on one knee. Fate theft ability has been activated. There are currently 2 corpses within activation range. Gangrim smiled happily. I knew it. Just like monsters, humans like me can also steal fate. Memories of his previous life rushed back. In the past, the reason I didn't use fate theft before I met Baekhyang was because I didn't want to, or rather, I couldn't. Fate theft ability has been cancelled due to insufficient mana. Do-hyun rubbed the back of his neck. Are you sure you can't? I've only been dead for 3 hours. I was helpless. I'm sorry. There's a limitation. The longer the target has been dead, the more mana it costs. With my forfeit magic level, His comrade's death was replayed. They had to die right in front of me, otherwise I couldn't activate that skill. Gangrim was very confused. That's when I questioned whether I should steal human fate like the monsters. He continued his thoughts. But at that time, I couldn't even withstand the powerful aura from the demon world. He looked disappointed. I didn't have a chance to try. He slowly drew his sword. You have stolen a portion of the opponent's power. You have stolen the weakening ability. Ability, Steadfast. Class, Demon Tier 3. Skill activated when the sword leaves its sheath. When using the sword, the swordsman can improve their rank to a minimal degree. Gangrim swung his sword a few times. Let's see. He excitedly touched the sword. The sword feels like it's glowing. The system turned bright red. Warning. You have received a large amount of karma points. He thought to himself, that's fine. Instead of stealing it from humans, the karma points I get from their fate will be minimized. Clenched his fist. More importantly, it's a worthwhile outcome. He once again stepped into the corridor full of blades. When humans accumulate too much karma, they cross the boundary, and people call it a sea of suffering. Gangrim touched the wall in front of him. He wondered, how much more until I cross that boundary? He officially left. First gate. Blade Mountain Purgatory. First clear. Target. CO Gangrim. The only one. Everyone was astonished to see him. It's been cleared. Atmosphere immediately became chaotic. He cleared it alone? A familiar voice called out. CO Gangrim. This made him turn pale with fear. Gojin excitedly ran towards him with open arms. I knew you could do it. That's why you're my ally. He tried to hug him but missed. You're even faster than last time. Huh? He crossed his arms in protest. I'm not your ally.
Don't trust me.
Navi stepped forward. CO Gangrim. She politely offered. Congratulations on being the first to complete this stage. Do you mind sparing a moment? At the training facility, CO Gangrim's private room. Gangrim happily admired his spoils. It seems the reward for completing the first round was given by Anavi. Item pouch. Used to store items. No weight or volume limit. He wore the pouch at his hip. Item pouches are very hard to come by. I can't miss this opportunity. He took out a card and entered the password on his phone. When I thought of its owner, I didn't want to draw attention to the Fate Protection Agency. Another bonus reward. The news was reporting widely. A strong 5.8 magnitude earthquake has shaken the entire country. The strongest earthquake since 2017. Immense damage. Countless casualties. Increasing aftershocks. They concluded. The number of casualties is still rising. Gangrim wondered. No response from the Fate Protection Agency? In the comments section, people were also discussing animatedly. I heard something very strange before the earthquake. Something about stats. Is anyone else like me? Me too. In the video, it looks like the agency is teaching us something. Link to video, please. A girl appeared on screen. Fate Protection Agency Squad 1 Leader, Selman Ioniu. Announcement from the Fate Protection Agency. He smiled gently. To protect ordinary people, our agency has been trying its best. He used his ability again. Fate Theft ability has been activated. He received the report. The target's fate is protected. Gangrim clicked his tongue in frustration. It seems they have an item to protect it. The sound from the phone continued steadily. These activities are ongoing. Don't worry too much. We, the Fate Protection Agency, will protect your future. The corner of her mouth curved up. Trust the Fate Protection Agency. He lay on the bed, thinking, trust the Fate Protection Agency. They said. He fell into contemplation. The Fate Protection Agency is an organization that gathers the strongest awakened. All members of this force hide their faces behind masks. The familiar figure from his previous life appeared. He speculated, if that woman is a member of the agency. His expression darkened. It only explains why her strength couldn't be assessed. Gangrim clutched his head. I can't say it now. Gongzu slammed a stack of documents onto the table. Is this how you work? He angrily scolded. Didn't you say the stage would take at least a week to complete? Gongzu. Fate Protection Agency Alliance. Squad 2 Leader. Sol. Everyone bowed their heads in silence. But now what? One day, they even cleared the secret area. And you told me their fate level and skills were only insect tier 3. He pointed directly. You Sungtae. He flinched. Yes. He ordered, deal with it. Report and clear out the trap CO Gangrim set. The rest of you, prepare to clear out the remaining monsters. The meeting ended. Dismissed. Everyone put on their masks again. Understood. Sungtae helplessly rubbed his forehead. He sat alone in the dark room. He wondered. How did he herd the monsters into traps? His face darkened. He even cleared the second gate on the same day. He diligently typed continuously on the keyboard. Sungtae couldn't hide his fear. What if the higher-ups find out that the gate clearer is just an insect class person? No way. At the cafe. Training facility number 1. Gojin asked. CO Gangrim, are you planning to go to room 2 today? He cheerfully started a conversation. Do you still remember our bet? Their previous conversation appeared. You don't trust my skills? Let's see who clears room 2 first. He teased. If you don't try, I might clear room 2 before you. Gangrim replied indifferently. You'll do it my way, so do whatever you like. And also, I'm not your ally until you beat me. Go somewhere else. He joked. No, I want to be close to you. At this moment, Sua's group passed by. Thanks to you, I got to live again. She humbly said, no, it was all thanks to you blocking the attack. Someone in the group suggested. I think we should go in next time. Seeing that, he felt relieved. Shin Sua, it seems she's still doing well. Gojin also noticed her. I hate people who are too kind, CO Gangrim. He threw a piece of bread at his head. Get lost. The group of girls continued to chat happily. Let's go eat together. Okay. Conversation reached his ears. Wow. Your hands are so small. So cute. Really?
Idon.
Gangrim frowned and turned. Gunum extended his hand. Do you want to compare with my hand? It seems he'll have to endure this again. He smiled brightly. See? The small. The girl was surprised. Wow. You're right. Initiated conversation. Actually, I know how to read palms. The girl next to him added. He read mine last time. He was spot on. Sua focused on the hot cup in her hand, not paying attention to them. Gunam actively called out. Come on, Shin Sua. Let me see your hand. She politely refused. I don't need it. He still deliberately leaned forward, touching her hand. Come on. You don't always get a chance. I might change my mind next time. Come on, Sua, I'm serious. She pulled her hand back. Just then, Gangrim's hand landed on the table. She looked at him in surprise. He was extremely annoyed at being interrupted, but he quickly regained his smile. Gunam invited. Co Gangrim, do you want me to read your palm? He decisively replied, no. He extended his hand towards Sua. I need to talk to you. He pointed behind him. All right? She paused for a moment. Then she agreed, yes, of course. Gangrim and Sua left together. I want to talk somewhere more private. All right. Suddenly, two people approached. Hey, Co Gangrim. Hello. They smiled brightly. Thanks for sharing the Wi-Fi. A paper with the network password was taped to the wall. After I tried to clear the Blade Mountain Purgatory room alone and shared the Wi-Fi. One of the rewards. He looked at them thoughtfully. Everyone became friendly with me. Come with us next time. But this friendliness, his expression darkened. I'm not used to it. Memories of his previous life appeared in his mind. Last time I regressed, everyone started avoiding and shunning me right around this time. If Co Gangrim is there, I won't go. Hey, if you say that then... He shyly bowed his head. I'll go without bothering everyone. Is it because my class is too low? Gangrim separated himself from the crowd. Or, Gunam was the only one smiling at him. Gangrim, can you go alone today? He replied, yes. He recalled. Even then, John Gunam treated me differently. He patted his shoulder. If there was still room in the group, I would have let you join. Be careful. He gave a forced smile. It's fine. The two were very close back then, even knowing about his ability. Awesome. High five. His hand emitted a strange light. He looked at the fate window cunningly. I never would have guessed. One day, Gangrim walked down the corridor and overheard a conversation. I almost died going to the demon world with Co Gangrim. What's wrong with Gangrim? His ability is to steal skills from the dead. Spread malicious rumors about him. You mean he plans to kill someone and steal their skills? He pressed his lips tightly, not daring to show himself. Are they crazy? Then he burst into Gunam's room. You promised not to tell anyone. He feigned ignorance. What? I don't understand what you're talking about. He accused. You revealed my ability to everyone. He shamelessly replied. Do you have any proof? Gangrim was stunned. What? You clearly did it. You bastard. Smirked. You don't. Do you? Palm reading. Ghostly Tier 3 class. You must compare your palm with the target to check their fate window. He tilted his head. Only you know my ability. Back to reality. Because John Gunam has that ability, you should keep your distance from him. Don't let him see your hand or touch it. Sua heard everything inside. That's why he kept. He quickly turned and left. Anyway, I just wanted to warn you. I'm leaving. She reached out, calling, Co Gangrim. She said, I also completed the Blade Mountain Purgatory Room Challenge. She placed her hand over her chest, offering, do you want to go to the second room with me? Gangrim shook his head. It's still too difficult for you, Sua. She was flustered. Why is it too difficult for me? He avoided her gaze. Right now, you lack too much combat experience. Sua froze after hearing that. Tried to show, I don't think I'm that weak. He continued, but your ability will be weakened in the next room. Because that room has fire attributes. He explained carefully. Golden energy will counter Shin Sua's wood fate. That room won't be suitable for you because the metal element energy counters your wood element. Wood leaf arts won't be useful this time. With that, Gangrim turned away. I'm sure you understand what I mean. Sua pondered thoughtfully. The second room is clearly disadvantageous for me. He grabbed the doorknob. You understand now, right? She replied, yes, to some extent. Sua gently touched his shoulder. Co Gangrim. His footsteps became hurried. He walked away alone with sadness. Why? He pressed his lips, thinking. Even when I said so much, she had smiled brightly. Thanks for the advice. She pushed the door, intending to go in. Sua recalled his words from earlier. I prefer to be alone. She wondered, he refused me, but he went with Dako Jun. She speculated. I guess he wants to keep his distance from me. Something bothered her. But he called me out to tell me about John Gunam's ability. Sua mused. He could have refused to team up with me for another reason. She watched his retreating back through the glass. But why tell me so honestly? Perhaps he's worried about me. Voice called out. Seo Gangrim. Gunam stood leaning against the wall, asking, Are you going to the second room with Shin Sua? Gangrim put his hands in his pockets. No, I'm going alone. He just walked up the stairs. I have to deal with this bastard before he harms me. He offered, Wait, do you want to team up with me? He persuaded. It'll be more beneficial for you because I'm a higher class. I'm dragon class. He radiated killing intent. Lies. What's your ability? 8 discovery ability has been activated. He found a random trick to show him water shot. I can shoot extremely powerful water bullets. But his fate window was already in Gangrim's grasp. John Gunam. Human Tier 1 water attribute. He interrupted him. Alright. Gangrim agreed. Let's go. We can go now. He seemed surprised. Really? Smiled brightly. I'll get ready and come down right away. He silently watched him go. He thought to himself, it's fortunate he approached me first. Because, second training area. Inferno room. The door flashed. Completion condition. Find the ice crystal and return to the main hall. Time limit. None. The system panel appeared. Confirm. Seo Gangrim and John Gunam. Enter. Gunam was surprised by the surrounding scene. He commented, it doesn't look much like hell. The system announced, you have entered the Inferno room. Everything around was glowing with fire. He confidently spoke. I didn't expect you to accept my offer to go with me so easily. I guess it's because my water attribute is good for this room. Both moved forward. Anyway, did you see the completion condition? One of them wondered. There's ice in this place? Gunam wondered, creating a water orb? It's too hot here. How the hell? Gangrim's eyes sharpened. But since I'm with you, we'll find it soon, right? He raised his sword high, staring at him. Gunam flinched and turned sharply. System appeared. Ability activated. Blade unsheathed. Blood immediately splattered. A fire frog was cut in half to his horror. He slowly said, I didn't expect to encounter monsters right from the start. Seo Gangrim, they're coming. He was surprised. Huh? What? Then a swarm of fire frogs advanced towards them. Ferociously stuck out their tongues, leaping as if hunting. Fire frog. Insect Tier 3 class. Monsters born in the hottest spring. Although their attack power is weak, they move in swarms. They hunt creatures not as hot as themselves. Gunam showed disdain. These frogs are easy, aren't they? He unleashed several water streams, piercing through the bodies of several of them. One by one, they were defeated. Seeing this, he became smug. Excellent. My power is effective here. He turned to Gangrim. It'll be easier once we find the ice crystal. He replied, That's the only way. He remained very calm. I already know where it is. We don't need to rush. What should I do with him? He was surprised to see him smile. Huh? Is he smiling? Gunam crossed his arms, deducing. Is he thinking that going with me in this stage was a good choice? The fire frogs lay piled on top of each other. He clutched his head in exhaustion. Is this what people call mana depletion? There are too many monsters here compared to the Blade Mountain Purgatory room. Gangrim continued to fight while he slumped to the ground. I have no other choice. They'll have to fight with a sword. Thinking that, he drew his sword, just like Seo Gangrim. A fire frog targeted him, pinned him down, making him shriek. It's hot. Get away from me.
Seo Gangrim. Seo Gangrim.
He struggled. Why are you just standing there watching me? He sighed helplessly. Then Gangrim helped him defeat the fire frog. Go back if you can't continue. He asserted. I can clear them out myself. Gunam sat up. It'll be fine if I just rest for a bit. He coldly turned his back. All right. Gritted his teeth in anger. Arrogant bastard. Do you think you're everything just because you're the one who can clear out the monsters here? He slowly stood up. I teamed up with him to see his class and abilities in combat. But I can't check him through my ability because his hand is bandaged. He was extremely curious. Even when I try to assess from the abilities he's shown, it's not enough. It seems he's hiding something. His eyes narrowed. He'll have to check again carefully. There must be a moment when he lets his guard down. He'll aim for that time. Gunam slumped onto a nearby rock, but the rock had 2 glowing eyes. He was attacked by surprise. He fell backward. The monster gradually revealed itself. Seo Gangrim. Gun flinched at the sight. Gangrim saved his life once more. He couldn't help but be shocked. There are other monsters besides the frogs. I let my guard down because I was lost in thought. He called, John Gunam. He flinched and looked up. Yes. He glanced at him. I've saved you twice now. He stabbed again to finish off the monster. These monsters are hard to kill, so move quickly before more monsters arrive. What? He forced a smile. He's deliberately reminding me that he helped me out of trouble. Huh? Fine. Gunam clenched a handful of dirt. Don't think you're so great. You bastard. He frowned in annoyance. Once my mana recovers, I can easily take down these monsters. Gangrim suddenly looked back. Do you have anything to say? He gave a fake smile. Thanks for helping me. Co Gangrim. Scene change. Gunam pointed towards an orb. There's something there. Isn't there? He quickly realized. He was excited. Is that the ice crystal? The orb glowed brightly. He smiled radiantly. It really is it. We just need to bring it back to the hall to pass this challenge, right? He calculated. Are we the only ones here? Then I guess we're the first to complete this challenge. He suddenly thought of something. No. When I return to the training center, will everyone think I completed this challenge because Co Gangrim was with me? Gangrim was about to say something, John Gunam. But he suddenly ran off. He ran headlong towards it. If there's only one ice crystal, then the first person to get it is the first to complete this room's challenge. He thought he had victory in his hands. Gunam thought of many things, rewards. He was lost in his own thoughts. Honor, respect, and admiration. He reached out for the object. It will all be mine. Just a little more to touch the orb. I'm the first to complete the challenge. But as soon as he grabbed it, the orb went limp. He was stunned. A sponge? Fire frog egg sac. Insect tier 3 class. A sac containing countless fire frog eggs. Fire frogs are always nearby. Immediately, many fire frogs emerged. They swarmed around him. They pushed him, making him lose his balance and fall. He shrieked in panic. Co Gangrim. He looked at him coldly. That's karma for trying to stab me in the back. Gunam cursed incessantly. Save me.
Co Gangrim. Co Gangrim.
You piece of trash. Stop. Scene change. Inside the crystal cavern inferno room. Gangrim happily picked up the ice block. Crystal ice. System. Ghostly tier 1. A crystal made of ice. Possessing it increases water element. He sat on the ground, shop window. A system panel appeared. The condition to open the shop is to possess a spirit gem. Initially, I didn't know about the existence of the shop or spirit gems. He recalled the battle with the giant boss earlier. He had cut its body in half. After that, I collected some gems. But this time, I was able to open the shop because I obtained some spirit gems before coming here. Gangrim clicked on a box on the screen. You have purchased an item. Wish chest. He immediately obtained an item. Wow. I had to exchange achievement stats because I didn't have enough money. Wish chest. System. Ghostly tier 1. If you place an item inside and make a wish, you will receive the desired item. But if your offering is insufficient, you will receive nothing. He opened the lid and placed the ice block inside. What a funny name. In the end, they just want us to put in a precious and expensive item. He closed his eyes, clasping his hands. Crystal ice is a ghostly tier 3 item. He thought to himself, what I want is a higher grade ghostly item. You are praying. A beam of light emitted. There's a slight difference. But both are of the ghostly system, so it's still possible. Gangrim looked at it in surprise. An item was retrieved. To his disappointment. You have received insect tier 3. Insect honey. He casually chopped. Or ice blocks. Then he just collected them. Fine. If I can't get quality, I'll get quantity. If I don't get what I want, I'll keep trying until I do. Tooth was thrown to the ground. Gunam was severely burned. Co Gangrim, you piece of trash. He dragged his battered body. You think you can get away with leaving me alone like this? Once I find you, he muttered to himself. He'll stab that scarred face with this sword. A glowing object caught his attention. Huh? What's that? An egg. His eyes widened. No, that's... The door slowly opened. Gunam then excitedly hugged a fire frog, opened the door, and walked out. The second door leads to the inferno room. Completed. I did it. I'm the first one to clear the stage. Opponent, John Gunam. Everyone was full of admiration. Gunam, you completed this stage. Amazing. In just one day. He grinned. Yes, that's it. This is the reaction I was hoping for. This, I'm better than that idiot Co Gangrim. He approached him with killing intent. Co Gangrim, so you're here. He complained. How could you run ahead by yourself? I waited for you for a long time. He was flustered. His face turned cold. About you leaving me alone. Anavi appeared, interrupting him. John Gunam, the first to complete the inferno room. Gunam smiled and waved. Yes, that's me. He extended his hand. I'll forgive you just this once. We should shake hands and reconcile. Gangrim had already known his intentions, but he still agreed to shake his hand. Ability activated. Palm reading. He gripped his hand tightly. Don't be scared. Reading opponent's fate. Co Gangrim. Gunam was excited to receive his fate window. Being the first to clear the stage and seeing that bastard's pathetic look makes me feel better.
CO Gongrim.
System. Insect Tier 3. Fire Element. Fire Control. Insect Tier 3 System. Blade Unsheath. System. Human Tier 1. After reading, he turned sharply in surprise. He's Insect Tier 3? I thought he was human class. He frowned in annoyance. I had to go through all this just to befriend an insect class guy. Gangrim looked at him uneasily. But then his demeanor relaxed. Placed his hand on his chest. Good thing I used this in time. An amulet appeared. Amulet. System. Ghostly Tier 1. Protects a portion of one's fate in the fate window so others cannot read it. He recalled earlier. I couldn't get many other things because I didn't have much crystal ice left after activating this amulet. But it seems he found one of the crystal ice pieces I placed in the fire frogs. Gunam cheerfully introduced. I'm a water type and I have the ability to... Anavi went straight to the point. Can you tell me how you found the ice crystal? Gojin was very curious. Even Seo Gangrim came out looking exhausted. Yet he completed that room's challenge in one day. After receiving the necessary information, she left. Thank you for your cooperation. He smiled brightly, of course. He called out, John Gunam. He praised, you're amazing. He looked back. Dako Jun, he's God class Tier 3. He clicked his tongue. I tried that room a few days ago, but kept failing. And Seo Gangrim seems weaker than I thought. Gunam heard that and chimed in, he's Insect Tier 3. Of course he's weak. He was surprised. Really? He added. He ran ahead by himself just because of a bunch of monsters. He happily spoke up. So you're more like the protagonist than he is. He came arrogant upon hearing the flattery. Well, you're not wrong. He continued, right? Should we continue this conversation? Gangrim seemed satisfied. Dako Jun's and John Gunam's fates have intertwined. He quietly left. Dako Jun won't be able to pay attention to me for now. Worst combined fate. Dark energy is seeping into John Gunam's fate. He had planned this beforehand. Hell also take care of John Gunam for me. Everything is going even better than expected. Scene changed to a gloomy room. CO2 team emergency meeting. Gongzu asked, Anavi, is John Gunam about to reach ghostly class? Anavi shook her head. No, he's still human class. He continued to investigate. Did anyone go with him? She quickly replied, it was in turn Seo Gangrim. Sangtae flinched. So it was him. He rested his chin on his hand, thinking, he went with that guy, but John Gunam was the one who completed the challenge first. That's strange. She tilted her head and recounted, yes. But in turn John Gunam said some rather strange things. He said he eliminated fire frogs and found that one of them had swallowed an ice crystal. He was suspicious. But aren't monsters unable to approach the crystal cavern? We set up a magic barrier there. She replied, I checked again earlier. The scene of the second stage appeared on the screen. The magic barrier has disappeared. The monsters have also eaten all the ice crystals. Gongzu was furious after hearing that.
Yahello. Usuntai.
What kind of work is this? He tried to justify, no. I checked many times, but there were definitely no problems. Awkwardly explained. Furthermore, clearing the stage faster than expected proves that we have potential interns. He slammed his hand on the table. His expression darkened. You Sungtae, do you dare take responsibility for that statement? He frowned. Do you dare say that your plan had no flaws and that by having many potential interns, they can reach the third floor? He was speechless. He couldn't say anything and lowered his head. Do you dare take responsibility if all of them die? Gongzu's tone sounded very serious. From the third gate upwards is the true demon world. All of them will die if they enter without proper preparation. He made a decision. We must train them to be even stronger than now. He concluded, and observed Seo Gangrim more closely. Scene changed to Gangrim looking bewildered before the door. It was sealed tightly with talismans. I can't participate in it. The bright red system panel appeared. We will postpone the opening date of the third gate. Indefinite duration. An announcement will be made once the details are decided. Fate Protection Agency CO2 team. The story returns. A few days ago. Seo Gangrim looked back when he heard the two people's conversation. Are you sure the method to clear the stage that Cheon Gunam mentioned is accurate? He'll become a frog dissection expert soon. What if he lied to us? The blonde-haired one asserted. No way. What would he gain by lying? The other one doubted, but it's strange. The people who managed to clear the trial weren't close to Cheon Gunam at all. Hearing that, the other person remembered. Huh? That's right. Before that, Dako Jun and Seo Gangrim cleared the stage much slower than him, even though they were in the same group. The other one added. After that, the two of them didn't go together anymore. The blonde-haired one looked up. Then let's just scout ahead first. Seo Gangrim could only force a smile upon hearing that. I guess he's been spreading false information everywhere. Dako Jun must have abandoned him. I could have killed 2 birds with 1 stone if they had continued to go together. A blazing red system panel gradually appeared before him. He read intently. Assembly notice. Everyone, please gather in the hall at 6 p.m. tonight. Anavi Chasia. It's time. Anavi stood before the sealed door. Hello. She led. I've summoned everyone here to announce the 3rd trial. She held out her hand. First, starting now. The talismans were immediately removed. You are permitted to enter the 3rd trial. Everyone became excited at this. She continued. From the 3rd trial onwards, you will truly step into the demon world. It will no longer be a training ground established by the Fate Protection Agency as before. She concluded. Therefore, from now on, everyone will clear the trial together. Anavi clarified. In the true demon world, the environment will be much harsher, and you will have to face a series of stronger, more formidable monsters. She went on. The gods will observe everyone's slaughter in the demon world. She took out a phone. When you hear the voice of a god, do not respond immediately. Please check the latest updates in the guide window first. Everyone immediately opened it to check. The guide window has changed. We have added solutions for various situations in the demon world. We recommend you read it carefully before entering the gate. Anavi politely clasped her hands. That is all the advice we have for you. She furrowed her brow. Please. Everyone looked at her in fear. Don't die. One person couldn't help but tremble. Did she just tell us not to die? Everyone began to whisper. If there's no limit to the number of group members, we should gather as many people as possible. We should read the guide first. Suddenly, a young girl jumped up from behind Seo Gangrim. Hi! He startled and looked back. Hello. The 2 sisters immediately clung to him. You can tell us apart? That's no fun at all. Everyone else always gets us confused. He looked at the 2 affectionately. How can I tell you apart? In my previous life, you 2 and Shin Sua were the only ones who bothered to talk to me when Cheon Gunam went around spreading false rumors about me. He smiled. Besides, even if you 2 are twins, your fates are still different. Yoon Bom suggested. People would easily tell us apart if you cut your hair. Yoon Gyo adamantly refused. My hair is my choice. He used his ability again. Activating power, Fate Discovery. Yongbong. Rank, Dragon Class 1. Attribute, Golden. Power, Perfect Marksmanship. Subclass, Phantom Class 1. When using powers or ranged weapons, you will always hit the target. Mana consumption will vary depending on the distance and level of the target. The young girl's fate window also fully appeared. Yoongyo. Rank, Dragon Class 1. Attribute, Golden. Power, 100 shots, 100 hits. Subclass, Phantom Class 1. When using powers or ranged weapons, you will always hit the target. Mana consumption will vary depending on the distance and rank of the target. Seo Gangrim lowered his head. I guess things won't change. Memories flooded back. In the previous life, Yoon Bom survived. Yoon Bom was very helpless then. While Yoon Gyo would die in the 3rd trial, the system turned red. You sense the presence of the white tiger of death from Yoon Gyo. She will face a life-threatening danger in the next few days. Thinking this, he suggested, Yoon Gyo, do you want to come with me to the 3rd trial? The young girl excitedly agreed, sure. I don't want to hunt with this older sister anyway. The other girl pouted. What was that? He tilted his head. Yoon Bom too. This time I will definitely help them survive. He placed his hand on the door. The rules of the game quickly appeared. Training Trial 3, the Ice Room. Clear condition. In the Ice and Snow Valley, hunt at least one of each monster type. Monster types killed, 0 out of 10. Time limit, 14 days. Space inside was filled with ice. Strong winds blew, hitting the players directly. Currently, water energy is engulfing the demon world. Water energy suppresses Seo Gangrim's fate. Stats are reduced by 10%. A mechanical voice echoed. You have entered the ice room. The 2 sisters were bewildered. It's so cold. Yoon Bom reminded. Hunting monsters is the mission to clear this trial. Yoon Gyo squeezed her eyes shut. I can't see anything. Suddenly, a few rabbits appeared, catching their attention. Look over there. Those rabbits are so cute. But the rabbit's sparkling eyes turned blood red. Transformed into a terrifying form. A stream of blood spurted out. The rabbits were quickly eliminated. One-horned rabbit. Insect Class 1. What the hell? Insect Class 1, they look much weaker than that. The 2 girls happily opened the system to check. This shop is really evil. It has so many items but no search function. The young girl curiously asked, how do you find items so easily? He thought to himself, well, I've been using it for years. Then he came up with a random reason. Its design is similar to a game I used to play. The young girl pleaded, "Brother, help me choose a weapon." In planning to buy a bow and arrows. After that, both of them had their own weapons fully equipped. Seo Gangrim continuously eliminated the one-horned rabbits. The two sisters kept bickering. "I killed one more than you." He looked at the young girl. Yoon Bom was a marksman. Then he turned to look at the other young girl. Yoon Gyo used to be an archer who competed for the national team. He made an assessment. Their hunting efficiency is increasing as they use weapons they are familiar with. He recalled the past. In the previous life, Yoon Bom had become the top-tier sharpshooter. Seo Gangrim fell into contemplation. If Yoon Gyo had lived, she would have achieved similar accomplishments. No, the two of them would be even stronger when working together. The loss flooded back. In the previous life, Yoon Bom transformed into a completely different person after Yoon Gyo's death. Yoon Bom became gloomy. Yoon Bom never smiled again. After that, to avenge Yoon Gyo's death, Yoon Bom focused on hunting monsters. She was very cold after each battle. Then, Yoon Bom quickly grew stronger and was recruited into the Asura Guild, one of the 5 most powerful guilds. She was always gloomy, but she was never happy. Seo Gangrim looked up. Both of them have good fates. They can become stronger. He told himself, "I must help Yoon Gyo survive to save Yoon Bom. Will help them join the Flying Tiger Guild." He calculated carefully. Then the members of the Flying Tiger Guild who died at the hands of Yoon Bom, the Asura Guild sharpshooter, will survive. Thinking this, he turned back to look at them. "All right, I will definitely watch over Yoon Gyo carefully." But suddenly, his expression darkened in fear. Seo Gangrim stepped out in bewilderment, leaving only Yoon Bom fighting. "Yoon Gyo, where did she go?" Seo Gangrim and Yoon Bom ran everywhere. "Yoon Gyo, where are you?" "Yoon Gyo," he called out in fear. "Yoon Gyo." The young girl anxiously glanced around. "She just went to the bathroom. Why did she go so far?" He spoke up. "I heard a scream from over there." The young girl was surprised. "Huh? But I didn't hear anything." He ran in that direction. "I'm sure of it." A childish voice rang out. "Sister, Brother Gangrim, I'm here." The young girl was astonished. Yoon Gyo, from inside the pit, recounted. The ground suddenly collapsed. The young girl looked down. "We'll get you up right away." Seo Gangrim didn't hesitate and immediately jumped down. "Yoon Gyo, are you alright?" The young girl replied, "I'm fine. But this person." He turned to look at the person next to them. He quickly recognized him, Cheon Gunam. Gunam gnashed his teeth in annoyance. "Damn it, her teammate is Seo Gangrim again." He sighed. "Need help?" He angrily yelled. "No, I don't need help from the likes of you." Hearing that, Seo Gangrim pulled the young girl along. "All right, let's go then." The young girl looked up at him. "Huh? Are we just leaving him like this?" He and Yoon Bom pulled the young girl out of the pit. He said his legs are paralyzed because a terrifying monster attacked him. He wondered. Numbing poison? Coldly looked back. It's probably just those rabbits. The poison will disappear on its own. Nam trembled, lying in the pit, hearing their entire conversation. "Rabbits? They're the weakest ones here." "Yo, you don't have to say that. That bastard Seo Gangrim." He slammed his hand on the ground. He has to experience this feeling too. His voice was full of malice. "That's right, bad people have to pay for what they've done." A voice rang out. "Do you need help?" He was suspicious. "Who are you?" Scene change. Seo Gangrim led the two young girls to the door. "All right, let's go back. The difficulty will increase when it gets dark." The two seemed reluctant. "But I've already increased my stats to get stronger. I've also accumulated quite a few achievements." Reassured them, no need to rush. Today is only the first day. The young girl wondered. "So you'll come with us tomorrow too?" He promised. "Yes. Let's stay together until we complete this room's challenge." "Okay." The young girl was excited. "Great. Let's complete this room together." "That is..." Suddenly a roar echoed. The sound was incredibly terrifying. "That voice is..." Seo Gangrim ran in that direction. "You two go back to the waiting room first." "Yon bon vohied. Ooh, what about you?" He replied. "I forgot a few things. They'll be back soon." A pack of wolves was surrounding Sua's group. Every single one was in a state of craving. She fought with all her might. "Everyone, calm down." She was anxious seeing her teammates being attacked. She suggested, "Everyone, stand behind me." Activating ability, Wood Leaf Technique. Sua used her sword to fend off the wolves' fierce attacks. She didn't give up. The Wood Leaf Technique was protecting everyone. Shin Sua. She reminded herself, "I have to kill as many as possible. Then it will be easier later." A wolf suddenly bit her shoulder. Her blood spurted out. She gritted her teeth in pain. If we had even just one more person who could fight. Changing achievement stats and abilities. Firebird. Fire bird ability has leveled up to insect class 2. He helped her escape from the wolves.
Sio Gongrim.
Every sword strike of his was incredibly skillful and precise. She also helped take down a few stragglers. The battle ended. She gasped. That ended quickly. Thank you, Seo Gangrim. Seo Gangrim's complexion didn't look very good. Returning to the waiting room, why didn't you run away? Everyone looked in that direction in confusion. Seo Gangrim sternly scolded. You should know that situation was too disadvantageous for you, right? He instructed. You should run if you can't win. Do you have enough ability to escape unharmed? Sua was unwilling. You always say I'm weak. But, he denied. This time you were just lucky. He was worried to the point of irritation. What if those monsters had hidden abilities you didn't know about? What if no one came to help you? The past once again appeared in his mind. Such a meaningless death. Sua's death in the previous life always haunted him. It shouldn't happen again. He yelled. Are you intending to risk your life to protect others? Helping others is something only the strong can do. Then he coldly turned away. Don't forget that. He added. If you let your guard down, you'll leave here as a corpse. The two girls approached Sua to comfort her. Sua, are you alright? Seo Gangrim is a bit harsh. Does he mean you should have let all of us die?
Sua vardli forse da ismaio.
She explained, he's just worried about me. The other girl was surprised. Huh? She added, he still came to help, though. She looked at his retreating back. I don't understand why he keeps trying to play the bad guy. He's actually a very emotional person. Then Sua called out his name. Seo Gangrim. Seo Gangrim stopped. Thank you for worrying about me. Hearing that, he sighed. He thought to himself. Anyway, scene shifted to a battle at the third gate. Ice room. First completion. Dako Jun. Monster types eliminated. 10 out of 10. The two sisters seemed disappointed. You have completed the ice room. Someone already completed the room first. I thought we would be first. You also just completed it. Really? That was close. The two spoke up. So you're leaving now? Seo Gangrim affirmed. I'll stay and wait for you two to finish too. Silently watched the innocent figures of the two sisters. No one will return to this place once they complete it. So I can come back later. Seo Gangrim considered carefully. My goal is the hidden reward, which I can get by hunting 11 types of monsters. Yoonboam pouted. Yoongyo, stop stealing my monsters. Hunt them first. He was still uneasy. I'm a little worried that the raid was completed a bit faster than in my previous life. Activating ability, Fate Discovery. The system announced. The energy of the white tiger of death is near. The energy of death is near. He looked around. Is anyone else besides Yoongyo about to die? The system continued. Worst fate combination. Demonic power is clinging to Cheon Gunam's fate. He thought. It will be a problem if I get involved with him again. Seo Gangrim rubbed his chin. Should I just kill him now? Before leaving, he didn't forget to remind them. I'm gonna check around that hill a bit. Keep hunting, okay? Stay together to avoid getting lost. The young girl obediently replied, yes, brother. After that, he took his sword and left. I suppose there won't be any problems as long as the two of them are together. Gunam was already standing right in front, waiting for him. Finally found you. I was looking for you, Seo Gangrim. He was suspicious. Why? He manipulated a hovering crystal. I think it's time to return it to you. His eyes turned blood red. Return everything you've done to me. Seo Gangrim appeared calm. And you're capable enough? This bastard. He arrogantly raised his hand. A large light burst forth. Of course, because I am the protagonist, the one who can hear the voice of a god. He immediately summoned sharp ice shards enveloped in cold air. He smiled and said, Get ready, Seo Gangrim. With that, he launched ice arrows at Seo Gangrim. Gunam yelled. This is the power of the divine. Seo Gangrim gripped his sword tightly and blocked. He gritted his teeth and thought. I knew it. Seo Gangrim recalled what Anavi Chasia had told him. The gods will observe your journey into the demon world. His expression darkened. A drop of sweat ran down Seo Gangrim's cheek. He told himself, you're too obsessed. System suddenly announced, activating Fate Discovery skill. An information panel appeared above the white-haired man's head.
Jeo Gunam.
Subclass, Human Class 1. God, Minor Guest of Epidemics. He smugly declared, I am the protagonist. Of course, I'm blessed by the gods. An image of Cheon Gunam kneeling before a deity appeared. Those who accompany the gods are called sorcerers. Watching Gunam uncontrollably use his power to manipulate thousands of sharp ice shards before his eyes, Seo Gangrim realized, and receive power through blessings. His eyes darkened, feeling a bit lucky. At least this is a low-tier god. Perhaps it's Cheon Gun. Seo Gangrim ran his hand over the blade of his sword. As his hand moved, A blazing fire appeared on the sword. Seo Gangrim continued his thoughts. His mana has increased a bit, and he's also received a new skill. An ice shard covered in chilling cold air shot towards him. Information panel appeared. Heavenly Flower. Subclass. Human Class 1. Borrows divine power to infect opponents with Heavenly Flower. When struck while the skill is active, the hit area will be exposed to disease. Seo Gangrim glanced at the Heavenly Flower shard. He let out a slight sigh, thinking to himself, "I'll be infected with Heavenly Flower if that touches me. That's an annoying skill." Seo Gangrim secretly decided. I'll wear down his mana first. Immediately, he swung his sword powerfully at a tree trunk. Seo Gangrim turned and ran deeper into the forest. On both sides of his path, tree trunks blazed with fire. Gunam chased from behind, controlling the Heavenly Flower to rush towards Seo Gangrim. He yelled. Running is useless. A part of the forest was engulfed in blazing red fire. Cheon Gunam absorbed the surrounding cold air into his hand. He closed his eyes and yelled. Divine punishment will pursue you to the ends of the earth. Suddenly, from within the forest, a herd of red-eyed black boars appeared and charged through. They cut across the gap between Seo Gangrim and Cheon Gunam, startling him. The boars running past, unable to avoid Gunam's ice arrows, were hit and collapsed to the ground. Cheon Gunam continuously controlled the Heavenly Flower to chase Seo Gangrim. He angrily cursed loudly. Damn it! Stop right there. Seo Gangrim. Cheon Gunam frowned and yelled. Get out, you annoying boars. With that, he leaped into the air, intending to jump over the boars. Suddenly, a giant wild boar with a wide-open mouth appeared out of nowhere. Gunam, completely unprepared, slammed hard into its tusk. His face darkened, and he painfully spat out a large mouthful of blood. Immediately after being attacked, Gunam painfully fell hard to the ground. The wild boar ignored him and ran off. Suddenly, a gloomy voice echoed. I came here to see because I heard a human was blessed by a god. But he's too weak. Indeed, it's fitting for a low-tier god, isn't it? Hearing this voice, Gunam's red eyes glowed. He struggled to breathe, looking up. There was no one in front of Gunam. He thought to himself, it's not Cheon Gun. Other gods are also watching me? The voice spoke with amusement. Watching such a weak human is quite captivating. Isn't it? Gunam gritted his teeth, his fingernails scratching hard against the snow, dissatisfied. Is that captivating to you guys? Suddenly another voice admitted. Exactly. Suddenly, a sword plunged hard into Cheon Gunam's shoulder, making him scream in pain. Seo Gangrim sat on Gunam's back, his hand gripping the sword hilt tightly. The gloomy voice was surprised. Oh, he lost. Cheon Gunam helplessly lowered his head, loudly pleading. Young Master Cheon Gun, please save me. Seo Gangrim forcefully pulled out the sword. He softly called, Cheon Gunam. Seo Gangrim's eyes were sharp and cold, questioning him. Are you done with your revenge? He pressed the tip of his sword close to Cheon Gunam's ear, his other hand pinning him down. He continued, You've been chasing me for a while now. Since you did that, you must know the consequences, right? Suddenly, from the opposite side, a small figure ran towards them, calling loudly, Brother Gangrim. Seo Gangrim plunged his sword hard into the ground, coldly saying, You're lucky, Cheon Gunam. He stood up, sheathed his sword, and warned, Next time I will definitely kill you. Go get ready. Seo Gangrim ran towards the small figure, his voice softening. I told you not to go anywhere. Yunbom seemed not to hear him. She rushed over, calling, Brother, something happened. Yunbom ran and yelled. A herd of snow boars broke loose. They knocked Yungyo down. Hearing Yunbom's words, Seo Gangrim froze. What? Yunbom yelled. She disappeared. The words of a mysterious person suddenly echoed. Your fate, unfortunately, is shrouded in dark energy. The frantic scene of the two appeared in Seo Gangrim's mind. Many people were injured when they were on the same team as Seo Gangrim. Even his parents died. Everywhere he went, someone had to fall. Yunbom, seeing his darkened expression, frantically called out, Brother Gangrim, are you all right? Seo Gangrim thought in fear. It's all my fault. A voice filled with malice echoed. I knew it. You? Saving people? Keep dreaming. Breaking free from the voice's enchantment, Seo Gangrim quickly walked past Yunbom. He yelled, I'm going to find her, startling the young girl. Huh? Yunbom immediately ran after Seo Gangrim. She called out, Wait for me. Suddenly, Seo Gangrim stopped Yunbom. Go back, Yunbom. The young girl was momentarily surprised. Huh? Then she immediately grabbed his arm and yelled, I'm coming too. Seo Gangrim suddenly raised his voice at Yoon Boem. But if anything else happens to you, hearing him raise his voice, Yoon Boem's eyes welled up with tears, and she spoke resentfully. You told me not to wander around alone. Yoon Boem's hand, clutching Seo Gangrim's cloak, trembled slightly. She continued. How can I go back by myself? When Yoon Gyo might be in danger? Seo Gangrim suddenly suggested. He'll let you go back if it gets dark or something dangerous happens. Seeing her silence, he pressed. Aren't you going to answer? Seo Gangrim, seeing Yoon Boem's determined look, compromised. All right then. The two walked on the white snow amidst the howling wind and snow. Seo Gangrim thought to himself. I don't know how Yoon Gyo died in my previous life, but now she's in danger, so it must be here.
Please don't tea.
Yoon Boem looked around fearfully. She spoke up. There are no monsters here, are there? Seo Gangrim didn't answer her. Perhaps it's because low-tier monsters wouldn't dare step into a predator's territory. Suddenly, a strange sound echoed. Yoon Boem was curious. What's that sound? Seo Gangrim quickly grabbed her wrist. He spoke up. This way. As soon as the two hid behind a large rock, a giant, hairy figure appeared. It turned its head to look towards the rock. It's a yeti. Subclass, Ghost Class 3. A humanoid monster covered in fur that only appears before humans on snowy days. Desires to fight any opponent stronger than itself. Seo Gangrim glanced at it in horror. He was shocked to realize that the figure held in the yeti's hand was Yoon Gyo. Suddenly, Yoon Boem abruptly rushed out from beside him, making Seo Gangrim reach out in alarm. She gripped her pistol tightly, pointing it straight at the yeti. This action by the two immediately attracted its attention. Seo Gangrim quickly pulled Yoon Boem back behind the rock. The yeti turned back, saw no one, and looked bewildered. Suddenly, a faint purple light enveloped Seo Gangrim's body. He softly told himself, Wait a minute. The system suddenly announced, activating Fate Theft skill. A mark appeared, using Seo Gangrim as its center to scan the surroundings. After a moment, the announcement rang out. No dead people in this area. Seo Gangrim broke out in a cold sweat and let out a soft sigh. He spoke up. We'll put her in more danger if we fight it now. Seo Gangrim watched the giant yetis retreating back and continued. I think it's going to its cave. It seems to be carrying a snowboard too. The two reached a large rock outcrop. Seo Gangrim continued. We need to wait for it to put Yoon Gyo down first. Yoon Boem carefully asked. Do we attack when it puts her down? Seo Gangrim immediately stopped her. No, it's best to avoid combat. Seo Gangrim threw a gun and 3 bullets towards Yoon Boem. He instructed. When it puts Yoon Gyo down, shoot this to lure it out. Then run straight to the exit. Keep shooting as you go. Seeing the item, Yoon Boem was surprised. A flare gun? Seo Gangrim carefully asked again. You can't fight, but you have to lure it and run. Can you do it? Yoon Boem resolutely replied, Yes, brother. Seo Gangrim continued. I'll go save Yoon Gyo while you're escaping. That, he jumped down from the icy outcrop. Seo Gangrim thought to himself. With Yoon Boem's agility, she'll be able to escape the yeti easily. Plus, we have the terrain advantage. Yoon Boem, using binoculars, saw the yeti release Yoon Gyo. Her other hand raised the flare gun high. Immediately after, the sky lit up brightly. The change, accompanied by the gunshot, attracted the giant yeti's attention. It gnashed its teeth, clenching its fists. Just as Seo Gangrim predicted, the yeti ignored Yoon Gyo and chased after the source of the flare. At the same time, Yoon Boem also ran. Seo Gangrim took the opportunity to run closer to Yoon Gyo. He called out, Yoon Gyo. Seo Gangrim continuously urged, Wake up, Yoon Gyo. He braced Yoon Gyo. He thought to himself, She's unconscious. Seo Gangrim told himself, I can't give her medicine right now. He carried the young girl onto his shoulder. He'll take her back to the hall. Suddenly, Seo Gangrim looked up in surprise. A giant yeti stood towering, blocking his path. Seo Gangrim cursed inwardly. Damn it, I didn't think there would be another yeti here. Its eyes glowed red, staring intently at Seo Gangrim. Suddenly, it reached out its hand. Seo Gangrim also quickly controlled the fire in his hand. He cursed his own fate. I'm so unlucky. Yoon Boem ran, firing flares into the air. The yeti's foot stomped hard on the snow. Suddenly, it turned around and stopped chasing Yoon Boem, making her surprised, What? Why? Yoon Boem remembered Seo Gangrim and Yoon Gyo were still in the cave, so she continuously fired flares into the sky, yelling to attract its attention. No. Hey, where are you going? You're supposed to chase me. She frantically called out. Come back here. The other yeti in the cave stared intently at Seo Gangrim with red eyes. Tossed away the prey in its hand and charged towards Seo Gangrim. He thought to himself, I know my fate has no luck. His hand summoned a fireball. Following Seo Gangrim's steps, fire energy also enveloped his feet. As soon as the Yeti's foot lifted, Seo Gangrim slid underneath. He quickly got behind its back. Suddenly, a sound caught Seo Gangrim's attention, making him open his eyes wide in surprise. Seo Gangrim turned his head and saw the Yeti that had been lured out of the cave running towards him. Seo Gangrim, carrying Yoon Gyo on his shoulder, was charged by both giant, aggressive Yetis. He gritted his teeth and glared at them. Seo Gangrim agilely dodged the Yeti's attacks. He put Yoon Gyo down. Seo Gangrim sat by the Yeti's firewood pile. His hand, full of fire, touched the pile of wood. He thought to himself, all right, I was gonna hunt anyway. Yoon Gyo gently lay down on the snow. Seo Gangrim drew his sword. He softly said to the young girl, just a little longer, Yoon Gyo. Seo Gangrim's eyes were sharp as he looked at the charging Yeti. I'll kill you soon. The two Yetis opened their wide mouths full of sharp teeth and charged. Their feet stomped hard. Seo Gangrim held his sword forward, ready to fight. Suddenly, he glanced to the side in surprise.
Seo Gangrim suddenly smiled smugly. Easy.
This might work. With that, he charged towards the two Yetis with his blazing sword. The system announced, your ability has increased to level 18. The two Yetis continuously punched hard at the icy ground, trying to eliminate Seo Gangrim, but he quickly dodged, causing the ice surface to shatter. Wherever the Yeti struck, Seo Gangrim managed to avoid it. The red-skinned Yeti slammed its two fists down where Seo Gangrim was, but he quickly leaped up. He swung his blazing sword. Seo Gangrim dashed past the red-skinned Yeti's shoulder, aiming for the Yeti behind it. Suddenly, he leaped into the air, causing it to slam hard into the red-skinned Yeti's shoulder in front. Its face was full of bewilderment. Under its impact, the red-skinned Yeti knelt on one knee. Seizing this opportunity, Seo Gangrim swung his sword, striking the Yeti. The green-skinned Yeti was astonished. The ice surface under their feet, bearing the pressure of the two giant Yetis, developed cracks. Soon, one fell and gradually sank into the cold water. The other struggled to cling to the edge of the ice. A red mark appeared in the dark space. The system announced, you have defeated the Yeti. Demon Class 3. Seo Gangrim thought to himself, all right, in the demon world, there are many terrains made entirely of ice and snow. Seo Gangrim recalled when Yoon Gyo fell into the pit. She yelled, sister, brother Gangrim, I'm here. He continued his thoughts, and they often collapse easily, like where Yoon Gyo fell. Watching the giant Yeti struggle to climb up, he thought, these damn monsters won't be able to climb back up. Suddenly, it slammed its hand onto the ice, causing the surrounding ice surface to shatter. Seo Gangrim, falling, cursed inwardly. Damn it. Suddenly, a series of tree branches appeared, supporting Seo Gangrim. A figure appeared at the cracked edge of the ice, watching Seo Gangrim, making him surprised. Shin Sua spoke faintly. If you let your guard down, you'll leave here as a corpse, Seo Gangrim. I'm glad I wasn't too late. Seo Gangrim forced a grateful smile and said, thank you. Shin Sua smiled and reminded, say that to the person who went to find me. Behind her, Yoon Bomb's figure flashed past. Shin Sua suggested, I'll pull you up, hold on tight. But Seo Gangrim refused. He told her, no, take me down first. I need to check a few things. A moment later, when Seo Gangrim climbed up, he saw Yoon Bomb frantically calling out, Gyo! Yoon Gyo! Open your eyes! Yoon Gyo lay still, unmoving. Seo Gangrim, seeing this, rushed over frantically. He thought to himself, are we too late? Seo Gangrim couldn't accept it, gritting his teeth. Can we really not fight against the fate we were born with? Shin Sua beside him was equally worried. Suddenly, a soft groan. Yoon Gyo gripped her cold, trembling arm. Her voice trembled. It's cold. Sister, can you turn on the heater? Sister. Seeing the young girl wake up, Shin Sua and Yoon Bom were overjoyed. Yoon Gyo was still bewildered. Where are we?
Shin Sua joyfully yelled, she's alive.
Yoon Gyo is still alive. The young girl was confused. Of course I'm alive. Should I have died? Seo Gangrim froze upon hearing that. The system announced, the aura of the white tiger of death has vanished from Yoon Gyo. Two sisters' argument rang out. Idiot! Idiot! You're injured. The system panel displayed, a fate has been changed.
Seo Gangrim rushed over frantically.
He opened his eyes wide, looking at the text on the system panel. Fate change has been activated. Seo Gangrim's fate subclass has been promoted from Insect Class 3 to Insect Class 2. Seo Gangrim's information panel appeared.
Seo Gangrim.
Subclass, Insect Class 2. Attribute, Fire. Fate Discovery. Dragon Class 3. Fate Theft. Dragon Class 1. Firebird. Insect Class 2. Shedding Shell. Demon Class 3. Reading the information panel, Seo Gangrim thought in astonishment. No way. I thought there was no way to change a Fate subclass. Yoon joyfully rushed to hug him. She yelled. Yoon is alive thanks to you, brother. Waving his hand to dismiss the information panel, he gently looked at Yoon, wiping away tears. He thought to himself, leave the complicated stuff for later. On Yoon side, Shin Sua kindly asked, how do you feel? The young girl replied, less pain now, but the pill was too big. Seo Gangrim smiled brightly and patted Yoon's head. He thought to himself, the important thing now is, the young girl spoke with relief. It's such a relief that Yoon is still alive. In contrast to the happy scene with Seo Gangrim, Cheon Gunam ran headlong into the wind and snow. The gloomy voice echoed again. Are you all right? What should I do? What should I do? Wait a moment, I'll try something. Gunam angrily raised his middle finger at the air. He yelled, fraud. What kind of god are you? I shouldn't have trusted a sick god. Suddenly the voice reminded Gunam. Hey, you're going too far. He frantically called out. Huh? Young Master Cheon Gun. Young Master Cheon Gun. Young Master Cheon Gun. Gunam turned his head. He saw Dako Jun and yelled in surprise. Dako Jun. Gunam, stuck in the icy crevice, pleaded with Dako Jun. Save me. Seo Gangrim attacked me, so I ran away and then... He angrily cursed Seo Gangrim. I'm sure that bastard Seo Gangrim is a villain. So stop with the ridiculous talk about some hidden awakened ability or whatever, and let's defeat that bastard together. You said we shared the same goal. Dako Jun spoke faintly. If you're the protagonist, you should handle this simply. But you lost to Seo Gangrim. Gunam still yelled loudly. Anyway, he's just a coward and...
Dako Jun sighed helplessly.
He interrupted. I thought you couldn't unleash your true power because I was with you. But now I guess you're not the protagonist. Gunam lay on his back on the snow, his eyes wide, yelling, I told you, I'm the protagonist. So save me now. Dako Jun suddenly interrupted with a question. If you're the protagonist, you can get out by yourself. Can't you? Hearing him ask that, Gunam looked bewildered. What? He frantically yelled in justification. No, I'm not the protagonist, so please save me. Dako Jun faintly inquired. You're not? Suddenly his eyes sharpened, glancing at Gunam. If you're not the protagonist, why should I care about you? Seeing Dako Jun turn and leave, he frantically called out. Wait.
Dako Jun, don't leave me.
Please save me. Hey, you psycho bastard. Stop. Cheon Gunam's screams echoed throughout the snowy mountains. Dako Jun. Seo Gangrim swung his sword, eliminating the strange beasts around him. Each of his sword strikes took down a monster, but their numbers were overwhelming, and soon Seo Gangrim was surrounded by them. After eliminating the strange beasts, he slowly wiped his sword when someone called out, Brother Gangrim, we're done here. Yoon confidently spoke up. I did it all, brother. Yoon heard that and laughed loudly, exposing the truth. You just stood there providing support from behind. Yoon heard her say that and retorted. What are you talking about? You only landed the first hit and I... Suddenly, Seo Gangrim opened his eyes wide in horror. He yelled a signal. Duck. Immediately after, someone swung a sword towards them. Yoon angrily yelled. What the hell? Who are you? She didn't answer Yoon but coldly called. Seo Gangrim. Baek Yang's eyes were sharp as she glanced at the young girl. Her voice, filled with killing intent, commanded. If you hand Seo Gangrim over to me, I will let you go peacefully. Yoon angrily raised her gun. Behind her, Yoon had drawn her bow. Yoon questioned. What the hell are you talking about? Seeing the twin sisters' actions, Seo Gangrim frantically stopped them. No, stop. Baek Yang raised her sword high.
Seo Gangrim yelled, Yoon.
Yoon. He ran towards the two of them, but behind him were the strange beasts. Seo Gangrim spoke up. Stop. He suddenly froze when he saw sharp claws reaching out. Seo Gangrim was suddenly grabbed by a hand that squeezed his face, pulling him backward. He was grabbed by thousands of other hands. They lay on the ground in pain, their eyes wide, staring at Seo Gangrim with reproach. Why did you appear in our lives? We could have lived peacefully without you. Seo Gangrim, restrained, watched the scene before him with wide eyes. Each question echoed. Why didn't you save us? We shouldn't have brought you into the Flying Tiger Guild.
Suddenly, a gloomy voice echoed. Don't forget, Seo Gangrim.
Yoon clung to his shoulder, coldly saying, You killed us. Suddenly, There was a gushing sound of water. Co Gangrim leaned on the sink, reminding himself. That was just a dream. He splashed water on his face to regain his senses, then lowered his head and told himself. That future won't come. I won't let it happen again. Co Gangrim's expression darkened. He thought to himself. Is that a premonition that it's getting closer? He called the joyful scene of Yoon Bom and Yoon Gyo. The system announced. Yoon Bom thinks you are a savior. Co Gangrim's and Yoon Bom's fates are beginning to intertwine. Yoon Gyo thinks you are a savior. Co Gangrim's and Yoon Gyo's fates are beginning to intertwine. Co Gangrim continued to run the water, gloomily telling himself. I need to keep my distance from them. Yoon Bom appeared behind the door, anxiously asking loudly. Brother, do you hate us? Co Gangrim spoke. I just have something I need to do. Hearing him say that, Yoon Bom retorted. But Sister Sua is coming too. Co Gangrim sadly thought to himself. They've become closer to Shin Sua, so I won't have to worry about them anymore. He spoke up. That's good. She's a wonderful person. Yoon Bom yelled. Then you have to come too. Co Gangrim compromised with the young girl. Yes, next time. With that he slammed the door shut. Yoon Gyo looked at the door in confusion. Has Brother Gangrim been distant with us since that day? Yoon Bom spoke. I'm sure he has his reasons. The two went down the stairs, signaling an X to Sua. She spoke helplessly. There's nothing more we can do. Let's go to the fourth room by ourselves. With that, Sua personally opened the mystical door. Behind her were Yoon Bom and Yoon Gyo with their bows. The refreshing scenery in the Sword Forest room, the fourth training room, left the three bewildered. Completion condition. In this room, hunt monsters and collect soul gems in the Sword Forest maze. Current soul gems, 0/1000. Yoon Bom joyfully spoke up. This time it's a forest. Yoon Gyo also added. The air is so fresh. Shin Sua reminded. Be careful, something's coming. Yoon Bom immediately took out her pistol, loudly asking. Is it a monster? Where is it coming from? Shin Sua raised her sword to block a falling yellow leaf. Her other hand reached out and was cut by the leaf. Sua spoke up. No, not a monster. I just think that in this room, the forest itself is the dangerous thing. The map and the spatial transfer gate appeared. Sword Forest Room is a demon world with an endless forest. The terrain does not change. Once you reach the endpoint, you will return to the starting position. Fragile branches suddenly transformed into sparkling crystals in the sunlight. Yoon Bom adjusted the gun in her hand. She stared intently at the information panel before her, softly saying, 1,000 soul gems, that will take time. Shin Sua cautiously spoke. Let's look around first. Yoon Bom crossed her arms and instructed. This time, let's go together to avoid getting lost. Yoon Gyo heard that and waved her hand, replying, I'm not a child. Yoon Bom reminded the young girl. Brother Gangrim said we have to go together. Yoon Gyo regretfully spoke. It would be great if he came with us. Yoon Bom heard that and agreed, yeah. Shin Sua heard the two talking and thought to herself. I guess he's really good to the kids. She recalled the time Co Gangrim talked to her. You're still not good enough. Are you going to risk your life to try and protect others? Helping others is something only the strong can do. Shin Sua's expression darkened. She rubbed her chin, thinking to herself. He doesn't show it in his words, but deep down he's definitely a good person. Suddenly Yoon Bom spoke up. Something's over there. Shin Sua heard that and turned back. She saw Yoon Gyo going deeper into the forest and called out. Yoon Gyo, stop. The young girl curiously looked down at her feet. Suddenly, a red streak of blood appeared. On Co Gangrim's side, he was resting his chin on his hand, looking at the egg in front of him. He spoke. Oh my! As soon as the egg opened its mouth full of sharp fangs, Co Gangrim exclaimed in surprise. It's even more grotesque than I heard. The egg's information appeared. Unidentified egg. Subclass. To be determined after hatching. Will hatch if cared for a period of time. Appearance will change based on what it is fed. Still unknown what will hatch. That egg is a question mark. It can hatch into one of 6 creatures. An unidentified egg, which I received as a reward after killing the yeti, the 11th monster type. What hatches depends on what I feed it. Co Gangrim wrapped cloth around the egg. As he wrapped, he thought, I know what I want to hatch now. I can't feed it everything. It's not that I'm afraid of being bitten. This isn't the only thing I received. He recalled the image of the 2 yetis falling into the abyss. Along with the system announcement, you have defeated the Demon Class 3 Yeti. A faint purple light emanated from Co Gangrim's body. He plunged the sword in his hand. Activating ability, Fate Theft. Ability stolen, Combat Instinct. Attribute stolen, Water. An information panel appeared.
Co Gangrim.
Subclass, Insect Class 2. Attribute, Fire. Co Gangrim spoke. Change attribute to water. The system immediately complied, changing Co Gangrim's attribute to water. Co Gangrim felt the distinct change in his body and opened his eyes wide in surprise. Water overcomes fire has been unlocked. He looked at the stats panel in front of him. The reduced stats had returned to normal.
Co Gangrim.
Subclass, Insect Class 2. Attribute, Water. Co Gangrim sat on the bed, holding the egg, thinking to himself. I couldn't afford a suitable weapon in the ice room because I had to constantly buy food to absorb the water attribute. The good thing is now I can steal attributes too. I'll buy weapons in the next demon world. The fire attribute will be useful here. I need to change again. A moment later, he passed through the transfer gate, appearing in the fourth gate. The system announced, Entry check. Co Gangrim, you have entered the Sword Forest room. The gloomy voice suddenly echoed. The ice room was too boring. Perhaps this room will be better? Paid little attention to Co Gangrim, rambling on, probably not. These guys are still too green. Well, watching greenhorns grow slowly is fun. Co Gangrim thought irritably. Rambling as soon as I enter. What are their subclasses to talk like that? He pressed a button on the control panel and softly said, Set communication interrupt. The mysterious voice was surprised. Huh? I think he found us. Co Gangrim looked and thought, what should I call these guys? Minor evil spirits? Ghosts? Another voice echoed, he's not even surprised. The system suddenly announced, you do not have enough mental strength. The mysterious figures, seeing Co Gangrim's actions, became interested. He's bold. Co Gangrim, do you want to possess me? Co Gangrim frowned in anger. Immediately after, the system announced, the guardian god of the Sword Forest has offered you ownership. Co Gangrim read that line and thought to himself, that must be the local deity of this demon world. He called out, shop window. Information about the Sword Forest room appeared. Local deities are gods who manage a specific area. With ownership of a local deity, one can become stronger than anyone else in that god's demon world area. Because local deities are bound to a land, once you leave this place it becomes useless. Gangrim thought, this room is also called the Sword Forest Labyrinth. I won't have to worry about getting lost if I accept its ownership. He said, buy item. Instantly, a scroll appeared in Gangrim's hand along with the notification. You have purchased item. Demon World Map. Gangrim immediately unrolled the scroll. He told himself, this is all I need to find my way. A line of text from the system panel appeared. Using the Demon World Map. You have explored 1%. The map appeared along with a small spatial gate. Gangrim thought, currently I can only see rough outlines. The system notified that the small dot was a marked entrance to the demon world. But if I move around here more locations will be marked on the map. The system notified, there are multiple entrances leading to the demon world. Gangrim pondered, am I approaching the fourth zone? He recalled the transfer gate at the Intern Protection Agency. He thought the Intern Protection Agency is divided into many zones. But in the later rooms, as people started dying, interns from other zones would join forces for the raid. The system panel appeared. The marked entrance has changed to Zone 2 entrance. The Sword Forest Guardian spoke. Gangrim, are you looking for something? I can help you find it if you accept my ownership. Gangrim opened his bag and put away the map. He thought, perhaps they are controlling the number of people entering the demon world to force us to fight each other. Guardian inquired again. Gangrim, do you hear me? Gangrim flatly refused. I don't intend to accept it, so give up. The system suddenly displayed a series of notifications. The Lord of Myriad Flames has used item. Traces of the gods. Powerful message will be activated in 10 minutes. A brilliant red light immediately shone on Gangrim's face, making him open his eyes wide in surprise. A muscular man with bright orange hair appeared, extending his hand towards Gangrim. Offer. The King of Myriad Flames requests you accept him. Do you accept ownership? A dazzling golden text panel appeared, surprising Gangrim. The Lord of Myriad Flames stated that other gods currently connected were nothing. A man with brilliant orange hair appeared. The Lord of Myriad Flames said he could help someone of the fire attribute become even stronger. Co Gangrim sighed, thinking this was quite touching for someone of the insect class like himself.
Co Gangrim.
Subclass. Insect Tier 2. Attribute. Fire. Co Gangrim remained firm in his resolve not to accept the offer. Despite the attractive invitations continuously appearing, the Lord of Myriad Flames still wondered why he hadn't replied. The Lord of Myriad Flames said this was an extremely good opportunity. Suddenly, a line of text appeared. The Lord of Myriad Flames is watching you. A giant grasshopper suddenly appeared. Co Gangrim swung his sword decisively, causing its green blood to spray everywhere. He took a gem from the grasshopper's mouth. He currently had 36/1000 soul gems and needed to collect 1,000. It wasn't necessary to hunt 1,000 monsters because gems had various tiers. The guide panel appeared. Giant Worm Tier 3, Mantis Tier 2, Imp Tier 3. Seo Gangrim sheathed his sword and walked calmly. He thought that, in his previous life, he had to kill many mantises, but now he didn't need to. He told himself that each imp was worth 10 gems, so he wouldn't target them. Suddenly, he stepped into a puddle of blood. Seo Gangrim looked down at his feet in surprise, recognizing the traces of a trap and wondering why it was there. He frantically looked around and saw giant grasshopper corpses scattered everywhere. He was suspicious, not understanding why there was so much blood. A figure wearing a lion mask with glowing red eyes appeared, holding a sword. Seo Gangrim fearfully thought that he had begun to act. He recalled the terrifying battle with the Beastman in his previous life. Back then, he was the killer's target and had been saved by Shin Sua. The image of Shin Sua being slashed across the face by the killer, causing blood to spray, flashed in his mind. She had lost an eye saving him, making Seo Gangrim at that time extremely panicked as he caught her. Back in the present, he ran headlong, thinking he had never known that person's identity. Were only Shin Sua's group and Dako Jun here? He rushed through the forest, his mind still wondering about the origin of that blood puddle. After running for a while, Seo Gangrim looked to the side and discovered Jian was lying slumped on the ground, surrounded by a group of strangers, which startled him. He saw a man holding a strange water bottle sitting down near Jian. The girl's pained face reminded him of Jian's terrified expression in his previous life. Seo Gangrim angrily gritted his teeth. He immediately charged forward, swinging the sword in his hand to attack. Seo Gangrim shouted loudly, demanding they stay away from Jian, startling the man. Elsewhere, Gong Du asked if the missing intern from the ice room had returned. Someone replied that John Gunam had not yet returned. Gong Du concluded that he was dead. The person next to him expressed disappointment because John Gunam was the first to clear the Hellfire room. Avi Chasia suggested whether they should go look for him. Gong Du flatly refused, stating they could not interfere with matters inside the demon world. He added that everyone had signed an agreement accepting the risk of losing their lives, making Anavi frown in displeasure. Gong Du announced that in the next demon world, someone from Zone 1 had completed the challenge. He asserted that the first to clear the stage must be one of theirs. They absolutely could not lose to Zone 1. Ju Sungtae advised Anavi not to grieve too much over the intern's death if she wanted to continue this work. Anavi said she was thinking about something else, which greatly surprised Ju Sungtae. Anavi revealed that she had checked the information of interns in other zones after organizing the files. While searching, she discovered a very strange red line of text. Anavi recounted in horror that among the interns, there was a serial killer. Back in the Sword Forest room, Seo Gangrim held his sword to the stranger's neck and shouted loudly, demanding he stay away from Jian. The person hastily told him to calm down so they could talk. At this moment, a faint yellow light emanated around Seo Gangrim. The system notified, Fate Discovery ability activated.
Namjoon subklasse. Human tier 3.
Attribute, Fire. Raised the potion bottle, explaining that they were helping the girl recover with an antidote bought from the store. He suggested Seo Gangrim put down his weapon. Behind him were people of human tier 2, 3, and demon tier 3 classes. Jian was still lying painfully on the ground, constantly gasping for breath. Seo Gangrim looked anxiously towards the girl. Information appeared. Jian, Dragon tier 1, metal attribute, is poisoned and suffering from paralyzing fever. Seeing the girl struggling, Seo Gangrim thought the other person was right. She really needed an antidote. However, he remained wary, asking how he could trust them, and at the same time decided he had to take the girl away from here. Suddenly, Shin Sua ran over and called Seo Gangrim's name. She explained to Seo Gangrim that these people were not enemies. Seo Gangrim turned to question Shin Sua about the current situation. A girl standing behind Shin Sua spoke up, offering to explain everything. She explained that the girl had stepped into their monster hunting trap and offered a sincere apology. The speaker was
Du Iryong.
Subclass, Demon Tier 2, Attribute, Metal.
Gardien God, du clan Gardien.
She added that they brought the girl here to care for her and that she had just removed all the traps around the area. Du Hairyung was a Tier 1 trapper, capable of setting many traps and attracting prey without bait. Seo Gangrim thought that the killer was also skilled with poison and traps, and this woman was probably the strongest here. Seo Gangrim watched Nam Yujun giving Jian medicine and began to think. But in terms of ability, he looked much more suspicious. The lurker, human tier 3, has the ability to become invisible when holding breath and reappear when breathing again. After learning Nam Yujun's subclass, Seo Gangrim became less suspicious. He thought that he was too weak to harm Shin Sua. A moment later, Yu Jian woke up, making everyone breathe a sigh of relief. Seo Gangrim agreed but remained secretly wary, as he still didn't know who the real killer was. He asked if the treatment was finished. Nam Yujun confirmed it was, and Seo Gangrim decided to take the girl away. Carrying Yu Jian on his shoulder, he thought that even if they weren't killers, traveling with people from Zone 4 was still very dangerous. The group of 4 stopped in the forest. Shin Sua lit a fire and remarked how quickly it got dark. Yu Jibam hugged Shin Sua's arm and laughed, saying she had never slept in the wilderness before. Yu Jian teased her sister for being timid, making Yu Jibam indignantly ask if her sister wasn't afraid of the monsters around here. Hearing her sister's question, Yu Jian suddenly became pensive. Suddenly, a fireball rolled near them. Shin Sua exclaimed in surprise, asking what it was. Seo Gangrim explained it was an item to ward off monsters that he bought from the store. Yu Jibam and Yu Jian both admired his knowledge and strength. Yu Jibam eagerly suggested becoming Seo Gangrim's disciple. Hearing the unexpected offer, Seo Gangrim asked blankly what she had just said. Yu Jian also chimed in, demanding to be his disciple because she was better than her sister, making Yu Jibam angry that she had asked first. The two sisters argued fiercely about who was better based on the number of soul gems collected. Seo Gangrim watched this scene and thought to himself how noisy the children were. He spoke up to stop them, asserting that he had no intention of taking disciples, telling them to stop arguing. A sudden voice rang out, making Seo Gangrim ask in surprise why he wasn't joining everyone. Shin Sua wondered when she saw Seo Gangrim suddenly stand up. Yu Jibam asked where he was going. Seo Gangrim didn't turn back, only replied that it was too noisy here. He walked away, calling back that he would sleep elsewhere and told them not to wait. Seo Gangrim's sudden change in attitude made the other 3 extremely curious. Seo Gangrim frowned and covered his face, blaming himself for not keeping his distance from them as he had intended. After that, Seo Gangrim took out the carefully wrapped egg and thought that he still had work to do. He brought a branch closer to the egg and coaxed it to eat, saying it must be hungry. The system notified that the unidentified egg had rejected the item. Immediately, the egg angrily spat out all the leaves in its mouth. A series of notifications appeared. The egg demands to eat meat and is determined to go on a hunger strike. Seo Gangrim ignored it, still trying to force the egg to eat the branch. The system reported its development status was 0.4%, so he urged it to eat more. Standing on a tree looking down, he heard mysterious voices teasing him as Sundra for still caring about his teammates. They continued to babble about his personality, making Seo Gangrim annoyed and determined to level up to turn off this communication function. He sighed and sat down, while the voices still discussed how he always pushed himself away from everyone. By the campfire, Shin Sua smiled, watching the two sisters argue about Yu Jian's carelessness. A mysterious voice demanded silence to listen, while Yu Jibam was scolding her brother to act instead of just thinking. Hearing that, Seo Gangrim suddenly recalled old memories with his teammates. Reminded him of the Flying Tiger Guild, where he and Yu Harang also often argued like that. He recalled the image of Shin Sua always looking at them gently and smiling. The old memories made Seo Gangrim feel a little pleased. That used to be their daily life. He thought that even though it would be busy soon, the Flying Tiger Guild in this life would surely be very lively too. He leaned his head against the tree with mixed emotions, when suddenly a sweet scent wafted by. Seo Gangrim frowned in surprise, wondering where this sweet scent came from. A mouth full of sharp teeth appeared. It had also caught the same scent as him. Suddenly, 3 giant bears rushed out from the spatial gate. They chased the sweet scent and quickly charged towards the campfire, where Shin Sua's group of 3 was resting. Seo Gangrim immediately jumped down from the tree, causing Shin Sua to exclaim in great surprise. She called Seo Gangrim's name in confusion. He didn't answer, only swung his sword to cut a branch, making Shin Sua wonder what he was looking for. His expression darkened, and he asked Shin Sua if everyone had left here when he was gone. Seo Gangrim bent down to pick up a peach emitting a strong fragrance. He stared at the peach and pressed, asking if anyone had just passed by here. Information appeared. Demon Peach Tier 3. A fruit that attracts demons with its scent despite having no special taste. He was suspicious because there were no peach trees around here. Someone had definitely left them intentionally, most likely the killer. He put the peach in his bag and suspected the invisible person, at which point Yu Jibam said that Dako Jun had just passed by. Seo Gangrim asked curiously, and Yu Jibam confirmed that Dako Jun from another zone had passed about an hour ago. Jian chimed in, asking what was wrong, and said that he had glared at them then. Seo Gangrim found it hard to believe the thought that Dako Jun could be the killer. He remained cautious and announced that there were many types of demon-attracting fruits around here. Shin Sua realized someone was trying to harm them, while Ujibom wondered who it could be. Seo Gangrim said he didn't know who it was, but one thing he was sure of. With a wary look, he reminded everyone to be careful of everyone. He said he would go deal with the peaches, when suddenly the lion-masked figure appeared in the distance behind a tree. Seo Gangrim keenly noticed that something had just happened. He stared at the bears, causing him to look bewildered, not understanding what was happening. He was secretly suspicious because he sensed someone, but that person had suddenly disappeared. Elsewhere, Dako Jun swung his sword decisively. Blood splattered on his face. Dako Jun thought everything was so boring. He went deeper into the forest, bored because there were no worthy opponents or teammates, and no god paid him any attention. He felt tasteless, only hunting low-level demons. He helplessly looked up at the sky and wondered what his true role was. Dako Jun recalled the two sisters praising Seo Gangrim's strength when he defeated the snowman. He frowned and repeated Seo Gangrim's name in his head. He was surprised that Seo Gangrim had defeated the boss even though he was the first to clear the ice room. Dako Jun wondered why someone so strong would lose to John Gunam in the Hellfire Room. He suddenly realized that perhaps drawing attention to John Gunam was Seo Gangrim's plan. He suspected Seo Gangrim was a regressor from the future, which was why he knew all the tactics and rewards. And perhaps he just wanted to stay away from him to monopolize all those rewards. His eyes lit up as he felt all the pieces of the puzzle had completely fit together. Immediately, Dako Jun rushed off, excitedly thinking that he had to find Seo Gangrim. Seo Gangrim opened the map he had bought in the store to look at it. The system notified that the current exploration progress had reached 35%. He followed the map's directions and went deeper into the forest. The Guardian urged him to make a pact to help search, but Seo Gangrim coldly replied that he didn't even know who left the demon peaches. The Guardian coughed lightly, excusing himself that they didn't see that person, but Seo Gangrim secretly doubted the statement. The Guardian curiously asked what he was looking for, but he only replied that it was a secret. After a while, the system notified that he had been searching intently for a long time. His sense stat had increased to tier 25. His senses were gradually becoming sharper. Just then, Seo Gangrim was surprised to smell a faint scent of human blood. A faint purple light emanated from him as he looked around. The system notified, Fate Theft ability activated. The system is searching for deceased individuals within the available range. Seo Gangrim gripped his sword tightly, carefully approaching a corpse, lying motionless on the ground. Suddenly he frowned, his pupils contracting as he discovered something. Seo Gangrim swung his sword with decisive force. He immediately blocked the masked assailant's surprise attack. The two blades clashed, creating sparks and piercing screeches. The system reported that there were no deceased individuals in the available area. The masked man sarcastically told him to check the fallen person first, but he angrily yelled at him, calling him a damn killer. His mask began to show cracks after being struck by Seo Gangrim. He took off his mask and praised him for realizing he was the killer so soon. The face behind the mask surprised him. The man said he couldn't leave any witnesses. Information appeared. Nam Yujun. Subclass, Human Tier 3. Attribute, Fire. Divine Title, Fear of Life and Death. With a crazed look, Nam Yujun charged at Seo Gangrim, attacking and asking, "Isn't that right?" The system reported Murderous Intent, Demon Tier 1, helps absorb the stats of the killed but creates karma. Seo Gangrim gritted his teeth, defending himself, thinking that his stats had doubled since their last encounter. Nam Yujun exerted his strength, sending Seo Gangrim flying backward. He angrily shouted, asking how many people he had killed recently. Nam Yujun sneered, asking if he knew he had killed many people. Seo Gangrim glanced at him with sharp eyes, asking if he felt happy doing that. Nam Yujun calmly said that hunting demons was also fun, so he had tried to keep quiet. He proudly stated that Lord Nachan had granted him the power to kill people. He said it would be a waste not to use it, making Seo Gangrim angrily grip his sword hilt and shout loudly. Seeing his anger, he provoked him further, saying that if he had that power, he would do the same. Nam Yujun's entire body became blurry. He asserted that Seo Gangrim would also become like him. Seo Gangrim took a ready stance with his sword in hand. He frowned and retorted that he was wrong to think everyone would become as terrible as him. The system suddenly notified, "The feeling of that day is rising." Looking at the blurry figure, he thought about the false stealth skill. He closed his eyes, pondering the ability to make his body transparent but not disappear. Although he couldn't see him, the murderous aura emanating was still very clear. Nam Yujun suddenly appeared behind him, but he managed to swing his sword to block the attack, saying he shouldn't think he couldn't find him. He praised him, saying he was quite good to be able to block that attack. In a flash, he appeared behind him again and shouted loudly, asking if he wanted to die. Nam Yoo-jun swung his sword down, wondering how strong he would become if he killed him. Seo Gangrim gritted his teeth, thinking he couldn't continue like this, though he was a little worried because he had never used that skill. He recalled defeating the two snowmen and thought about the ability he had gained from them. Combat Instinct increases ability stats based on the power difference with the opponent. Seo Gangrim's eyes suddenly flashed with a pink light. The system began to notify.
Combat skill officially activated.
The system confirmed the opponent was stronger. Nam Yoo-jun looked at his change in surprise. His fighting spirit began to burn according to the system's notification. A terrifying surge of power enveloped him, making Nam Yoo-jun panic, not understanding what was happening. With lifeless eyes, Seo Gangrim coldly admitted that he was quite strong. Nam Yoo-jun was terrified as he felt the atmosphere suddenly change. He swung his sword towards him, thinking about killing someone stronger than himself. Nam Yoo-jun had to strain to block Seo Gangrim's relentless attacks. His other hand began to emit fierce fire energy. He didn't hesitate to punch him directly in the face, thinking this feeling would surely be great. Taking advantage of his momentary lapse, a sword slash cut across Seo Gangrim's chest. Pinned to the ground, Nam Yoo-jun angrily cursed him, calling him a bastard. He screamed in panic as he saw him, full of murderous intent, raising his sword to stab down. From bushes behind, Dako-jun appeared and joyfully called Seo Gangrim's name to help. His sudden intervention attracted Seo Gangrim's attention. He looked in surprise at the abundant power radiating from Dako-jun. Seo Gangrim excitedly thought that another strong opponent had appeared. Immediately, he rushed towards Dako-jun. Seeing him charge, Dako-jun frantically asked if this was a teammate recruitment event. He noticed his strangeness and excitedly asked what he should do while blocking the attack. Suddenly, he let go of his sword and said that Dako-jun was losing his mind in a mistaken battle. Dako-jun took the opportunity to punch him hard in the shoulder to help him regain his senses. Seo Gangrim was hit and fell backward. Dako-jun excitedly asked if he was okay. He watched Nam Yoo-jun running away frantically in the distance. Dako-jun told himself that it was better to let the bad guy escape. Seo Gangrim took out medicine to drink, while Dako-jun asked about him worriedly. He asked if they were teammates while he was using recovery potions. With sharp eyes, he coldly told Dako-jun to find someone else. Dako-jun shrugged, saying he liked him, and the others were just mediocre. He picked up his sword and criticized the others for lacking personality. He threw the sword back and suggested they both become the top two strongest. Seeing his gloomy expression, Dako-jun suggested they reconcile. Nam Yoo-jun, in a blurry state, was running frantically through the forest. He thought in horror that he had to eliminate the target, but both of those guys were too strong. He was worried when he saw a group of people approaching and calling his name. Seeing them, he flashed a cunning smile and began to scheme. He thought as long as he was stronger it would be fine, then pretended to be overjoyed as he replied to the group. Someone mentioned the corpse in the forest. He immediately pretended to be looking for them too and pointed out the killer's direction. Suddenly he collapsed, making everyone worriedly call his name. The group scrambled to treat him, thinking he was injured. Nam Yoo-jun pretended to struggle, thanking everyone. No sooner had he finished speaking than blood suddenly splattered, along with his cold voice. The people in the group fell, and he stood amidst the corpses he had just slain with his own hands. A red notification appeared. Mass murder skill has absorbed 10% of the opponent's stats. He received points and a blade necklace from Fear of the Dead and the Living. The necklace increased his power by 10%, making him overjoyed. Power is truly wonderful. He excitedly thought he could kill Seo Gangrim and thanked Lord Rakshasa. Suddenly, a raindrop fell on Nam Yoo-jun's face. It began to rain. The system notified that the surrounding water energy was increasing. He cursed because the rain reduced his power by 10% due to elemental incompatibility. Fear of the Dead and the Living told him not to worry. Notification. Thanks for watching the video. Notification. Thanks for watching the video. He suddenly appeared and swung his sword to attack. As he swung his sword down, he quickly brought his arm back to block the attack. Nam Yoo-jun exclaimed in surprise when he saw him block it. He laughed loudly and continuously unleashed a barrage of attacks. Seo Gangrim's expression became extremely gloomy. His eyes gleamed, and he coldly asked if he had become weaker. He watched him struggle to defend himself, then suddenly jumped backward. He sneered that if he had known he was this weak, he would have killed fewer people, then continued his attack. He continuously mocked him for being alone and said he was begging for death. Hearing that, Seo Gangrim suddenly smiled, catching his attention. Nam Yoo-jun wondered why he was smiling in this situation. The hand holding his sword suddenly burst into a brilliant blue light. That surge of power quickly spread and enveloped his entire body. Water droplets hovered in the air as he stared at him. The system notified that Seo Gangrim's attribute had changed to water. All previously reduced stats had returned to normal. Nam Yujun gritted his teeth, trembling, struggling to block his attack with his sword. The system continuously updated. His stats increased by 10% due to the water attribute in the rainy environment. Conversely, Nam Yujun's stats were reduced by 20%. He was surprised, thinking he would also weaken like him. He yelled, asking why he wasn't affected even though he also had the fire attribute. Just as a lightning bolt struck the tree behind him. With sharp eyes, he asked if Nachan had told him that. He didn't answer, only gritted his teeth and defended himself. The system advised him not to believe the lie. The system still asserted that he was stronger than him despite the attribute restriction. Looking at the power comparison notification, Nam Yujun wondered if it was really true. Seo Gangrim was suddenly attracted by a strange sound. While he was distracted, he escaped and wondered how he could change attributes. He put all his strength into swinging his sword, causing his sword to shatter as soon as it made contact. Seo Gangrim opened his eyes wide in horror at the sight. He charged forward, kicked him hard, and smugly declared that he was still much stronger. Seo Gangrim was sent flying backward by his kick. His axe slammed hard into a nearby tree. He rushed over, pinned him to the tree, held his sword to his face, and said he wouldn't die alone. He began to think of Shin Sua and the twin sisters. With a distorted face, he gleefully declared he would send each of his friends to follow him. Suddenly, a sharp object pierced through his abdomen and pulled him back. Seo Gangrim was gripping that sharp object tightly in his hand. With angry eyes, he retorted, asking who was sending whom, which greatly surprised him. Nam Yujun fell backward, watching him control the iron shard that had stabbed him. He coldly said that this was not merely a fragment of a sword. He screamed in horror, begging Nachan for help. With eyes full of hatred, he raised the iron shard and coldly said it was too late. The system notified that fear of life and death had temporarily cut off communication. A lightning bolt flashed in the sky, and at the same time, blood splattered. Seo Gangrim stepped into a puddle of water and paused for a moment. His eyes lit up. He coldly said he also had power from killing. The notification appeared. Fate theft skill activated. Seo Gangrim swung his sword, severing the leg of a grasshopper. He thought that the benefits from this demon world had far exceeded expectations, then suddenly gasped for breath. He recalled the 7-branch blade with the lightning attribute. Information. 7-branch blade, unrefined, dragon tier 3, made from an ancient tree struck by lightning. He remembered having to turn this entire area upside down to find it. He thought about having to cut down countless trees here. He even installed lightning rods on trees to search for it. While killing grasshoppers, he thought about having acquired Nam Yujun's stealth skill and equipment. His fate level also increased, but a lingering thought remained in his mind. Seo Gangrim suddenly knelt down and clutched his head. A reproachful voice echoed in his head. You killed them, Seo Gangrim. Suddenly, there were footsteps of someone approaching. That person called his name. Dakojun wondered why he was killing grasshoppers. He didn't answer but asked why he wasn't staying to guard the gate. He remembered scolding Dakojun that, because of him, he had lost track of the killer. Dakojun pushed his sword away and asked what he should do to regain his trust. He thought he could take him along as an insurance policy. After a moment of thought, he told Dakojun to do as he said. Dakojun excitedly agreed and asked what he should do next. He told him to take out the map to compare. The system then updated the investigation progress. He pointed out the exit to another zone and told him to block the way there to prevent him from escaping. Dakojun said there had been no news for several days, so he came to check if everything was done. He replied that he hadn't found him, so he focused on the mission, assuming he had escaped. Dakojun placed a hand on his shoulder and asserted that he had definitely killed him. He glanced at him, while Dakojun kept babbling about him having changed weapons and picked up his items. Pushed his hand away, explained about the necklace, and told him to stop imagining things. He asserted that he didn't know what had happened, making Dakojun finally give up. Looking at him, he added that if he had truly killed him, then he could tell him because he always stood by him. Looking at that expectant face, Seo Gangrim was utterly speechless. He turned away and coldly told him not to act so friendly. Dakojun stood up and decided he would also go collect soul gems. He went in the opposite direction and congratulated Shin Sua on being the first to complete the raid. Seo Gangrim didn't reply, only silently watched his retreating back. The system notified that 1000/1000 soul gems had been collected. The blood-stained gem in his hand began to emit a brilliant light. "I've completed the Sword Forest Room mission, which is good. The sisters' calls caught everyone's attention. They asked him to take them as disciples. Seo Gangrim, who was drinking water, flatly refused the offer. The sisters persistently promised to do their best and asked if it was because they were too weak. Hearing gods mentioned, he asked in surprise, simultaneously activating his fate discovery skill. Yujibam proudly said she was blessed by the god of moon and hunt. Yujian was blessed by the sun palace god. He remarked that those two gods suited them well, making the sisters excitedly ask again about taking disciples. He pointed to the sky and told them to go ask their gods for their opinion. Yujian slumped down in disappointment, while Yujibam curiously asked which god had blessed him. He honestly replied that no one had blessed him yet, which greatly puzzled Yujian. Seo Gangrim sighed, saying that no god was interested in him. Yujibam excitedly suggested the god who was the father of gods and humanity. She continuously babbled about people blessed by the same power. There would be a combination effect that would make skills stronger. Yujian covered her sister's mouth and asked if he, like Shin Sua, wasn't interested in gods. He awkwardly confirmed that he currently didn't want any divine protection or disciples. Yujian wondered in surprise if she had misheard. She suspected there was some reason he didn't want to be blessed by gods. He sighed, explaining that he wasn't skilled enough to teach them. A sudden sound attracted the sisters' attention. The door opened, and a figure struggled and fell to the floor. All three were surprised. Yujian was the first to speak, pointing in that direction. She was surprised to see the priest collapsed, even though it was only the first room. Seo Gangrim helped him up and asked how he was. The priest replied he was fine and thanked him. He asked if he was still having difficulty killing monsters. The priest sadly admitted it. He sighed, saying he always felt afraid of the monsters. He thought that this priest was still depressed and felt pathetic for not being able to defeat monsters. Seo Gangrim suddenly offered to help the priest. The priest was greatly surprised, asking if he really wanted to help him. The two sisters demanded to help, but he told them to go train more, promising to consider it if they listened. The two happily ran off, while the priest worried he would be a burden to him. He recalled his previous life and intended to do what Dakojun had once done. With determined eyes, he calmly said that everyone should help each other. The priest was overjoyed, gripping his hand and calling him, "Oh, my child." Information: Johann Richter. Subclass: Believer Tier 3. Attribute: Earth. Blessing: Divine Healer and Exorcism. Seo Gangrim suggested they both depart immediately. The Divine Healer's hand skill helps heal injuries, paralysis, and poisoning. In the office, Anavi remarked that the team leader seemed to be in a very good mood today. Gong Du replied that it was because the first person to clear the stage was from their zone. Ju Sungtae added that it was faster than Zone 1. Gong Du couldn't help but exclaim that it was truly wonderful. A knock on the door and a voice made Gong Du so annoyed that he crushed his cup. He asked why Seo Moon Yoon-hee had come. She smiled and replied she came to congratulate him on someone clearing the stage first. Yoon-hee said that next time Zone 1 and 2 would clash. Gong Du indifferently confirmed. Information: Seo Moon Yoon-hee, affiliated with the Fate Protection Agency. Yoon-hee suggested whether they should make a bet. He proposed betting on which side would complete the next hardest level first. Among his interns, and my side, to see who will ultimately be the winner. Gong Du accepted and asked for the stake. She suggested the loser fulfill a wish of the winner. Yoon-hee sneered provocatively, asking if he was scared. Gong Du angrily asserted that he would win and decisively accepted the bet. Yoon-hee turned and left, saying she was very much looking forward to it. As soon as the door closed, the room suddenly fell silent. With a terrifying expression, Gong Du reminded the other two that they absolutely had to win. His eyes were sharp. He told himself that he would have to issue a special warning. Back to him, Seo Gangrim generously gave all the soul gems to the priest to complete the mission. Johann tensely watched the notification that the Sword Forest Room Challenge had been completed. He was surprised that it only took 2 days and thanked him for his hard work. He politely replied that he had also worked hard to heal his wounds. Johann humbly said it was nothing, but he stopped him and said that was enough. He encouraged Johann that everyone just needed to do their role well. Johann was moved, while he resolutely asked if he was ready for the 5th room. The two returned to base. He asked about Anavis' message and reminded him to prepare thoroughly for the next room. The system notified the opening of the 5th room and requested interns to prepare thoroughly as the time spent inside would be longer. He said the first team had entered 5 days ago, so they would also depart tomorrow morning. The two stepped through the transfer gate together. Thanks for watching the video. Johann couldn't help but gape in astonishment. Before the magnificent scenery, he shouted, praising the unexpected beauty of the demon world. The system notified that they had entered the karma room with special conditions. Rewards based on difficulty, shop usage forbidden, and unable to leave until completed. Reading the conditions, he thought to himself that the third one had made him suffer in his previous life. The completion condition was to collect 30 items to return to the hall. Johan wondered about the vague completion condition. He replied that it probably meant picking up whatever they saw. Hearing that, Seo Gangrim explained to him that it wasn't the kind of karma he thought. He stuck out his tongue with a scary face and said it meant their tongues would be cut off. Seo Gangrim used a rock to hammer the stakes into the ground. He had also prepared a spot for a campfire. Before long, their temporary shelter was completely set up. Johan felt more at ease with a shelter. He wiped his sweat and felt lucky he had bought it beforehand. He threw the orb into the fire and told him to wait here while he scouted the surroundings. Seo Gangrim turned and left, thinking that the shelter was now secure. Standing by the stream, he thought that the next thing to do was to find food. Looking at the green fruits on the trees, he was suspicious because they looked too artificial. He was surprised to see monsters guarding nearby. He wondered about the pile of sweet fruits and worried he would starve, thinking he should go to Shin Sua instead. Sangwon suddenly appeared and shouted loudly, telling him not to mention Shin Sua's name in front of him. He recalled her refusal and thought he would rather die than ask for help from someone who had rejected him. Shin Sua had flatly refused to date him, which made him extremely annoyed every time he thought about it. Sangwon, hiding in the bushes with 3 others, spoke up and ordered, "Whatever, just kill all the monsters and pick the fruits. We have to do it while we still have energy." The person next to him wondered, "Are we going again? What did you buy all those weapons for anyway?" Sangwon retorted, "If I have to fight myself, why did I hire you guys?" With that, he shouted, "Go, I'm paying you to do this." Hearing Choi Sangwon's command, the group rushed out to attack the guard dogs. Watching them fall, spitting blood from their mouths, he cheered loudly, "All right, these monsters are weaker than they look." Sangwon cautiously stepped forward and asked, "They're all dead, right?" The leader immediately replied, "Seems so." He immediately ordered, "Pick all the fruits we can before more of them arrive." One person climbed a tree, confidently saying, "My nickname was Little Monkey when I was a kid." Another person below teased, "Is that because of your face?" Suddenly Sangwon noticed something under his feet. He thought, "What is this?" Looking at the monster's skeletal body, Sangwon wondered, "Why is this monster so skinny?" He frowned. Worriedly, he spoke, "There are so many fruits here. Why?" Suddenly a gloomy voice echoed, "Because if you eat the fruits without permission, the garden's owner will take your tongues." Sangwon repeated skeptically, "Owner." Immediately after, a group of red-eyed, out-of-control monkeys rushed towards Choi Sangwon. "Bodyguard, take him away. You are so rude." Another person urged him, "Run, Sangwon." The closer he looked at the monkeys' faces, the more grotesque they became. The gloomy voice, full of warning, echoed, "Before your tongues disappear." The monkeys rushed towards Choi Sangwon's group without hesitation. Choi Sangwon screamed in horror, "Run!" Hearing his command, they all ran headlong. Choi Sangwon, while fleeing, suddenly had a thought flash in his mind. Watching the people he hired rush past him, he frantically yelled, "Hey, wait, you guys are supposed to protect me," just as Sangwon eliminated them. Useless bastards. He was immediately attacked by a monkey that tore open his mouth. Suddenly it was attracted by a sound in front. The monkey was pierced through the neck by a sword and instinctively fell backward. Sangwon opened his eyes wide in horror. His pupils contracted. In his eyes, a figure appeared and spoke. "I see your life was destined to be helped by others." Gangrim smiled and praised, "You're really lucky, but from now on you have to be more careful." He continued, "Fate has also destined you to destroy your own life." Sangwon looked at Gangrim's face, silently calling his name in his head.
Seo Gangrim.
He raised his hand to wipe away tears, shouted loudly, "What is it? Who needs your help?" Sangwon frowned and yelled, "Do you think I'll forgive everything you've done just because you helped me?" Gangrim retrieved his sword and spoke sarcastically,
Don't worry.
"Even if you begged me, I wouldn't help you." Sangwon was surprised to hear that. He cursed loudly, "What? You bastard!" Gangrim saw a group of people running towards them and glanced at Sangwon. He inquired, "Choi Sangwon, shouldn't you be running?" Immediately after, Gangrim charged into the monkeys, eliminating them one by one. Sangwon was helped up by the group from earlier. They continuously asked worriedly, "Choi Sangwon, are you okay?" "I'm truly sorry. I didn't know you were left behind." Someone spoke up. "Luckily, Seo Gangrim saved you." Hearing this, Sangwon angrily gritted his teeth. His eyes became lifeless. He spoke gloomily,
I won't forgive you, Seo Gangrim.
Gangrim in the forest continuously swung his sword, eliminating the monkeys. His sword strokes created orange-yellow streaks in the air. 2 monkeys, taking advantage of Gangrim's distraction, rushed from behind. He didn't need to turn around. He extended his hand backward and shot out a stream of fire, incinerating the monkey. Gangrim looked around. He took the egg from his bag. He thought, is that all? While no one is around, I have to feed it. Gangrim brought the egg before the monkeys on the ground. It immediately drooled with desire, but not as the egg expected. Gangrim pressed the apple in his hand close to its mouth. He spoke, "Erase your food." The egg obediently gnawed on the apple. Gangrim sighed and spoke, "And my food is..." Gangrim returned to the temporary shelter with Johan, roasting meat. Johan was curious. Is this the monster from before?
Gangrim replied.
That's right. He smiled and repeated, "You remember when I asked for your help last time, don't you?" The priest replied, "I remember, but how can I help you?" Gangrim didn't rush to answer his question. He took a bite of the meat in his hand. Suddenly Gangrim's expression darkened. Blood spurted from his mouth. Seeing him like that, Johan called out in horror.
"Sio Gangrim."
He slowly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He smirked and spoke. "All the monsters in this demon world are poisonous." Johan was confused. Poisonous? Gangrim's condition worsened. He placed his hand on his chest. He spoke, suggesting, "So please heal me." He offered, "Father, mana recovery." Towards Johan, he spoke generously. "If you need it, just drink it. I trust you, Father." The system displayed a notification. Skill activated. Healing hand. Gangrim ate meat while Johan healed him, but he was still poisoned and hallucinating. He kept saying, "Someone is waving at me across the river." Seeing him delirious,
Johan hoted.
"No matter what, don't follow that person." He felt pity for Gangrim and spoke loudly. "Why do you have to do this? Poor child." The system continuously notified. "Please stop." Skill activated. Healing hand. Skill activated. Healing hand. A moment later, Gangrim spoke up to stop him. "Stop. I think this is enough." Johan excitedly asked, "Really?"
Gangrim honestly replied.
"I think the toxins have weakened now because I've gotten used to it." Hearing him say that, Johan was disappointed. "What?" Gangrim picked up the blood-stained piece of meat, making Johan panic. He calmly spoke, "Now I have to eat raw meat." After a while, the system only echoed a single sentence. Skill activated. Healing hand. Skill activated. Healing hand. Skill activated. Healing hand. You have acquired skill. Poison resistance. Gangrim's expression darkened, staring intently at the information panel. He spoke, "Now it's fine. Are you done?" Just as he was about to turn and express his gratitude. "Done. Thank you, sir." He saw Johan collapse from exhaustion. Gangrim called out in panic, "Father." Gangrim helped Johan into the tent. Looking at him with affectionate eyes, he spoke, "Father, you did very well." He stared intently at the information panel, thinking, "Took longer than I thought." Poison resistance. Subclass. Insect Tier 3. Ability to resist various poisons. The higher the enemy's tier, the lower the skill's effect. Gangrim recalled before setting off and exclaimed, "Good thing I fed Father mana-boosting items beforehand." At that time, the table was full of nourishing food for Johan. Because of the corn potion.
Max mana plus 10%.
Ginseng extract mana recovery plus 5%. 5-color steamed bun mana recovery rate plus 5%. Otherwise, you would have perished from mana depletion.
Gangrim shook Johan.
He called, "Wake up, Father." His eyes suddenly turned cold. He thought to himself, "I want to let Father rest because he has worked very hard." Looking at the tent zipper being pulled open, Gangrim thought, "But others won't leave us in peace." He quickly drew his sword and stabbed the attacker in the back. Johan was startled awake by the loud noise. He sat up in a panic. "Hey, what's going on?" Gangrim spoke. "I knew they would come." He looked at the group of people outside the tent. He calmly said, "We're being raided." Gangrim turned to look at Johan. He instructed him, "He'll go out and fight them. Don't come out no matter what happens. Yell if anything happens."
Johan replied.
"Okay." Looking at the group of people with swords and blades ready to attack him, Gangrim thought, "I don't recognize these guys. Are they from Area 1? The human type, Grade 1, arrogantly spoke. "Hey, we'll let you go if you hand over the food." The guy next to him, demonic type, Grade 3, added, "We're robbers, not murderers." Gangrim's face darkened. His pupils glowed golden. He didn't back down, mocking them. "Well, die if we don't have food here. But you say you're not murderers, yet you're taking our food?" Gangrim thought to himself, "I heard about the worsening conflict in Area 1 from my previous life." He asked, "What if I don't hand over the food?" The leader of the group replied mid-sentence. Then, he suddenly yelled, "Well, take it by force." Then he immediately led the entire group to charge at Gangrim. Leader swung his sword, but Gangrim quickly ducked. He placed his hand on the man's face. Then he suddenly slammed the man's head into his knee. Gangrim frowned, thinking, something's a bit strange. He hit one man on the head with the hilt of his sword. He pondered, with these types of skills and systems, shouldn't they be able to easily find food here? Looking at another person running towards him with a raised sword, Gangrim wondered, do they just want trouble? A guy who had been standing behind suddenly yelled, hey, this bastard is too strong. He yelled, damn it, retreat and report to the captain. Hearing that, Gangrim was surprised. Captain? Suddenly, a small orb was thrown towards Gangrim's flaming hand. Inside the tent, Johann trembled, his eyes tightly shut. In his hand, he still clutched the cross symbol on his necklace. Suddenly, smoke spread into the tent, making him look up in a panic. He thought to himself. Johann crawled out of the tent. He asked Han, are you okay? I'm coming. Suddenly, Johann remembered Gangrim's words. Don't come out no matter what happens. His eyes widened. His pupils constricted. He thought in horror. What can I do? If I go outside? Think, why did he tell you not to go out there? Johann bit his lip. He clenched his fists. He thought helplessly. It's because you're just an obstacle or a burden to him. Outside, thick smoke enveloped the tent. Johann inside hesitated, wondering, but is it okay to keep hiding like this? Suddenly, a hand grabbed the tent fabric. Johann looked up in surprise. Gangrim unzipped the tent. He spoke, covering his nose. They used smoke bombs to escape.
Johan worriedly asked han.
Are you hurt anywhere? Gangrim replied. No.
I'm fine. Johan wondered.
Why do you think they attacked us? Gangrim, still covering his nose to avoid the smoke, explained to Johann. They wanted our food. Hearing that, Johann was confused. Food? Seeing Johann's bewildered expression, Gangrim spoke. Conflicts between areas were already bad in the previous demon world. I think it will be the same this time. We should be wary of people we don't know. Johann suddenly thought negatively. He lowered his face. He frowned and asked softly, would it be better if I didn't come with you? Gangrim didn't catch the meaning in Johann's words and asked for clarification. Huh? What do you mean? He replied sadly. I'm holding you back.
I'm a burden.
And what's the point of completing training with someone else's help? Do you think Anavi was right? When she said those without the will to fight are useless. Hearing Johann's long speech, Gangrim frowned in confusion, thinking, what the hell is he talking about? He placed a hand on Johann's shoulder. He softly called, Father. Gangrim repeated, do you remember what I told you? Others just haven't recognized your talent yet. The totem pole appeared along with the dark red pills in the paper packet. Gangrim continued, now people can only return and recover using the totem, and recovery pills will be distributed daily. But what about after training? From then on, it will be the real challenge. Hearing Gangrim's explanation, Johann couldn't help but be bewildered. Gangrim confidently told him, when those guys realize how expensive those recovery pills are, the ones who kicked you out of the team will regret it. Then he withdrew his hand from Johann's shoulder. He spoke with determination. Anyway, I will fight, and you will just handle the recovery tasks. Gangrim sincerely spoke. I don't like things related to fate, destiny, or anything like that, but I guarantee that you will save many people in the future. He looked at Johann kneeling on the ground. He softly asked, do you still want to give up? He looked up at Gangrim in surprise, asking himself, can I save people? Johann, full of enthusiasm, clenched his hands. He replied, no, I won't give up. He requested, so please help me, please. Gangrim immediately replied, of course. Outside the tent, thick smoke still enveloped it. Inside, Gangrim and Johann chatted together. I still need your help, father. Huh? 3 days later, in another forest, a tent had also been set up. Ion Bom and Ion Gion happily ran over.
Sister Sua.
We're here. Shin Sua also warmly replied. Welcome back. Did you get the items yet?
Bon replied.
Not yet. I think we need to go deeper into the forest. Ion Gion also added. Everyone is too weak. They're no help at all. Hearing her sister say that, Ion Bom reminded her. You shouldn't say that. Everyone is just trying to help us. Ion Gion replied to her. You think so too? Ion Bom scratched her ear in embarrassment. Well, of course. If we go with him, remembering the times Gangrim taught her new knowledge, she continued, we'll be able to learn more and also be more comfortable. Although he's probably already deep in the forest. Hearing Ion Bom say that, Shin Sua rubbed her chin thoughtfully and spoke. We have to try our best until Gangrim finishes observing everything around here and finds the best way to act.
Ion bon wondered.
When do you think he'll be back? Shin Sua smiled and replied, I don't know, probably today. Suddenly, outside, someone yelled in surprise. How did you get in here? The three people inside the tent looked out in surprise. And grabbed the tent fabric and pulled it open. Called out, Shin Sua. Sua couldn't help but be surprised to see this person. Dako Jun smiled and asked, Have you seen Seo Gangrim? Before Shin Sua could answer, he said himself, I guess not. An Gyeon yelled, How could you get in here with all those traps set outside?
Dako Yun replied.
I disarmed them. Shin Sua cautiously asked, What are you doing here? You always go alone.
Dako Yun honestly replied.
To find Seo Gangrim. He rubbed his chin and spoke. I think Seo Gangrim is here because the guardians told me that Seo Gangrim is nearby. Shin Sua crossed her arms and seriously replied, We haven't seen him at all. He pointed at the playing twins and spoke. Do you think he'll appear if I get rid of some of the useless things here? Ion Gyeon angrily yelled. Are you talking about us? Seeing the little girl's anger, Dako Jun immediately corrected himself. Oh no, you two are support roles. He chuckled and continued. But there are a lot of useless things out there. Shin Sua put her hand out to shield the twins. She questioned Dako Jun. Is that how you look at and judge others? Dako Jun threw an apple towards Shin Sua. He spoke. Shin Sua, take this. The system immediately chimed. You have received the item. 3-cent fruit. You have completed the Karma Room mission. Low difficulty. Holding the apple in her hand, Shin Sua glared at Dako Jun and spoke. I already have enough of these. He smiled and spoke. So you already know about it? I want to cooperate with you. Hearing Dako Jun say that, Shin Sua was surprised. Huh? I can't find Seo Gangrim, but you are at least support roles. So, before he could finish his sentence, an arrow grazed Dako Jun's face, cutting him off. Ion Gyeon darkly spoke. I have no intention of becoming your teammate. Shin Sua quickly put her hand out to block. She spoke. Gyeon, stop. A dark green aura immediately enveloped Dako Jun. He spoke. Then I guess he'll have to persuade you by force. Suddenly, streaks of green fluid splattered onto his hand. Shin Sua angrily crushed the apple in her hand. She warned, You should stop before we make you bleed. Dako Jun glanced at the crushed apple in her hand. He asked, You? He thoughtfully reached back and grabbed the hilt of his sword. Immediately after, he drew his two swords. He provocatively spoke. All right, I also think that both of them channeled their powers, staring intently at each other. Dako Jun chuckled and continued. Fighting you will be more interesting than fighting that guy. Dako Jun's power transformed into a roaring, furious tiger heading towards Shin Sua's dragon. He spoke. Fighting you might be more interesting than fighting that kid. Yoon Bom, watching the situation from outside, panicked and tried to stop them. Calm down, everyone. Suddenly, a girl ran over, pulled the tent fabric open, and pointed behind her, yelling, Miss Shin Sua, I think someone nearby is cooking monster meat. Shin Sua was surprised. Cooking?
Dako Yun happily spoke.
It was truly right to come here. Where is that person now? Over at Gangrim's spot. He continuously stirred the pot in front of him. The scent drifted with the wind deep into the forest. Gangrim thought to himself. Today is the 10th day since the first team set foot here. Others have probably run out of the food they brought. Looking at the apples on the tree, he pondered. The only food around here is wild fruit. Besides that, there was also a ferocious wild boar with its mouth wide open, full of sharp teeth, and only poisonous plants and animals. Gangrim sat by the cooking pot. He thought to himself, the value of edible foods will probably skyrocket. For trainees who earn about 100 soul gems a day. Then, suddenly, Dako Jun and Shin Sua's group ran over. He yelled, Seo Gangrim. Gangrim smiled and replied, Hello, Miss Shin Sua. Shin Sua panicked and yelled, Seo Gangrim, you can't eat that. She reminded Gangrim, most things in this demon world are poisonous. If it's made from things in here, then, Gangrim, scooping soup from the pot into a bowl, replied,
Don't worry.
I've removed the toxins. Shin Sua looked at the hot bowl of soup being offered and couldn't help but wonder. You removed the toxins? Dako Jun quickly took the bowl. He happily spoke. Thanks for the meal. Seo Gangrim. Gangrim held out his hand. 1,000 soul gems per bowl. Dako Jun forced a smile and spoke. That's expensive. Here, take it. Shin Sua added. They'll buy one too. Gangrim then quoted the price. 200 gems. Seeing the price difference, Dako Jun asked. Why are the prices different? Gangrim arrogantly replied.
I decide.
Hearing him say that, Dako Jun sighed. Anyway, Miss Shin Sua is the protagonist. Suddenly, A group of people approached from afar, yelling in surprise. The steaming heat of 200 soul gems per full bowl. Paid without question, each taking a bowl. Gangrim then wondered aloud. Are both of you looking for items higher than intermediate grade?
Shin Sua replied.
Yes, and I hope you will help us.
Gangrim glanced at Ogo Jr.
He asked, what about you? He scratched his head and replied, things aren't going smoothly because of the problems in Area 1. But I feel like if I go with you, nothing is impossible. Dako Jun glanced at the other group and spoke. We might finish things faster if we didn't have to take care of these side characters.
Shin Sua immediately retorted.
In a situation like this, we should work together. The two of them immediately started arguing. Have you ever seen a protagonist in a group of more than 10 people? We're not characters in your novel. Gangrim then offered a suggestion. You two should cooperate. Hearing him say that, both of them eagerly spoke at the same time. I want to work with you, him. Back at Shin Sua's tent, Gangrim placed his hand on the table and firmly told the two of them, no matter what you say, I have no intention of cooperating with you two.
Shin Sua worriedly spoke.
It will be very difficult for you to defeat the people from Area 1 by yourself. They are all strangely hindering us. She recalled being ambushed and reminded him. Every time we encounter them, we end up fighting. Gangrim rubbed his chin and spoke. Really? He thought to himself. I should reevaluate the situation in Area 1. If I bring Father Johann along, it will be quite complicated. Gangrim then decided. Then I think you should stay at this camp.
Johann worriedly spoke.
I can't leave you behind. Before he could finish his sentence, Seo Gangrim interrupted. Honestly, if I bring you along, it's hard for me to concentrate. Johann sadly asked softly, can I leave him with you?
Shin Sua happily replied.
Of course. Gangrim crossed his arms and told Johann, you'll be safer here, and you'll have more opportunities to use your abilities. He worried. But you? Gangrim shook his head, cutting him off again. You'll be fine on my own. Shin Sua then reminded Gangrim. All right. If anything happens, please let me know. He nodded, indicating he understood. Deep within the fruit forest, the guardians then spoke. Hey Seo Gangrim, you've become much stronger, haven't you? These monsters are too weak. Gangrim, go deeper. Are the monsters there stronger? Much stronger. Gangrim held an apple in his hand. He calmly munched on it. He thought to himself. Finally, the 6 fruits have appeared. They should have appeared sooner. Suddenly, a pink light appeared behind him. The system then announced. Your senses are being sharpened. Gangrim looked to his left in surprise. He thought to himself. Right next to me. He was still stunned, looking at the creature. It got so close. And I didn't even notice? Gangrim quickly grabbed the hilt of his sword. He asked himself. Where did it come from? Looking at the giant gorilla pouncing towards him, the system announced. Activating.
Solitary man.
The arrogant gorilla was bewildered. He turned around, unable to see Gangrim. The gorilla was unaware that Gangrim, a faint silhouette, was clinging to the tree trunk in its hand. Suddenly, the tree branch burst into flames. The gorilla looked at the tree in its hand in a panic. While it was off guard, Gangrim swung his sword and slashed its shoulder. He was still surprised, thinking, is this the benefit of owning a good item? He jumped to the ground. He thought to himself, it seems I can't use this with the people in Area 1. Gangrim put the iron bar into his bag. He asked himself, what should I do first now? Should I check where it came from? Or? He held a purple fruit in his hand. The system announced. You have received the item. Heavenly sent fruit. You have completed the mission. Confession room. Intermediate difficulty. Gangrim immediately took a bite. He kept thinking about what he should do. First, I'll finish improving my poison resistance. I wonder if Area 1 has reached this step yet? The guardians, seeing Gangrim's calm demeanor, were curious. Why is he eating the raid item? The system immediately announced. You have consumed. Heavenly sent fruit. Mana and experience have increased. Poison resistance has been enhanced. The guardians continuously argued. It increases mana and poison resistance. I think that's why the Fate Protection Agency chose this place. They looked at Gangrim continuously munching on apples and wondered. Anyway, how many more is he going to eat? Just watching him eat makes me sick of fruit. A notification suddenly appeared in front of Gangrim. Ability, Poison Resistance, has leveled up to Insect Class 1. As soon as he saw this notification, Gangrim slumped down. He dropped the gorilla's fruit onto the person below. A voice rang out. What the hell? Where did that thing that hit you come from? Seo Gangrim from Area 2, right? Gangrim was curious that the person knew him. How do you know my name? The other person didn't reply. He spoke. That doesn't matter. The red-haired guy pointed at the person wiping their face next to him and spoke. I think our captain has something to say to you. Will you come with us? If you follow, well, pretend this never happened. I'm the one who decides that. Guy repeated. Don't you remember the guys from Team 1 who ran away after meeting him? Hearing him say that, Gangrim thought to himself, Captain, he's one of the guys who attacked me on the first day. The Guardians then interjected. Gangrim has his pride too, as if he'd just follow along. Gangrim jumped down from the tree and spoke. All right, the red-haired guy replied. Okay, let's go then. The Guardians exclaimed in surprise. He's really going. Arriving at an open area in the forest. The guy spoke. This is where we camp. Suddenly someone spoke. We have to go a little further. Gangrim glanced at them. He thought to himself. It seems there are twice as many people here as in my area. He walked ahead but still noticed. They were watching him, but they didn't seem to feel anything. The person pushed Gangrim inside. He ordered, go in. The person sitting inside, wiping a weapon in their hand, asked, You're CO Gangrim, right? Gangrim was a little worried. And you are? The burly man then introduced himself. Area 1. Hong Daehun. He smiled and spoke. Nice to meet you. Hong Daehun. Demonic Class 1, Metal Attribute. Looking at the weapon radiating power in his hand, Gangrim thought to himself. He even has such a good weapon. The system immediately displayed information about the weapon in Daehun's hand. Heavenly Fire Spear. Dragon Class 3. A long-range weapon with multiple uses, such as stabbing, slashing, bludgeoning. Possesses immense attack power. Gangrim suddenly realized. Now I understand how Area 1 always led in conquering all the demon worlds in my previous life. Seeing Daehun stand up and approach him, he immediately became wary. What do you want? His eyes flashed a faint red. He stared aggressively at Gangrim. Daehun swung the spear in his hand towards Gangrim. He spoke. We were a bit rude, weren't we? The spear tip stopped right at his glabella. He was surprised. He spoke. All right. Looking at Gangrim angrily channeling his power in front of him, Daehun suggested. Cooperate with us. CO Gangrim. Gangrim wiped the blood from his forehead. He calmly spoke. Is that all? It seems you haven't thought of a more convincing condition, have you? Gangrim turned and walked away. He waved at Daehun. Too bad. But I intend to be the first to conquer this room. As soon as he stepped outside, he was blocked by two intersecting swords. Looking into the distance, the entire Team 1 had surrounded Gangrim with their swords. Daehun spoke. Hey, it seems you're mistaken. If you've come here, then you must leave your life behind. Daehun placed the spear blade on Gangrim's shoulder. If you don't cooperate with us. His eyes became vicious as he threatened. Then you must leave your life behind. Gangrim held a wooden tablet in his hand. He turned back to look at Daehun. He warned. If you kill me, you'll be in a lot of trouble. Seeing the tablet in Gangrim's hand, Daehun was surprised. The tablet in Gangrim's hand had different writing. Vengeance Artifact.
Gong Yu.
If the owner of this item is killed by another, a mark of vengeance will be imprinted on the killer. That person will become the target of Captain Gang Ju of the Fate Protection Agency. Daehun thought in surprise. Captain Gang Ju will come to kill me if I lay a hand on this guy? He hesitated, asking himself. So those two have equal status. The person who sent me this weapon along with the message that I would be rewarded if I could conquer this room first. Then Daehun sighed. So you also received the message? Hearing him ask that, Gangrim wondered. Also, why? Gangrim remembered when he was transporting items. A line of information appeared. A message from
Gong Yu
has been sent. A challenge for the most outstanding trainee. Conquer the karma room with the highest difficulty and be the first to complete it. Not one above. The wooden tablet then appeared and fell into Gangrim's hand. You will receive a reward if successful. And to help, I will provide you with a temporary item. Soul Fate Protection Agency. Team 2. Captain Gongju. Remembering this, Gangrim thought to himself. So this guy received that weapon from the Area 1 captain? While he was still lost in his own thoughts. It seems there's also competition among the captains. Daehun then loudly announced. Wait, tension. I have an announcement. He told the group in front of him. No one is to kill CO Gangrim here. Daehun continued. He has a strange item. And if we accidentally kill him, then the killer will also lose their life. Ordered. So Team 4 step back. Gangrim called Daehun. Hey, can I go now? Suddenly he yelled. And the rest of you, beat this bastard nearly to death. Soon as Daehun loudly ordered. Get him. Gangrim quickly ducked to avoid his attack. Gangrim spoke. I wouldn't have come here if I was that easy to catch. What? He's gone. He slammed his elbow hard into the side of an approaching man. Then he wrestled another person down on top of the first. System announced. Skill activated.
Solitary man.
The people trying to catch Gangrim were surprised when he disappeared. What? He's gone. Surround him so he can't escape. Gangrim suddenly appeared and slammed his hand hard into the back of a man's neck. Seeing him, the others panicked. Over there. What? Teleportation? Watching his subordinates being taken down one by Gangrim. Dae-hun yelled. Damn it. Don't spread out anymore. Stand close together. Continued loudly. He hasn't disappeared. It's just that we can't see him. Don't give him any room to move. Hearing Dae-hun say that, Gangrim smiled. Thinking. Too late. He dropped the peach in his hand. Scent immediately wafted up. What's on the ground? Smells good. Looking at the bewildered group in the distance, Gangrim thought to himself. I was curious why Area 1 and my area had such animosity towards each other in my previous life. That's why I came here. However, the reason was all because of the Fate Protection Agency. Before long, Dae-hun's small camp burst into flames. The Team 1 members yelled in horror. Fire! Monsters are coming from over there. Put out the fire first. Gangrim left. He gritted his teeth, thinking. Shin Sua once said that they took hostages and even killed people. But all of that, Gangrim's eyes turned cold. He frowned. Was simply for the reward. His footsteps quickened. Gangrim was determined. I can't let my previous life repeat just for a reward. So what should I do? From Gangrim's bag, several of the gorilla's fruits fell out. Gangrim called out. Everyone, please pay attention. As you all know, there are also people from other areas here. Gangrim then recounted. Last night, I accidentally overheard that they are planning to ambush us here. Shin Sua asked in surprise. Ambush? Gangrim held the gorilla's fruit in his hand. He affirmed. Yes. So I will make a proposal. I will give you something called heavenly sent fruit. They will help us. Hearing Gangrim say that, the people sitting on the ground were surprised. Free. So why don't you all get out of here before they arrive? Gangrim spoke. I have a lot. So please inform those who aren't here as well. Hearing him say that, everyone was extremely grateful and loudly said, Thank you, Co Gangrim. Shin Sua suddenly called Gangrim back. Wait, she worriedly asked Han. Are you only going to conquer at medium difficulty? Gangrim then asked Sua back. What I intend to do, how does it concern you? He thought to himself. Shin Sua isn't someone who would put her teammates in danger just for someone else. Gangrim turned his back, leaving a sentence. I'm not even a member here. As he spoke, he thought. So you just take everyone and leave here.
Shin Sua silently watched Gangrim's retreating figure.
Deep in the forest, on the tree trunk covered in writing, a streak of blood splattered. Gangrim walked past the gorilla he had just defeated. He thought to himself. Last time I encountered monsters here. Gangrim remembered the gorilla that had ambushed him. It had appeared suddenly from nowhere. Gangrim stood behind the tree trunk, watching the gorilla crawl towards him. He thought to himself. However, monsters don't always appear suddenly like that. They are creatures living in the demon world. Gangrim suddenly remembered the snowman he met at the front gate. So they also have habitats just like Zeta's nest. He moved closer to the giant gorilla. He wondered, so where did these guys come from? Okay, he spoke. Found it. Gangrim struggled to squeeze inside. He thought to himself, but how did it get in here? Gangrim suddenly fell into a large underground cave. He thought in surprise. It's much bigger in here than I imagined. Gangrim lit a fire in his hand to illuminate the surroundings. His hand touched the earthen wall next to him. A stream of light shone on Gangrim's face. He gasped in surprise, looking at the scene before him. The guardians following him couldn't help but exclaim. What a magnificent sight. Oh, there's a place like this here? Looking at the sweet fruits on the tree, a guardian wondered, isn't this where monsters live? Another person immediately spoke cautiously. Be careful. They could appear from anywhere. Gangrim replied mentally. No, they only use this place as a passage. They don't fight here. A dark aura enveloped Gangrim. He thought to himself. This place is the most dangerous thing. A place deep within the demon world. Gangrim approached the base of the tree. Another hollow appeared. He asked himself, are the monsters deep in there? Gangrim picked a fruit from the tree. The system immediately reported. You have received the item. Myriad sent fruit. As soon as he got the fruit from the tree, Gangrim jumped to the ground, thinking, now I just need to get out of here without being detected. Suddenly, an explosion interrupted his thoughts.
En explosion?
The smoke from the explosion gradually cleared. Dae-hun led his group forward. He smirked and spoke. Thanks. Thanks to you we found this place. Gangrim frowned and questioned. You followed me? Dae-hun didn't hide anything and replied. Yes, I found this guy. Young Giant was held upside down by them. Dae-hun continued. On the way to Area 2. Looking at the little girl. Gangrim's face darkened. The apple in his hand also fell to the ground. On the way to Area 2. As soon as he finished speaking, the image of Young Giant being held upside down appeared before Gangrim's eyes.
Dae-hun maliciously spoke.
I can't kill you, but I'll butcher your friend. How about that plan? Grabbed Young Giant's collar and held the spear blade close to her neck. He threatened Gangrim. Give me the scent fruit if you want the kid to live. Seeing Young Giant subdued in his hand, Gangrim's face darkened in horror. He calmly spoke. I don't have any. Gangrim stepped forward. He crushed the scent fruit. His eyes turned cold. His face darkened. He pointed towards the large tree behind him. He spoke. If you want, then take it yourself. As much as you want. Hearing him say that, Dae-hun turned and ordered his subordinate next to him. Listen, I'll keep her here. You go find the scent fruit. The others excitedly yelled. Let's go. They happily yelled. Finally, we can go back.
Hong Dae-hun.
You'll pay when we get back, right?
Dae-hun replied.
All right. Gangrim ordered Dae-hun. Put Gyeon down. He spoke. Put your weapon down first. Immediately after, Dae-hun released Gyeon to the ground and told Gangrim. And bring it yourself. He took the white spear from above Gyeon's head. He maliciously provoked. If you're brave enough, then do it. Gangrim put down the sword in his hand. He calmly replied. Okay. Seeing his decisiveness, Dae-hun couldn't help but be surprised. Gangrim ran over and used his hand to open Young Giant's eyes, continuously calling the girl. Gyeon. Young Giant. He took out a bag of herbs. He poured them into Gyeon's mouth.
Dae-hun was curious.
What did you just feed her? Gangrim, supporting Young Giant with one hand, replied. Antidote. Dae-hun smiled and spoke. I didn't poison her. Suddenly, he looked at the tree and saw his subordinates continuously falling. Then he panicked and loudly asked, What's wrong with you guys? The guys clutched their eyes, continuously yelling. My eyes. I'm so dizzy.
Dae-hun yelled.
What the hell did you do? Suddenly, the system displayed a notification. You have been exposed to the scent of the myriad scent fruit for too long. Gangrim darkly looked at Dae-hun. You're feeling the effects, aren't you? Before long, the space in the tree hollow was enveloped by the poisonous scent. The system announced. The scent of the myriad scent fruit is invading. Dae-hun thought to himself. The toxins are spreading. Dae-hun smelled the scent and thought to himself. How to detoxify? Does he know this? He remembered when Gangrim poured herbs into Young Giant's mouth. I know. Dae-hun angrily swung his spear towards Gangrim. He was mad and charged. He yelled. Seo Gangrim. Give me the antidote. Gangrim gritted his teeth and dodged Dae-hun's attack. He thought to himself. Damn it. Why isn't he affected yet? He frowned as the spear blade grazed his shoulder. A notification appeared. Toxins are entering the body from the wound. Hearing this, Gangrim's eyes widened in horror. His pupils constricted. The notification continued. Toxins exceed poison resistance. You are poisoned. Gangrim dodged the attack while thinking. I can't wait for him to pass out. His eyes turned pale. A small flame appeared from Gangrim's hand. He charged and attacked Dae-hun, making him spit blood. The system announced. The toxins of the myriad scent fruit are increasing. Dae-hun's eyes fiercely looked at Gangrim. He just pointed. Damn it. Do you want both of us to die? Gangrim took the iron bar from his bag. He calmly replied. No, just you.
Dae-hun yelled in horror.
Save me. I have to live to negotiate with those attacking Area 2. Gangrim spoke. If you want to live. His eyes coldly looked at him. Then he continued. Then you shouldn't threaten me that way. Gangrim's iron bar was then stained with blood. The system announced. Skill activated. Fate theft. Gangrim tiredly slumped to the ground, panting continuously. System chimed. Stealing a portion of Hong Dae-hun's strength. Continuous updates appeared.
Mana.
Speed. Seo Gangrim's fate has been upgraded to Human Class 3. Gangrim held Gyeon's small hand. He spoke. You shouldn't follow me. The guardians then called out. Hey, now is not the time to lie down like that. Looking at what Gangrim took out of his bag, the guardians were surprised. What is he doing? Hatching an egg. They immediately realized. Damn it. He's using magic to burn it open. The system announced. Development progress. 100%. The mysterious egg is hatching. Immediately after, a white deer appeared. Looking at the newly appeared creature, the guardians were surprised. Is this a Kieran? How is that possible? It slowly approached Gangrim. The small creature touched its forehead to his forehead. The system chimed. Skill activated. Purification. Immediately, A sparkling light appeared on Gangrim's forehead. The surrounding toxins gradually dissipated. The fresh scenery of the forest appeared. The system announced. Toxins from the myriad scent fruit have been neutralized. Gangrim looked at the small creature in front of him. He praised it. Well done. Gangrim looked up at the scent fruit on the tree. He told the little deer, they'll have to get them before they all burn up. Gangrim saw Young Giant wake up and called, Young Giant, you're awake. Come here. The little girl yelled, Brother. A hand gripping the ground appeared from the hollow of the tree trunk. Shin Sua and Yunbom ran over frantically, yelling, Seo Gangrim, Gion.
Shin Sua loudly spoke.
I was so worried about you. Gangrim saw her and called, Shin Sua, what's wrong? Is everyone okay? She recounted, Yes. Father Johan healed everyone. Yunbom also added, The enemies in Area 1 have all fled. She crossed her arms and seriously scolded Yunjian. Yunjian, why did you go alone? I thought you were captured. Gangrim spoke. She was captured. By the captain of Area 1. Young Giant then complained. I told you not to say anything. Yunbom Wangrili yelled. Young Giant. Shin Sua then spoke. I should have chased after you. Gangrim spoke. This wouldn't have happened if you completed it at medium difficulty. Why don't you leave? Seeing him ask that, Sua asked Gangrim back. How can we leave without you? He replied.
Shin Sua?
Helping others is a good thing, but putting yourself and your teammates in danger to do it. She smiled. She spoke. You're not just others. Johan and Dakojun also arrived.
Shin Sua continued.
Everyone here considers you a member of the team. He smiled brightly and told Gangrim. So let's fight together next time. Gangrim was a little surprised. The system suddenly announced. The destinies of Seo Gangrim and Shin Sua are linked. Ion Bom sees you as a savior. Gangrim remembered the system saying this before. The destinies of Seo Gangrim and Shin Sua are linked. Ion Gion sees you as a savior. And the time he carried Gion. The destinies of Seo Gangrim and Ion Gion are linked. Gangrim awkwardly scratched his head. Thinking. Seems it's too late to leave them. He spoke. They'll think about it. Gangrim calmly walked out of the door. You have passed. The Karma Room. You have passed it at the highest difficulty. He reached into the system panel. Reward for the first person to clear the room. He took out an item. It was the Fate Compass. He tried to spin its needle. Fate Compass. An item that predicts the future. It will activate randomly. I can't use it whenever I want. Suddenly, something surprised Gangrim. The needle spun. Item. Fate Compass. Activated. He stared at it, stunned. Seo Gangrim's fate has been altered. Gongju scrolled through the screen. Strange. He rubbed his chin. Seo Gangrim's results are very strange. He pieced everything together. He cleared the mountain pass room in just one day. And what happened in the inferno room was also very suspicious. One by one, things appeared in his mind. He even killed the Zeti and completed the hidden mission in the ice room. Gongju looked up. He took off his mask. How could a mere insect class 3 do so much? He speculated. Perhaps he is also the one behind the disappearance of the seven-edged sword of the Sword Forest room. He pushed up his glasses. Otherwise, he would have found it difficult to defeat Hongdian in the Karma room. And what bothers me the most is, Yoni Yosaid, you must be very happy to have your wish fulfilled now. But no matter how he won, wasn't it a bit too much to let him know how to hatch a Kieran? She couldn't help but be suspicious. Hatching a Kieran is very difficult. The natural hatching rate is almost 0. Gongju threw his gloves onto the table. Coincidence? Or the will of God? Even if he is an atheist, neither of these reasons makes any sense. Took out a talisman. I must check. If he has the ability to foresee fate. Gangrim entered the room and looked around anxiously. This way. Seo Gangrim. Gongju held a key. I will give you the reward I promised. He was surprised by what was happening. Just a moment ago it was an anti-magic wall. He turned back and introduced. You're surprised, aren't you? This is my spatial storage for weapons. He replied concisely. Cool. He warmly spoke. You can choose one thing from this pile. He was a little confused. Anything? Gongju confirmed. Yes, anything. Hearing that, Gangrim went to look around for a bit. He thought to himself. This is a test. He bent down to look at the key. I made some adjustments. He calculated. Low-grade items with special descriptions will be displayed as high-grade items. His plan was cunning. As for the real high-grade items, they will have superficial descriptions and will have been secretly swapped. They will be displayed as ordinary items. The corner of his mouth curved up to check if Seo Gangrim had the ability to foresee the future. Gongju thought that if he had no ability, he wouldn't be able to tell the grade of the weapon. Information about a sword appeared. Era Dominator Blade. Dragon Class 1. Legend says it was used by King Lee Song-gie when he defeated Yu of Goryeo. Very high stats but most effective against royalty.
Era Dominator Blade.
Strikes fear into royalty. Decorated with dragon heads. The description has been simplified as much as possible so he couldn't recognize their value. Crossed his arms and looked at Gangrim. But if he could foresee the future, it would be different. He held a sword. He carefully read its information. He happily looked at other information. He must have put away all the super items. But there are still many ghost-grade items. Gangrim tilted his head. His eyes lit up. This manager is quite generous. Then he found an item he liked. A gleaming sword was displayed. Caught his attention. It looks rare. Excellent blade. Insect Class 1. But then he quickly noticed something unusual. Insect Class 1. Seeing that, he immediately looked around the room. Now I see. Why is the display position so strange? The fate windows gradually disappeared. Cancel. Explore fate. Gangrim pursed his lips suspiciously. He subtly glanced at Gongdu. Is he testing me? He seemed to have known beforehand. I knew something was strange. How could he be so generous? He must want to test me. He sighed. He's put himself in a difficult position. Gangrim carefully considered. Only a few people have the ability to foresee fate. And the Fate Protection Agency would monopolize all of them. He was a little confused. Hiding a skill or getting good equipment. Which is more important? He changed direction and moved to the side.
Gong du Asked.
Have you chosen yet? He slowly approached. Yes. He pointed to one side. What I want is... He opened his eyes wide in surprise. He was startled. Me? Gangrim froze. What the hell is he talking about? He quickly explained. No. But he interrupted. You are indeed very smart.
Gong du Lucht Pro.
You actually realized that I am the most valuable thing in this room. He praised himself. I know I'm very attractive. But no. He was helpless. What I pointed to was... Gangrim clarified. The key you're holding. Then he suggested. Let me borrow all these weapons. That way you'll also benefit more. Skillfully persuaded. You won't lose anything. And District 2 will have the highest rank. Gongdu rubbed his chin thoughtfully. The scene shifted to Gangrim's room. He was feeding Kieran. Kieran, time to eat. The little one happily bent down to eat. He assessed. It takes about 3 days to make another key. In the meantime, it'll make you as strong as possible. He packed the food. Anyway, he felt a little pain in his wallet. I never thought I'd spend 12,000 soul gems in one day. Raising Kieran is expensive. Gangrim continued to pour more food for Kieran. Good boy, aren't you? All right, so eat a lot and grow up fast. Suddenly, his expression became surprised. System update. Kieran has become Ghost Class 2. Kieran has acquired the skill. Water Control. He read the little one's fate window. Water Control. Ghost Class 2. Free movement in water and can control water. Now it can control water? Gangrim pointed to the side. Kieran, try to control that water. Kieran bowed. A small sphere of water was created. Small water masses flew upwards to his surprise. Huh? Gangrim suddenly turned pale. Wait, a mass of water shot away. A large amount of water splashed onto his face. The wall had been smashed into a large hole. Boy Sangwon was soaked with water. He angrily yelled. Hey, CO Gangrim. Gangrim also didn't know what to do. In the dining room, a group of young people sat chatting. Awesome. One person ate and praised. The meal is truly delicious. He complained. I'm sick of eating fruit all the time. He sighed. If it weren't for Gangrim selling. Someone spoke. He seems cold. But he's actually very kind. He confirmed. Gangrim has always been a good person. You just didn't notice. He recounted a past event. Last time when we were surrounded by monsters. He was the one who helped us. And also when we were bitten by the Kallax monster in the building. Before coming here for training. Someone wondered. Really? Why didn't you team up with him? He was confused. Probably because he's too cold. I don't know either. He sighed and lowered his face. But we only cleared the medium difficulty stage and got free fruit. I feel bad for thinking he was cold before. Suddenly, Gangrim opened the door and walked in. I'm glad you like this new room. He turned back and affirmed. Oh, but I'm still paying for this meal. Sangwon crossed his arms. I'm only treating you well because you're also the first to clear the stage, like me. Gangrim was surprised. You were also the first to clear the stage? He proudly pointed to himself. I was the first to clear the low-difficulty karma room. He gradually understood. That's why I didn't meet him after that. He praised. Oh, that's amazing, even at low difficulty. Sangwon raised his tone. Right? He looked up. I think talking to you is good. Others aren't on my level. Excitedly invited. Oh, let's go for a drink after eating. Then he held up 2 fingers. Give me 2 drinks. The clay doll waved. Soul gems owned. He quickly interjected. Don't do that. Just give it directly. Sangwon promised. They'll pay next time. Before he could finish his sentence, he was hit in the face. He angrily slammed the table. He clutched his aching cheek. You, that's funny. Really. Do you know who I am? He stood on his toes and scolded. How dare you disrespect me? You're just a dirty puppet. Gangrim helplessly held him back. Mr. Choi Sangwon. They'll pay for this meal. Don't scold that poor thing anymore. He disdainfully replied. Do you have money? He ruffled his hair. You have to remember that soul gems are the currency here. He bent down and asked. How much is it? The clay dolls happily prepared a drink. Sangwon wondered. VIP, he explained. They told me I'm a VIP because I spent 12,000 soul gems here yesterday. Gangrim maintained a calm demeanor. No need. Just one drink for him. He was still staring at him, dumbfounded. 12,000. Clay doll pushed the drink towards him with its foot. Seeing that, his face darkened. Sangwon angrily bit his lip. He furiously punched the clay doll. Do you know who I am? Everyone was startled by the commotion. Gangrim intervened. Hey, what are you doing? He yelled. Shut up. Who are you? He angrily left. Someone's voice rang out. Clay puppet. Are you okay? The twin sisters were present. One asked him. Master, are you close to that guy? He waved his hand. No. Yoon Gyeon worried. Why are you with him? He replied. He's in the room I created. But the Kieran I raised broke the wall, so I invited him to a meal to apologize. Little girl's eyes lit up. Kieran? He turned to look at Kieran. Kieran, rest a bit before we continue. Gangrim replied. Kieran. Yoon Gyeon was curious. Why? He simply explained. Because it's a Kieran. The two looked at him. Yoon Bonfronid is a spirit beast, not a normal Kieran. The little girl echoed. Do you like it calling you human? No. He awkwardly rubbed his neck. Do you want me to name it? Then he decided to name it. Kieran. Kieran's class has changed to Novice Demon class. Kieran has acquired the skill. Deathhorn. Kieran's fate window appeared. Deathhorn. Novice Demon class. Has the ability to attract attacks of the gold attribute or alter its trajectory. Girl asked. What's wrong? Did it evolve or something? The little one rubbed its head against his hand. It wasn't just any Kieran but his own Kieran that was affected. Ion Bomb put her hands on her hips. Master, you already know we're your teammates, right? He gently replied. Yes, I know. Seo Gangrim hugged Kieran and smiled brightly. Thank you all. Ion Jian covered her sister's mouth. Master, if you want to thank us, then come with us to the next demon world. He looked at them. Next. What? The two sisters nodded. The gate was tightly sealed. He was puzzled. Don't we have to go in anyway when it opens? Time skip. 1 week later. Everyone gathered in one place. The Viper Room. About to begin. Protect. Not exceeding 168 hours. Someone asked. What do we have to protect? Person speculated. Maybe it's that container or that tree. Xiao Yongmin waved cheerfully. Hello. You're trainees from Seoul District 2, right? I am Seo Jongmin from the Fate Protection Agency. I am responsible for this demon world. Shin Sua was surprised. Ah, is there a messenger? Ion Giant explained. We have a target window just like in the Hellfire Room and the Hellblade Mountain Room. She gradually understood. So, the objective is set by the Fate Protection Agency. Seo Gangrim raised an eyebrow suspiciously. Why isn't it Anavi? She was the one who did it in my previous life. Seo Jongmin excitedly raised both hands. I've updated the details in the user manual, so I'll explain it briefly. An awkward person, user manual, the person next to him took out an item, the one he was holding when he arrived. He held an animal. The mission in this room is to protect this white serpent. Everyone seems to dislike that snake? He denied. No, each person will protect one. He held out a piece of red cloth. You will use this mark of friendship. Just wrap this cloth around the snake. Jongmin held the cloth forward. Here, each of you take one and go. Go find a snake for yourselves. Let's start. System panel appeared. Rules of the Viper Room. 1 snake per person. Use the mark of friendship to tame the snake and protect it for 168 hours. You are free to leave the demon world. But if your snake dies while you are gone, the mission fails, the snake cannot leave the demon world. However, you can entrust it to Jongmin for safekeeping for a maximum of 6 hours a day. He will protect the snake during that time. If anything unexpected happens, you can find a new snake and continue the mission. If you encounter the giant python, do not call it a snake. Ion Giant fumbled in the bushes. Are there any here? Ion Bomb replied. No. Dako Jun blocked the view, lifting 2 snakes. Aren't there any bigger ones? Johan was scared by a snake.
Shin Sua quickly approached.
Father Johan. Sang one tied a piece of cloth around the snake's body. Stay there. Immediately after tying it, the snake's body glowed. You are protecting a snake. 3 seconds out of 168 hours. He named it. Alright, from now on your name is Jung. Take care of it. The others were dissatisfied. Aren't we supposed to protect you? He calmly affirmed. Yes, so protect my snake too. Sang-won crossed his arms and chuckled. I got here before Seo Gangrim, so I definitely caught it before him, right? The person holding the snake replied indifferently. I guess so. He confidently declared, he'll be the first one to clear the stage, just watch. People in the group whispered. Why does he keep mentioning Seo Gangrim lately? He soliloquized. You won't be able to look down on me anymore.
Seo Gangrim.
Seo Gangrim walked across a bridge. Behind him was Kieran. He pondered deeply. I wonder what the fate guidance is trying to warn me about. He felt uneasy. I don't know if it's because the karma room was cleared earlier than in my previous life, but because this demon world has been closed for a while. And having a new spokesperson is also worth thinking about.
Seo Gangrim frowned.
His eyes looked down. Too many things are different from my previous life. I'm not sure what the problem is. The system reminded. Seo Gangrim's fate has changed. He paused. Could it be? The system continued. Act to return fate to normal. Everything will go as you wish when fate is corrected. He lifted the red cloth in his hand. Is it related to what I'm doing? The fate window appeared again. Mark of friendship. Novice human class. If you put it on the monster, it will no longer fear you. The effect depends on the rank difference between the monster and the user. A deep voice echoed.
Seo Gangrim.
What are you doing? Aren't you looking for the snake? If you don't want to find the snake, why don't you let me possess you? Kieran kept running around him. Too distracting. Seo Gangrim looked up. Alright, worrying won't solve anything. I have to go. He took off his jacket and put it in his bag. He took off his inner shirt too. Let's go, Kieran. He jumped straight into the lake. Kieran also jumped in after him. Seo Gangrim took a deep breath. He and the little one dove down. Seo Gangrim dove deep into the sea. Both searched for something deep within the ocean. I think he's looking for a water serpent. How long can a mortal hold their breath? System announced. Lung capacity has increased by 20% due to bonus points from the water attribute. Kieran began to absorb. Skill activated. Water control. The system continued to explain the function. Seo Gangrim has received the effect from the skill. Water control. You can now move and breathe freely in water environments. At this moment, both could move freely in the water. A snake suddenly glided past Seo Gangrim. It was surprised when he stared intently at it. Seo Gangrim quickly chased after the snake. Hey, where are you going? The water serpent is over there. He kept searching around. There's no water serpent down here. Seo Gangrim thought to himself. Do you think I'd dive all the way down here just to catch a few snakes? What I want is... At this moment, a great serpent was opening its mouth wide behind him. Oh my, it's a great serpent. Seo Gangrim immediately used his strength against it. Glad I brought my heavenly flame blade with me. His throat was stabbed forcefully. Seo Gangrim easily defeated the great serpent. It was too large to be considered a snake, yet too small to be classified as a dragon. He excitedly gripped its tongue. This is the great serpent I was looking for. I'm quite lucky, though I have to put the mark of friendship on its tongue first. He wrapped the red cord around the great serpent's tongue. A sphere appeared from inside its mouth. At this moment, Kieran's move sent Seo Gangrim flying. Skill activated. Water control. He secretly praised Kieran. Well done, Kieran. The great serpent looked at Seo Gangrim with fierce eyes. It angrily looked towards Kieran. The great serpent opened its mouth wide, intending to swallow Kieran. Seo Gangrim quickly rushed forward. Using item, mark of friendship. He embraced the great serpent's body. The great serpent is resisting the effects of mark of friendship. Seo Gangrim struggled to hold onto the great serpent's thrashing body. The friendship seal cord was completely tied. The great serpent has submitted to
Seo Gangrim.
The gods couldn't help but be astonished. He just tamed the great serpent? I'm not sure, but look at its eyes. It doesn't seem to regard him as an enemy. Seo Gangrim excitedly pointed towards the water's surface. Both surfaced together. Seo Gangrim stroked the great serpent's head. Well done. Now my job is to protect you for a week. He delightedly ordered the great serpent. But you'll be fine without me, right? We'll meet again in a week. So don't leave the water for a week. And just live freely as before. Great serpent looked at him, puzzled. But it still obeyed and returned to the sea. The gods were all a little surprised. He just tamed it for 5 minutes and he's already neglecting it. Well, it is a great serpent. It'll be fine.
Seo Gongrim laughed heartily.
Now I get to go on a week-long vacation. Huh? The god immediately scolded him. And this is why you went looking for the great serpent? You cunning bastard. Seo Gangrim continued to hunt monsters. The system announced. Strength points have increased to rank 26.
Seo Gongrim.
Strength. Rank 26. Stamina. Rank 23. Speed. Rank 26. Senses. Rank 26. Magic. Rank 23.
Seo Gongrim sighed.
Increasing stats is very difficult just by hunting, even if my class density is high. He turned to look at Kieran. Kieran, let's rest a bit before continuing. They thought, Kieran doesn't like blood, right? Well, it still applied its effect to Seo Gangrim earlier. Seo Gangrim also understood that. I guess it's a bit difficult because it doesn't really like killing. Suddenly a voice echoed. That is, you bastard. Seo Gangrim immediately looked in that direction. Trainees don't usually fight much in the demon world. Seo Gangrim's expression changed to alarm. Could it be? He rushed off with Kieran. Kieran, let's go. The shouting grew louder and louder. What are you guys doing? Give me back my money.
Seo Gangrim listened intently.
I can't do this anymore. That guy yelled at Choi Sang-won. He'll refund you as soon as we get back. So go do this yourself. What? The rest of the people also left simultaneously. I'm out too. You always insult and compare us. Seo Gangrim this. Seo Gangrim that. Why don't you hire him? Seo Gangrim heard that and felt helpless. What? Hire me? The gods immediately advised him.
Seo Gangrim.
Try talking to him. He seems to be in trouble. If you're lucky, you might get some spirit orbs from him. Seo Gangrim hesitated slightly. Really? You need money to feed Kieran. He suddenly remembered last time. But he's dirt poor. Who is that? Choi Sang-won quickly approached.
Seo Gangrim.
He screamed in panic.
Seo Gangrim.
Me. Save my snake. But quickly ran there. So, your snake is being attacked. But you don't know where it is because you lost it? Yes. Seo Gangrim calmly asked, what do I get after this trip? Choi Sang-won shouted, you still haven't paid me for that meal. He immediately stopped. Seo Gangrim quickly refused. I don't work for free. What? Choi Sang-won helplessly yelled. I have spirit orbs. 2,000. Gangrim was a little surprised. You really collected a lot, didn't you? Are they from your teammates? System announced. Transaction complete. The target's HP with the mark of friendship has dropped below 50%. Seo Gangrim was extremely pleased. The spirit orbs are back. Meanwhile, Choi Sang-won was utterly panicked. If you're done, hurry up and save my snake. At this moment, his snake was being attacked. The fellow trainee excitedly yelled, this is the end for you. Seo Gangrim quickly blocked the attack. The fellow trainee angrily shouted, what? Are you from a different zone? I found this snake first. Go find another one. He quickly replied, that won't do. Choi Sang-won rushed over and hugged his snake. He was in pain.
Don't die.
Gucci, open your mouth. This medicine. The fellow trainee was puzzled. Choi Sang-won was overly agitated. Who are you to dare come here and kill my snake? His friend was even more confused. Your snake? He became even more enraged. Do you see the mark of friendship here? Go find other snakes to protect. The fellow trainee looked dissatisfied. Why should I protect other snakes? Seo Gangrim suddenly asked. Isn't the mission in this demon world to protect snakes? The fellow trainee was even more confused. What are you talking about? The fellow trainee frantically rechecked his mission. My mission is to kill snakes. Both of them were astonished. What? Seo Gangrim's heart was pounding. The mission for the third zone is different from my previous life. I guess this is fate's intention. He recalled. In my previous life, the mission for both zones was to focus on protecting snakes. And they cooperated to protect the snakes from monsters. That's why that bastard and Shin Sua. Seo Gangrim's expression immediately changed. Wait, then, is being attacked. Seo Gangrim was astonished. It's being attacked? This moment, Kang Do-hyun stood before the Great Serpent. If it's someone from the third zone, his face was extremely excited. Then it must be him. The powerful attack sent Kang Do-hyun flying. The Great Serpent angrily growled at him. Is it a dragon? Seeing it, Kang Do-hyun became even more excited. Let's see. He quickly rushed towards the Great Serpent. Will killing this one complete the mission? This moment, Seo Gangrim also rushed over in a panic. His expression was extremely satisfied. Kang Do-hyun attacked the Great Serpent's body. He raised his fist. Nice. I almost had to. Seo Gangrim rushed forward to attack him. What? Both clashed. Who is that? Seo Gangrim's face showed satisfaction. I knew it was you. He was surprised by Seo Gangrim. Gungi Duyung. So Gangrim remembered the past. Bro, you didn't come last time, so you have to come this time. Gungi Duyung. Demon Class 2. Flying Tiger Guild. Then both quickly left. Alright, see you. Are you leaving? I promise you I'll come to the party tonight. That event happened. Everyone. Back to reality. He's also part of the Flying Tiger Guild. Who would have thought I'd meet him here? So fun. Kong Doohyun gritted his teeth in anger. I'll let you off this time because I've never met you before. But I called dibs on that first. Seo Gangrim reminded the Great Serpent. Dive deep. Stay there no matter what happens. Great Serpent then returned to the depths of the sea. It ran away. Kong Doohyun became even angrier. Get out of the way. You're blocking the path. I still have to kill that thing. He still looked at him with satisfaction. I've never met him when he was young. Seo Gangrim began to reminisce. Feels so different.
Seo Gangrim. Seo Gangrim.
And Kong Doohyun once confessed. I'm glad I didn't meet you in the demon world. Why? He was a little embarrassed. Back then, I was a bit impulsive. He thought, if we had met here in the previous life, we probably wouldn't have become friends. Are you listening?
Seo Gangrim smiled amicably.
Why don't you go find another snake? That Great Serpent is mine. Kong Doohyun's face was astonished. Yours. He suddenly attacked Seo Gangrim, but he nimbly dodged. Then I'll hit you first. Kong Doohyun continued to attack. So you're just dodging? Seo Gangrim quickly counterattacked. His hand trembled, restraining his strength. Seo Gangrim looked at him gently. He's really strong.
Gungi Duyung sneered.
Laughing. Is it that fun to laugh? He was surprised when Seo Gangrim calmly replied. Yes, it is fun. He drew his sword, ready to fight. How can I not be happy when you're alive and well right in front of me like this? The system announced. Seo Gangrim's attribute has changed to fire. Seo Gangrim quickly rushed towards him. He thought to himself. Kong Doohyun's power ranking is Demon Class 2. Both his subclass and stats are higher than mine. Kong Doohyun was terrified by the tip of his sword. You're confused because you don't understand why you're stronger but still can't beat me, right? He shamefully raised his hand to attack Seo Gangrim. Don't project your thoughts onto others. So, how do you know me? Seo Gangrim quickly attacked his stomach. Kong Doohyun unexpectedly fell, making him smile contentedly. I know all your attacks. He trembled in pain. I thought I won. Kong Doohyun grimaced in anger. Then he quickly ran off. He'll be back tomorrow to get my revenge.
Seo Gangrim happily waved goodbye.
Oh, but this isn't good. His expression worsened. If this continues, he won't meet Shin Sua. Seo Gangrim couldn't help but worry about the future's progression. That means he won't join the Flying Tiger Guild. And another development Seo Gangrim feared would happen. Instead, if he joins the Asura Guild, live or die. His face suddenly turned fierce. I can't let that happen. Scene change. I should have told them earlier that the objective for the other zones was to kill snakes. At this moment, Choi Sang-won was relentlessly questioning him. But protecting snakes from monsters or humans isn't that different. Is it? What? Really? He angrily hugged his snake and left. Let's go, Gucci. Seo Gangrim approached and waved to him. May I ask?
Yo Young-min chuckled.
What do you want to ask? He voiced his doubt. Isn't the purpose of the Fate Protection Agency to create as many awakened individuals as possible? I don't understand why you make us fight each other. He replied. To eliminate those who aren't skilled enough and only grow stronger if others are strong. Seo Gangrim was a bit confused. What does grow stronger if others are strong mean?
Yo Young-min calmly replied.
For example, using a very strong person's items to clear a demon world stage. He couldn't help but be surprised. You mean this is my fault? He smiled slyly. Anyway, we didn't provide too many snakes this time. Seo Gangrim gritted his teeth in anger as he listened to his words. So cooperation to clear the stage will be almost impossible. The system announced. Protect the Great Serpent. 22 hours. 17 minutes. 58 seconds out of 168 hours. Gods continuously chatted. The Seo Gangrim. We've been waiting for a while. We're very excited. He unexpectedly looked around. Did something happen while I was gone? Seo Gangrim walked to the bridge where the Great Serpent was. I didn't receive any notification saying the Great Serpent was under attack. At this moment, he suddenly sensed. Something is coming. An explosion occurred in the distance. A figure slowly appeared before his eyes. Another explosion attacked Seo Gangrim's position. Fist punched the ground, cracking it. Kong Doohyun had returned. Seo Gangrim finally found you. Found me. Do you need to find me for something? He excitedly approached. Yes. Kong Doohyun delightedly ran towards him. I've always returned a blow for a blow. Seo Gangrim immediately blocked his attack. He suddenly remembered the battle in the past. Seo Gangrim thought to himself, he'll only fight him for a little while. He suddenly kicked towards Seo Gangrim, surprising him. He struggled to block the attack. Damn it, my fighting style. Seo Gangrim quickly realized. He improved it. He must have noticed that I knew. His hand suddenly trembled. Changing old habits must be difficult. Impressive. Finally hit. Seo Gangrim asked, puzzled. Why do you want to fight me?
Kang Duyung frankly replied.
Because I lost last time. His face was determined. I don't like losing. Seo Gangrim was a little surprised by his attitude. He recalled the past and thought to himself. That's right. You always liked fighting people stronger than you. So in my previous life I didn't even think about fighting you. Because I wasn't strong then.
Seo Gangrim sighed helplessly.
Is it crazy that I'm enjoying the fact that we're enemies? He thought. Anyway, if I lose, the great serpent will die, so. Seo Gangrim spoke up. I trust you.
Kang Duyung.
What are you talking about? Come on. His eyes blazed. If you want it, you got it.
Just don't.
Skill activated.
Combat instinct.
Level 33. The system announced. Skill activated.
Combat instinct.
Do you think someone like you can kill me? Kang Du-hyun excitedly rushed forward. If you think things will go the same way as yesterday, you're dead wrong. Seo Gangrim's eyes showed astonishment. He happily rushed forward. You look strong, don't you? Kang Du-hyun was delighted. I like strong people. Seo Gangrim ducked to avoid his attack. His expression became terrifying. Kill the strong. Seo Gangrim directly attacked him. He seemed to transform into a different person. Very interesting. Kang Du-hyun now began to fear. What the hell is wrong with this guy? Desperately dodged Seo Gangrim's madness. He's been aiming for my vital points this whole time. Is he really trying to kill me? Is he crazy or something? Seeing his excited expression, Kang Du-hyun couldn't help but be terrified. He wasn't like this yesterday. He began to tire. No, at this rate. Kang Du-hyun used all his strength to deliver a powerful blow to him. I'm going to lose again. Kang Du-hyun hit his pelvis. Blood immediately spurted from Seo Gangrim's mouth. I have to kill him.
Kang Du-hyun attacked frantically.
The words kept appearing in Seo Gangrim's head. I want to kill. I want to kill. Seo Gangrim's face became emotionless. How can someone like you do that? The system continuously announced. Skill.
Combat instinct.
Has evolved to Ghost Tier Level 2. Temporarily regained consciousness. Seo Gangrim's face returned to normal. I'm finally sober again. Kang Du-hyun was stunned. Flames erupted from Seo Gangrim. What? Seo Gangrim blazed with fighting spirit. Flames engulfing his body. I figured out how to kill you. Kang Du-hyun fearfully waved his hands. How can you still move when I've already broken your bones? Doesn't it hurt? He ignored it and swung his sword at Kang Du-hyun. He immediately fled. A little pain like this won't stop me. Are you crazy? Seo Gangrim couldn't help but be excited. Kang Du-hyun still looked at him in astonishment. He fearfully backed away. All right, I lose.
Seo Gangrim excitedly yelled.
Then go die. Skill.
Combat instinct.
Has been removed due to lack of mana. The system continued to announce. Skill. Fire control. Has been deactivated due to lack of mana. I won't kill you. Good decision. Seo Gangrim turned and left. Now give up and go find another snake to kill.
Kang Du-hyun shamefully yelled.
They'll be back tomorrow. If I lose tomorrow, it'll continue the day after. Seo Gangrim glanced back.
Don't.
In the end, it'll be the one to win. Gods disgust. They're fighting again tomorrow? So exciting. They're truly evenly matched. It seems only one of them can complete the mission. Kang Du-hyun could just find another snake. Oh my, he won't do that. Seo Gangrim thought to himself. That's right. That's not Kang Du-hyun's personality. But I can't let one of them happen. This moment, everyone was questioning her. Is that true? That's not fair at all. All Zone 3 has to do is kill snakes. Can we find another snake to protect? Chasia explained. Zone 2's objective is to protect snakes. And you all failed. When the mission time ends, you will be sent back. Please be aware of this. Seo Gangrim silently listened to them. Zone 2's objective. He suddenly thought of something. Seo Gangrim immediately asked urgently. Ms. Anavi. He then whispered into Chasia's ear. Do you think? She smiled with satisfaction. Seo Gangrim was excited when he heard her reply. It's possible. All right. He walked, deep in thought. Now there's another reason why I can't lose. Seo Gangrim immediately summoned Kieran. Come here, Kieran. It's time to hunt. The system displayed. Protect the Great Serpent. 49 hours. 3 minutes. 52 seconds out of 168 hours. Both of them had a battle. Protect the Great Serpent. 73 hours. 31 minutes. 2 seconds out of 168 hours. New moves were unleashed. Protect the Great Serpent. 100 hours. 1 minute. 48 seconds out of 168 hours. Kang Doohyun tried his best to defeat him. Protect the Great Serpent. 119 hours. 10 minutes. 37 seconds out of 168 hours. Finally, he collapsed from exhaustion. Protect the Great Serpent. 145 hours. 17 minutes. 26 seconds out of 168 hours. Kang Doohyun's exhausted body. That's not fair. How is it fair when you're covered in fire?
Seo Gangrim komli replid.
This is my skill. I'll use it however I want. Do you really have to act like a madman? He quickly ran off. Your mind isn't normal either. No normal person fights someone who's completely on fire. They'll be back tomorrow. Just wait. The gods and the Great Serpent witnessed their battle. I think both of them are crazy. Just leave them be. It's fun. Even the Great Serpent nodded. Seo Gangrim glanced at the Great Serpent. I told you to stay in the water. The Great Serpent was excited when he asked, Are you hungry? Seo Gangrim poured a box of food into the Great Serpent's mouth. They'll give you this, so go back down. Humans are much more dangerous than monsters. He whispered to the Great Serpent. Don't tell Kieran about this. The Great Serpent was a little confused. Now you can go down. I don't think that will be enough to fill it up. At this moment, the twin sisters ran over. Master, what are you doing there? Both of them couldn't help but be disappointed. You're feeding the Great Serpent.
Imzo Gialos.
I want one too. What's wrong with your face?
Seo Gangrim Chukled.
Is it that bastard from Zone 3? Why doesn't he go find another snake? Fighting him is fun. Plus, it's good for training.
Ion Bomb angrily grabbed Seo Gangrim's collar.
Fun? Who are you? A UFC fighter? Where's my master? They chatted by the river. The Great Serpent accidentally overheard something. They'll have to decline your offer. Discussions were made. If you help, we can easily defeat the people from Zone 2. Even if they're strong, we can win by numbers.
I don't care.
I need to defeat one person. Confidently replied. Don't worry about that. The Great Serpent was surprised to hear the name. Is there a way to defeat Seo Gangrim? Quickly dove into the river. Kang Doohyun heard the sound and looked over. He turned without guarding and asked, So what's the way? Seo Gangrim stood before the snake. Leaves rustled. The leaves flew towards him. He spoke. Today is the last day. He seriously asked a question. What will you do if you suffer another defeat today? He questioned. Are you going to find another snake to kill?
Kangi Duyung froned.
I won't do anything that pathetic. If I lose again, he'll simply fail. He heard that and was a little satisfied. I knew it. Really? So Gangrim slowly drew his sword. So do you want to go all out because this will be our last battle? If I win this time, you'll have to obey one of my commands. Do you accept? And if I win? He confidently affirmed. There's no way. Kang Doohyun was angry. His face darkened. He sighed. So you think you'll win? Quickly got into a ready stance. That skill. Seo Gangrim held his sword horizontally in front of him. He fiercely charged forward. It won't be effective anymore. He smugly punched straight at him. He immediately blocked with his sword. Is he going to pierce right through it? Could it be? Skill activated. Fate detection. His fate window appeared. Kangi Duyung. Ghost tier rank 2 class. Earth attribute. Divine title 1 against 10,000. Seo Gangrim read it intently. Just as I thought. He has gained fire resistance. Kang Doohyun had now broken his sword with a punch. What will you do now? That's your ultimate skill. Isn't it? He arrogantly declared. I told you that I would be the final winner. Suddenly a source of dark energy appeared. He was then slashed in the leg by it. Damn it. What the hell was that?
Seo Gangrim smiled sinisterly.
I will win. Going crazy again. Kang Doohyun slowly stood up. That must be your secret weapon or something. Huh? He rotated his entire hand. But do you think I'd come here with just one trick? He pulled out a spear. You started it first. Skill activated. Formless spear. Seo Gangrim was astonished. Senses. Sensing danger ahead. Realized. Isn't that the three-pronged serpent spear? That's it. He must have been gifted that by a god. Like the one in Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Kang Doohyun swung his arm forward. A massive attack rushed towards him. He struggled to defend. Skill activated.
Combat instinct.
Seo Gangrim gritted his teeth. Damn it. Don't let it be destroyed. Skill activated.
Combat instinct.
Deflected the attack. I must win today at all costs. Skill.
Combat instinct.
Has reacted to your competition and evolved to first rank ghost tier. A strange light appeared before his eyes. It ran all around where Seo Gangrim and Kang Duhyun stood. What is this light? He speculated. A path? He began to get used to this skill. I can see Kang Duhyun's attack direction and his openings. Next second, Seo Gangrim stepped closer to him. He focused intensely. Kang Duhyun was a little panicked. You still have other skills you haven't used? Before he could react, he slashed him, cried out in pain, looking up. His eyes rolled back. Then Kang Duhyun collapsed to the ground. A voice echoed. Holy crap. Seo Gangrim won? Seo Gangrim gasped, pale after the blow. Those sounds continued. What? How did he win? He won despite facing the three-pronged serpent spear. I guess using a weapon you're not familiar with isn't a good idea. He snapped his head around. But isn't he about to die? He fearfully shook Kang Duhyun. Damn it. Did I overdo it? I have to take him to Father Johann. Suddenly, a bullet grazed his neck. An ambush? A group of people appeared from nowhere. Attack him. He must be tired now. Then they all charged forward. Those people from Zone 3. Seo Gangrim calmly opened the potion bottle. I need to give Kang Duhyun some healing potion first. But then the potion bottle in his hand was pushed away by an invisible force. He was surprised. Mud? He looked towards the two people. It's 2-star Earth attribute magic. Seo Gangrim struggled to get out of the mud. Damn it. I have to escape from here first. The flames in his hand gradually weakened. Who are they? Skill. Fire manipulation. Has been deactivated due to lack of mana. He anxiously tried to find a way. Will Seo Gangrim lose after doing all that? Suddenly the snake charged out and knocked a person away. You. Then it decisively put that person into its mouth. Fiercely. Opened its mouth wide. What the hell is this? How can there be a snake this big? Is it even still a snake? The other group panicked. It must be a snake. Otherwise, what is it?
Seo Gangrim, pale, orange.
What are you doing? That's a great serpent. Didn't these guys read the instructions? He recalled. I told it to stay in the water because I was worried this would happen. It'll release you after a week. So don't leave the water after a week. And live normally. One of the rules appeared. If you encounter a great serpent, never call it a snake. The snake trembled. One guy saw that and ran over with a sword. You cannot call a great serpent a snake. This must be Seo Gangrim's snake. Kill it. Seo Gangrim, with good intentions, warned. No, run fast. Because that guy stubbornly struck. You snake. Snake's body began to transform. Wait, there's something strange about this snake. He finally escaped from the mud. The great serpent was called a snake and could not transform into a dragon. The snake burst into flames and was swallowed in rage and resentment. Its form transformed. From that, it became a monster called Gankiori. Seo Gangrim supported Kang Duhyun. Protect Gankiori for 155 hours, 1 minute, 49 seconds out of 168 hours. He gazed at it thoughtfully. I think I still have a chance if it recognizes me. Gankiori bared its teeth fiercely. Spat. Fire at him. Everyone ran for their lives. That never happens. Whispers echoed. Didn't those crazy people read the instructions? I've never seen a Gankiori. Detailed information. Gankiori, rank, Dragon Tier Grade 3. The Great Serpent fell into despair because it could not evolve into a dragon. It has 2 attributes, poison and fire, with a body as hard as steel. Gankiori continuously spat fire into the sky. They're doomed. They're really doomed. Someone with a loudspeaker announced. This is the Fate Protection Agency. A Dragon Tier monster. Gankiori is here. Ion Bomb and Ion Giant also began to realize. Everyone still ran with all their might. Wherever it went, fire spread. It's coming this way. Someone urgently spoke. Wait, I don't have enough poison resistance to. The announcement continued to echo. All new recruits are called. Evacuate to the sacred tree for your safety. Large branches flew towards them. Shin Sua. Shin Sua created a safe path for everyone. Hurry up and run to the sacred tree. The sounds from the loudspeaker echoed steadily. Announce again to everyone. Seo Gangrim, carrying Kang Duhyun, thought. I guess the agency is starting to act too. Kang Min was startled when he noticed. All new recruits in the VIP room. He continued. Nothing. A new mission has been set by the Fate Protection Agency. Killing Gankiori will count as mission completion. Dako Jun immediately paid attention. And additional rewards will be given. He looked excited. You heard it too, right? Johann was confused. You mean? He aggressively walked towards Gankiori. It seems it's time for a sub-boss mission. Seo Gangrim finally reached the sacred tree. Everyone is here. He urgently asked. Is Father Johann here? Johann immediately raised his hand. I am here. Lay Kang Duhyun down. Please heal him. He was surprised. What happened to him? He regretfully covered his face. Did I do it? Shin Sua ran over anxiously.
Seo Gongrim.
Are you all right? He turned back. Shin Sua. He pointed towards Kang Do-hyun.
I'm fine.
He's the one who's injured. She didn't sit down to look. Is this the person from Zone 3 who always challenges you? He replied. Yes. Then she cheerfully asked. So I guess your great serpent is still fine? What are you going to do about the mission to kill Gankiori? Seo Gangrim stood up and left. I think you'll have to assess the situation myself first. He spoke frankly without hiding anything. That Gankiori is the great serpent I was protecting. She was astonished. That's also a great serpent?
Shin Sua anxiously advised.
Then you can't kill it. He looked up at it. Exactly. But I also can't let it run wild like this. Suddenly, Kang Do-hyun sat up abruptly to stop him. No. He turned his head to look at him. You're awake? He clutched his wound, struggling to speak. You must not kill it. Seo Gangrim was puzzled. You were going to kill it anyway. He replied. If I kill it, that's a different story. He looked at him thoughtfully. Is it because you value loyalty? Then he'll have to find a way to. Jong Min appeared. That won't work. He was a little surprised. The messenger? He explained. A fallen great serpent must be eliminated. The temperature and toxins spreading from its body could destroy the entire demon world. Having said that, he sighed. Normally, the protection agency would handle this. But I don't know what the higher-ups are thinking. He said. A failed entity that cannot transform into a dragon is indeed a very big problem. He bowed his head. Failed? So Gangrim and Jong Min continued to discuss. Anyway, it needs to be stopped. This is not a problem you can solve on your own. I understand. Afterwards, he proposed. I think he'll have to deal with Gankiori. Can I ask for everyone's help? Shin Sua's eyes were firm. Of course. Behind her were the Yoon sisters. She affirmed. We are teammates. Teammates?
Kang Do-hyun frowned.
Then what about the great serpent? Is it nothing to you? He jumped up. Wait, are you going to kill it? He was worried. Sweating profusely. That's your great serpent. He gritted his teeth. Kang Do-hyun couldn't help but shout. You shouldn't kill it, should you? He retracted his words. He ran off. Seo Gangrim called after him. Hey,
Kang Do-hyun.
He helplessly watched his retreating back. Everyone was still gathered at the sacred tree. Kang Do-hyun's expression was very grim. Recalling what Jong Min had said, a failed entity that cannot transform into a dragon is indeed a very big problem. He sat alone on a tree branch, deep in thought. He closed his eyes tightly. You are a failure. Memories from the past flooded back. Are you tarnishing my name? His father's scolding words kept appearing in his mind. I'm ashamed to have a son like you. Kang Do-hyun thought to himself. I've lived 20 years doing what he said, but perhaps that's still not enough for him. Every time he was hit, he could only endure in silence. He wondered, why is this all he can do? Everyone said he was destined to be a great person. Then he answered himself. It's not that I can't achieve those things. I'm simply not the perfect child my parents wanted. Kang Do-hyun gradually fell into despair. And to them, things that aren't perfect are failures. I can't escape the thought that I'll never escape this life of failure. Each past event followed another. That inferiority complex made me rebellious and constantly fight. I saw everyone as an enemy. His thoughts flowed to the present. Perhaps that's why. But I sympathize with the great serpent. Kang Do-hyun was disappointed. I thought at least you were different.
Seo Gangrim.
He remembered when Seo Gangrim tried to carry him away from danger. That time, he had asked, why are you helping me? Don't you think you'll be betrayed by someone from Zone 3? I don't think you would do that. He replied firmly. You're not that kind of person. He added, I know what kind of person you are. I trust you. Kang Do-hyun gently wiped away his tears. Just hearing those words lifted so much burden from his shoulders. Back to the present. He silently looked at Gankiori. I also understand that we can't let the great serpent run wild and destroy the entire demon world. Then he looked down at Seo Gangrim's group. But if possible, it would be good if we could save Gankiori. Just like you saved me. He was holding a key. Ion Giant wondered. Can he borrow weapons? Ion Bomb showed her excitement. If so, can we kill Gankiori? He seriously reiterated. Let me be clear. I will be the one to deal with Gankiori. He gripped the key tightly in his hand, emphasizing, without killing it.
Seo Gangrim explained intently.
That's my plan. Shin Sua thought. It seems worth a try. Ion Bomb suggested. Should we tell the others not to kill it? He heard that and was confused. He didn't know someone wanted to kill it. That bastard. And all three thought of.
Dago Junior. Yon Gion Nudied Johan.
When he heard the news, how did he react? He whispered. He was very excited. Said he was about to fight a boss. Seo Gangrim impatiently turned away. Where is he now? Dao Jun tilted his head and smiled with a terrifying face. Where are you guys going? Sang One hugged the giant serpent. Run to the hallway, what else? Do you want to fight that thing? He spread his arms. Run. He tried to stop him. Just get through today and the mission will be complete. Why do this? He just walked past him. I'm going to a safe place with Gucci. If you want to fight it, go fight it yourself. He coldly held onto his great serpent. Really? Jun directly crushed it to death. But what will you do? Skill activated. Disintegrate. He let go. Your snake is dead. He panicked. No, Gucci. He waved his hand. Don't be so pathetic. He threatened with a fierce aura. You guys too. Everyone cautiously hugged their great serpents tightly. Jun charged forward, eliminating them one by one. My snake. Why are you doing this? Their corpses were scattered everywhere. No, don't kill it. Someone spoke up, criticizing. That's not fair. Why does your snake get to live while ours have to die? He replied. Oh, my snake? He decisively eliminated his own great serpent. You failed to protect your snake. 155 hours. 24 minutes. 1 second out of 168 hours. It was split in half, falling straight to the ground. Everyone was utterly terrified. Satisfied now?
Yun smiled brightly.
Now there's no other way but to kill Gankiori. Let's fight side by side. Jun's group quickly arrived.
Seo Gangrim.
Let's go kill Gankiori. Seo Gangrim turned back. I was looking for you. He wondered. Why are so many people following you? He explained. They are the protagonist's support army. He excitedly leaned forward. You must have a plan to kill it, right? Everyone behind him continuously signaled. Say yes.
Seo Gangrim.
Don't let this guy be the leader.
Seo Gangrim replied.
Yes. And I also need your cooperation. I have a way to deal with Gankiori. Gongzu's group entered the demon world. I really don't understand the director. Gongmin rubbed his head. The trainees might actually die. He replied. That's why we have to go to them now. Ione Ionim smiled. Team leader Gong. You're late. He was annoyed. Why is she here? Then he turned. Team leader Eong. Long time no see. Team leader Eong yawned. Yes. Gankiori was being attacked on this side. Gongzu wondered. Who's fighting Gankiori? He opened the system. Team leader Gong's trainee.
Seo Gangrim.
He continued. And all members of Zone 2 showed disdain.
Seo Gangrim.
He impatiently waved the talisman in his hand. These guys can't kill it anyway. Let's deal with it and get out of here. Ionio spoke up. Wait a minute. The director told us to wait. She looked forward. But she observed intently. I hope they give up soon. She happily raised a finger. If Seo Gangrim fails, he'll recruit him to Zone 1. Gongzu was annoyed. Is that why you came here? Junio said in a sweet voice. I want to know where such a strong awakened individual came from. I'm so impressed. Someone nearby heard that and gritted their teeth. Gankiori was hit by bullets. Bomb gripped her gun tightly. Demon-slaying gun. A large-caliber rifle. Used for hunting tough monsters. Borrowed from Gongzu's armory. It fiercely spat fire in response. Johan quickly blocked. Skill activated. Protective barrier. An arrow grazed its body. Ion Giant appeared to distract it. Hey, over here. Girl aimed straight at it. Blood bow. Simulating the bow and arrow of the hero who shot down 9 suns. Borrowed from Gongzu's armory. Kieran was also present. Skill activated. Water control. Gongzu observed. Astonished. What are they doing? Why do they keep missing? He pressed his lips together. Why do these incompetent people have those weapons? At this rate, they can't defeat Gankiori. Gankiori fiercely intended to attack again. But then the flames in its mouth suddenly died out. Everyone immediately seized the opportunity and charged forward. It's out of fire. Everyone advance. Toxins and high temperatures still lingered. A person raised their shield to block. The heat and poison are still too much. Let those who can withstand poison and fire go to the front. Everyone gather into a group. Can we do this? Should we push it against a wall? Ice blocks immediately surrounded it. Activate skill. Summon ice wall. Alright, keep pushing it to the marked spot. They rushed forward but failed. It's too difficult.
Shin Sua seriously.
Those with water element abilities. I will try to restrict its movements. Everyone try to put out the fire. Wood and water attacked Gang Cheori simultaneously. Activate skill. Leaf gathering. Activate skill. Water bomb. Continue. Don't let the fire spread to the trees. Activate. Water cannon. Everyone fought with all their might. Keep going. Activate. Monster strength. Activate. Physical enhancement. They encouraged each other. Almost there. Just a little more. Gang Cheori opened its large mouth wide. It stomped its foot, causing the ground to shatter. Everyone immediately grew anxious. We can't push it anymore. What do we do now? Gangrim said we had to push it into the abyss.
Dogo-yun advanced boldly.
You side characters. Hide behind me. He slammed his hand onto the ground. Activate. Disintegration. Gang Cheori was immediately knocked down. It lay sprawled on the ground. A crow flew across the sky. The crow's eyes glowed brightly. Team leader Eong was surprised. Huh? Gangrim's image was displayed on the screen. So Seo Gangrim is there? Gongzu became excited. I knew it. What do you think? They'll take it down, right? Yang was anxious. Damn it. She bit her fingernails. I was planning to lure Seo Gangrim to my side if he failed this mission. She calculated. Because I've already lost several useful trainees from Zone 1. So I need to recruit some people from other zones. She tried to find a way. The plan will fall apart if they succeed in killing Gang Cheori. Should I do something to make him fail? Gongzu was bewildered. Wait, what is he trying to do? Gangrim was fumbling around on Gang Cheori's body. Fire continued to steadily rise from its body. He gently wiped the sweat from his face. There's an indentation in the middle of its head. I need to. He happily raised his sword. Found it. The scene shifted to the past. Dako-jun stroked his chin. I think this is worth a try.
Gangrim worried.
The problem is it's lost its mind. So it won't recognize me. He replied confidently. But I have a solution for that. Just stab it directly in its Baihui acupoint. It will recognize you then. Returning to reality. Gang Cheori painfully lifted its head. Gangrim reassured it. It's okay. Calm down. It's me, the Seo Gangrim. Its gaze gradually changed. Then it gently lay down on the ground. He quickly asked, Do you recognize me? He took the red scarf and tied it to its horn. Do you still remember this scarf? It'll tie the mark of friendship on your horn again. Gongzu speculated. Is he taming it to kill it more easily? How impressive. Team leader Eong chimed in. He's truly wicked to even think of that. What? Eong was still deep in thought. Write this down in the report. He reported seriously. Team leader of Squad 1, Eong, has personally dealt with Seo Gangrim after seeing other trainees unable to eliminate Gang Cheori. Gongzu was angry. What do you mean? Team leader Eong. This zone is under the management of team leader Ebek and me. We are the ones with the authority to decide. She calmly retorted. The director never told us that. From what I see, it seems Seo Gangrim is in danger. After that, she unleashed a beam of light towards the sky. Are your eyes just for decoration? Why are you casting spells so recklessly? The beam of light aimed directly at Gangrim's sword. He lost his balance and fell. Gongzu's face darkened as he grabbed her collar. Are you out of your mind? You just struck lightning right next to a trainee. She appeared calm. Why did that lightning bolt hit the monster's head?
Yikang konjludet.
It seems Seo Gangrim wasn't hit by lightning. He angrily yelled. Are you kidding me? She replied. I made a slight mistake. He left. If Seo Gangrim dies, it'll be a big problem. So I just had to strike lightning near him. Gongzu tried to stop her. What are you trying to do now? She happily looked back. He's in danger. I have to go save him. She continued to unleash lightning strikes onto Gang Cheori's body. Activate skill. Cloud step. Team leader Eong. Stop it now. Activate skill. Lightning strike. She was smug. This time I hit it. Gongzu dragged team leader Eong forward. Huh? If anything happens to Seo Gangrim, I won't let you off. She wondered. What? Why didn't it hit? A notification sound rang out. Gang Cheori failed to resist. Mark of friendship. Gang Cheori has been subdued by Seo Gangrim. Gangrim bit his lip. Exhausted. Damn it. Have the emissaries intervened already? Eong was slowly controlling his sword to fly towards her. It seems the weapon Seo Moon used is effective in attracting lightning. All three of them appeared before him, surprising him. Team leader Gongzu. He realized. And that woman from the video. She put on an apologetic face.
I'm sorry, Seo Gangrim.
I only meant to help you, but it seems I got in your way. She feigned concern. Luckily, you weren't struck by lightning. But Gang Cheori's injuries seem quite bad. She offered. He'll return this sword to you. But leave Gang Cheori to me. He cut her off. No one can harm Gang Cheori.
Kang lolret hersuort.
What do you mean? He replied. I don't intend to kill Gang Cheori.
Gangrim asserted.
And I won't let you kill it either. He placed his hand over his chest. It's my dragon. Gang Cheori looked at him gently. She frowned. That's not a dragon.
That's Gong Sheuri.
Gongzu interrupted her.
Seo Gongrim.
Even if it's docile, it's still a monster. He continued to persuade them. The toxins and fire energy emanating from its body aren't too strong. I can control it, he declared. I still won't let you kill it. Gongzu gritted his teeth in anger. You foolish bastard. Gangrim continued. Let me handle this. He gently placed his hand above Gang Kiora's eyes. He spoke, asking for help. Will you help me, little Kieran? Kieran innocently approached. The little one flew out in front of its trembling body. The little one placed a glowing orb of water onto its body. A flame ran along Gang Kiora's spine. The blinding light made Eong cover her eyes. Shin Sua and the others also watched intently. Taehan, standing behind the tree, was also blinded by the light.
Gongrim hugged Gong Sheuri.
You're not a monster, nor a failure. It opened its eyes wide, looking at him. He gently told it, you are a dragon. It gradually shrank, beginning purification of the monster's resentment.
Gong Sheuri.
It rushed forward and hugged him tightly. Its eyes were brimming with tears. Gangrim stroked it. Now it's docile. Gongzu was stunned. What? Eong found it hard to believe. Kieran can do that? Team leader Eong approached excitedly and touched it. It's definitely a dragon. You have defeated the monster.
Gong Sheuri.
Ion Gion rejoiced. It says the mission is complete. Ion Bomb replied. Me too.
Johan smiled brightly.
I received it too. Everyone was overjoyed.
Gongrim spoke, proposing.
Emissary, can I take the dragon with me? Gongzu reminded him. It's up to you. But I think you should worry about yourself first, Seo Gangrim. He politely replied. Thank you, he said worriedly. From afar, I'm not entirely sure. But you have more than one wound on you. Eong said in a flirtatious tone. Yes. If we had ignored him, he might have died. He snapped. Watch your mouth. She turned and requested. Heal him again. You brought supplies, right? The other person replied. All right. She boasted. These are very expensive. I saved this for the most urgent emergency. The other person reported. It's all done. She replied. All right. She regretted the medicine and turned to scold him. Gangrim saw Taehan emerge from behind the tree and asked. You came to harm it, didn't you? He was silent for a moment. Then he waved his hand. No, it's not the great serpent. It's a dragon. He and Gang Cheori looked at each other.
Gongrim spoke.
I don't know if there are any other snakes I can show you. Gang Cheori bared its fangs at him, making him step back. No, I have no intention of looking for one.
Han repeated.
I told you. Now that I've lost, I'm retreating. Gangrim pulled his sword from his pocket. Now you have to follow my orders first. He sighed. Yes. What is it? He turned and walked away. Let's talk somewhere else. Follow me. Why is that necessary? Gang Cheori jumped onto his shoulder. It looked at Taehan with hostile eyes. He looked back. It's nothing major. He reached out, calling him back. Seems like a very big deal. Hey, let's talk here.
Seo Gongrim.
Gangrim and Taehan met in an open field. He was surprised. Is that allowed? He nodded in confirmation. He offered. If you don't want to, he immediately interrupted. He'll do as you say. He smiled brightly. He extended his hand towards him. It's a pleasure to work with you. Both of them shook hands. The fates of Seo Gangrim and Taehan have been connected. Seo Gangrim's fate has been unraveled. Seo Gangrim's current fate classification is human tier 2. In a dark space, Gangrim wondered. What's wrong? My chest feels heavy. He speculated. Sleep paralysis again? Bit his lip in pain. Damn it. It hurts so much. I thought I was used to sleep paralysis and nightmares. He tried to move. I can move. Gangrim discovered Kieran lying on him. Maybe I can sit up. He exhaled. Lie down on the pillow. Little Kieran. The little one worriedly stood up to check. He placed both hands on it. It got up. Get off me now. Activate skill. Purification. Kieran placed a beam of light on his forehead. Why use that on me? Gangrim squinted one eye as the light shone. He jolted upright. What? Is it night already? Is it the next day? Kieran pulled up his shirt. You're doing. Did you purify the remaining poison? He gently stroked the little one's head. Thank you, little Kieran. Gangrim slowly put his feet on the bed. I slept all day. I must have been truly exhausted. He tilted his head back to look under the bed. Gang Cheori looked at him defiantly. Black Crimson Dragon. Monster Class 3. A dragon symbolizing poison, fire, and water. It is aggressive and has higher attack power than other dragons. He recalled what happened the day before. But I have to return it to the spirit realm, because it kept trying to bite Taehan. Gangrim picked it up. Did I summon it in my sleep? Be good. What should I call it? David.
Lucky.
The stomach rumbled with hunger. Carried it out of the room. All right, let's go eat. John. Little Kieran. You too. In the dining room, Gangrim helplessly looked at the two animals in front of him. Now I have to pay double for food.
Dogoyun suddenly appeared. Seo Gangrim.
There you are. He placed his hand on the table. So this is the dragon? What's its name? He replied. John was confused. Isn't that a snake's name? He replied. I named it that, so that's the dragon's name. The corner of his mouth curved up. Kojun tilted his head, thinking about it. Didn't you get anything else? Gangrim glanced at him. He's right. It's not just about bringing John back. Returning to the past. Taehan crossed his arms. So what's your order? He pointed. You. Go to Zone 2. He had calculated carefully. There's a reason Anavi emphasized the Zone 2 mission for trainees who had lost their snakes. All of you failed the Zone 2 mission. And furthermore, even if the mission fails, you still have a chance if you go to another zone. Gangrim continued his train of thought. At that time, you can redo the entire mission. But it won't be too difficult anymore. Dakojun rested his chin on his hand. Why did you do that? He sighed. He seems useful. He still wondered. There are tons of people like him out there. Because he's reasonable. Unlike someone else. His eyes glowed brightly. So that means he'll succeed in the future? He was helpless. Do you think I can see the future?
Dogoyun confirmed.
Yes. You looked like the protagonist in that snake room. Every action of his was remembered by him. You are a dragon. He placed his hand on his chest. So I reevaluated myself a bit. Gangrim was confused. About what? He lowered his face. It's just, I think I was a bit lacking. He remembered. What were you lacking? I think you did more than your part in that mess. You helped a lot with Gang Cheori. His body trembled. No, I mean helping you. Clenched his hands. Like this. Just then. Shin Sua opened the door and walked in. She paused slightly when she saw the two of them. Dakojun grabbed his shoulder. I have to go. Too much thinking. I have to get back to work.
Gangrim commented.
It seems he's very enthusiastic about his writing.
Shin Sua walked past Dogo Jr. Gangrim.
Are you okay? He subtly noticed. Is he avoiding Shin Sua? He politely replied. Yes.
I'm fine.
How about you? She placed her hand on the table.
I'm fine.
But she was worried. He didn't do anything strange, did he? Many people have been defeated by him. The atmosphere is extremely tense. Many people are wary of Taehan because he's from a different zone. He firmly asserted. Don't worry about Taehan. He's not a bad person. Outside, Taehan and Dakojun bumped into each other. He coldly watched him. He joined their conversation. Him? Are you talking about me? Gangrim took the initiative. Let me introduce you. This is Shin Sua. Shin Sua looked at him friendly. Hello. I'm on Gangrim's team. Shin Sua. He pulled up a chair and sat down. Hello.
I'm Taehan.
I'm from Zone 3. Nice to meet you. Three of them looked at each other in silence. Gangrim had to hold Gang Cheori, preventing it from biting Taehan. Shin Sua stood up. Well, enjoy your meal, everyone. He was flustered. All right. See you later. Both watched her retreating figure. I thought she would say a little more. He asked in a curious whisper. Girlfriend? He denied it. No. And call me brother. He smiled brightly. Right. You're older. He repeated. You just called me you like that yesterday. Taehan avoided his gaze. Well, calling you brother feels a bit awkward. He expressed. Honestly, you looked very familiar to me from the start. He was surprised. Really? He confirmed. Yes. So I thought you were someone I had fought with before. He continued. And that feeling is the same with Shin Sua just now. I think we'll be working together a lot more in the future. Angrim's face darkened as he heard every word he said. It's like déjà vu. Like I've met you two somewhere before. He seriously asked. Like, fate, you mean? Taehan stroked his chin. Saying it like that is a bit embarrassing. Anyway, I have a feeling we'll end up on the same team. He clenched his hands, tense. Does he think it's just a coincidence? He broke into a sweat. Am I repeating the future again? Taehan looked into the distance, deep in thought. I thought you only liked to be alone. But who knew you had so many friends? I want to get closer to them too. Not just Shin Sua, but the others as well. He turned away abruptly. Oh, but not that bastard. Gangrim asked. Who?
Dogoyun.
He replied. Yes. That guy who killed all the snakes in the reptile room. I hate guys like that. He angrily gritted his teeth. How could he kill the snake he promised to protect? He wasn't surprised. I knew you'd hate him, he affirmed. I would never hang out with someone like that. He carefully instructed. Yes, but don't fight him or anything. He'll probably get along with Shin Sua and Father Johan. He thought to himself. He's the same age as Ion Bomb and Ion Gion, so they'll probably get along. He continued. One more thing. Taehan spread his hands. I have something I want to propose. Scene changed to another location. Taehan kicked down the door. He was amused by his action. He took a running start and dashed away. The others curiously came out to watch. Taehan wiped the blood from his face. Ion Bomb was pointing a gun at him. He wondered, why don't you tell me why you attacked me now? The girl was cold, her hand still tightly gripping the gun. Because I cannot accept you. He anxiously clenched his fist. Who are you to accept or not accept me? You're the one who brought me here. The girl's aura was fierce. Because I am the master's #1 disciple. And my divine guardian doesn't like you very much. Ion Bomb complained. He said that because you suddenly jumped in and saved Seo Gangrim from us. So you're not a decent person at all. The girl did not let down her guard. Olympus power. I heard you proposed to him yesterday to accept Eong and mentioned the Peach Garden Oath. Is that right, Taehan?
Taehan lyste ned in silence.
Shuhan power. He scoffed. Oh, if your god likes him, why didn't she take him in sooner? Why are you angry when I've already failed? Next to the girl, Ion Gion stood leaning against the wall. The girl questioned. Master doesn't care about those things. So why don't you just give up? He replied curtly. No. The girl then spoke up. Do you understand your current situation? We're being this patient because we didn't think you'd fight us. Girl still didn't forget to tease. But sister, I'm #1. The girl scolded. Want to fight? The girl demanded. Get out of the way, sister. They'll fight him. Ion advanced. You joined us after failing the mission, so you must be weak. Taehan put his hands on his hips. What? He provoked. Want to fight? You two look weak too. Ion Gion stood on the right, drawing her bow. Are your eyes blind or something? Ion Bomb stood on the left, holding her gun. Just try it. Gangrim suddenly appeared, startling the girl. What are you kids doing? He looked at the three of them sternly. Fighting, are we? He asked. You introduced him yesterday, and it was fine. The girl lowered her bow and arrow because he kept talking about divine guardians and you. The girl took a step forward. The thing is, the girl recounted. So our divine guardian said we had to make Taehan give up. He frowned. Your divine guardian told you to fight? He asked again. Ion Bomb, Ion Gion, do you still want to be my divine guardian? The two girls nodded. He continued to ask. Is your divine guardian the same, Taehan? Taehan awkwardly scratched his head and nodded. Yes, very much so.
Gangrim pondered deeply.
Suddenly, an idea struck him. All right, then how about this? He pointed both hands to either side. I will accept the divine guardian of whichever side wins. The three others were immediately bewildered. Huh? What? They looked at him intently. He continued. But, he drew his sword. You have to fight me. If I win, you have to give up. Gangrim clearly stated the conditions. And I will take compensation from your divine guardians too. At least god-tier equipment. Tell them. Each person's system panel appeared. The two sisters discussed among themselves. Taehan stood alone. Divine command. He thought carefully. If you have a divine guardian, you can borrow power. But in return, you must obey the god. But not every command from a god is a divine oracle. Train of thought continued. If you blindly follow a god's command without thinking for yourself. Gangrim rested his sword on his shoulder. Then you will only become a puppet. I don't want to take that risk.
Taehan spoke.
The gods say that's not fair because you're too strong. Calmly offered another option. Then no skills will be allowed. You can all rush me at once. If I get hit once, it counts as a loss. Ion Gion, on behalf of their side, replied. We agree to those terms. He raised his sword high. Then let's start now. The girl excitedly drew an arrow. All right. The girl smiled brightly. But one hit might end it a bit too soon. But immediately after, she was attacked. Gangrim pulled the girl's hand. Don't worry about me. You don't have time. His expression was extremely serious. He wasn't treating this as a joke. Ion Bomb was anxious. Gion. The girl's face turned pale. Gangrim coldly grabbed the girl's collar and lifted her. Shoot. Taehan kicked at him from behind. Shoot properly. He keenly detected it. He threw Ion Gion aside and dodged to another spot. Taehan was smug. Don't forget about me. He looked down excitedly. Gangrim maintained his composure. Why are you so excited? He continued to kick. He dodged again. He simultaneously swung his sword towards him. Taehan then realized. Huh? Are you going easy on me? If this keeps up, you'll lose quickly. He looked at him with a cold expression. Suddenly a bullet was fired. Taehan looked back, confused. Why shoot me? Gangrim took the opportunity to push his head down. Ion Gion replied. I can't let you win. After subduing him, he turned around. The two sisters quickly approached him. Shin Sua silently observed the match. Someone wondered,
Sister Shin Sua.
aren't you going to stop them? The two sisters still focused their efforts on him. Taehan rushed forward to punch him but missed. All three cooperated to attack him at once. The corner of Shin Sua's mouth curved up. Then she left, ignoring the person behind her calling out.
Sister Shin Sua.
She called someone. Hello. Yes. Yes. Thank you. The address is. Taehan and the Ion twin sisters lay sprawled on the ground. Gangrim plunged his sword into the ground. Dust flew everywhere. He thought this was the end. He coldly looked at them. There's no reason to fight anymore. Taehan struggled to get up. No, it's not over yet. He crouched down. You're not going to do this all next week, are you? He seriously lectured. I mean, training is fine. But fighting just because of a divine command. I don't like that. I'm very annoyed. Ion Bomb looked apologetic when she heard his words. Gangrim continued. Perhaps it would be better if you didn't cooperate with each other. You're acting like you get along so well, only to entrust your backs to others just because of a divine command. He frowned, emphasizing, I don't like this. Gion worried. But the divine guardian. He cut her off. If the divine guardian, he gave an example, said to kill Ion Bomb, would you do that too? The girl's face darkened upon hearing that. Gangrim slowly stood up. You have to make your own decisions. He looked down. Instead of doing what others tell you. Gangrim decisively turned away. Taehan also sat up. Ion Bomb was a little disappointed. Lost again. Helpless. The girl offered. And I'm sorry, brother Taehan, for suddenly attacking you. Ion Gion also apologized to him. As I said.
I'm sorry.
You're a good warrior. Blushed awkwardly. It's fine. You're not a saint either. Gangrim saw this and nodded in satisfaction. At the moment, Johan peeked in. Everyone. He slowly asked, may Father come in? They were surprised. Father. Gangrim left. The four of them inside continued talking. So that's the end? Yes. He exhaled. But when you broke his balance. When you shot over my shoulder. He assessed. They fought individually at first. But then, they cooperated. He smiled. But first, I guess this deepened their relationship. Shin Sua's familiar voice rang out. Was that your plan from the start? She stood leaning against the wall. Making friends while fighting is the best. He was a little surprised. Shin Sua. She explained. I asked Father to come here after seeing that everyone seemed to be finished. He politely replied. Thank you. Gangrim was a little awkward again. Are you still uncomfortable with Taehan? He was flustered. If so, she waved her hand. It's fine. She crossed her arms. It's just a little strange. I feel very familiar with him. Couldn't help but be surprised to hear that. Shin Sua feels that way too. He recalled Taehan's words in the dining room. And Shin Sua just now. I feel like he'll be working with her in the future. Gangrim was happy. That's good then. Treat him well. Think positively. At least, they want separate if I disappear. Du Hai Hun reported. The trainees who failed in Zone 3 have started the challenge in Zone 1. Yang rested her hand on her hip. Alright, I don't have high hopes for that. He sighed. Seo Gangrim passed easily. And Taehan, right? He's good too. But he went to Zone 2. He wondered. So you've given up on Seo Gangrim? Given up? Her face clearly showed cunning. Instead, I want him even more. She smiled happily. And there are some good trainees in Zone 2 too. It's too early now. Yang intently looked at the glowing red system panel in front of her. He replied. The text on it appeared large and clear. I will accept that request. She burst out laughing. She spun her chair to look out the window. I wonder how Team Leader Gong will react when he finds out.
I'm excited already.
Scene change. A talisman gradually burned. Anna V. announced. Gate number 7 has opened. She explained. When you complete this demon world, you can leave on your own as we promised. She looked at everyone seriously. Since this is the final room, it will be very difficult. You cannot leave before completing it. So please. She paused again. She didn't say anything more. It seems I worried for nothing. Anna V. bowed and gradually disappeared. I hope to see you all again. Good luck. Everyone entered one by one. Ion Bomb was worried. Why is it just us? Taehan looked back. Yes, where's Father? Sister Shin Sua said she needed to check something first. Gion added. I feel like Father will come with Dako Jun. He's still writing his novel. He was annoyed. Who cares about him? Gangrim slowly walked down the stairs. They rejoiced. Master is here.
Tahan enthusjastically waved.
Brother, the gate's open. Let's go. He warmly replied. Am I late? I need to prepare. He put his hands on his hips. What are you doing? He put a finger to his lips. Secret. Anbom looked up and asked. So we're waiting for you? Gangrim waved his hand. It won't take long. Go ahead first. The girl reminded him. All right. Be quick, though. He smiled brightly. He seemed a little excited that day. His attitude quickly changed. He quietly left through another path. Someone was already waiting in the room. Gangrim smiled when he saw this. Shin Sua greeted him friendly. Brother Gangrim, I heard the final room is open. Aren't you going? Asked back. How about you? She replied. I'm going now. Shall we go together? He suggested. You go first. I need to take care of some things first. She unexpectedly reached out to stop him. Gangrim forced a smile. Shin Sua. Picked up her phone. Now that I think about it, I don't have your number. Shin Sua held out her phone to him. I've exchanged numbers with everyone else. He was flustered and stepped back slightly. Will you give me your phone number? Gangrim slowly raised his hand. Then he pulled his hand back. Shin Sua questioned. Aren't you going to do it? She lowered her face. Are you planning not to meet me again after leaving here? Gangrim remained silent. She clenched her hands, trembling. She said loudly, Is that why you always kept your distance from us? Tried to avoid her gaze.
Sio Gangrim.
Shin Sua was disappointed. So you don't intend to meet me again right after leaving this place? Gangrim remained silent. Her hand clenched tightly. She couldn't control herself and said loudly, So that's why you always kept your distance from us. Avoided her.
Sio Gangrim.
The two of them just stood facing each other. The reason why I always had to keep my distance. Gangrim thought to himself. I also had no intention of meeting them again after leaving here. That's the only way to keep them safe when Baekhyang comes. Shin Sua called.
Sio Gangrim.
He tried to appear calm. No, give me your phone. She was suspicious. You wouldn't give me a fake number, would you? He smiled gently. Then he returned her phone. Erase my number. She still looked at him warily. Shin Sua took her phone and left. They'll trust you for now. They'll contact you after we get out of here. See you later. Gangrim awkwardly turned away. I know there won't be a next time. Scene change. Gangrim was training with Kieran and Gang Cheori. Clapped. Praising. John's skill, Firebomb, has been upgraded to Ghost Tier 2. The little one even controlled his sword. Activate skill. Death Stop. Time passed quickly. For days later, the two animals lay sprawled on the floor. Gangrim looked at them gently. You two worked hard. Get some rest. Then he also lay down on the ground. I need to quickly advance to the demon world. The system appeared. An item, the cradle of gods and humanity, has appeared. An item, the nameless hero of life, has appeared. He looked up at it. Finally, how good are those items that they're only appearing now? A series of items were provided. 2-meter shoes, Dragon Tier Grade 3, Mencius, Dragon Tier Grade 3, Life Elixir, Monster Grade 3. He received the items and sat up. Gangrim happily put the items into his bag. What I received were Dragon Tier items. It turns out gods competing with each other this way is quite good. Suddenly Anavi spoke from behind him. You haven't left because you're waiting for us? He awkwardly turned his head. Emissary Anavi. Hello. She continued. You're still here training. You can enter the demon world.
Gangrim sighed.
Actually, not yet. He asked. Where are the others? She clasped her hands behind her back. Currently, I cannot reveal their progress to you. He asked again. So you can't tell me if someone has finished first either? She shook her head. Unfortunately. Gangrim turned away in disappointment. That's enough. I know I won't get any information out of Anavi. He slowly stood up. Guess I'll have to check for myself. Anavi wondered. Where are you going at this hour? He made up an excuse. I feel quite tired after training the divine beasts. I need to rest a bit. Memories of his previous life flooded back. In the past, the first people to emerge from the training center. The media and journalists reported extensively on them. Back. Shin Sua cleared the demon world on the third morning. But I haven't heard any information even though 4 days have passed. Gangrim looked at his phone. Confused. Why is there no news? Has no one cleared it yet? A message appeared. Please notify if you have completed the demon world. He frowned. Right after Shin Sua's group completed the raid. Suddenly an arrow flew. Then I can enter. He looked at it in bewilderment.
Gangrim gradually understood.
A message from space and time. A message from space and time. An arrow forged from a divine beast. It can transmit messages from anywhere. He carefully looked at the red screen in front of him. Who? A message from has appeared. His pupils contracted. An image of Shin Sua lying in a pool of blood appeared. He reached out to touch the screen. Shin Sua. Memories from the past once again flooded back. He covered his face in despair. Her words from a few days ago echoed. See you later. He remembered when she gave him her phone. I want to stay in touch with you right after we leave this place. Her smile appeared clearly. I need someone I can rely on. Events from his previous life intertwined. I like you. He was extremely haggard then. Why you? Shin Sua chatted with him. You still haven't used your fate theft skill. Gangrim looked at her, confused. She actively sat down next to him. I like that. You don't choose the easy path. She was always optimistic, even in a situation where an easy choice could be made. He timidly looked away. That's right. I still haven't used it because I'm too weak. It's not that I don't want to.
Gangrim misunderstood here.
Is she mocking me? Or is she making me pay just for one of her eyes? She asked. Do you have anything else to do in the poison room? They'll wait for you, and then we'll both go to the final room. He returned her phone. So that's it. She wants to use my skill. All right, they'll contact you as soon as I'm done. Calculated. Do I look like one of those lecherous guys? Hypocrite. They'll steal from you as soon as you're distracted. The system announced. The room of dissecting skeletons is silently watching. The system made a request. Find your token and escape the demon world. Time limit. No. Shin Sua raised her sword cautiously. Item equipped. Dissecting skeletons belt. The effect will be reactivated regularly. A total of 7 layers must be overcome. Gangrim was startled when he read the system text. Dissecting skeletons belt. A saw blade will appear and grow after 24 hours. Once it reaches the 7th layer, the belts tied to body parts will be severed. The lower your karma, the more critical positions the belts will appear on. He fearfully told her. It says that the parts wrapped by the belt will be severed. If the demon world isn't cleared within 7 days. She calmly replied. I guess we'll have to find the token quickly. She pointed. Yours is on your pinky finger. He looked at his hand in shock. It's clear that the more karma you have, the more they will appear on vital positions. Shin Sua looked back at him. Karma. I guess the less you have of it, the more your good nature will show. He spoke very rudely. How the hell can they measure that? She gave a thumbs up. So you're a good person. His mood immediately softened. What are you laughing at? She turned away. I really want to be a good person like you. She smiled. No matter what my fate is. He looked at her intently. It seems a bit late to realize these belts. But anyway, I want to be truly kind from now on, right? Gangrim was still suspicious. Is she faking it? She doesn't seem to be acting kind. But does she really believe me? Past wounds still haunted him. Do you really believe that? Negative thoughts enveloped him. Would anyone want to be your partner? He advanced with a fierce aura. All you do is bring death to everything around you.
Gangrim wondered.
Will you be fooled again? Is there anyone in this world who is truly honest with me?
Shin Sua keenly noticed.
The sound of fighting. Well, he covered his head. Shin Sua must also. He frantically called his name.
Co Gangrim.
A group of people with swords appeared right behind him, just like everyone else. He rushed forward and pulled him away. She was ready to fight for him. This officially woke him up. Shin Sua. The sword blade was covered in blood. Shin Sua still steadfastly protected him. She held her injured shoulder. I should have run faster if I knew they wouldn't follow you to another room. Gangrim lowered his face. The fate message window didn't tell me that. She quickly explained. Do you think I'm blaming you? I didn't mean that at all. You telling me the monsters' names and skills helped a lot. He yelled loudly. How is that helping? His mood was almost shattered. You're injured again because of me. He propped his sword on the floor. In the sword forest room. You lost an eye protecting me. Tears streamed down his face. You'd live better without me. Why do you keep carrying me with you? Shin Sua stared at him blankly for a moment. Then she smiled gently. I told you. She quickly explained. Do you think I'm blaming you? I didn't mean that at all. You telling me the monsters' names and skills helped a lot. He yelled loudly. How is that helping? His mood was almost shattered. You're injured again because of me. He propped his sword on the floor. In the sword forest room. You lost an eye protecting me. Tears streamed down his face. You'd live better without me. Why do you keep carrying me with you? Shin Sua stared at him blankly for a moment. Then she smiled gently. I told you. Returning to reality.
Gang Sheuri beat Gangrim's hum.
It's because of me. He snapped out of his thoughts. He noticed the 2 animals looking at him intently. Gangrim was worried. I have to go save Shin Sua. But he thought again. No. He reminded himself. Have you forgotten why you're here again? He covered his face. You going will only put her in more danger. Gang Cheori and Kieran comforted him. My fate is what pushes others into danger. That's right. It's probably better if I don't go. He told himself. Shin Sua is strong enough. Events from his previous life again intertwined with his thoughts. I told you. Shin Sua always smiled. She liked the way he fought against his fate. He pressed his lips together, unable to stop himself from crying. And you can help me next time. The system sound rang out. The Fog Hill room is starting. Whispers buzzed. Gangrim is there. Will I really be chosen this time? I'm finally here. That person asked. You lords know where Shin Sua went, don't you? That person seemed unwilling to speak. The first question has already been asked. Why should I tell you? That person made a request. We will tell you if you accept one of us as a god. His eyes drooped slightly. But you should worry about yourself first. Gangrim examined himself in the sword blade. He observed carefully. On his neck, wrists, and ankles, the rings gradually revealed their blades. My God, he's so calm. The blades dug deeper and deeper. If you don't complete this place within 7 days, you can say goodbye to your head. He pulled up his collar. So, his face was cold. You lords don't know where Shin Sua is. Do you? Those people weren't clear. Who knows? Maybe east, west, north, or south. Gangrim, go north. Don't bluff, it's east.
Gangrim.
Gangrim took out a map. I guess there's no other way but to find it myself. Fog Hill Room has been added to the Demon World map. Current exploration rate is 0%. He flung open a door. Kieran curiously looked around. He, the little one, and Gang Cheori walked around everywhere. He opened another door. This time, Gangrim discovered a blood-stained room. Something glowed on the floor. There was a battle here. Picked it up and realized. This belongs to Father Johann. He assessed the scene. The marks on the wall are from Ion Bomb and Ion Gion. Is Shin Sua with them? Those people continued to discuss. He's noticing all that. What is this? A detective? But isn't he looking for his weights? Who cares? As long as it's fun. A strange room appeared. As the other person mocked. Detective Seo Gangrim is in danger. There's no battle around here. Gangrim gradually became flustered. Doors are everywhere. I guess I have to go through all of them. Suddenly he saw something. He touched the X mark on the ground. This symbol. Are they telling me where they went? He and the two animals split up to search. If X means not to go this way, then there must be other symbols on the remaining doors. Gangrim was confused. There aren't any. They're all X. Am I mistaken? Sounds continued to echo.
Detective Shin Sua.
Did you figure something out?
Shin Sua.
He slowly walked towards it. He stood on it to the bewilderment of those guys. Is this idiot going to sit right on it? He's standing on it? A circle was drawn there. Found it. Kieran carried Gang Cheori, flying up with him. Gangrim was surprised. This place is truly chaotic. Suddenly his pupils contracted. The next second, he got into a ready stance. Everyone, get ready. A group of demons gradually appeared. It's the sound of demons coming. All three cooperated in battle.
Gang Cheori ferociously breed 4.
A sword-wielding demon rushed forward. Kieran used its water manipulation ability to circle around. Those demons were quickly trapped in a sphere of water. Gangrim praised them with satisfaction. Training with everyone wasn't in vain. There are too many of them, but none of them are truly strong. Suddenly he paused. Ion Bomb. Ion Bomb's familiar figure appeared. He blocked the bullet and was clear-headed enough to realize. No, just a demon illusion. That demon's eyes glowed brightly. Gangrim skillfully dodged each bullet. While approaching it, activate skill. Perfect marksmanship. The bullet unexpectedly turned around. He couldn't dodge in time and was injured in the hand. The attack was sure to hit. He looked at the two figures. Ion Bomb, Ion Gion. Meeting them like this. He held his wound. It doesn't make me happy. At point, it seems everyone has gathered. But luckily, I get to accompany everyone again. Suddenly, Seo Gangrim was a little surprised to hear him express. I was very worried when we had to separate. But we met again even after entering many different dimensions. He immediately frowned and asked Father Johann Richter. Weren't you with Dako Jun? He was caught off guard and stammered an explanation. No, I couldn't find anyone. We should have waited for each other to enter the same starting point in this space, which will change if not everyone enters at the same time outside. Father Johann Richter quickly stammered to change the subject. That's right. I have to go check on Shin Sua's condition. As he was about to advance, Seo Gangrim pulled his arm to stop him. She just fell asleep. I gave her medicine so she'll be fine. So you found her a long time ago? The atmosphere suddenly became heavy. Everyone lowered their heads with indescribable emotions. Ion Bomb quickly spoke up to lift the mood. I'm sure we'll be able to leave soon. And Ion Gion also added. Yes, Seo Gangrim is here too. Hearing that, Taehan helplessly covered his face and shook his head. That would be good. But if we encounter an illusion of Seo Gangrim, we'll have a hard time. Then Ion Bomb looked scared. As long as it's weaker than the original. But if it's as strong as Shin Sua's, Ion Gion replied. That's hard to say, because we need to encounter it first. Seo Gangrim stood aside, also worriedly pondering. Do you all think the strength or weakness of an illusion depends on the type of skill we possess? However, Taehan kept sidling up and peering all over him. Huh? He couldn't help but blush and point, saying, Seo Gangrim, your necklace looks cool.
Tist bi Taehan.
He could only quickly cover it and glare at him. Ion Bomb and Ion Gion next to him kept chatting endlessly. Is yours a necklace, Seo Gangrim? Yes. Does that mean you'll die? Seo Gangrim waved his hand, explaining. You just need to leave the space before that happens to be safe. It's only been 1 day since I arrived here, so I haven't been able to figure everything out yet. Immediately, Ion Bomb pulled Taehan's hand, rushing. So let's go check around here. Father Johann Richter also chimed in. Yes, let's go. But he stopped them in time. Wait, those who just returned should rest. The rest will go. Good heavens. You're injured. Kang Taehan was intentionally poked in the stomach by Yoon Gion, making him wince and turn pale. You stay here and guard. If people from other areas come, Shin Sua will need protection. Seo Gangrim trembled, holding his bleeding wound. I think we should leave 2 people behind to guard like last time. Father, I will stay with Gangrim. After that, everyone quickly left. All right, Dako-jun, you stay here and guard. Wait, sister. They ignored his desperate calls and slammed the door shut. We need to synchronize the map first. Seo Gangrim could only slump to the ground, exhausted.
Dago Jr.
Since it's just the 2 of us left, why don't you answer a few of my questions? He calmly stood with his arms crossed and replied. Huh? What do you want to know? Why did you choose this room as our base? Seo Gangrim frowned, questioning him seriously. There's no need to lock Shin Sua in a cell like this. Dako-jun then explained to him. She chose this place herself. She believes her illusion will be weaker because there are no plants around here. Hearing that, Seo Gangrim thought to himself, metal overcomes earth. He was right to think this place would weaken Shin Sua because her element is earth. But to leave someone in such a state on a stone floor, that's... He lowered his head, lost in worried thought.
Dago-jun smiled again, deliberately.
Are you out of questions? As he spoke, he approached Seo Gangrim. Because you're the protagonist. Dako-jun's expression suddenly turned serious as he looked at him. I thought you'd ask something really important. Seo Gangrim raised an eyebrow in response. He looked up and asked, why did you send that message to me? That's the right question.
Dako-jun smiled faintly.
So you recognized I was the sender? Just answer. He replied cheerfully, well, because the protagonist wasn't here. I was really worried because you hadn't appeared for 4 days. As he spoke, Dako-jun sat down on the chair beside him. Are you angry that I left her here? Seo Gangrim turned his face away, avoiding the question. Then he rubbed his head awkwardly, making an excuse. It's fine. At least I know Shin Sua is safe thanks to you. I knew you'd thank me. Suddenly, Seo Gangrim asked with a hint of curiosity, how did you get a spacetime message? Isn't it quite expensive for an intern? Dako-jun immediately raised his hand, signaling, it's a secret. Hearing him tease, he flinched in alarm. Well, if you want to know, it's not that hard. That's enough. Dako-jun didn't stop, still joking. But I know this is really interesting. Want to know? No need. He leaned back on the stone bench, sighing. Well, I guess you already knew this since you're a regressor. But it seems you couldn't predict this situation. Many things have changed. Or maybe you're not strong enough to predict some things yet. This made Seo Gangrim visibly annoyed. If you want to talk nonsense, just say it. But Dako-jun only smiled cheerfully, deliberately. That's just my guess. Then he suddenly asked. The room suddenly fell silent. Seo Gangrim glanced at him and replied, what are you talking about? You know what I'm talking about. He then explained the karma ring's position changes based on what one has done in the past. The more bad deeds one commits, the more dangerous the ring's position becomes. Dako-jun raised both hands in front of Seo Gangrim. I've done some bad things, so they want to end my life as a writer. He leaned in, scrutinizing him closely. The higher the karma points, the stronger that person's illusion becomes. So what exactly do you want? Unexpectedly, he still looked excited and enthusiastic. It's fun. Then Dako-jun pretended to choke himself with both hands. The bad things you've done have always been hidden, even though you always appear benevolent on the outside. Even chuckled with delight. I wonder what happened. Seo Gangrim was a little agitated. He turned pale. What did you do in your previous life?
Dako-jun suddenly sat up. Seo Gangrim.
He stared intently at Seo Gangrim, eyes wide with madness. I'm very curious. What kind of person are you? Seo Gangrim glanced at him and admitted, I am a criminal. Hearing that, Dako Jun clutched his stomach and burst out laughing. What? No way. Do you think I believe that? He just turned away, avoiding the topic. Of course, it could be true. Dako Jun spoke even more casually. I really want to meet your shadow. It must be very strong. You hide so many things, so maybe... Shut up. Suddenly, he spoke again. Me? I can shut my mouth if you tell me an interesting story. Dako Jun's eyes shone with excitement. Tell me. A story from your past life. Or a future prediction. This made Seo Gangrim sigh hesitant. I told you I'm not a regressor or anything. He tried to evade and reject Dako Jun. Or how about I guess? And you tell me if I'm right. Let's just talk about my childhood. On the other side, Anna V. Chasia spoke from behind to Gongdu, who was sitting in front of a screen. Luckily, I was allowed to monitor the final demon world. She added to him, are you also most worried about Seo Gangrim? Exactly. Immediately after, someone else arrived. Team leader. I've brought the documents you needed. See?
Do Sung Tai.
The other two also turned to look. But the more I investigate Seo Gangrim, the more mysterious he seems. What did you find? He scratched his head, looking intently at the document file. Then Du Sungtae handed it back to Gong Du. There's nothing. No criminal record. He's very ordinary. The most notable thing is that he lost his parents when he was young and was adopted by a shaman. He also investigated, but he didn't let any god possess him. And after that, he just lived a normal life. Du Sungtae couldn't hide his surprise. What did he do to accumulate so many karma points? Anna V. Chasia, standing nearby, added, or did he kill someone? If the case hasn't been resolved, there won't be a complete record. No. Gong Du immediately spoke with a serious expression. I don't think so. 1 or 2 lives can't generate that many karma points. He must have killed at least 100 people. This made the other two turn pale, stunned and frightened. Crossed his arms and said in a low voice, I can't even imagine what he did, but it couldn't have been anything good.
Do Sung Tai panicked.
He stammered, pointing his finger, and you want to bring that guy to our side?
Do Sung Tai.
Gong Du calmly explained, why do you think the director allowed us to turn everyone's karma into shadows in the final demon world? To check their karma points? Or to eliminate those with serious personality issues? He replied with an indifferent expression. If that were the goal, couldn't we have done it from the start? Nevertheless, the two of them still looked away awkwardly. We even recruit murderers as interns, so why would we care about personality? And doesn't the Fate Protection Agency risk interns' lives to make them stronger? They don't distinguish between good and bad people. We take such risks. And checking everyone's karma points in the final room is for them to prove that they are not merely criminals. Unexpectedly, Seo Gangrim and Dako Jun's room was suddenly stormed by people from another area, who were stronger than the others. Those people aggressively charged forward with weapons. Kill all the strong ones unless you want to fight those shadows forever and be useful to us. But unexpectedly, the two of them easily counterattacked against the group. 6 days after the karma room opened, the ring on Yoon Bomp's hand suddenly tightened, making her hand bleed. Yoon Boem cried out in pain, clutching her hand. Kong Taehan's hand was also squeezed until it bled. Damn it, that hurts. Are you two okay?
I'm fine.
Seo Gangrim quickly took out 2 syringes and offered them. You're bleeding heavily, use this to stop the bleeding. Take a few more painkillers. You'll be fine once it heals. So don't use healing potions unless necessary. You two, get out of here and rest for a bit. Despite him carefully injecting painkillers into her ear, Yoon Bom stubbornly refused. I haven't found Shin Sua or your token yet. I can't leave. Then rest a bit for the painkillers to take effect and ease your fatigue. After that, Seo Gangrim took his sword and left, not forgetting to instruct them. He'll check the next rooms, you two stay here. No, I'm fine, brother. We have to go together. Not only that, he also pointed, commanding his divine beast. Liner, you stay here and watch over them. He'll be back before the next drumbeat. Seo Gangrim stepped on the scattered papers on the floor. He looked around the room. If the token was in the same place as in my previous life, I should have found it by now. Suddenly, Seo Gangrim noticed something. Unexpectedly, 3 shadowy figures holding weapons noticed him ahead. They're the remaining shadows. I'm encountering harder shadows more and more. Immediately, they rushed towards Seo Gangrim to attack. Anyway, the enemies will just respawn, so there's no need to waste effort on a room that's already been checked. He blocked with his sword and channeled his fire ability from his hand to counterattack. Dako Jun looked towards Shin Sua's shadow. Watching you kill that illusion is quite fun. That's Shin Sua's illusion, isn't it? Seo Gangrim could only reply awkwardly. There's a much easier way. But you like to make things difficult, just like the protagonist. Hearing that, Jun excitedly rushed forward. I like the way. Meanwhile, he stood still, unmoving. A slash went straight through him. After that, he casually said, but you act differently from what I do. Seo Gangrim glanced down, full of panic. Unexpectedly, Jun swung his sword towards the other people.
Yun, why?
He chuckled and said to them, that's why I abandoned the idea of having two protagonists. Jun rested his sword on his shoulder, cheerfully. Instead, I decided to just be a supporting character. He even expressed with amusement, so it's quite like a double agent. Isn't it? The Time Messenger was also part of that plan. Seo Gangrim also chimed in, good point. From the hallway, I already sensed the bloodlust from all of you. Jun's eyes immediately turned cold as he looked at the others. Oh, you noticed too? He walked towards Seo Gangrim. Standing in front of him, facing them. Well, you're the ones who made Shin Sua hurt herself for this mission. Therefore, you need to suffer appropriate punishments. He then glanced over and asked Jun, so now, at the same time, the others rushed forward to attack them. I'm on your side, traitor. But he gleefully confronted Seo Gangrim. Taehan glanced to the side. Seo Gangrim saw Jun easily strangling someone with one hand, activating his decomposition skill. That person struggled for a while, then became still. After that, he casually threw that person to the ground. The shadows were simultaneously rushing forward to attack them. It's too late now. Unexpectedly, Seo Gangrim swung his sword and then shouted, I have an idea. Don't fight them, just run. But, so the three of them could only quickly block them and turn to try to escape. We can't win against them. In a deep basement somewhere, everyone had managed to escape and were being treated. He sat, panting, unable to help but feel grateful. It's all over. Thank you, Father. But Johann Richter sighed, looking apologetic. But because of my illusion, what should we do now? The priest also said, flustered, should I hurt myself like Shin Sua did? No. Seo Gangrim gently reassured them. I think the best thing we should do right now is to get out of here as quickly as possible. Those illusions can only copy the people who are currently here. Hearing him mention it, they immediately looked back. And the others too. UBOM spoke in a panic. What about Shin Sua's token? You're not going to let her go alone, are you? Shin Sua sat in a corner, whispering with effort. You made the right decision. No way. But Seo Gangrim stood in front of her and declared forcefully, I will defeat Shin Sua's illusion. This surprised Shin Sua unexpectedly. He also added, instructing, so you. Seo Gangrim said with a serious, low voice, will come with me. She looked up, a little hesitant. Shin Sua reached for the sword beside her. I don't doubt your skills. But he quickly held her hand, stopping her. Stop. You don't need to do that. Seo Gangrim took the sword from her hand and explained. I have an idea, so let's go. Hearing that, Shin Sua was still a little doubtful and confused. An idea? He just smiled and nodded in response. Outside, the shadows were still there as if waiting for them. Then, unexpectedly, a shadow suddenly vanished. Shin Sua's shadow panicked when it saw the other shadows also disappear. And finally, only her shadow remained. It suddenly turned its head and looked to the side, where Seo Gangrim was approaching. It seems everyone has left. All their illusions have disappeared. He scratched his head, frowning, and said to Shin Sua, I should have told Jun before leaving. But I don't know where he is. If there's a problem, I'll stab myself. But Seo Gangrim immediately grabbed her hand, stopping her. No. As he spoke, he brought out his sword. Don't do that. Next, Seo Gangrim turned and stood in front of Shin Sua. I know you think I can't do it, but nevertheless, she still frowned, looking uneasy. Shin Sua reached out and pulled his sleeve. I believe you. She smiled brightly, full of excitement. We will leave this place together. This made Seo Gangrim a little surprised, unable to take his eyes off Shin Sua. The two looked at each other, nodded, and smiled. After that, he immediately rushed forward. He'll finish this as quickly as possible. Activating Lone Wolf skill, Seo Gangrim swiftly rushed towards her shadow. Then, unexpectedly, he suddenly disappeared, surprising the shadow. It looked around frantically, searching. Then Seo Gangrim attacked the shadow from behind. Then he disappeared again and reappeared from another side. This time, Seo Gangrim swung his sword powerfully at its back. The shadow angrily turned around. Then it immediately controlled the roots around it to attack. He quickly cut them down. This time, Seo Gangrim was completely calm, a slight smirk on his lips. I knew she would use a shield skill to protect herself. He suddenly deliberately ran in another direction to distract it. Shin Sua's shadow also hastily rushed after him. Gangrim jumped onto the tree trunk ahead. You have used achievement points to increase your speed stat, which has leveled up to 30. The roots also circled and surrounded him. They pressed in right behind Gangrim. Roots grew larger and larger, coiling around, obstructing him. He ran quickly, stepping on them to approach the shadow. Now, the two sides faced each other in confrontation. The shadow gnashed its teeth and raged at Gangrim. He deliberately smirked, provoking it. "You're the one I'm worried about." After that, Gangrim immediately summoned his divine beast, activating Fire Kite skill. It then opened its mouth and created a fireball to attack. Activating Fire Bomb skill. The shadow panicked and flustered as it was suddenly approached. Everything is going quite smoothly. It was thus incinerated in flames. Taking the opportunity, Gangrim quickly cut down those roots. Shin Sua's shadow screamed in pain, collapsed on the roots, unmoving. He looked back, pleased. All right, the illusion is dealt with. While Gangrim was excited about defeating the shadow, a light flashed behind him. Now I just need to wait for her illusion to disappear and retrieve Shin Sua's token. He quickly jumped to dodge. Are these people from Sector 2? A group of people also rushed in. We found you, Gangrim. They cheered, running excitedly. Tack. Wait a moment. Gangrim will surely find a way to escape. 500 million. Seeing that, Gangrim raised an eyebrow inside. A bounty? Are you people from Sector 1? The other person provoked him further. Come with us. You definitely don't want to fight here. Those people held weapons in their hands and smugly declared that things wouldn't be as easy as last time. Gangrim gnashed his teeth in annoyance. Bloodlust. Is there someone in Sector 1 with a skill like that? Unexpectedly, another person approached.
Hey, Gangrim.
He stared at that person, stunned. Unexpectedly, it was Dako Jun, holding a sword pointed at Gangrim. Nice to meet you again. Gangrim spoke, flustered and surprised. No, I don't understand. There's no reason for you to do this. He glared, full of indignation. Why did you switch to Sector 1? Unexpectedly, he chuckled casually and replied, Oh my, I would have been so much happier if you were more surprised. There is a large amount of earth element in the surrounding area. Skill effects have been enhanced by environmental influence. Gangrim hastily shouted, urging, run, but he still managed to swing his sword and cut them down. That's what I was worried about. Looking at the defeated shadows lying on the floor, Gangrim thought to himself, I still haven't seen my own shadow. Immediately after, he was startled, realizing something ahead. It was an item in a box next to some books on a shelf. Is that it? Gangrim happily looked at it. It still has the same color as the one Shin Sua had in the previous life. Quickly reached out and took it. The token has a protective barrier, so only its owner can touch it. Gangrim held it firmly in his hand. You have received Gangrim's token. He couldn't help but tremble a little, agitated. Gangrim frowned, looking at the token. His face showed a mix of sadness and joy. He put it in his pocket and muttered, It's true I still have some luck. Even though this situation is already terrible. You have met the completion requirements. When you leave with the token, the trial will end. Suddenly, Gangrim turned his head, detecting a sound. Someone's here. Enhanced senses. He listened quietly, hearing someone talking. Get up. Someone's outside. Damn it. You have to protect me. Where are you going? That voice. Immediately, Gangrim hastily ran towards them. Hello. When they saw him, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, happy. It's Gangrim. The girl approached, asking repeatedly. We haven't seen you all this time. You must have arrived late. Yes, that's right. Do you want to come with us? The others also cheered excitedly. Yes, we believe you. It would be great if you came with us. Actually, I'm looking for Shin Sua's token. Gangrim could only change the subject. Has anyone seen it? Someone sitting on some boxes replied awkwardly. Is she still here? Didn't someone see it? Who was it? He turned his head to the person next to him and asked. But that person is gone. Sangwon. That person was in your team, wasn't he? Do you know where they are now? Hearing that, he hesitated, looking up. Then Sangwon swung his hand, throwing something to Gangrim, and replied, I only know where it was found. Well done, Sangwon. He happily and quickly unwrapped the item to examine it. Thank you. The demon world's inspection rate has changed. Once done, Gangrim returned it to Sangwon. By the way, you're all seriously injured. What happened? Did you encounter people from another sector? Someone frowned, tiredly recounting. No, just a shadow. But it was very strong. Turned pale, unable to hide his fear. It was just completely different from other shadows. Every time someone appeared, it would transform. So everyone immediately whispered and recounted. It was terrifying. Every time someone died, it would look deformed like a monster. Damn it, a monster would be better. After that monster lingered around the corpse, it could use skills exactly like the skills of the person who died. Meanwhile, Seo Gangrim just listened silently. Sangwon also chimed in from the side. The first day we came here, we didn't see it yet. I think the shadow only appeared a few days ago. Yes. On the fourth night. It had red lines on some parts of its body and neck, so there's no mistaking it. As he spoke excitedly, his expression suddenly changed. His face turned completely pale. Then Sangwon stammered, Seo Gangrim. When did you get here? He glanced coldly at him. It seems both your legs have elastic bands. Sangwon tried to reach out and touch Seo Gangrim. And your wrist too. But he glared and quickly pulled his arm back. Sangwon sweated, stammering and pointing Seo Gangrim, you, show me your neck. Sangwon angrily pointed directly at him and shouted, didn't you hear what I just said? This immediately attracted everyone's attention and discussion. Sangwon, what's wrong? Are you saying that ghost is Gangrim's ghost? The others hesitantly denied it.
No, that's ridiculous.
How can you be so sure? But he became even more certain, shouting, the timing matches. And he's just as strong as it is. He also has those rings all over his body, just like that shadow. Seo Gangrim just silently watched Sangwon accuse him. If you also have one on your neck. At this, everyone began to look at each other, confused and suspicious. Seeing this, someone also stepped forward, stammering, Gangrim, can you show us your neck just once? It's just to clear up this misunderstanding. But he showed no worry. He just lightly pulled down his collar and replied, even if I have one on my neck, there's no guarantee that it's my ghost. But Sangwon still yelled wildly, shut up and show us. We'll be the ones to decide that. So the others also chimed in, agreeing. It's just showing us your neck. Is that so hard? Haha, that's not your ghost, is it? Why are you hesitating? Do you also have a skill like that, right? Seeing Seo Gangrim show no reaction, he used it as an excuse to provoke him. Why aren't you answering me, Seo Gangrim? Someone then gnashed their teeth, concluding, that must be his shadow. So that's why he's so strong. Seo Gangrim's face remained cold and calm as he looked directly at them. Is it because he killed and stole their skills? The other person suddenly shouted, everyone calm down. How can he answer when you all keep accusing him like this? Trembled, struggling with fear. Seo Gangrim is fine. Everyone is just scared. If you could show us your neck. Activating Lone Wolf skill.
Suddenly, Seo Gangrim disappeared.
Everyone was startled and stunned. Huh? Where did he go? Help! They quickly noticed the wide-open door. The whole room was silent for a few seconds, watching intently. Immediately after, the group frantically ran after him. Quick! Chase him. We must capture the true body of that shadow. Sangwon led the group, demanding to chase him. He can't have gone far. Until the entire room was empty. No one was left.
Seo Gangrim slowly reparted.
He lowered his face, sighing in frustration. I knew this would happen. Seo Gangrim thought to himself, everyone reacted like this when they found out about my skill in the previous life. He left, dejected. But I didn't think this would happen so soon. Maybe they feel betrayed because they thought I was a good person. Seo Gangrim continued to speculate. If so, how will they feel when they learn about this skill? Seo Gangrim walked quickly. Will they accept it without hesitation like in the previous life? Or will they feel betrayed and angry that I tried to hide this? He also thought to himself, imagining Shin Sua's face. I like that unyielding side of you, no matter how difficult the situation. Seo Gangrim lowered his face, depressed and sad. What will this live's Shin Sua think of me having used fate theft? Returning to his room, Yoon Bom and Kang Taehan were still waiting for him there. Brother Master, we were so worried. What took you so long? Seo Gangrim awkwardly hesitated, holding out a scroll towards them. I met some people and found where Shin Sua's token is kept. The other two cheered happily. Great, let's go then. Follow me, I'll tell everyone after we escape the demon world. And so, he led the two of them outside. Yoon Bom and Kang Taehan looked up, surprised. What is this? Are we outside? It looks like an indoor garden. Even though this place is really big. Seo Gangrim immediately frowned, urging, I don't have time. Let's find it quickly. And so, they hastily tried to search every nook and cranny around. From the bushes to the tree branches. The place is huge. It looks like it will take them quite a while to find it. It would be very interesting if they encountered someone from the second sector here. Someone's voice still echoed, making him darken his face, agitated. I wonder what Yoon Bom and Kang Taehan will say when they discover Seo Gangrim's secret. Me too. I think this will be very interesting. Seo Gangrim angrily gritted his teeth. Just then, Yoon Bom's voice cut in. Don't tell them. These things will be much more interesting when they find out themselves. I found it, Sister Sua's token. The girl happily held out her hand, making them sigh in relief and joy. It's in this hole. Well done. Now we just need to take it back. However, unexpectedly the space suddenly changed, making Yoon Bom freeze. Already? Kang Taehan said worriedly. The temporary suspension period is getting shorter and shorter. At the same time, two shadows of Yoon Bom and Kang Taehan also appeared nearby. Carefully observed. At least there aren't too many of them. Let's eliminate them quickly and go back. But Seo Gangrim was startled, discovering something. Another shadow appeared, surprising him. Before the ring on the left hand, Seo Gangrim quickly realized.
That's Shin Sua's ghost.
But then he froze, turning pale. Huh? Looking at the shadow's strange appearance, Seo Gangrim was confused. Why is her shadow collapsing on its own? He just stood there silently. Not only that, the shadow kept raising its sword and stabbing itself. She's still hurting herself even after the drumbeat ended? So Seo Gangrim could only tell himself, I have to get to Shin Sua immediately. He raised his sword high, standing in front of the shadow. Activating healing hand skill. Father Johan's ghost? Seo Gangrim's eyes widened in shock. There is a large amount of earth element in the surrounding area. Skill effects have been enhanced by environmental influence. Environment. Activating wood leaf technique skill. Unexpectedly, roots shot out from behind Shin Sua's shadow, rushing towards them. There is a large amount of earth element in the surrounding area. Skill effects have been enhanced by environmental influence. Seo Gangrim hastily shouted, urging, run. He immediately cut them down, then slid a distance on the ground. Large roots still continuously rushed forward. Seo Gangrim struggled to block them, but unexpectedly, it was able to knock the sword from his hand. Master! But Seo Gangrim didn't care, only hastily instructing the two of them. What are you doing? Run. Behind you. Then, unexpectedly, that root pierced and stabbed Seo Gangrim's leg. Brother. Next, Shin Sua's shadow also gradually approached him. It slowly pressed closer, until the shadow reached out to touch him. Seo Gangrim suddenly looked up, glaring at it. He then swung his sword and cut down all the roots. But Shin Sua's shadow jumped and spun to dodge. Unexpectedly, it calmly licked the blood from its hand. Activating Bloodlust skill. Shadow Thief monster stats have been enhanced. Kang Taehan and Yoon Bom hastily ran to him, worried. Brother, are you okay?
I'm fine.
I can still move. Unexpectedly, more shadows approached from behind Shin Sua's shadow. They also had the ability to self-heal after being injured. The girl gnashed her teeth in surprise. Illusions can heal too? It seems so, if they have skills. Seeing that, Kang Taehan hastily prepared to act. We'll have to eliminate Father Johan's illusion first. No. The shadows were simultaneously rushing forward to attack them. It's too late now. Unexpectedly, Seo Gangrim swung his sword and then shouted, I have an idea. Don't fight them. Just run. But, so the three of them could only quickly block them and turn to try to escape. We can't win against them. In a deep basement somewhere, everyone had managed to escape and were being treated. He sat, panting, unable to help but feel grateful. It's all over. Thank you, Father. But Johann Richter sighed, looking apologetic. But because of my illusion, what should we do now? The priest also said, flustered, should I hurt myself like Shin Sua did? No. Seo Gangrim gently reassured them. I think the best thing we should do right now is to get out of here as quickly as possible. Those illusions can only copy the people who are currently here. Hearing him mention it, they immediately looked back. And the others too. Bom spoke in a panic. What about Shin Sua's token? You're not going to let her go alone, are you? Shin Sua sat in a corner, whispering with effort. You made the right decision. No way. But Seo Gangrim stood in front of her and declared forcefully, I will defeat Shin Sua's illusion. This surprised Shin Sua unexpectedly. He also added, instructing, so you. Seo Gangrim said with a serious, low voice, will come with me. She looked up, a little hesitant. Shin Sua reached for the sword beside her. I don't doubt your skills, but he quickly held her hand, stopping her. Stop. You don't need to do that. Seo Gangrim took the sword from her hand and explained, I have an idea, so let's go. Hearing that, Shin Sua was still a little doubtful and confused. An idea? But he just smiled and nodded in response. Outside, the shadows were still there as if waiting for them. Then unexpectedly a shadow suddenly vanished. Shin Sua's shadow panicked when it saw the other shadows also disappear. And finally only her shadow remained. It suddenly turned its head and looked to the side, where Seo Gangrim was approaching. It seems everyone has left. All their illusions have disappeared. He scratched his head, frowning, and said to Shin Sua, I should have told Dako Jun before leaving. But I don't know where he is. If there's a problem, I'll stab myself. But Seo Gangrim immediately grabbed her hand, stopping her. No. As he spoke, he brought out his sword. Don't do that. Next, Seo Gangrim turned and stood in front of Shin Sua. I know you think I can't do it, but... Nevertheless, she still frowned, looking uneasy. Shin Sua reached out and pulled his sleeve. I believe you. She smiled brightly, full of excitement. We will leave this place together. It made Seo Gangrim a little surprised, unable to take his eyes off Shin Sua. The two looked at each other, nodded, and smiled. After that, he immediately rushed forward. He'll finish this as quickly as possible. Activating Lone Wolf skill. Seo Gangrim swiftly rushed towards her shadow. Then, unexpectedly, he suddenly disappeared, surprising the shadow. It looked around frantically, searching. Seo Gangrim attacked the shadow from behind. Then he disappeared again and reappeared from another side. This time, Seo Gangrim swung his sword powerfully at its back. The shadow angrily turned around. Then it immediately controlled the roots around it to attack. He quickly cut them down. This time, Seo Gangrim was completely calm, a slight smirk on his lips. I knew she would use a shield skill to protect herself. Suddenly deliberately ran in another direction to distract it. Shin Sua's shadow also hastily rushed after him. Seo Gangrim jumped onto the tree trunk ahead. You have used achievement points to increase your speed stat, which has leveled up to 30. The roots also circled and surrounded him. They pressed in right behind Seo Gangrim. The roots grew larger and larger, coiling around, obstructing him. He ran quickly, stepping on them to approach the shadow. Now, the two sides faced each other in confrontation. The shadow gnashed its teeth and raged at Seo Gangrim. He deliberately smirked, provoking it. You're the one I'm worried about. After that, Seo Gangrim immediately summoned his divine beast, activating Fire Kite skill. It then opened its mouth and created a fireball to attack. Activating Fire Bomb skill. The shadow panicked and flustered as it was suddenly approached. Everything is going quite smoothly. It was thus incinerated in flames. Taking the opportunity, Seo Gangrim quickly cut down those roots. Shin Sua's shadow screamed in pain, collapsed on the roots, unmoving. Looked back, pleased. All right, the illusion is dealt with. While Seo Gangrim was excited about defeating the shadow, a light flashed behind him. Now I just need to wait for her illusion to disappear and retrieve Shin Sua's token. He quickly jumped to dodge. Are these people from Sector 2? A group of people also rushed in. We found you, Seo Gangrim. He cheered, running excitedly. Tack. Wait a moment. Seo Gangrim will surely find a way to escape. 500 million. Seeing that, Seo Gangrim raised an eyebrow inside. A bounty? Are you people from Sector 1? The other person provoked him further. Come with us. You definitely don't want to fight here. Those people held weapons in their hands and smugly declared that things wouldn't be as easy as last time. Seo Gangrim gnashed his teeth in annoyance. Bloodlust. Is there someone in Sector 1 with a skill like that? Unexpectedly, another person approached.
Hey, Seo Gangrim.
He stared at that person, stunned. Unexpectedly, it was Dako Jun, holding a sword pointed at Seo Gangrim. Nice to meet you again. Seo Gangrim spoke, flustered and surprised. No, I don't understand. There's no reason for you to do this. He glared, full of indignation. Why did you switch to Sector 1? Unexpectedly, he chuckled casually and replied, Oh my, I would have been so much happier if you were more surprised. Dako Jun looked towards Shin Sua's shadow. Watching you kill that illusion is quite fun. That's Shin Sua's illusion, isn't it? Seo Gangrim could only reply awkwardly. There's a much easier way. But you like to make things difficult, just like the protagonist. Seeing that, Dako Jun excitedly rushed forward. I like the way. Meanwhile, he stood still, unmoving. A slash went straight through him. After that, he casually said, but you act differently from what I do. Seo Gangrim glanced down, full of panic. But unexpectedly, Dako Jun swung his sword towards the other people.
Dako Jun, why?
He chuckled and said to them, that's why I abandoned the idea of having two protagonists. Dako Jun rested his sword on his shoulder, cheerfully. Instead, I decided to just be a supporting character. He even expressed with amusement, so it's quite like a double agent. Isn't it? The Time Messenger was also part of that plan. Seo Gangrim also chimed in, good point. From the hallway, I already sensed the bloodlust from all of you. Dako Jun's eyes immediately turned cold as he looked at the others. Oh, you noticed too? He walked towards Seo Gangrim, standing in front of him, facing them. Well, you're the ones who made Shin Sua hurt herself for this mission. Therefore, you need to suffer appropriate punishments. He then glanced over and asked Dakojun, so now, at the same time, the others rushed forward to attack them. I'm on your side, traitor. But he gleefully confronted Seo Gangrim. Song Taehan glanced to the side. Seo Gangrim saw Dakojun easily strangling someone with one hand, activating his decomposition skill. That person struggled for a while, then became still. After that, he casually threw that person to the ground. Both Seo Gangrim and the remaining person were surprised and panicked at the sight. Dakojun, however, looked excited and amused. If you want to pass the stage safely, you need to use your skill quickly. He suddenly asked, "Where did you hear that?" He approached Seo Gangrim and replied, "Why pay attention to such details? The skill to steal others' fate." Dakojun still looked insane, provocatively interested. "I want to see you use it." Hearing that, he panicked and angrily cursed, "No way I'm using it here. I never will." Unexpectedly, at that moment, a sound echoed and dark shadows surrounded them. It turned out, a dark shadow appeared from nowhere. What? It was fun, though? Well, it's just an illusion anyway. Someone right behind Seo Gangrim was severely wounded by a slash, even from a great distance. He'll eliminate it first. Dakojun, however, still looked casually interested. "Oh, it's your illusion." The shadow swiftly rushed towards him. With just one sword swing, it sent Dakojun flying. He was hit so hard that he spat blood. Dakojun sat on the ground, struggling not to fall. Even Seo Gangrim couldn't believe his eyes at the scene. Dakojun was defeated with just one move? He stood still, looking at his own shadow, although he couldn't clearly see the interaction when the two collided due to the smoke. But his instinct told him. Unexpectedly, the oppressive aura emanating from it is so strong. Shadow, with blood-red eyes, looked back at Seo Gangrim. He muttered to himself, dazed, "That's my illusion." Just then, a voice echoed, "Seo Gangrim, don't get distracted." Both turned simultaneously towards the source of the voice. "Steal its fate. Who else but you can defeat your own illusion?" It turned out to be Dakojun, from the other corner, reminding him, "He's right." Seo Gangrim then reconsidered. "That illusion terrifies me too much. It acts like those monsters. It gets stronger every time someone dies." He calmly regained his composure and focused on using his power. "I need to steal its fate before the illusion." Seo Gangrim held his sword and faced his shadow, activating fate theft skill. Stealing all fate in the area. "I need to kill that thing right here." Investing achievement points to increase stats. Mana reached level 30. Stamina, agility, senses, strength reached level 29. The shadow was slowly approaching him. "I can do this." Seo Gangrim tried to calm himself using his attack skill.
Activating combat instinct skill.
"After all, the illusion can't kill me because I'm the original." His eyes turned blood red. Combat instinct is issuing a warning. Notifications continuously appeared. Enemy is too strong. No weakness detected. Seo Gangrim was also stunned and surprised. "No weakness? My senses have increased thanks to combat instinct, yet it still can't detect a weakness?" The shadow slowly raised its sword high. Then it pointed directly at him. It can't move. Seo Gangrim could only raise his sword to block its attack. A heavy attacking force pressed down, then spread out, causing a terrifying shockwave around them. First-class humanoid shadow thief has the ability to copy human skills. The shadow raised its hand and smiled meaningfully, copying opponent's skill. Placed its hand on Seo Gangrim's face and used its skill, attempting to absorb the main body. This monster. Its laughter rang out, full of sinister amusement. Is Seo Gangrim really my illusion? At this moment, images from Seo Gangrim's past suddenly appeared. As a child, he was sick and clinging to his mother. A man said angrily, "Don't you know the cause of the boy's illness? How can you even call yourself a doctor? Sir, please calm down first." After that, Seo Gangrim was helped back into the car. The car then drove away. Then came the words of a shaman, judging. "I told you, the boy will only get better if he accepts that god into his body." Seo Gangrim's parents questioned angrily, "I heard there were other options. We can't do anything else. The god who wants to possess the boy's body is too strong. Accept me, child." He whispered weakly, "Mom, what does that mean?" "That is your fate." Seo Gangrim's mother could only gently reassure him. "It means you will become a messenger for a god." "Then I will." She sadly and reluctantly explained, "If you do, you must live according to what that god commands. You will have to give up all your dreams, and you won't be able to do anything without the god's consent. Do you still want to?" He shook his head, refusing. So both parents cried, hugging Seo Gangrim and comforting him. "All right, Mom and Dad will help you get better." Then an accident happened. The car overturned. Clearly, they had a traffic accident on their way home from the shaman's house. The condition of the bodies was terrible, but the child seemed unharmed. That's because the child refused the god. That god was very angry. He stood dazed before his parents' memorial tablets. In front of Seo Gangrim was the large shadow of himself. Coaxed, it seems you've accumulated quite a lot of karma after that incident. After that, images of his teammates also appeared. Look at the results of your actions. Seo Gangrim covered his face in despair. Heartbroken. Your parents died because of you, and the Flying Tiger Guild members were all killed. Everyone who entered this demon world also died. The shadow took the opportunity to criticize, trying to break his will. This is all that happened, because you refused the god's request. It held Seo Gangrim's shoulder. Child. Then the shadow seemingly kindly embraced him. You still don't want me to enter, do you? It whispered in Seo Gangrim's ear. Then there's still a way to save your teammates, without accepting my soul. He flinched, glancing over. That is, unexpectedly. The shadow pushed Seo Gangrim down forcefully. For you to die here. Seo Gangrim was pushed down as if into a bottomless sea. Child. He looked up, dazed and helpless. You can still make the right choice. Enter eternal sleep right now. Above was the water's surface, but Seo Gangrim couldn't struggle. Then you will avoid future karma. Karma. He closed his eyes tightly. Well, if I die right here, the entire Flying Tiger Guild won't be massacred in the future. That shadow stood at the edge of the beach, watching. That's right, a wise choice. It will be more comfortable here than out there. It watched with delight. Yes, this place is truly comfortable. And Seo Gangrim hugged himself and thought to himself, but, do I have the right to be this comfortable? After everything I've done. He continued to use words to control his mind. Forget all about the past. The images reappeared. Forget everything? I still see clearly. The faces of those who fell before me. I must atone for the sins I have committed. He gripped the ring on his neck tightly. They have already atoned for everything. What about Shin Sua? The image of Shin Sua collapsing on the ground. Seo Gangrim seemed to wake up and rushed forward. I haven't had a chance to check. Is she safe? His hand struggled to reach the surface of the water. I need to. Seo Gangrim rose up in anger. Get Shin Sua out of the demon world. His shadow looked at him with disdain. Kid. He glared with narrowed eyes. You chose wrong again. Countless arms reached out and clung to Seo Gangrim's back. That's the only thing you can do. But he shouted back fearlessly. Even if I have to die. Seo Gangrim struggled to run. Even as he was pulled back. I will definitely get Shin Sua out of there too. The shadow then used its power to hinder him. You're going to save Shin Sua? It's just an excuse. Seo Gangrim froze when he heard. Shin Sua doesn't even want you to live. His hand gripped the sword tightly. I'm sure she regrets bringing you here. Seo Gangrim gritted his teeth in anger. She must have wished she'd never met you. The shadow stepped closer to him. She must have wished you would die. But Seo Gangrim calmly replied. Even so, I still have to get out of here. He plunged, his sword straight into the ground. Outside, there's nothing but suffering. Then Seo Gangrim swung his sword again, striking the shadow.
I don't care.
You'll regret it. He glared and retorted. Never. Why are you so stubborn? Seo Gangrim powerfully slashed straight at him. Because I promised. He raised his sword high. To Shin Sua. Then.
Seo Gangrim shooted powerfully.
That we'd get out of here together. Outside, Shin Sua was frantically stabbing with her sword, shouting, Rim.
Seo Gangrim.
Wake up. She quickly grabbed his hand and pulled him up. Seo Gangrim realized in surprise. You're here. Shin Sua cheered joyfully. I'm so glad. The voices continued to drone. We thought you were going to die. You need to thank Shin Sua. She tried her best to save you from the darkness. Seo Gangrim finally smiled in relief. See? You were wrong. She anxiously pulled his hand. Shin Sua was still waiting for me. Can you move?
I'm fine.
Thanks. But then Seo Gangrim froze again. Well, Shin Sua was happy. Oh my, you scared me. The drum sounded and darkness appeared at the door. Raised his hand towards her. You were swallowed by illusions. And Dakojun went in to save you. He gripped her arm tightly, questioning. Why didn't you run? Shin Sua flinched in pain, holding her injured arm. Meanwhile, Seo Gangrim glared in alarm. That hurts. He lowered his face and asked, Why are you still here? She then recounted. I told you, you were swallowed by darkness. And Dakojun tried to stop it. Seo Gangrim covered his face. Frowning, he asked, So where is he? Sua evasively stammered. He left before time ran out. He said he needed his hands intact to continue writing his novel. The two of them immediately clashed, blaming each other. You should have left with him, shouldn't you? You were being swallowed by darkness. How could I just leave indifferently? Shin Sua's face flushed with anger. Of course, that's the most logical thing you should have thought to do. She shouted, stinging. What are you saying? Why are you talking to me like that? It's too late to leave now. As she spoke, Shin Sua didn't realize that blood suddenly started flowing from her nose. She then collapsed to the ground. At this moment, Seo Gangrim was utterly shocked. Ms. Shin Sua, the voice, continued to echo. You scoundrel, Seo Gangrim. How dare you yell at the person who just saved your life? She, still struggling to hold her sword despite losing her other arm, gasped. She wasn't one to be trifled with. She continuously stabbed the darkness, then fainted. After that, she would wake up, stab them again, and repeat the cycle. He supported Shin Sua, feeling a hint of regret. Seo Gangrim gently touched her injured hand and blamed himself.
Seo Gangrim.
You fool. Why did you take your anger out on Shin Sua? Then he suddenly realized. There's no time to think now. Seo Gangrim held Shin Sua. He took a breath. Phew. At least it's all over now. Then Seo Gangrim picked her up. Let's get out of here. Come back here. But he coldly glared up. I don't want to harm you. Seo Gangrim suddenly turned his head to look back. It was the shadow going insane behind him. But if you don't come back. Unexpectedly, it commanded the wolves to charge and attack them. Activate beast summoning skill. He stood frozen in alarm, looking at it. Then die. Gritted his teeth, glancing forward, full of determination. I have to finish him off this time. Gangrim softly called. Laner, John. He laid Shin Sua on the ground, instructing the two spirit beasts. Protect Shin Sua. With that, he swung his sword forward. While the wild beasts continuously bared their fangs and charged towards Gangrim, the system repeatedly announced. Activate beast summoning skill. Activate beast summoning skill. They rushed forward, surrounding Gangrim. Activate beast summoning skill. He held the iron rod in his hand, facing his true self. If you attack me, Gangrim's eyes widened. He continued, you will also be hurt. Suddenly, green plus signs appeared on the body of Gangrim's clone. The system sounded. Activate. Recovery skill. He looked at this sight, utterly stunned. Looking at his arrogant true self, spreading its arms before him. Gangrim thought to himself. He even stole my recovery skill. The clone swung its hand, creating a dark, swirling vortex of air. Questioned Gangrim. Kid, why do you suffer so much? Why do you keep making your karma worse? The true self gritted its teeth, pressing. Why do you try so hard? At the same time, it controlled the beasts to attack Gangrim. No one will pray for you. You know that. Hearing him provoke him like that, Gangrim frowned. The dark aura it created furiously rushed towards Gangrim, leaving him unable to do anything but brace against the strong wind. Shin Sua suddenly woke up. She called out loudly.
Seo Gangrim. Don't die.
Gangrim gripped the iron rod in his hand. He shouted loudly as he swung his arm up. Just as Gangrim split the dark smoke created by his true self, the system continuously announced. Power has been raised to level 30. All stats have reached level 30. You have met the conditions for. Hearing this announcement, Gangrim looked up in surprise. The second characteristic. While he was still staring blankly at the light in front of him, his true self simultaneously raised its arm high. Zodiac. Then, just as the notification appeared, a series of golden scrolls were scattered down. Gangrim happily thought to himself. Zodiac skill. He'll be able to defeat the illusion with it. But suddenly, a gloomy voice echoed in Gangrim's head, crushing his hope. Still clinging to hope, kid? Gangrim thought to himself. This voice won't subside, even if time is stopped. He scoffed. Poor kid. Look how pathetic your zodiac is. Look at the notification appearing. Your zodiac is the rat. The system sounded. You can acquire a new skill related to your zodiac. The other one looked at the painting of the mouse, continuing to mock. The weakest zodiac is the rat. Acquiring a skill related to it won't make you stronger. Gangrim didn't give up. He spoke. My zodiac was predetermined from the start. Gangrim touched the painting as he spoke. Trying to escape the misfortune destined for myself is. The system displayed a notification. You have acquired the skill cry of the cornered rat. At that moment, the golden silhouette of a rat appeared behind Gangrim. He smiled confidently and spoke. That's what I'm best at. Gangrim's true self appeared before him. It raised both hands, arrogantly speaking. You can't escape, especially with that pitifully weak skill. With that, the vicious wolves charged towards Gangrim. One immediately bit into Gangrim's shoulder. The others saw this and also charged, but he suddenly smiled. Seeing Gangrim's expression, his true self froze. Why are you smiling? The system announced. Your HP is below 10%. activating skill cry of the cornered rat. Immediately, a wave of golden light spread from where Gangrim stood, knocking back the monster. The information panel appeared. Skill, cry of the cornered rat. Class, human tier 1. Becomes stronger when facing danger. Will suffer severe consequences when using this skill. Gangrim spoke as he pushed off the ground. A rat may be the weakest animal among the zodiacs. Suddenly he shouted loudly. But nothing is scarier than a cornered rat. His true self seemed to know Gangrim's movements and easily dodged the attack. Thought to itself. Kid, you want to escape death no matter what.
Gangrim spoke.
I told you, the system announced.
Activating skill combat instinct.
He angrily shouted. Even if I die here, I will definitely get Shin Sua out of here. With that, he swung the iron rod in his hand towards his true self. It hit, screaming in pain. His true self was enraged. Claws appeared on its hand. It lunged towards Gangrim. An ordinary rat, no matter how hard it tries, its efforts will still be meaningless. His true self gradually transformed into a dragon, opening its mouth and roaring. The system reported. Activating skill dragon transformation. The rat felt fear before the dragon. Hearing this notification, Gangrim was stunned. His true self opened its mouth wide. Even a human with the power of a dragon can only helplessly await death before me. So what makes you think a rat can defeat me? It continuously attacked Gangrim's psyche. He covered his eyes with his hand, calmly speaking. Well, I just picked the prettiest one from the armory. But if a dragon has appeared here, the item information appeared. Sword of Domination. A sword that strikes fear into dragons. Carved with a dragon's head on the blade. Gangrim thought to himself. The Sword of Domination is a weapon that is enhanced when encountering dragons. He spoke. It would have been better if you were a rat too. The system announced. Dragon detected. The power of the Sword of Domination has been significantly increased.
Gangrim confidently spoke.
Because this is, he suddenly shouted, a dragon-slaying sword. Then he plunged the sword forcefully into the dragon's neck before him. Immediately after, Gangrim suddenly fell. The system announced. Skill cry of the cornered rat has been cancelled. The dragon, under the attack of the Sword of Domination, was also defeated. Gangrim lay still on the ground. The system continuously reported. You will receive an additional reward for defeating an enemy stronger than yourself. Gangrim's cell class has been upgraded from human tier 2 to 1. Gangrim's cell class has been upgraded from 1 to demon tier 3. The true self suddenly spoke. Kid. Hearing its voice, Gangrim angrily gritted his teeth, thinking, damn it. It offered. Do you want to live? Accept me. I will help you live. Gangrim thought to himself. I knew it was my illusion, since I still hear it even after killing my illusion. Vision blurred. So this is how I'll die. I would have surely killed myself if I had known I would have to go through so much only to end up dying. Will Shin Sua be able to get out of here? Sua called out loudly.
Co Gangrim.
Then she won't have to worry about me anymore, so I'm sure she'll be fine. Shin Sua and the two spirit beasts rushed to Gangrim. Suddenly, an old woman appeared and placed her hand on Gangrim's head. She softly said, it's time to go back. Suddenly, Gangrim's eyes widened. He sprang up in alarm. Gangrim saw someone with brown hair, similar to Shin Sua's, walking outside. He pulled out the needle and thread in his hand. He softly called, Miss Shin Sua. He ran over, shouting, Miss Shin Sua. Suddenly, he fell face first onto the floor. Gangrim looked up. He happily said, Miss Shin Sua. I'm glad you're okay. Seeing Shin Sua's bizarre face made Gangrim freeze. He couldn't help but be terrified. His expression darkened. Gangrim thought, why am I seeing these things again? The system suddenly announced, you are approaching the boundary again due to the karma you possess. Gangrim thought, could it be because I'm getting closer to the boundary? A hand grabbed a boy's wrist. The woman forcefully pushed the boy out, angrily shouting, we can't take care of him anymore. Ever since we brought him here, we've had nothing but bad luck. Curses continuously echoed in the boy's ears. Then why bring him here? My kids got into an accident and are in the hospital. How long will you run? Accept me. It's all your fault. This whole thing is because he refused to accept a god. So what? Even if... His hands trembled as he covered his ears, but the sounds still pierced his mind. The reason they suffer is because you keep refusing me. Suddenly, a voice rang out. So what? Tell him to accept that god. At the ancient temple, a woman, pulling the boy, along with two men, pushed open the door and entered. As soon as the boy's foot crossed the threshold, a black-purple light appeared. The boy looked up in surprise, even as the woman dragged him along. He thought, it's so quiet. Suddenly, a figure appeared and asked, are you Gangrim? The shaman introduced herself, I am Wajong. Little Gangrim looked at her in surprise.
Wajang Frauen, observing Gangrim Fei.
She looked at the three adults behind him and questioned, "What's wrong with the boy's face?" Wajong said, "They asked me to perform a ritual to help you accept a god. But perhaps you don't want that." Hearing her say this, Gangrim was slightly surprised. He sharply turned his face away. Wajong knelt on one knee before Gangrim. She gently advised, "If you don't want to, then don't." Her next words made Gangrim's eyes widen in astonishment. "But the god who desires you is too powerful for me to fully protect you." Wajong proposed, "Become my disciple until you learn how to protect yourself." Gangrim frantically pushed her hand away. "No." He worried, "Then you'll get hurt too."
Wajang Sai Sopti.
She said, "You underestimate me too much." She clasped Gangrim's small hands and said, "I also have a guardian deity, so don't worry.
Gangrim liste ned silently.
It might hurt a little now, but everything will be fine.
Wajang Smai.
Then good people will surround you. And then you will be happy." Back in reality, Gangrim's eyes stared blankly upwards. He recalled the image of Wajong placing her hand on his head. He thought, she performed a ritual to suppress the divine energy. And when I lived with her, I stopped seeing ghosts. But suddenly, he remembered the departure of those close to him. Gangrim was dazed. A voice echoed in his head. "Until you accumulate karma and draw closer to the boundary, you will begin to see and hear things you shouldn't." Gangrim raised his hand. And then, when you crossed the line, his hand neared a red glowing glass surface. Behind it, a person stood with crossed arms, watching. That person continued, "You will die." He reached out his hand. He thought, "Closer." That person placed a hand on the glass, urging, "Come closer to me, kid." Gangrim lay on the cold ground. He suddenly opened his eyes and woke up. Seeing two spirit beasts sitting on him, Gangrim wondered, was it a dream? A voice spoke, "It's not a dream, Mr. Seo Gangrim." Nurse beside him continued, "After a month, you've finally woken up. Of course, you'll die if you move around carelessly like that." Gangrim immediately woke up and asked, "Shin Sua. How is Shin Sua?" The attendant turned and replied, "She's fine." Gangrim said, "That's good." The nurse instructed, "Please wait a moment. I'll call someone to assist you." The attendant smiled and said, "Oh, and congratulations on your recovery." Behind her were ghosts. Gangrim thought the test results are fine. After all, awakened recover better than normal people. He also thought she changed her fate.
Han hesitated.
The thing is, Ion Bomb next to him immediately cursed angrily. "Those bastards." 2 weeks ago, the members of Squad 2 were constantly gossiping. Gradually, more and more people left the hospital. I hope they recover and get well soon. But Mr. Seo Gangrim, they say he still hasn't woken up. Choi Sang-won spoke up. "Good riddance, I say. It's not right to release a criminal like him into society. He'd be better off dead." Ion Bomb angrily shouted, "Hey, Sang-won, what did you just say?" He arrogantly replied, "So what? Seo Gangrim is a murderer." Sang-won, grabbed by Ion Bomb's collar, still provoked her. "I'm sure he brought you guys along so he could steal your power." Ion Bomb angrily slammed him to the floor. Attacked so suddenly by the girl, Sang-won coughed up blood. Ion Bomb's expression darkened. She reminded him, "Don't call Master that." At this moment, Taehan and Ion Gion ran over. "Ion Bomb, what happened?" Sang-won continued to argue, "No matter what he is, they'll still call him a murderer. You all heard the demonic power he tried to hide, didn't you?" Hearing that, Taehan's blood boiled. He stepped forward. "Hey you, if Gangrim was a murderer, you'd have been dead a long time ago." Sang-won was shocked to see Taehan. "What?" Taehan grabbed Sang-won by the collar. He said, "You know how strong Gangrim is. For guys like you, all he has to do is make a decision, and you'll die instantly." Ion Gion also reminded the people around them. Above all, if Master was truly a murderer, everyone here would have died in that karma room in the demon world. Or been poisoned even faster. Hearing the girl say that, the others couldn't help but be surprised. Suddenly, someone stepped forward and added, "But he used his power," he said, wrapping Sang-won's arm over his shoulder. He was bandaged all over. That person continued, "I don't think he's a bad person. But the truth is, he still makes me shiver." Sang-won pressed his advantage, pointing. "Exactly. Use your brains a little, people. You don't even know what he's thinking. Nothing good will come from being near him." Johan ran over at this moment. "What's going on? Is everyone okay?" The Squad 2 members also left. He said, "I have a proposal for you, Seo Gangrim." Gangrim was curious. "What?" Gong-do replied, "We're offering you an official position in Squad 2 of the Fate Protection Agency." Hearing his words, Gangrim was surprised. He pulled his hand back. Then he spoke, refusing Gong-du's offer. "Sorry, but I'm not interested." Sungtae angrily shouted, Are you aware of what a golden opportunity this is? Gong Du gloomily called out to him, Du Sungtae. He placed a hand on his chest, feigning sincerity, and said, we understand that we might have been a bit hasty in making an offer to someone who just recovered. Gong Du handed Gangrim a business card. Please rest for a few days, then contact us. I'm sure you'll want to see your family and get some fresh air first. Gangrim refused. I don't want to work for, but Gong Du immediately cut him off. Please come to the training room after you're discharged. There are a few things you need to know before leaving the training center. He winked. See you later, Mr. Seo Gangrim. As soon as they left, Gangrim fell into thought. Work for the Fate Protection Agency? But thinking about it, they only go this far. He thought, they probably don't know about my fate theft ability. Beside him was a rank board, Du Sungtae, Dragon Class 3. Gangrim dismissed the information before him. He thought, otherwise they would do everything to force me under their command. Changed his clothes. He opened the door. Then first I need to find Shin Sua. Gangrim went to a hospital room. He softly called, Ms. Shin Sua. Before him was Shin Sua lying on the bed. Her eyes were tightly closed. Gangrim looked at Shin Sua's bandaged arm. He was stunned, clutching the side of the hospital bed. Gangrim couldn't bear to look and turned his face away. Suddenly, a notification appeared.
Killer aura detected.
Gangrim looked in horror at Shin Sua lying on the hospital bed. A warning echoed in his head.
Shin Sua's fate.
Gangrim was bewildered. Killer? How can this be? In my previous life, Shin Sua never carried so much death energy. Suddenly, the compass in his pocket flew out. The system announced, activating Fate Compass item. The needle spun non-stop. The system reported again. Fate Compass item has been enhanced with power. Last images of talking with Shin Sua appeared. Even as Gangrim looked up thoughtfully, Shin Sua's image gradually faded in Gangrim's memory. He clutched his head. He thought in pain, ugh, my head. Suddenly, Gangrim made a strange sound.
Shin Sua looked gloomy.
Her eyes were lifeless. Suddenly, someone spoke. Shin Sua won't last long. Shin Sua swung her hand, tearing apart the image of the strange woman in front of her. That woman continued. Shin Sua doesn't even know you're here. That woman squatted in front of Shin Sua, whose hand was cuffed. She spoke with some confusion. I don't understand you. As soon as she left the center, Shin Sua abandoned you. Why do you want to die for him? Gangrim looked at the scene appearing in his mind, utterly bewildered. He thought, is this the future? No matter what you do, Seo Gangrim will die. Shin Sua glared angrily at the woman. She gritted her teeth and warned. Don't you dare touch a single finger of Seo Gangrim. The girl replied, what a pity. Gangrim's eyes widened. He wondered why. Then goodbye. As soon as these words echoed in Gangrim's head, he opened his eyes in horror. Gangrim helplessly slumped to the floor. He thought, in a place I don't know. The compass continuously emitted a jade green light above Gangrim's head. His eyes lost focus. Lifeless. Gangrim thought in shock, will Shin Sua die for me again? He gritted his teeth. His eyes filled with confusion. No.
Gong.
Gangrim reached for the compass. He resolved, I can't prevent that from happening with just this much. Let's see what the problem is. At that moment, the compass needle spun continuously. Gangrim sat stunned on the ground. Around him were fragments of a car. A panicked voice shouted, Gangrim, run. A young, determined voice replied, no, I want run. Hearing the sound, Gangrim turned his head in surprise. He stood up, watching his younger self cry out, he'll save Mom. His mother, trapped in the overturned car, continuously urged, Gangrim, you can't help us alone. There must be an adult nearby. Go bring them here. She gently asked him, can you do it? Gangrim listened to his mother. He turned and ran. He shouted, yes, they'll bring someone. Wait for me. The small figure darted past Gangrim, who stood there. He reached out, wanting to hold back his younger self.
Don't go.
But he vanished. The young Gangrim still ran, shouting, help, is anyone here? Someone please help my parents. His younger self's voice echoed. Gangrim stared blankly at his hands. He suddenly gritted his teeth. Parents. His parents, trapped in the car, spoke. This is us letting the boy run off. What can he do alone? Flames engulfed the car, flaring in Gangrim's eyes. His mother said, now he's truly alone. She said, I'm sure our son will be fine. As soon as she finished, the car exploded. Gangrim clutched the compass in his hand. Tears streamed down his cheeks. He thought they knew. Gangrim thought painfully the car was going to explode. Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise. He looked up. A figure stood amidst the flames and twisted metal of the car, pointing a sword at Gangrim. Baek Yang said nothing, only silently raised her sword. The system announced, Fate Compass item has been disconnected. Gangrim returned to reality beside Shin Sua's hospital bed. He looked at the compass in his hand. He thought, Baekhyang. Gangrim was still in shock. What was that just now? That wasn't a normal car accident. His hand trembled. A thought flashed through his mind. Did Baekhyang herself attack the car? Negative thoughts continuously appeared in Gangrim's mind. So, is Baekhyang also the one? Recalling Baekhyang's arrogant expression, he thought, who will kill Shin Sua in the future I just saw? Thinking this, Gangrim's face revealed extreme horror. Suddenly, Shin Sua on the bed made a slight sound, attracting Gangrim's attention. She was still breathing steadily. Gangrim closed the door behind him. Just as he stepped out, a voice spoke, I knew you'd be here. Gangrim put a small object into his pants pocket. Onio smiled, holding a bouquet of flowers, and said, Hello, Gangrim. Gangrim took the bouquet she offered. You're Ionio, the leader of the CO Moon team. Onio, seeing Gangrim recognize her, smiled and said, Oh, hello. You remember me? I also stopped by to visit, but you weren't there. She looked into Shin Sua's room and said, You really care about Ms. Sua, don't you? You just woke up and went to see her right away. Well, it seems Ms. Sua cares a lot about you too. Onio covered her mouth and whispered, I was very surprised when you two came out of the demon world. She lost an arm and was injured all over. Yet, when she walked out, she was still carrying you on her back. It must have been very difficult. She remained cheerful. I don't want to bother you two. So after I've said what I need to say, I'll leave. It's a job for the Fate Protection Agency for Squad 1, not Squad 2. Hearing Ionio, Gangrim skillfully refused. I have no intention of working for. Onio's eyes dropped slightly. Then I will help Ms. Shin Sua's lost arm heal completely. This statement from Ionio completely stunned Gangrim. He asked in surprise, how? Onio quickly interjected, I can't reveal the method to you, but I can do it. The moment you join us. Gangrim didn't notice Ionio holding his hand. He wondered, she can just make Sua's arm heal completely like that? Gangrim thought gratefully, in a few years, omnipotent gods who can regenerate body parts will appear. But at this time, such gods don't exist. I know a way to restore her arm through an item, but that method takes a lot of time. But if I work for the Fate Protection Agency, my plans will be completely derailed. Pulling himself out of his thoughts, he softly asked, so, how many years do I need to sign a contract for? Onio replied, 1 year, perhaps? Longer would be better. She happily continued, normally, we'd ask you to start work immediately. But we'll give you a few more months to rest and recover. If you give your answer right now. Hearing Ionio, Gangrim was speechless. He nodded slightly. Gangrim replied, okay, then, just as he was about to refuse, Shin Sua's hospital room door opened, and she cut him off. He will refuse to let that person.
Sua answered for Gangrim.
Mr. Co Gangrim will not work for the leading Fate Protection Agency. Gangrim was surprised.
Shin Sua immediately questioned Onio.
What are you talking about? Are you trying to use my arm to trick him into joining you? You didn't even bother to tell me beforehand. Onio snatched the bouquet back from Gangrim's hand and proposed. Then will you work for us? She winked at Shin Sua. I want to recruit you too. Sua pushed her away, refusing. No thank you. Our values are not the same. Onio took out 2 business cards. She said, what a pity. Onio gave Sua and Gangrim the 2 business cards. If you change your mind, remember to call me. Watching Ionio's retreating back, the 2 of them felt helpless.
Shin Sua glanced at Gangrim.
She said, if you're going to agree just because of my arm, then drop that thought. This is my responsibility, not yours. Gangrim remained silent. He suddenly spoke, I was also going to agree, even if they made the condition that the arm. Shin Sua suddenly turned him around. She cut him off, Gangrim. Suicide. You're a terrible liar, so don't lie anymore.
Gangrim grabbed her wrist.
Why? His expression darkened as he questioned Shin Sua. Why did you sacrifice your arm for me? We're not even that close. At most, we've only known each other for a few months. Sua replied nervously, well, it's because you seem to be in danger. Gangrim cut her off. That's not important. Why? Shin Sua avoided his gaze. She replied, I don't know either.
Ganghin grabbed suas shoulders.
Don't you think this is illogical? She cut him off again. It's just that. Shin Sua looked up at Gangrim and replied, I care about you. She recalled the times Gangrim protected her. She continued, at first I thought it was because you helped me. Because you pretended not to care, but actually took care of us. And because you always overcame every hardship alone. Shin Sua placed her hand on her chest. Even in the karma room I felt terrible when you were in danger because of me. She sincerely said, but honestly, that's not the only reason. I know it sounds strange, but I feel like I've known you for a very long time. Hearing Sua's words, Gangrim froze, closed his eyes tightly. He thought, for a very long time? Shin Sua continued, whenever I see you in danger, my body just moves on its own. He wondered, it sounds strange, right? We've only known each other for a few months. Gangrim thought, could regression also affect Shin Sua? What if everyone has memories of their past lives in their subconscious? Gangrim recalled Sua's offer in his previous life. Gangrim, will form a new guild. Will you fight with us?
Shin Sua in reality spoke.
I hope we can continue to work together in the future. She nervously clutched a corner of his sleeve. Can't we stay in touch? Keep being friends? Looking at Sua's hand clutching his sleeve, Gangrim thought, what is the right way to save Shin Sua? In his heart, he recalled Sua protecting him in his previous life, and couldn't help but ponder. If she stays by my side, everything will be like the previous life. He also saw the image of Baekhyang standing amidst the flames, pointing her sword at Gangrim. He worriedly thought, or shall be killed by Baekhyang just like my parents. Looking at Sua's worried face, he wondered, but what if I leave? The scene of Shin Sua imprisoned appeared in Gangrim's mind. He thought, what if it's like the future the fate compass showed me before? And what if it's in a place I don't know, and I don't pay attention? A negative thought flashed through him. What if Shin Sua dies for me again? Gangrim gritted his teeth and thought, I can't let that happen again. He said, all right. Hearing Gangrim, Shin Sua was delighted. While I was being recruited here, I heard that awakened with similar goals also form guilds. Oh, I clearly heard them call awakened hunters. What if we join the same guild? Gangrim didn't look Shin Sua in the eye. He turned his head and replied blandly, if I feel like it. Sua didn't notice Gangrim's difference. She happily said, great. Even if you keep refusing, I'll keep inviting you to the guild. She suddenly realized, oh, of course. Once you join, you can't just leave whenever you want, okay?
Hearing Sua, Gangrim chuckled softly.
He thought, this reminds me of the past. Remembered Yoon Harang constantly chattering beside him in his previous life. Seo Gangrim requested to leave the guild due to lack of ability. But Shin Sua did not approve. She swayed left and right, talking nonstop. Seo Gangrim requested to leave the guild for health reasons. But Sua still did not approve. Seo Gangrim requested to leave the guild to develop himself. But Sua, hearing Harang's constant chatter, Gangrim stopped her. Enough already, Harang. He thought, even if I said I was leaving out of guilt, she would refuse. Gangrim sighed and softly replied, I'm sure I won't be able to do that. Suddenly, someone shouted, Mr. Seo Gangrim. Johan ran over, tears in his eyes. He shouted, you're finally awake. Gangrim and Johan chatted. It's been a long time, hasn't it?
I'm so glad you're awake.
He rubbed his hands together. He happily continued, I came alone because I didn't know if it was okay. But I'm sure the others want to see you too. Shin Sua also happily remembered, oh, that's right. Everyone must be waiting. Suddenly, her image shattered before Gangrim. Opened his eyes in horror. She said, I'll go in, change, and be right down. She told Johan, you can take Gangrim down first. He replied, okay. Gangrim pondered, I need to find a solution as soon as possible. Johan walked ahead, leading the way. This way. He said, there's a training facility on the lower floor where we used to be. I'm sure everyone's waiting for you. We were so worried about you.
Johan sighed.
It's really like that time you were on the verge of death. And when the issue of your unique power came up, we were very... He rubbed his chin, suddenly remembering. Oh, that's right.
I'm sorry.
You probably feel uncomfortable talking about this, right? Gangrim softly replied, not really. He recalled the disgusted faces of those people and thought, thinking about it, now the others also realize my unique power, don't they? Gangrim inquired, more importantly, are you okay with that? I've been hiding the fact that I have these powers.
Gangrim's question surprised Johan.
He smiled and replied, of course. I know what a good person you are. Hearing Johan, Gangrim was stunned. He spread his arms, sitting with the twins. He said, so first he'll charge into the demon world and... Suddenly, he looked up, happily shouting, brother. And Johan lead Gangrim in. Ion Bomb and Ion Gion happily called out, Master, Master. Ion Gion ran and hugged Gangrim. The girl said, we were so worried you might have died. Taehan also happily added, thank goodness you're awake. Gangrim saw them and wondered, why are you all still here? It's been a month. Ion Bomb and Taehan replied in unison, of course we're waiting for you, Master. You? Gangrim thought, they're still treating me normally even though they know about my power. He said, you should leave with everyone else. Ion Gion immediately pouted and loudly said, no, I won't even look at anyone else. The girl cursed. They're so despicable. even though they witnessed everything with their own eyes. Gangrim then asked Taehan what happened. The girl cursed. They're so despicable. Even though they witnessed everything with their own eyes. Gangrim then asked Taehan what happened.
Taehan hesitated.
The thing is, Ion Bomb next to him immediately cursed angrily. Those bastards. 2 weeks ago, Squad 2 was constantly gossiping. Gradually, more and more people left the hospital. I hope they recover and get well soon. But Mr. Seo Gangrim, they say he still hasn't woken up. Choi Sang-won spoke up. Good riddance, I say. It's not right to release a criminal like him into society. He'd be better off dead. Ion Bomb angrily shouted. Hey, Sang-won, what did you just say? He arrogantly replied, so what? Seo Gangrim is a murderer. Sang-won, grabbed by Ion Bomb's collar, still provoked her. I'm sure he brought you guys along so he could absorb your power. Ion Bomb angrily slammed him to the floor. Attacked so suddenly by the girl, Sang-won coughed up blood. Ion Bomb's expression darkened. She reminded him, don't call Master that. At this moment, Taehan and Ion Gyeon ran over. Ion Bomb, what happened? Sang-won continued to argue, no matter what he is, they'll still call him a murderer. You all heard the demonic power he tried to hide. Didn't you? Hearing that, Taehan's blood boiled. He stepped forward. Hey you, if Gangrim was a murderer, you'd have been dead a long time ago. Sang-won was shocked to see Taehan. What? Taehan grabbed Sang-won by the collar. He said, you know how strong Gangrim is. For guys like you, all he has to do is make a decision, and you'll die instantly. Ion Gyeon also reminded the people around them. Above all, if Master was truly a murderer, everyone here would have died in that karma room in the demon world. Or been poisoned even faster. Hearing the girl say that, the others couldn't help but be surprised. Suddenly, someone stepped forward and added, but he used his power. He said, wrapping Sang-won's arm over his shoulder. He was bandaged all over. That person continued, I don't think he's a bad person. But the truth is, he still makes me shiver. Sang-won pressed his advantage, pointing. Exactly. Use your brains a little, people. You don't even know what he's thinking. Nothing good will come from being near him. Johan ran over at this moment. What's going on? Is everyone okay? The Squad 2 members also left. You, Choi Sang-won, don't go fighting with the kids. Hey, I'm the victim here. Ion Bomb recounted irritably, after receiving his help all this time. Gangrim thought so, things like that happened. Ion Gyeon stood before him and also said, don't worry about that anymore. No matter what they said, we'll still follow you. They'll still be your disciple. Gangrim wondered why. Taehan suggested you'd better join us, right? Ion Bomb also added, we'll train together to awaken our meditation. Gangrim thought, that's right. Awakening meditation. A giant image appeared. He thought, since the day of awakening, humans have been granted the opportunity to awaken their 4 pillars and 8 characters. Fate. The system announced, your stats are being calculated based on your 4 pillars and 8 characters. And after awakening meditation, awakened progress even further. A spatial teleportation gate suddenly appeared. Awakening meditation marks the appearance of dangerous demon worlds. Gangrim thought more difficult and dangerous than any other normal demon world. But many awakened still rush into raids just for fame and money. Ion Bomb, full of energy, said, we'll also raid a normal demon world and carry out a mission to eliminate magical beasts. The girl suggested, Master, you'll train with us, right? Gangrim smiled at the 4 people in front of him. Suddenly, he thought, my goal is to raid the greatest demon world before anyone else does. Gangrim refused. No. He reiterated, I have no plans to train with you. Gangrim thought, because I have to find that person before anyone else does. Gangrim spoke, surprising everyone. I have other things I need to do. Ion Bomb, with tears in her eyes, pressed. So, is this how you want to cut ties with us? Johan and the girl simultaneously asked, is that right? Gangrim, it's not like that, is it? Gangrim hesitated, no, it's not. I really do have things to do. Ion Gyeon looked at her phone. She calmly said, then well wait. When will you be done? But Gangrim turned his face away, not looking at them. He said, I don't know. Ion Gyeon created a group. The girl said, this is our group chat. Don't you dare leave the group, Master. Gangrim read the messages in the chat. Ion Gyeon has invited you. Ion Bomb. I've invited Master. Jiru. Congratulations. Shin Sua. Oh, I meant to invite you when I woke up, but I forgot. Sorry.
Gangrim sighed.
He smiled and replied, all right. Anavi asked, are you really going to be okay? At Anavis' office. She worriedly said, you don't even have a divine oracle. Perhaps joining the Fate Protection Agency would be better.
Gangrim immediately replied, I refuse.
His words surprised the clay doll. Gangrim thought, the image of a large clay figure holding a manuscript appeared. A divine oracle is like a mission. Divine protection. even if it's a stance of borrowing divine power. Ideally, hunters awaken and are possessed by a god. But they cannot ignore the god's oracle, which is also their command. Increase all ranks by 30. Complete at least 3 demon worlds. Increase the god's renown above a certain level. And there's also when it cleans the floor. The god's goal is to make their names widely known. The more famous the awakened, the further their divine name spreads. So gods give quests and rewards to help the awakened develop. Gangrim walked out, looking up at the building behind him. He thought, since I don't have divine protection, I need to prepare many things. I must hurry. Gangrim's iron sword appeared. The information panel also appeared. 7-star thunder sword. Damaged. Needs repair. Dragon tier grade 3. A sword made from a sacred tree struck by lightning. Gangrim resolved in his heart. First, I need to find a real weapon. The setting sun made the scene at a small house at the foot of the mountain a little desolate. The blacksmith quickly hammered, shaping the iron piece. Gangrim called, "Excuse me, is anyone here?" The blacksmith heard someone call and replied, "Oh, wait a moment." She wiped sweat with a towel. Seeing Gangrim in front of her, she said, "It's been a long time since a customer came to this remote countryside, and such a young one too." Gangrim replied, "I came here for you, Han Roy." He thought, fortunately, she hasn't been pulled into the Fate Protection Agency yet. She was surprised. "What? Me?"
Gangrim taught, blacksmith Han Roy.
He recalled the image of the blacksmith Han Chun and thought, the granddaughter of the master craftsman, who was awarded the title of intangible cultural heritage as a blacksmith. The late Han Chun. His urging words still echoed in his head. "Hurry up. You're here to open the fate window for my granddaughter, aren't you?" Gangrim clasped his hands together. He said, "That's right. I heard that master craftsman Han Chun has a successor." The ghost of Han Chun beside him frowned and said, "The girl is in her prime, yet she doesn't earn much money, and she has to suffer by the forge every day. I feel so guilty." Han Roy gave a wry smile. "I'm nowhere near my grandfather's level." His successor. Gangrim immediately replied, "No, you are." His eyes lit up. "I need your ability, Han Roy." Her information panel appeared. Han Roy. Grade 3. Demon tier. Fire attribute. Looking at the information panel. Ability. Blacksmith's fire. Dragon tier grade 3. Crafting flame helps create items containing mana. When processing metal, can adjust stats. Can empower items with abilities. Han Roy was surprised. Looking at the manuscript in her hand, she couldn't help but be surprised. "Are your conditions really just this much? Later, I have to work directly for CO Gangrim and not be involved with the Fate Protection Agency." She looked at the black bags on the table, hesitating. "Even though you sponsored me, helped me awaken, and even helped with the inheritance, I can't believe you'll give me this much every month." Gangrim scratched his head awkwardly. "Well, I did help you awaken, but the inheritance wasn't from me. It's all thanks to Master Craftsman Han Chun, who became a god." Gangrim saw a person with brown hair, similar to Shin Sua's, walking outside. She said shyly, "Can I? My family's graves are on the mountain. Can I visit my grandfather's grave before we start working?" Theo Gangrim rubbed his chin, thinking, visiting a cemetery at this hour? At night, the energy of nearby ghosts is very strong, so monsters often appear. He offered, "It's nighttime, so there's a high chance monsters will appear. Let me go with you." Hearing CO Gangrim, Han Roy Adap was scared. "Monsters?" CO Gangrim immediately reassured her. "There probably aren't any strong ones. Besides, if they appear, I'll take care of them." Roy Adap said loudly, "Oh, okay. It's not too far." The two of them went to a plot of land behind Roy Adap's house. She spoke up, "It's here." CO Gangrim thought, it really is close. He recalled a time Han Chun questioned him. "Who are you? Always peeking at my granddaughter's shop? Wait, you're an awakened. Good. You can take my granddaughter to the Fate Protection Agency so she can also." CO Gangrim thought, "In this life, I can hear Han Chun's voice very clearly, so I thought it was because of my karma points." He died, dismissing the thought. "But it's probably because we're near Han Chun's grave." Standing before the raised grave plot. Seeing the weak signal in the notification panel, CO Gangrim thought, although wireless communication is very weak in this world, so I can't hear the gods' voices very clearly. If one worships at a shrine or a grave of the deceased, it's easier to communicate with the associated god. Han Roy Adap poured wine into a cup, happily chatting, "Grandfather, thank you for being with me." CO Gangrim spoke up, "But don't you need to do these things to talk to him now? Because you've already been possessed by a god." Han Roy Adap replied, "Only when I come here do I feel like I'm talking to my grandfather." He continued, "It's very close here, so I often come here to chat. Luckily, until now, I've only come in the mornings." So Gangrim suddenly realized, "Oh, right. He also passed away recently, didn't he?" Roy Adap immediately confirmed, "That's right. It hasn't even been half a year yet. Seo Gangrim thought when a person dies their soul leaves the body. But the divine spirit remains. People steal fate by stealing information from that divine spirit. Therefore, if one wants to steal fate from an incomplete corpse, it will cost more mana. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Has it been for 5 months yet? Then I can probably use mana to steal from the corpse.
Seo Gangrim recalled helping han røg adapt dig opbegrave.
Of course, even if I could do it, I couldn't dig up an ancestor's grave in front of a family member. Roy Adapt softly called out, "Shall we go back now?" Seo Gangrim suddenly stood in front of her. He instructed Ms. Han Roy Adapt, "Hide behind me." From the darkness, a pair of bloodshot eyes opened. Following that, countless eyes were watching the two of them. Han Roy Adapt was astonished. There really are monsters. Seo Gangrim spoke up, "The cemetery is too close to your house. I should find you an item that can ward off monsters if you want to fully focus on your forging skills." Suddenly, those creatures rushed towards the two of them. Seo Gangrim reacted quickly, drawing his sword and lunging forward. Suddenly a hand appeared, summoning 2 talismans. It stuck them onto the rabbits rushing towards Seo Gangrim. Instantly, the entire swarm of rabbits fell to the ground. Seo Gangrim was astonished, realizing that talisman. Rabbits kept squealing and screaming. A cluster of bronze bells appeared. Person facing Seo Gangrim rang the bells. Immediately, the rabbits exploded. The person's footsteps approached. Then they spoke. "Weren't you taught that it's dangerous near graves like this?" The stranger added, "I can't believe you even brought a miner here." Han Roy Adapt was about to retort, but was stopped by Seo Gangrim.
MS. Han røg Adapt.
"Could you go back and wait for me?" Seo Gangrim nervously looked at the person in front of him. Seo Gangrim stepped forward and asked, "Why are you here?" The person took off their mask. As they removed it, they said, "So you still remember my voice, huh? The last time we met was 5 years ago." Kong Do-hyun spoke up. "Long time no see, Seo Gangrim." Flashback of their past encounter appeared.
Seo Gangrim replied, "Oh,
"Not that long." He reiterated, "We met once during training." Kong Do-hyun shook the bronze bells in front of Seo Gangrim. "If you recognized me, why didn't you say anything?" He immediately replied, "The situation back then wasn't suitable for chatting. Just like now." Seo Gangrim asked, "Are you tailing me on the agency's orders? Or by your own will?" Kong Do-hyun wondered, "Is that the first thing you ask?" His hand trembled. "I thought you'd ask about mother first?" Hearing this from Kong Do-hyun made Seo Gangrim's eyes widen in horror. Seo Gangrim asked, "Is master doing well?" Kong Do-hyun suddenly repeated, "Mother." He frowned, reminding Seo Gangrim, "She passed away 2 years ago." He said nothing, just stood there silently watching. Kong Do-hyun seemed a little agitated. "Passed away 2 years ago." Seo Gangrim found it hard to accept. "So master died?" "My previous life, too. She died a few days before the awakening." He lowered his face and asked, "Why didn't you call me for the funeral?" He grabbed his collar. "Funeral?" Kong Do-hyun scolded. "You're the one who left home on your own." "But then what?" The scene shifted to the past when they first met. Hwa Jaeong introduced, "This is my son, Kong Do-hyun." He placed her hand on Seo Gangrim's shoulder. "And this is Seo Gangrim. Do-hyun, you're older, so you must treat him well. Okay?" He announced, "Because starting today, Seo Gangrim will be my adopted son." He was surprised.
Adopted son?
Kong Do-hyun disliked Seo Gangrim's presence. "How could you do this to me, mother?" He stood up. "Mother, you said you wouldn't pass on the shamanic identity." Hwa Jaeong replied, "That's right. I won't pass it on. After all, living according to a god's will is very painful." She ignored him. "I don't want you to live such a life." His face darkened. "Then what the hell is he?" She gently explained, "Another powerful god has targeted him. But he doesn't want to be possessed by a god. So I intend to help him." Kong Do-hyun paused slightly upon hearing that. He doesn't want to be possessed by a god? But why? Does he also look down on shamans like other kids? He asserted, "Then I will accept being possessed by that god. I deeply respect you, mother." Kong Do-hyun's eyes welled up. "I want to be like you, mother." Seo Gangrim sat with his knees hugged outside. He sadly lowered his face. Inside, the mother and son continued. "That's not the issue." Afterwards, he tried to befriend Kong Do-hyun. "Brother, do you want some snacks?" But he cruelly knocked it over. "No." He brought his notebook to Kong Do-hyun's room again. "Brother, can you help me with my homework?" He snapped. "Can't you see I'm busy? Do it yourself." Seo Gangrim always cheerfully called his name. "Brother Do-hyun." This time, he replied Seo Gangrim. Kong Do-hyun coldly demanded, "If we're outside, just pretend you don't know me." He was extremely sad to hear that. He continued walking alone on the street. Suddenly a voice caught his attention. Hey, you favored shaman. A group of youths teased Kang Do-hyun. I told you there's a ghost haunting me, so don't come near here. He calmly replied, I'm just passing by. They pressed on. All right, then pay the passing fee. Kang Do-hyun firmly asked, why should I do that? The other guy swung his fist at him. Why else? Because I said so, that's why. Seo Gangrim suddenly appeared, blocking his hand. Although, trembling with fear, he still managed to say, hey, don't bully my brother. The others found this even more amusing. What's wrong with this kid? Kang Do-hyun glanced at Seo Gangrim, a look of worry in his eyes. In the end, Kang Do-hyun and Seo Gangrim were both beaten by those guys. Books were scattered everywhere. He sat up angrily. I told you I hate it. Why do you keep clinging to me? He wiped away tears and said, what else can I do? He spoke louder, indignantly. The only people who don't get unlucky when they're near me are you and mother. Kang Do-hyun fell silent for a long time after hearing that. He sat up completely. His hand went up to wipe the blood from his face. He helped Seo Gangrim up. You're not allowed to call her mother. That's my mother. He still couldn't stop crying. Master. Kang Do-hyun made a condition, if you call her master, then it'll be your brother. He immediately stopped crying, his eyes wide as he looked at him. Then the two brothers walked hand in hand. As master said, my life is slowly getting better. The next memory recalled. After that, several more suppressive ancestral rituals took place. A voice called out, hey kid. Eerie sounds echoed. Do you think by staying away from me you can change your fate? Even without me, you will still bring misfortune to those around you.
Seo Gangrims attitude changed.
He smiled faintly. No, from now on, things will be different. And from then on, I didn't hear the god's voice anymore. He lived a normal life. I also didn't see ghosts or have nightmares anymore. Their small family was very happy. So I was fooled by the thought that I could also be happy. One day, Seo Gangrim was pulled by his collar by Lee Hyun. Fire. Senior Wajayong. Why do you still keep this guy here? You've performed suppressive ancestral rituals for him so many times. He stabbed directly at Seo Gangrim's pain. But he still brings misfortune to those around him. If you don't make him leave immediately, even you will. Wajayong threw a fan at him. Liin. If you babble any more, he'll cut out your tongue. She was furious. Never say that to my son again. One day when Seo Gangrim was helping Kang Do-hyun, he said, why do you love him more than your own son? Me? Why does a god want to possess his body and not mine? He could only helplessly call out to him, brother. He requested, I think you're too drunk tonight, brother. Let's go inside. He continued, why don't you let a god possess your body? After that, he cried, instead of targeting you, I wish that God had chosen me. Seo Gangrim stared at Kang Do-hyun, stunned. Then he completely collapsed. Not Seo Gangrim, but me. He let go of his hand, causing him to fall to the ground. He felt confused. How could he wish for something like that, when he knows how I've lived because of that god? Seo Gangrim also cried. He didn't surprise me at all. Kang Do-hyun was taken to his room, carefully covered with a blanket. If his desire for a god is the same as my desire to abandon a god. He sat silently outside the room door. Then it's truly too much. He fell into contemplation. So I've caused him distress. He decided to leave. The one who brings misfortune, me, will leave. At that time, he thought very simply, Big Brother and Master won't be sad anymore. Back to reality. Seo Gangrim's face was blank. Kang Do-hyun still grabbed his collar. Why aren't you doing anything? He questioned. You could easily push me away. Couldn't you? You're the best trainee after all. Are you going easy on me? Seo Gangrim turned away upon hearing those words. I don't want to fight you. He released his collar.
Dont un d'estimate me.
Indifferent from the past. Kang Do-hyun turned his head, grinding his teeth in anger. A god has also given me. Seo Gangrim watched his retreating back. He adjusted his collar. Why? In the previous life, the only reason we could get along in harmony. Memories of the previous life flooded back. Kang Do-hyun also grabbed his collar just now. It's because I was very weak. I can't stand you being so weak. Otherwise, how would someone as envious as me feel? Now Seo Gangrim told himself, there's something I absolutely must tell him. In a deserted corridor, Kang Do-hyun quietly knocked on a door. He stepped inside. A soft voice rang out. Did you meet Seo Gangrim? He replied, yes. Did he join us? He continued, no. He said he had other intentions but didn't specify what they were. Seo Moon Ion Neo pointed at him. I had high hopes because you said you knew him. Kang Do-hyun retorted, we're not that close. She questioned, not close, yet you still used such an expensive item? Doesn't that mean anything? Do you know how expensive that colored medicine is? He happily continued, go meet him again. I don't think meeting him again will change his mind. Her slender fingers continuously typed on the keyboard. One tree doesn't make a mountain. 3 trees together make a high mountain. He will surely let down his guard. Please help, big brother. Emisari Kung Duyung. Because I really want Seo Gangrim. The system voice rang out. I want to request a demon world subjugation. Seo Gangrim smiled with satisfaction. Good. Our team's emissary, Kang Duhyun, will assist you.
Seo Moon Ion Niyu.
Now I have a chance to meet him. At the abandoned building, Seo Gangrim stood silently as if waiting for someone. In his mind, the city was in ruins. I don't know that demon world. The system panel appeared. I want to request a demon world subjugation. The target is a low-level demon world called Ruin City. Although its rank is not high, no one has been able to destroy it for months. No hunter has ever returned. Therefore, we want to help you. Our team's emissary, Kang Duhyun, will assist you. Fate Protection Agency Seoul. Team 1 leader, Seo Moon Ion Neo. He clicked his tongue. TSK. Even with regression, I probably can't know everything, huh? I only remember the larger or special demon worlds that made the news. This isn't even a high-level demon world. I don't know about it, so it must have been resolved in the previous life. Besides the demon world, I also have to talk to him. An excited voice from the car rang out, Mr. Seo Gangrim. You're here too early. Ev. Chasia happily stepped out. I'm also participating in this subjugation. Seo Gangrim was quite surprised to see her.
Emissary Anave.
She shook his hand. Long time no see. Seo Gangrim replied. I didn't expect to see you here. She gave a broad smile. In the past. What? Seo Gangrim and Kang Duhyun know each other? Come to think of it, his mother is also a shaman. We can't let Team 1 get Seo Gangrim. Thought this would be very difficult for the two of you. Kung Duyung Sigid. So you're here to investigate him, right? Anna V. Chasia quickly waved her hand. That's true, but Seo Gangrim cut her off. We can talk about that later. In his mind, it's fine. If someone is with me, it'll be calmer. The 3 of them entered the building together. Seo Gangrim spoke up, by the way. Is it okay that you're not wearing your mask? She replied, this is a private request. So we're off duty today. Kang Duhyun was curious when he saw people. There are people here. They were surprised. What? Are you hunters too? Anna V. Chasia happily said, yes. Do you want to work? One person cut her off, you know the unwritten rule, right? Since we were here first, you guys have to wait a few hours. We don't want our reward stolen. Kang Duhyun crossed his arms and questioned. What are you talking about? You're not even trainees. Why aren't you at some 3rd-grade insect demon world instead of here? They angrily shouted, what? My team leader is a grade 1 monster, you know. That kind of demon world is too easy for us. What's your rank? She quickly intervened. For demon world subjugation, experience is more important than anything. The other person was still aggressive. Answer my question. Dragon rank 2. Monster grade 1. Human grade 1. Insect grade 3. A lower rank than their team leader. It's obvious. Let's go in. She worriedly turned to ask. I don't know why they created such a rule. Should we wait? Are you kidding? Just ignore them, kid. Seo Gangrim was helpless. If things don't go as planned, they'll just reveal my identity. Let's go. A mechanical voice rang out. You have entered the ruined city demon world. Kang Duhyun was curious. A city. This place is completely destroyed. Destroy the pillar of the protective barrier. The statue. Seo Gangrim was curious. Ah, the entrance. We probably have to subjugate it to get out. Time limit. No. We probably have to find this statue. But since no one has been able to get out anymore, Anna V. Chasia continued, this demon world is quite vast. We don't even know what the statue looks like. Kang Duhyun was helpless. It's related to the barrier. We'll definitely be able to feel its energy. We can find it sooner. Suddenly, the 3 of them looked in one direction. A man lay sprawled on the ground, but the other 2 kept urging, hurry up, this way. The man screamed in pain. Help! A desperate shout rang out. Team leader, what are you doing? Help me! Damn it! We're doomed. This is the end. A slimy body rushed towards them. Scream that tore through the air rang out. No! Anna V. Chasia ran over worriedly. Are you okay? She sobbed. Thank you. Seo Gangrim rushed forward to deal with the monsters. Kang Duhyun used talismans to destroy the monsters. She was curious. How do they deal with them so easily? Just go ahead. Are all trainees like this? She wiped sweat from her hand. Phew. That should be all. It's wrong. It's only been a few minutes. A few minutes? What do you mean? She wondered. Didn't you guys enter a few hours after us? She and Seo Gangrim looked at each other. With disbelief. We entered right after you. What? No way. Seems the timeline here is different from the outside world. I'm worried about the other hunters. The first team to enter here was months ago. Many other teams continued to enter weeks after that. Seo Gangrim pondered. If they're still alive, they must be living off food supplies. I don't think the monsters here eat them. Anna V. Cheja wondered. How long has it been? Huh? What did you find? Kang Doohyun explained. I just observed the monsters. I killed more monsters than Seo Gangrim here. I guess the top trainee isn't as good as me. She was helpless. Let's continue investigating. Using Demon World Map. Current search progress. 0.03%. Kang Doohyun spoke up. It must be huge. Do we have to search every nook and cranny?
Seo Gangrim replied. Ilsen Lini to observe.
Lee emerged with an incredibly cute appearance. Anna V. Cheja continued. Then I'll check inside the building. Activate clay doll controller skill. Investigate inside the buildings. And report back if any survivors, statues, or anything suspicious is found. The clay dolls, like a mighty army, marched inside. Everyone exclaimed, wow, really? Trainees are truly on another level, aren't they? Seo Gangrim suggested so many clay dolls would be quite noisy. He'll tell them to be quiet.
Ah, okay.
It's noisy in the demon world anyway. For the gods. In his mind. Now that I think about it, they were all very quiet. Communication. Mr. Seo Gangrim. No connection. Communication or item shop. Her face fell. Currently unable to connect to the communication system. Currently unable to connect to the shop system. Seo Gangrim hastily said. So that means we can't ask for help? Or get food? She covered her mouth, looking disbelieving. Then all the hunters who haven't returned are... Suddenly someone tapped her shoulder.
Hey, Anave.
She was curious. Is there a problem? Seo Gangrim's mind. Wait, if the connection is cut, then that means the gods can't hear us right now. He sharply turned to Kang Doohyun. Never get this chance again. I have to talk to him here. Many people were walking together on a path. Seo Gangrim led the way. He glanced towards someone. She was scared. We're going this way. There are even more destroyed buildings here. The fog grew thicker and thicker. Linny suddenly approached them. Seo Gangrim anxiously looked around. They stood before a gate. Fresh flower pots were planted by the window. He curiously touched the steel bar. What is this place? Anna V. Cheja looked up, curious and surprised. Seo Gangrim spoke up. Why is this place so well maintained? Kang Doohyun continued. I smell something? They were excited. Food. Seo Gangrim was helpless. Hey, wait. Kang Doohyun opened a door. Inside was a table of fragrant food. I knew it. Everyone was excited. Now we don't have to worry about food anymore. It's so warm. It must have just been baked. Seo Gangrim pulled someone back. Don't eat that. Who are you to order me around? Are you going to eat all of it yourself? Kang Doohyun scoffed. You guys are really stupid. You dare to eat such suspicious food. And you still dare to call yourselves hunters. Doohyun, you're saying too much. Really? You're right. This food is a bit suspicious. Let's scout around first. Put it down. Let's split up and survey the surroundings. There are 3 doors. They'll take this one. See you later at the front door. The smell of food here will find me. Then we will investigate the path we came from. In Seo Gangrim's mind. This is my chance. Wait, let me...
Seo Gangrim.
He curiously turned to Anna V. Cheja. What? Do you have something to say? She nodded. You still don't want to work at the Fate Protection Agency? Hunters without a patron god are more vulnerable. Of course, you can join a sect. But the Fate Protection Agency has a lot of information. Sorry, but I have no intention of doing that. Is that so? There are many hunters better than me, right? Thank you for the offer. But I think it's best if you find other hunters. She waved her hand. I've never seen anyone as good as you. From what I've seen, you're the lowest ranked, but you try harder than anyone else. You understand others and are willing to help them when needed. Don't abandon your comrades when facing danger. That's why I want you to join my team. Seo Gangrim was utterly surprised to hear that, blushing shyly. She continued to persuade, so I've already prepared a desk for you. A welcome party. I even made a list of restaurants near the agency. But I can't force you. He smiled with satisfaction, thinking she surely knew about his abilities. She turned and walked away, not forgetting to instruct. Let's scout around and come back. See you later. I'm very grateful. Seo Gangrim climbed the stairs. He must have gone this way. Kang Doohyun stood above, looking at him. His eyes looked calculating. In Seo Gangrim's mind. Damn it. He doesn't look like he'd be interested in talking to me. Why is he looking at me like that? Is he waiting to interrogate me? He replied. I saw the karmic sutures in your body.
Seo Gangrim's footsteps faltered.
He continued, his voice dropping. You know that the more karma, the more of that, right? He quickly ran over. What the hell are you doing? Continuously questioned. After leaving home like that, what have you done to accumulate so much karma? Seo Gangrim pushed Kang Doohyun's hand away. What kind of person do you think I am? Then he flipped him over. From the darkness, an object appeared. It slowly moved towards the two of them. Then gradually its form became clear. Seo Gangrim and Kang Doohyun were startled. The statue. Is that the statue we need? Why did it stop? The statue slowly opened its mouth, then furiously rushed forward. Kang Doohyun shouted, well, no, once we destroy it. With that, he quickly ran towards the statue. Seo Gangrim froze in place. A battle was slowly erupting between a statue and Kang Doohyun. Suddenly, he unexpectedly paused. Seo Gangrim stepped forward to stop him. You, don't destroy it. He was extremely angry to hear that. Then he immediately grabbed Seo Gangrim by the collar. The two of them rushed straight outside. He angrily questioned, you bastard. Are you even sane? Kang Doohyun furiously shouted. Are you crazy? Why did you stop me? But Seo Gangrim just trembled, covering his face, and replied, that thing. His eyes stared blankly. Are human? Kang Doohyun repeated in confusion, what? Human? He irritably questioned, are you really out of your mind? That's a monster. Then suddenly the door was violently struck by something. Kang Doohyun cautiously raised his weapon. Look again. It was a grotesque, human-like figure that broke through the door and stood outside. Does that thing look human? Seo Gangrim frowned, thinking, even if I look again, it still looks human. Angsira, Monster System Grade 1, Earth Attribute, Status. Afflicted by Shapeshifting Curse. He was surprised that it stood still at the door, not moving. What? It's not attacking. Seo Gangrim leaned over and speculated, perhaps it's because they can't go too far beyond the corridor. Humans don't have such limitations, do they? He spoke, he summoned his divine beast. I can't tell him I'm an emissary and that I have the ability to see status windows. So Seo Gangrim could only explain to Kang Doohyun, you know I have a Kieran, right? I know, and it's because of it. Trust me. Next, Kang Doohyun pointed, signaling the divine beast. Linny. It immediately obeyed, leaping towards the thing. Purify that person. Activate purification. The divine beast lightly touched the thing, causing it to slowly crumble. A flash of light burst from within it, and then a girl appeared lying inside. Seo Gangrim rushed out. The curse has been lifted. Kang Doohyun was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. That's really a human. Supported the girl and shook her, calling out, hey, can you hear me? Kang Doohyun stood there, trembling with indignation, thinking, Seo Gangrim realized it. But me? He frantically looked at his hands, questioning himself. I awakened almost the earliest, and even became an emissary of the Fate Protection Agency. Kang Doohyun covered his face, distraught. Even so, I still can't keep up with Seo Gangrim. I think we should move this person to a safe place. Seo Gangrim looked at him in astonishment, not replying. What's wrong? Are you okay? It's none of your business. But then Kang Doohyun still bent down to help the girl. Let's go back. We have to tell Anavi and the other hunters. After that, he only instructed we can't let them mistake these people for monsters and kill them. Hearing that, Seo Gangrim nodded in confusion. Yeah. They quickly left. Anavi. Cheja happily watched the two of them return. You found 6. She quickly helped the girl, surprised. There's a survivor. Perhaps there are quite a few survivors. Anavi. Cheja asked, stunned, you mean there are more? They were afflicted by a curse that turned them into monsters. So there might be more people. Seo Gangrim looked up and commanded his divine beast. Linny. It flew off and led him to a room full of food. Ah, here. He quickly hugged it and reminded, you're not allowed to eat strange food. But Seo Gangrim was also surprised by what he saw. Scattered on the table was half-eaten food. Following that, countless strangers like before rushed towards him. Seo Gangrim glanced around. He quickly hugged the divine beast and dodged. Seo Gangrim's eyes lit up as he observed. These things. Can't believe you. Can recognize the humans trapped in those grotesque forms. Seo Gangrim slid under the table to escape. Damn it. It's those hunters. Then he quickly asked the divine beast, but it only shook its head. Linny, can you purify them? Then there's no other way. No other choice. Seo Gangrim could only confront them. I have to defeat them first. He swung his arm, raising his fist. If they can destroy things around them like this, one punch from Seo Gangrim can shatter one of them. Then doing that probably won't kill them. A moment later, Anavi. Chasia shook her head in frustration, saying, I told you not to eat those things. The rescued people now sat silently, heads bowed, enduring. Kong Du-hyun glanced and complained, so if you eat the food there, you turn into a monster. I think the smell of food is also a kind of charm to attract people. I'm not sure. She also asked further, I guess everyone here had no other choice but to eat it. But gray-haired girl clutched her head, crying in fear. Upstairs. Upstairs. Seo Gangrim crossed his arms and said to Anna V. Chasia, did you gather any information from her? I asked her a few questions. She looked up and recounted, but all she could say was that there's something on the 5th floor. Kong Du-hyun glanced at the others. You guys wait here with that woman. He quickly suggested, and we'll go up to the 5th floor. After arriving, they were astonished by the many petrified people. 4th floor. Are these all humans? Gung Duyung's face turned pale. Can we just kill them all? We've already saved so many people on the 2nd and 3rd floors. Emissary Kong Du-hyun. Don't joke like that. He said sternly, his voice low. I'm not joking. We're not responsible for saving them. We're here to subjugate. But Seo Gangrim held Kong Du-hyun's shoulder, stopping him. I don't think we need to capture all of them. Some of them are monsters. In fact, most are monsters. Hearing that, he looked annoyed and sulky. All right, I'm the bad guy. So who's human? Kong Du-hyun held a talisman in his hand and said, I have an idea. Just tell me the location. So he immediately stepped forward and suggested, there are too many. Activate insect system grade 3. He'll mark them with this. With those words, Seo Gangrim leaped forward, startling the two who couldn't stop him in time. You're going to...
Seo Gangrim.
He then struck the item against the heads of the stone people in front. Kong Du-hyun couldn't help but shout worriedly, it's dangerous. But he turned back and retorted, is this the time to scold me? So, he could only follow with Anna V. Chasia. Damn it. Let's go, Anna V. The two of them rushed forward simultaneously, throwing talismans and smashing the stone people. After a while, the scene was littered with fragments. The survivors were hanging from the ceiling. Seo Gangrim spoke up, now if we purify them...
Seo Gangrim.
Wait, I think we should subjugate first, then purify them. Otherwise, it'll be too troublesome. She turned to ask, Emissary Kong. Then suddenly, a foul-smelling gas emanated from the side, making them uncomfortable. What a terrible smell. The smell. Anna V. Chasia had to cover her nose and sigh. It smells like blood. A deep, dark passage lay before the three of them. The smells of death. He slowly walked forward. A murderous aura emanated from deep within. Suddenly Seo Gangrim noticed something beside him. Can't believe. There are countless human bones under his feet. Seo Gangrim created a flame in his hand to light their way inside. Anna V. Chasia witnessed it and couldn't help but be moved. These hunters picked up a human skull. They died as humans. We could have saved them if they had turned into monsters after eating that thing downstairs. Kong Du-hyun also felt an indescribable sadness. Suddenly, a sound ahead caught his attention. They quickly moved forward, ready to counterattack. It turned out to be a human figure approaching them. Anna V. Chasia watched with wide eyes. The person was getting closer and closer to the three of them. She excitedly rushed forward. There's a survivor. But Seo Gangrim quickly held Anna V. Chasia's hand, stopping her. Wait, he hastily asked. When was the last time hunters came here before us? Why are you suddenly asking that? Don't you know? She replied in confusion. From what I've read, it was probably... Her face suddenly fell, stammering, a week ago. Then Seo Gangrim released Anna V. Chasia's arm. So that's at least 400 days ago. They looked towards the figure ahead and speculated, if they came even earlier than that, it must have been more than a year ago. He awkwardly stammered, that person must have eaten something, otherwise how could they have survived? Both of them turned into monsters. Unexpectedly, the person ahead appeared with grotesque snake scales. The man's eyes were bloodshot. He let out a horrifying roar. Kong Du-hyun held a talisman in his hand, frowning. He's still human, isn't he? With that, he threw them towards the man. Just take him down first, then we'll figure it out. But unexpectedly, the man was able to jump and dodge the talisman. He could even use fire to burn them. The man rushed forward like lightning and bit Kong Du-hyun's arm hard. Anna V. Chasia screamed in panic behind him. Mr. Kong Du-hyun. She quickly swung her arm, knocking him back. The man immediately used his claws to scratch the ground to stop himself. V. Chasia worriedly turned to him. Are you okay?
I'm fine.
Seo Gangrim was behind, slowly checking his screen. He's stronger than he looks. He suddenly froze, realizing something. The man still refused to give up, growling hideously. He attacked again. The two of them could only continue to block the man's attack. Anna V. Chasia rushed forward, but the man easily leaped onto the wall and lunged at Kang Doohyun. How can a human possess demonic energy? This made him struggle to block the man with his hands. Damn it, am I even weaker than Anna V? But luckily, she quickly turned back and helped Kang Doohyun. Even so, the man still dodged the attack and escaped. Anna V. Chasia then shouted a warning, Seo Gangrim. Only now did he look up and realize. The man had ferociously lunged towards him.
Seo Gangrim.
Rim. Li. Profession. Level. Attribute. Divine power. In his mind, memories kept flashing. Be the first to conquer this demon world. Is there any food left? We're completely out of supplies. What should we do? Hyeonsu has turned into a monster. This is bad. Everyone has died. The man supported the girl, trying to shake her awake. Wake up. Someone will surely come to save us. But she could only weakly reply, no. I don't have any strength left. So, then the shouts of the other two made Seo Gangrim snap awake. What are you doing, Seo Gangrim? The man had lunged very close to him. Just then, an arm quickly pushed Seo Gangrim back. It was Kang Doohyun, who had blocked in front, protecting him. He angrily cursed, get out the 7-branch sword now. Kang Doohyun shouted, urging, you've already been to the forge, haven't you? Only now did Seo Gangrim realize and draw the sword. Oh right, it's already complete. Thunderbell 7-branch sword. A forged grade sword made from a lightning-struck sacred tree. He didn't hesitate and rushed to attack. Possesses strong yang energy to ward off evil spirits. The man was immediately frightened by the light from the sword. Anna V. Chasia stopped, looking confused at the man's fleeing figure. He's running away? Don't chase him. He then sadly spoke. I guess I have to tell everyone about this. That person. Kang Doohyun frowned and asked, did he get too close to the barrier? She was also confused to hear that. You mean he suffered that fate because he had too many karma points? Basically, yes. He then explained to Anna V. Chasia, that's why he was strong enough to react to the 7-branch sword like a monster. There are also studies outside that say it's dangerous when humans get close to a barrier. Can he be turned back to normal? You want to capture him alive? What if it hinders the mission? But he accumulated so many karma points because of the accident. We can't just kill him. But Seo Gangrim was melancholic, lowering his face without saying anything. But how many karma points does it take to cross a barrier? Karma points are for skill penalties, but they should increase due to crimes committed, right? Like theft, fighting, torture, murder or something. The more serious the crime, the more karma accumulated. Seo Gangrim kept muttering, if what I saw was that man's past, then he has lived until now after committing the most heinous crime. He covered his mouth with his hand and pondered, how many karma points does he have? And my karma points? Seo Gangrim froze, sweat pouring down. He was interrupted by the other two's words. Hey! Seo Gangrim? Seo Gangrim. Kang Doohyun angrily questioned. Why are you just standing there? I'm fine now. He immediately urged Seo Gangrim. Then go help, we have to complete the mission. What? And that person? He won't dare come near if we have the 7-branch sword. Hearing that, he asked in a panic. Are you going to leave him like that? Seo Gangrim grabbed his shirt, persuading. Maybe we can purify him like we did with Gang Cheori. After this, he'll ask the commander for help, but if we keep dragging this out. But Kang Doohyun frowned and replied. He's too strong. We have no other choice. Do you want all 3 of us to sacrifice ourselves for one person? What if? Seo Gangrim could only plead. What if I have an idea? After hearing him, the other 2 looked bewildered and surprised. His face showed clear determination and resolve. We can do it. Kang Doohyun carefully stuck talismans on the wall. I don't like how things are going at all. He recalled previous events, both last time and now. While the 3 of them were still talking, we're just doing what Seo Gangrim wants us to do. Kang Doohyun kept thinking. Why? Why is that the best thing we can do? He leaned his head against the wall, looking helpless. No, it's my fault for not being as good as Seo Gangrim. Just then, Seo Gangrim walked over. Hey, Emissary Anavi is ready. I'm ready too. He smiled faintly and said, all right, then he'll be the bait. Kang Doohyun unexpectedly questioned. Hey, Seo Gangrim, do you really think this is enough? He glanced at Seo Gangrim. If my allure isn't enough to lure him, the plan will fail. Do you really trust me that much? But he just stood there silently, not replying. Then Seo Gangrim slowly walked away and just said, you carved them? I trust your skill. The words stunned Kang Doohyun for a moment. His hand suddenly tightened on the wall. Kang Doohyun's face darkened meaningfully. He trusts my skill? He lowered his head and muttered to himself. Since the last time we met, you've become much smarter. Thoughts kept flashing in Kang Do-hyun's mind. Is he pitying me? Now, it's normal for humans to receive gods. So I guess it's not a bad thing if a powerful god wants him. He subtly smirked. I hate you. Night began to fall. The moon shone brightly tonight.
Seo Gangrim slowly walked.
Suddenly, a grotesque figure appeared before him. But Seo Gangrim calmly said, You don't need to be so wary. As he spoke, he raised his empty hands. I'm not carrying it. The man raised his bloodshot eyes and observed him. Then suddenly, he opened his mouth wide, rushed towards Seo Gangrim and swung his sharp, clawed hands at him. However, Seo Gangrim unexpectedly vanished, startling the man who looked around frantically. Suddenly, a dazzling light appeared from behind the man. It was Seo Gangrim, who held the sword and stabbed him directly in the back. The man panicked and fled. He frantically kept looking back, then crashed violently into a barrier right in front of him. The man was trapped inside a giant circular barrier. The talisman stopped him, but he still struggled to push forward. Activate. Kang Do-hyun gritted his teeth, clutching the talismans. He also slowly approached the man. Anyway, I didn't expect it to succeed on the first try. After that, Kang Do-hyun's army of tiny paper figures also bravely charged forward. The two sides immediately confronted each other directly. The clay dolls were being strengthened by the effects of the flame. In a flash, they transformed into giant dolls before the man. The man gritted his teeth in anger. He struggled to break free from the chains of the barrier. Kang Do-hyun saw the situation was not good and shouted, It's not working. Then he had no choice but to raise the bell to control it. Mana seal on target, skill being cancelled. Anna V. Chasia stood beside him, happily giving a thumbs up. We did it. And unexpectedly, a stone statue behind them slashed down hard at the man. All three of them were utterly stunned. Friendly stone statue, low-level monster class, being strengthened by fire. This statue protects a certain area. It will destroy intruders. You cannot leave here before defeating it. The statue's stats depend on the number of intruders. The statue looked down. Both Seo Gangrim and Kang Do-hyun were startled. That's the target of this attack. Destroy the obstacle container, which is that statue. The statue slowly raised the sword in its hand. It flashed fiercely, severing the heads of the dolls. Thanks to that, the man managed to escape in time. Kang Do-hyun angrily shouted, Damn it! Stop him! Don't let him escape! Seo Gangrim immediately blocked the man's path. Anna V. Chasia used her power to control the stone statue. It'll hold off the boss. Wall appeared, blocking it from behind. But the stone statue's power was no joke as it easily sliced through the wall. She struggled, trembling, to hold it back. Behind her, the other two were still fighting the man. Seo Gangrim frowned worriedly. This isn't good, not like this. He walked over, touched Anna V. Chasia's shoulder, then charged forward. This isn't my place. Emissary Anna V. He'll handle that statue. Huh? But Seo Gangrim jumped onto the wall to confront the stone statue. He'll lead it in another direction. Capture the survivor first. She had no choice but to obey him. All right. Activate clay doll control skill. Anna V. Chasia unleashed other dolls to support Kang Do-hyun. Everyone, capture him. The small ones climb onto the big ones. The dolls immediately leaped high. They then surrounded the man. Not only that, they were also empowered by Kang Do-hyun's talismans. He continued to swing the bell. Activate binding skill. A binding seal appeared and tightly bound the man. Fiery red chains wrapped tightly around him. Not only that, he also had a large yoke placed around his neck. A talisman flew over and stuck directly onto the man's face. The bound target was slowly falling asleep. After he collapsed, Kang Do-hyun sighed in relief. It's done. Let's go to Seo Gangrim. On the other side, the wall was slowly cracking. All right. His face suddenly turned pale, while Anna V. Chasia was extremely panicked. A loud explosion rang out, with smoke and fire everywhere. Seo Gangrim. Two of them looked forward, startled. The huge explosion occurred along with a terrified scream. Seo Gangrim. Anna V. Chasia called out worriedly. Seo Gangrim, are you all right? She slowly calmed down. We'll be there to help right away. Seo Gangrim, with bloodshot eyes, was holding a weapon. He frantically slashed down repeatedly. A cold, mechanical voice rang out. You have defeated the Statue of Friendship. You received a bonus reward for defeating an opponent of a higher rank than yourself. Kang Do-hyun trembled violently, clenching his hands.
Deactivating combat instinct skill.
She quickly ran to him. Seo Gangrim, what about the survivors? She happily gave a thumbs up. We saved all of them. The system voice rang out. The defensive layer surrounding the demon world is collapsing. An exit has been created. She shouted loudly with excitement. That's definitely the exit. Oh my, we couldn't have done this without you. Seo Gangrim replied. No, I was just lucky. She continued to say. Thanks to you, we broke the curse and brought them back. Kang Doohyun thought with a grim expression. If I approached the defensive layer because of karma, he remembered Seo Gangrim frantically attacking with surging power. Could I become as strong as him? Seo Gangrim looked curiously towards him. Activating purification skill. The target has overcome the obstacle. The chosen target cannot be purified. Seo Gangrim angrily gritted his teeth. Anavi Chasia asked worriedly. Is there a problem? He replied. That man has already overcome the obstacle. The man, wearing shackles, held his head in despair. What's left is just a soulless vessel. I can't bring him back to normal anymore. Kang Doohyun's eyes widened in surprise. Soulless? He can't come back? He couldn't believe his ears, his pupils contracted violently. Anavi Chasia asked. Is that so? He spun around to look. Wait, if that's the price to pay for karma, then what about you?
Seo Gangrim.
He thought of Seo Gangrim's image, frenzied with demonic bloodshot eyes. At this moment, Seo Gangrim glanced towards him, and he turned to her and said, Then I'll go with Linny to the 4th floor to... Wait, Anavi Chasia said. If you agree, I'll go. You don't look too good right now. Just rest. I'll come back with them. I want you to leave first, but I need Linny. Please protect the two of them, Envoy Kang Doohyun. Seo Gangrim called after her. Envoy Anavi. He thought to himself. Damn it, I don't feel comfortable being with him. If I'm with him, I can't stop thinking about the karma I've accumulated. A phantom appeared with a demonic face, and it vanished into thin air. Kid, you also need to step to this side.
Seo Gangrim.
A hand was placed on Seo Gangrim's shoulder from behind. Kang Doohyun and Seo Gangrim stood looking at each other for a long time. Seo Gangrim thought to himself, I don't really want to talk to him either. Broke the silence. Seo Gangrim, are you going to leave me alone? He gently pushed his hand away. What do you want? What are you going to say this time? He angrily shouted. You need to stop being a hunter immediately. Who knows how much more karma you'll accumulate if you continue. I'm sure you don't want to end up like that man. Seo Gangrim sighed in relief. But why are you suddenly showing concern for me? You always acted as if we were worse than strangers. Now you're worried about me? You hate me. Kang Doohyun angrily grabbed his collar. Yes, I hate you. How could I not hate you? You have everything I don't. And you stole my mother from me. Even now, I still hate you very much. Then he slowly let go of Seo Gangrim's shirt. But that doesn't mean I want you to become like that man. He helplessly gritted his teeth, large tears falling. Seo Gangrim avoided his gaze, looking away. He continued, What kind of person do you think I am to want that? You mean you don't want me to die? That's right. Then listen carefully to what I'm about to say. You're going to... I know the future. Kang Doohyun was stunned to hear that, stopping his crying completely. Anavi Chasia reported. Yes, we saved a total of 24 people. Kang Doohyun asked Seo Gangrim. How did you get here? What do you mean? Did you drive here? Then wait. Take them to the protection agency. Then continue talking. The two of them walked into a house together. Seo Gangrim happily looked up at the sunset sky. He asked curiously, Why are you just standing there? Then he strode inside. Seo Gangrim recalled old moments, looking around intently, not noticing he had gone ahead, this way. I guess you didn't ask about Mom because you already knew the future. Do you know how Mom died? Seo Gangrim replied absently. Self-immolation. Kang Doohyun's eyes welled up when he heard that. Do you know why too? No. He stuck a talisman on the door. The entire house was immediately protected by a shield. Seo Gangrim was utterly stunned to see him do that. Kang Doohyun said softly. She said she saw the future, just like you. A talented priestess, able to see through the past, present, and future. This is my fate. Choose the best option. There is a destiny among the fates I have been granted. Kang Doohyun then held the paper, looking forward in horror. The house had been burned down, and everyone stood around comforting him. He collapsed, kneeling on the ground. How could this be the best option? But I didn't know anything, and I couldn't help Mom at all. I won't let such things happen again. So tell me, what were you about to say earlier? I know the future. Which future? 5 years from now. I will be murdered. I thought you couldn't see those things anymore. Mom sealed your divine power with a ritual, didn't she? Yes, but I've gotten close to the boundary. And the guidance of fate has begun to show me illusions of the future and the past. Kang Do-hyun gripped his shoulder tightly. You've gotten that close to the boundary? How close exactly? I don't know either. Honestly, I don't think I can change the future on my own. So please help me. He stammered. What can I do? I know less than you about the boundary, karma, and the future. You should talk to your god. I've never accepted a god. You haven't? Why? Have you forgotten? One of them killed my parents. How different could other gods be? I don't and never will trust them. If we do that, your god won't be able to eavesdrop on us, right? He replied. That's right, this talisman completely isolates this space. Seo Gangrim continued. Then he'll tell you everything. He summarized the events of his previous life for him, starting from childhood to his days as a disciple. No rest? Then he'll join the Flying Tiger Guild. All right. To the days they were together in the Flying Tiger Guild. And ending with what happened. With Baekhyang in the demon world. Seo Gangrim bowed his head slightly. That's where everyone was murdered. Kang Do-hyun's eyes widened. What? The entire ally team was wiped out? This isn't a normal game. Seo Gangrim lowered his voice. She said she would spare everyone if I died. Don't worry, even if the worst happens, if I die it will all end. Kang Do-hyun was furious to hear that. But you don't know why she wants to kill you? No. That's why I want to find her. How do you plan to do that? You only know her face and name, and she's an initial god tier. Her fate rank is initial god tier? Isn't it strange? Such a rare and powerful rank, yet she's not famous. Do you have any idea who she is? I have a few names in mind. One of them is the director of the Fate Protection Bureau. At least that's my guess. Kang Do-hyun thought to himself, the director's name and face are unknown. That's right. Only team leaders get to meet the director. You're asking me to investigate the director? I don't have a high position. How can I investigate that information?
Seo Gangrim sighed. Oh,
guess you can't do it either. If you can't, I'll investigate myself. What are you going to do now? Or, are you scared? If not, at least remember Baekhyang's face. Printed it out using the memory projector. You're really shameless. Thanks for the compliment. I'm doing this out of pity for you. He looked at the photo. Huh? Said. I've met this woman before. Seo Gangrim was curious. You've met her? Who is she? He explained. I don't know, but she had a very strange aura. That's why I remember her passing by me once. Seo Gangrim questioned. When? Where? Was it at the Fate Protection Bureau? Wait, if remembering something. A few days before Mom died, I saw her near our house. What? Seo Gangrim was utterly terrified. Wait. Actually, there were many strange things related to Mom's death, like the content of her suicide note and her burning down the house. Seo Gangrim's body trembled uncontrollably. Perhaps in my heart that was Baekhyang. Who killed her? My friends? My family? My parents? The woman who came for me? Who took everything from me? Right before my eyes when I was still unconscious. It was all because of her. His hands were then covered in blood, trembling. He clenched his fists with determination. I will find you, and I will have my revenge. A voice rang out. All right, everyone, come inside. Everyone exclaimed in unison. Is this our sex building? Having our own headquarters really makes us feel like a proper sect. Seo Gangrim sighed. Things are much more stable now, aren't they? Are you going to settle here too, keeping your distance from us like that? He awkwardly scratched his neck. That's because you only bring suffering to those around you. It was the same in the past. And it will be the same now. So accept me. How long will you continue to lead those around you to their deaths? No, not me. Think they agree? You? Why are you doing this to me? It's all your fault. Look, they're saying it's your fault. No, they will. You as a very good person. No matter what happens, we will always be by your side. Seo Gangrim was furious. Never say such words again. I won't be fooled by your words, nor by these illusions. A provocative voice rang out. Do you really think it's just an illusion? This is your fate. Accept divinity, accept divine possession, Seo Gangrim. Accept your fate. Seo Gangrim, his face stained with blood, said softly. I've already changed fate, and I will change it again. At 4:40 a.m., Seo Gangrim suddenly sat up. Many delicious dishes were laid out on the table. Seo Gangrim saw the table almost breaking. Aren't you worried about the table? Kang Do-hyun replied. What do you mean? I didn't make much. Anyway, what are you going to do with your sect? Are you going to join the Flying Tiger Guild like in the future? I don't know. Hunters like you will receive many invitations. Don't sign any contracts without showing them to me. Don't get drawn into those cults. Seo Gangrim was helpless. I'm not a child. He added, yes, but I specialize in this field, so I'll know more. You can't see the future forever either. For example, the future of the Asura sect. The Asura sect? That's where Lee Bom joined in the past. Seo Gangrim thought to himself, is he going to introduce that sect to me? But that sect is an enemy of the Flying Tiger Guild. It doesn't seem like a bad idea since it won't endanger those around him. So he crossed his arms sternly. That sect is very suspicious, so don't get involved with them. Are you really going to join them? Anyway, that sect doesn't seem trustworthy. Don't rush to join without thinking carefully. At a high-rise building, Seo Gangrim stood in line, thinking to himself, what's Shin Sua's apartment number? As he scrolled on his phone, a system notification appeared. Seo Gangrim did very well yesterday. Thanks to you, we saved quite a few people. I'm sending you a gift to show my desire to stay in touch. You remember the offer, right? They'll be waiting for your positive answer. He was curious. What did she send me? You have received an item. Mysterious skill fragment. He took a piece of paper out of the system. Seo Gangrim was happy. She's really good at giving gifts. A new skill is best when you want to get stronger. I won't join her, however, in his heart, he wished Team Leader Gongdu and other sects would send him gifts like this. Lee Bom happily stepped out. Master, welcome, Seo Gangrim said. Sorry for leaving everyone behind. What have you been doing? I'm collecting files related to the sections. Some sects have stabilized their positions a few months after the awakening. He asked curiously, which sect do you want to join? I'm not sure yet. If you or Shin Sua form a sect, I'll join immediately. Wait a moment, I'm sure Shin Sua is thinking about that too. Shin Sua happily. Hello Gangrim, the whole community is talking about you. Me? Yes, there's an article about the Demon World Conquest. He happily. Wanna see it? I've saved it here. She handed him her phone. Headline. Mass rescue of people trapped in Demon World Conquest. Due to time interference, they were stuck there for several years. An awakened one broke the curse and disappeared. Who is Seo Gangrim? I'm a little sad you left without us. But I'll let it slide this time because you did a good deed. Everyone was buzzing. Seo Gangrim? Isn't that the person Dako Jun is talking about? What did he say? Read this. What? Did Dako Jun say something about you? Episode 13. Guest Priest. I used to be a millionaire webtoon author, and now am a god-tier priest after awakening. The two of them stared curiously at the screen. The priest we met today is a famous author known for his regression novels. That's right, web novel author Dako Jun. He took the world by storm with his regression series, reaching millions of views. He awakened to a god-tier class and founded a sect. A truly impressive resume. Today he's here as a priest, so well focus on that. Well, give away 10 novels to commenters. Of course. First question. Do you have to be high-ranked to join the Wonder Sect? Dako Jun smiled. I look for something beyond rank. I want someone worthy of being the main character. Shin Sua worried. He really hasn't changed. I wonder who he thinks is worthy of being the main character. Taking Seo Gangrim as an example, rank doesn't matter. This must be where he talks about himself. On screen. Is that the top trainee in this year's class? Yes, he's the main character, but he's only insect tier. He's only insect tier? Dako Jun happily greeted. Ah, he might be watching. To Seo Gangrim, my dear friend. They'll be seeing you soon. The two of them were thunderstruck, momentarily speechless. I've heard the news. They'll be seeing you soon. Shin Sua's face darkened, leaning in curiously. Lee Bom angrily. Are you really going to join the Wonder Sect? You never talked about that with him. Is this call from him too? No way. Then who is it? I don't know, it's not a number you saved. Shin Sua's face darkened, looking at him in surprise. She held out her hand to stop him. Don't answer the phone. Don't take that call. He was curious. Do you know this number? Leon must have arrived. Sue, are you alright? The aura of death in Shin Sua's fate had grown darker than before. Why now? Their eyes widened, pupils contracting violently. Who is it? The sweet voice rang out. Thank you for opening the door. I am the leader of the Asura sect, Shin Era. Lee Bom was curious. The Asura sect? Why are you here? Shin Sua stood in front of them, questioning. Why are you here? How did you know my address? I never told you my address. How did you find Seo Gangrim's number? Shin Sua seemed to lose control. Answer me. You.
Shin Ara slowly approached Shin Sua.
She said helplessly. Sua, I'm sorry for coming unannounced, but Shin Sua coldly. Answer my question first. She replied. All right, after tracking Gangrim, I found your residence. I got his number from the Fate Protection Bureau. But Sua, I'm doing all this because I'm worried about you. I heard about you from the Fate Protection Bureau. You haven't contacted me all this time. Even after. She buried her face in her shoulder, sobbing. Losing your arm like this. Come home, Sua. Everyone is very worried about you. I'll find a way to restore your arm. Okay? Shin Sua pushed Era away forcefully. Don't touch me. She was pushed and fell to the floor. Shin Sua clearly didn't understand why she was pushed to this point. Lee Boom worried. Are you alright? She helped Shin Era up. Are you hurt anywhere? She continued to plead. I know you hate me. But please just this once listen to me. Father is also in critical condition. Lee Boom looked worriedly at Shin Sua. Her voice was cold. Is that all you wanted to say? She confessed. Honestly, I intended to recruit Seo Gangrim. She retorted. No, Gangrim has already agreed to join the same sect as me. With that, she turned and walked away. Shin Sua calmly. Lee Boom. I'm sorry, but can you take my sister to the lobby? Someone might be waiting for her. Don't follow them out of the hotel. And, Gangrim, can we talk for a bit? Seo Gangrim helplessly watched her retreating back. The two of them sat down and he asked, Is it about the Asura sect? Shin Sua was embarrassed. About that, I'm sorry I made up that story about joining the same sect. Want to join the Asura sect? He hesitated. The Asura sect is indeed a promising sect. I know they have finances and everyone seems to trust each other. However, I heard at the hospital that you're forming a sect with only hunters you trust. Why don't we join the same sect? If I feel like it, fine, I'll repeat it even if you reject the idea. So Gangrim waved his hand. I'm not going to join the Asura sect. Shin Sua was overjoyed to hear that. That's a relief. Is that all? Do you want to say anything else? No, actually, I have a request for you, Gangrim. At the B1 karaoke room. Theo Gangrim asked curiously. This where you planned to meet your sister? The two of them went to a room. Yes, this is the address my sister sent. Inside, music blared and men were having fun. Shin Era held the mic. Oh, both of you welcome. She waved her hand. Everyone can leave now. Yes, sect leader. She offered the mic to Seo Gangrim. Seo Gangrim, do you want to sing a song? He waved his hand. I don't think this is the best place to talk. Huh? Why not? Isn't this place perfect? Private and no one can see. Shin Sua was furious. What are you trying to do? Quickly tell me where father's hospital is. Oh, the hospital? Was a lie. I just thought it was the only way to get you to come. Sue, where are you going? I'm sorry, okay? I really just wanted to talk to you. She enticed him. Come on, Seo Gangrim, join the Asura sect. Shin Sua. Everything you need is in the Asura sect, the Asura faction. Seo Gangrim quickly walked out. I'm not going to become a thug. Shin Sua. Vite. Asura skill has been activated. So, can I borrow Seo Gangrim for a bit? What? Seo Gangrim, you're Shin Sua's friend, right? So I guess you wouldn't dare hurt your friend's sister, would you? With that, she slammed the door shut. Everyone, can you help me calm my sister down? Let go. Let me go. Don't worry, Shin Sua. Because they know you're my sister, they won't hurt you. He angrily shouted. Don't use your power. Those people are normal humans. Shin Era said softly. What? How do you know? I was going to force Shin Sua to join the sect by blackmailing her after she attacked them with her power. Sister, I'll be right out. Just wait. She said. Do you really think you can leave that easily? Seo Gangrim was helpless. Don't tell me you're going to force me to join the sect too. She blushed with excitement. Oh, exactly. I even brought you a gift. With that, she pulled out a key. I guarantee you'll like it. So much that you'll want to join the Asura sect immediately, Seo Gangrim. If I don't join, can I leave? Certainly, though that won't happen. Alright, it's here. She cunningly said. It's right in the chairs you just sat on. Seo Gangrim thought to himself that he had a bad feeling about this. It must be because of Shin Era who possessed energy antagonistic to Shin Sua. I need to get out quickly. Suddenly he was stunned. His hand trembled as he opened the box. He questioned. What is this? Shin Era looked triumphant. I heard about your ability, so I brought you something good. That man has a pretty useful ability. She gently placed her hand on his shoulder. Provocatively. So, what do you think? Seo Gangrim gave a cunning smile. Are you telling me to kill this person and take their ability? Shin Era was excited. Exactly. That ability is part of the 4 pillars and 8 characters. You're just like us, aren't you? Isn't it hard to pretend to be normal? It seems Seo Gangrim killed someone and stole his ability. Isn't everyone afraid of you? But in the Asura sect, no one will criticize you anymore. If you become part of us, you'll have many opportunities to use your ability. So take my gift and join us, Gangrim. Seo Gangrim gently pushed Shin Era's hand away. How annoying. Is that what you told Shin Sua? Shin Era wondered. What? You don't like my gift? He snapped. I don't consider human lives as gifts. I have nothing more to say to you. Shin Sua worried. Seo Gangrim, are you alright?
I'm sorry. Let's go.
Shin Era's voice came from inside. Oh, I worked so hard to get this gift. I guess I'll have to get rid of it. She slammed her hand on the box lid. Shin Sua alone will be enough. The talisman was thrown by Shin Era, and a blue light flashed. Shin Sua thought, a teleportation item. Check it, Sua. You can't leave. Do you really think ID let you go? Seo Gangrim said. These people are all normal humans. Provoked. That's right, so you can't use your powers or weapons. Defeat them, don't hold back. Kill them. Shin Sua worried. Be careful, Seo Gangrim. He replied, don't worry, I promise I won't kill them. With that, he rushed into battle with them. She was helpless. Huh? That's not what I meant. Shin Sua easily defeated them in just a few moves. One of them angrily shouted, damn it! Focus on Shin Sua. Shin Sua angrily shouted. To you, I'm not just Shin Sua. Besides, I'm not so weak that I can be defeated this easily. A voice from above rang out. That's not true, Sua. Shin Sua angrily. Are you still watching us? Shin Era happily, yes Sua, I'm still watching. Show your true self. You possess the fate of a beast, one who loves to fight and kill, right? I'm sure that if you keep fighting, your instincts will awaken. She thought to herself, no, I don't want this at all. I don't want to fight. Really? Isn't there actually a little excitement? Activating blood frenzy. Seo Gangrim stepped forward and pulled her away. Shin Sua. Her eyes were bloodshot with anger. Let me go. Everything is over. Seo Gangrim's words brought her back to her senses. You don't want to kill anyone, do you? What I just do? Don't worry, no one died. Shin Era's voice rang out. What hell are you doing? Don't interrupt my sister. Her fate is...
Seu gangue mumbled. Shin Sua's fate.
That makes her prone to harming others. She's also compatible with metal tools. Era continued, yes, you're right. Sua's fate is to become a criminal. That's just her fate. Shin Sua choked in pain, tears streaming down her face. Seo Gangrim said, no, many doctors also have such a fate. Every coin has two sides. Which path to choose is Shin Sua's decision. So don't try to force her down the path you want. Let's leave here. Shin Era angrily shouted. Stop! Sua! Sua! Shin Sua exclaimed. That's the first time anyone has said that about me. Seo Gangrim replied. I'm just stating the obvious. But still, no one has ever said that. Everyone told me that I was born a warrior. I will inherit the Asura sect. Accept your fate. However, I don't want to live like that. You don't want to live like that either? He continued. I don't want to live according to my fate either. She smiled. Sweetly and happily. Thank you, I'm really glad that you were by my side today.
Seo Gangrim blushed awkwardly.
It's nothing big. The phone in Shin Sua's hand suddenly vibrated.
Gangrim.
Sua. The great demon world will open in 1 week.
Shin Naras milatapili.
The bodyguards respectfully said loudly. Welcome back, sect leader. Welcome back, sect leader. He warmly walked past each person. Thank you, everyone. She patted one person's shoulder. You're new, aren't you? I have high expectations for you. I'll do my best. You'd well to join the Asura sect. Yes, the sect leader seems like a good person. She walked quickly in her high heels. Then her face suddenly darkened. Managers, follow me into the room now. Do you understand the meaning of me returning alone today? The bodyguards were forced to the ground and tortured. Yes, ma'am. Who suggested surrounding them with civilians and blackmailing them? One of them spoke up. It was me, ma'am. Then who investigated Seo Gangrim's background? It was me, ma'am. She stomped hard on his head with her high heel. Because of you, I failed. Shin Era emphasized. She was slowly losing control in bringing Shin Sua back. She angrily pulled her hair. Certainly, awakened ones, those who were once trainees are much more talented. Especially since he graduated at the top of his class. There are a total of 5 training facilities belonging to the Fate Protection Bureau, right? Yes, there's the headquarters in Seoul and branches in Gyeonggi, Hoseo, Honam and Yongnam. So each place must have an excellent trainee, right? All of you stand up now. Need someone who can defeat Seo Gangrim. Make those excellent trainees join our Asura sect. Yes, ma'am. At a high-rise building, an excited voice rang out. That's it. Seo Gangrim happily proposed an idea. If we do that, we'll be able to easily clear the demon world. Lee Bom was curious. How can you discover all these things? He awkwardly replied. I happen to see the future through the guidance of fate. You're so lucky since you know how to get through. We'll be the first, right? No. We must be the first. The god told me so. Once the demon world is cleared, it will disappear. After a while, A new demon world will appear there. Li Boeum wondered. So if we're not the first to clear it? Shin Sua replied, we won't have another chance. There will be a limit to the number of people who can enter. But there will be a better reward than ever before. At 6, the door was opening. Li Boeum wondered. Many people will participate, right? 2 people behind them chatted. It's a shame Father Johann can't come. He has other work. Inside, lively conversations echoed out. Co Gangrim walked in to everyone's surprise. Someone spoke up. Isn't that Co Gangrim? Seoul's best trainee, right? I heard he's only insecteer, but he saved many people in the demon world with the envoys. She nudged his shoulder. You're really famous. Is that so? I heard he's a murderer. The 2 of them were angry to hear that. Who just said that? Who are you calling? Co Gangrim reassured them. It's alright, ignore them. Don't waste your energy here, we just need to focus on the raid. Shin Sua spoke up. Everyone has the item I mentioned yesterday, right?
Co Gangrim?
Huh? This Dako Jun. He must be very close to Co Gangrim. Dako Jun stepped forward. Gangrim, long time no see. How have you been? She blocked him. He won't join the Wonders sect. Dako Jun continued. Did you watch the show I was on? Instead of refusing immediately, why not listen to the gift I prepared? Co Gangrim became tense. A gift? What kind of gift? He surely hasn't prepared a suspicious gift like that woman, has he? Dako Jun warmly. I bought a building in Gangnam for you, my protagonist. It's only a 2 to 5 minute walk from the subway station, very close to public transport. Join my sect and he'll give it to you. Co Gangrim rolled his eyes. Oh, a building?
Co Gangrim.
He waved his hand. I'm not joining, and I'm not going to cooperate with you on this raid. Dao Jun was still cheerful. We really think alike. I have my own plan. A plan? What plan? Don't worry, I won't interfere with the regressors raid. I'm going to do something more useful than this raid. I believe you'll be fine. He thought to himself, more accusations about being a regressor. Dako Jun turned and walked away. He'll be watching you. I have very high expectations for you. Co Gangrim. What did he say? Just more nonsense. Watching Dako Jun's retreating back, Co Gangrim worried. I'm a little worried about what he'll do next. But I don't think we have to worry about him throughout this raid. Notification to those at the entrance to the demon world. The gate to the great demon world will open soon. Don't worry, we can raid any demon world we want together. Yes, we just need to be together. So please prepare. Huh? Can you fly now? The gate has been activated. The gate has opened. A hole opened, causing everyone to fall inside. Have entered the gate of the great demon world.
Co Gangrim landed safely.
He thought to himself. Alright, find my team and let's begin. He started looking around. A man grumbled irritably. Is this the great demon world? I can't breathe. Huh? Why are there only 2 people here? What? Where is everyone? Co Gangrim was helpless. Luck has truly never been on my side. I've fallen here alone again. He thought to himself. I've been separated? Huh? Why are there only 2 people here? It's better to leave here to avoid them. The system panel appeared, activating solitary survivor. He thought, I didn't expect to fall in here alone, but I know the members are divided into 3 areas. Co Gangrim recalled the past and thought, to clear the demon world, I need to activate the breaking array in each area. Explained this to the whole team yesterday. He slowly walked past everyone and thought, instead of panicking, they must be looking for each other. Where's the team leader? Why is it just us? Co Gangrim stood in a corner, observing everyone with a scrutinizing gaze. He pressed his ear to begin communicating with everyone. Co Gangrim gently asked, Can everyone hear me? He asked, Tell me who you're with. Shin Sua replied, This is Shin Sua, I'm with Kang Taehan and Linny. Leon also replied, I'm with Li Boeum and John. Li Boeum asked, It's you again? Leon replied, I don't want to be with you either. Co Gangrim told everyone, Can you speak softly? This item isn't high grade enough to adjust the volume. Beginner grade human tier private communication earpiece allows conversation with those wearing the same item within the demon world. Leon and Li Boeum apologized in unison. We're sorry. Co Gangrim sighed in relief. On second thought, this isn't a bad combination. I'm wondering if I should summon a spirit beast here. Kang Taehan asked. Wait, so that means you're alone now? Shin Sua worried. Yes, that's too dangerous. Shin Sua isn't used to fighting unarmed yet. Leon said over the comms. Master, can't you summon a spirit beast back? Li Boeum also said, You should have John with you. It's not safe to be alone. The twins would be better with John since both are long-range attackers. It's fine. Shin Sua asked worriedly. Are you sure you'll be alright alone? Seo Gangrim coldly replied. If anything happens, they'll summon a spirit beast right away. Everyone said, all right, be careful. Seo Gangrim walked alone towards the palace, slowly opening the door. He'll follow the plan and contact everyone later. Yes, that's fine. Seo Gangrim gripped his sword and thought. I'm different from my previous life. He slowly opened the large door. The system panel appeared. The first great demon world is beginning. Seo Gangrim thought he knew how to clear the demon worlds. The system required defeating the lord of the great demon world, with no time limit. Seo Gangrim smiled softly. Even if I'm alone. He walked in proudly under Song Isul's gaze. Began to calculate. Good thing he's alone. Song Isul looked at him with cunning eyes. I will personally pass judgment on you, Seo Gangrim. Seo Gangrim went inside and encountered the Stone Dragon Kings. The card appeared. Stone Dragon King, beginner human tier. A species of giant lizard that lives in packs and is very aggressive. Some Stone Dragon Kings began to angrily rush towards him. Seo Gangrim calmly looked towards them. He began to draw his sword and gripped it tightly. Seo Gangrim charged and slashed at them, thinking, the beginning doesn't have overly strong monsters. After slashing, he landed lightly. He'll get through this as quickly as possible. Seo Gangrim landed safely next to the pile of Stone Dragon King corpses. He gently took out a spirit pill and thought, this isn't good at all. Seo Gangrim remembered the key. To activate the array, I need to find the key to break the seal first. He looked at the defeated monsters and worried that everyone would catch up before he could activate the array. Seo Gangrim put his hand to his chin, calculating. Should I use that method? Song Isul observed Seo Gangrim and wondered. What method? He looked at the Stone Dragon King corpses being dragged away. What is he doing with the monster corpses? Song Isul continued to think. He can definitely see. The Stone Dragon King pack continued to rush forward. Song Isul thought. The monster pack is heading towards him. He suddenly realized. Is he using monster corpses to set traps to kill anyone who gets close? Song Isul recalled the past about a murderer who stole fate. He didn't expect things to be so complicated. He angrily gritted his teeth. Seo Gangrim. Song Isul walked towards Seo Gangrim with his sword. I will put an end to your evil deeds. Seo Gangrim took a Stone Dragon King's leg. I need a body part from it. He took out his glasses to examine it and noticed the condition wasn't very good. Seo Gangrim looked ahead, where many Stone Dragon Kings were rushing towards him. He tore off a piece of monster skin, thinking he had to hurry because they were getting close. The system panel appeared, activating Thief Mouse. His eyes flashed. Seo Gangrim looked at his hand as his body began to transform. He had transformed into a Stone Dragon King. He told himself, I did it. Seo Gangrim pretended to communicate with the monster pack. Some of them asked back, friend? He secretly smiled because they didn't attack him, while Song Isul was still watching from behind. Seo Gangrim thought, Team Leader Seo Moon's gift is indeed very useful. It was an item that allowed one to choose a desired skill by using a mysterious skill fragment. Have acquired the Thief Mouse skill. The skill card appeared. Thief Mouse, beginner human tier, allows transformation into the target after eating a body part. He was about to pass through this area. Song Isul stepped out from behind and asked, what the hell? Seo Gangrim ran, thinking. Others arrived faster than he expected. He had to quickly find a way out. From the high cliff, Seo Gangrim found the Stone Dragon King chieftain. He targeted it and muttered in his head. A monkey is holding the key. The card appeared. Stone Dragon King chieftain, 3rd grade superior spirit tier. A creature blessed by the gods. The Stone Dragon Kings below roared. Seo Gangrim stealthily blended into the pack. He also shouted loudly, making the Stone Dragon Kings turn to look. The Stone Dragon King chieftain looked at Seo Gangrim with a scrutinizing gaze. The Stone Dragon King chieftain's eyes suddenly flashed. The chieftain ordered the Stone Dragon Kings below to attack him. He verted to human form, drew his sword, and spoke. Not fooled? It seems it really is the leader. The Stone Dragon King chieftain raised its scepter. It ordered its pack to launch a full assault. It was surrounded on all sides by the Stone Dragon Kings. Seo Gangrim drew his sword and said, wide-range strength skill. He charged towards them. That's a pretty good skill. The card appeared. Stone Dragon King, beginner human tier, poison pool evolution state. Seo Gangrim replied disdainfully. Just a poison type. He charged alone and thought, great, that's perfect for me. Monsters rushed forward, attacking him with sharp claws. Seo Gangrim slashed through them. If they don't have poison, they're not hard to deal with. He was surrounded by the entire monster pack. Seo Gangrim used his sword to cut down each one. The monsters continued to frantically rush towards him without stopping. Seo Gangrim used his sword to block their poison attacks and smiled. A little poison splattered on his cheek. The system panel appeared, activating poison resistance. Co Gangrim continued to charge. Their poison is nothing compared to Gangshiol. He alone cut down the entire monster pack. At this moment, the Stone Dragon King chieftain turned to prepare to flee. Co Gangrim rushed to stop it. What? Are you planning to run away on your own? He sneered, preparing to finish it off. That's not like a leader at all. He plunged his sword through the Stone Dragon King chieftain. Co Gangrim sat down to rest after the intense battle. He looked at the monster corpses and thought his training time had not been wasted, unlike his previous life. Co Gangrim took the key from the Stone Dragon King chieftain's neck. He put it around his neck and told himself not to fall behind. Co Gangrim reported over the comms that he had obtained the key and asked about everyone's situation. The other end replied with surprise and reported that they were still pursuing their leader. Li Bom wondered how he could do it so fast, while Li Jiel wanted to abandon the others. She stood up, gun in hand, shouting, "We can't just let them die." Co Gangrim was startled to hear that. He thought to himself, that sounds exactly like what Shin Sua would say. Co Gangrim sat among the monster corpses and complained about his teammates' strength. Li Bom didn't hear clearly, and Li Jiel reported that she would contact him as soon as she got the key. Co Gangrim realized they would take longer than he expected. He began to walk through the puddles of monster blood. He told himself to use this time to move forward. He looked towards the cave and spoke to everyone. I was worried because this cave looks like a maze. Someone replied that he had just found a very good item. She continued that Co Gangrim was the one who showed her that useful item. He mentioned the Blood Serpent Dungeon and Co Gangrim's name with suspicion. They questioned his relationship with Co Gangrim, and he stammered an explanation that they only knew each other by chance. He added that he didn't believe the bad rumors about Co Gangrim were true. He provided evidence that Co Gangrim had recently saved many stranded people. Suddenly, he looked behind him and shouted, "A monster!" He called everyone into formation and asked the healers to retreat. Everyone looked up at the sky in a daze. A huge monster appeared before him, terrifying him. What is this? What the hell is happening? Everyone screamed loudly and ran to avoid being crushed. Co Gangrim stood before the cliff with his sword. This must be the final fork in the road. He hesitated between two paths. One had clay golems that could damage his sword. Co Gangrim used his enhanced senses skill and was stunned. He sighed in relief and decided, this way. As he walked, he called out for the healers. A report came that they had been defeated, and Co Gangrim turned back vigilantly. He continued forward, telling himself he had to finish his own business first. Desperate cries for help echoed from afar. Co Gangrim felt a headache as past memories flooded back. He immediately rushed inside. A hunter slumped in a corner, desperately searching for a healer. The monster charged, and he closed his eyes, waiting for death. He regretted coming here and helplessly cried for help. Co Gangrim suddenly appeared and cut down the monsters. The hunter looked up and recognized him. Co Gangrim. Co Gangrim turned to look at him once. He charged and knocked down the giant monster. Co Gangrim jumped into the air, unleashing a powerful surge of energy. The monster had been dealt with cleanly by Co Gangrim. The hunter uttered in bewilderment. Huh? He couldn't believe Co Gangrim had just saved him. While Co Gangrim looked at them coldly, he asked the other person to show him their ankle to check the wound. The person lowered his face and said, I don't think you're a bad person, though I still have a little doubt. Co Gangrim stood in deep thought. Suddenly, a voice called from behind. Wait! Co Gangrim. He shouted his thanks for having his life saved. Co Gangrim stopped walking. He apologized for what had happened at the training center. Co Gangrim thought to himself, Thank you, Shin Sua. As he thought of her, he muttered to himself, I can't let you die. Co Gangrim coldly continued on his path. The system reported, Proletarian Hero of Life has used Divine Title Mark. An urgent message will be activated within 10 minutes. The system panel continued to display new notifications. Proletarian Hero of Life is asking you to accept them. Co Gangrim was annoyed because he had turned off notifications but was still being bothered. You do not have enough spiritual power to block this urgent message. The system repeated the notification about the lack of spiritual power. Thanks for watching the video. Proletarian Hero of Life praises you for doing good deeds without seeking reward. The system asked again, Do you accept this God?
Co Gangrim firmly replied, No.
God reminded him that his comrade was serving his older brother. Proletarian Hero of Life was trying his best to persuade him. He angrily cursed, This damn God. The system continued to make an offer from the God. Co Gangrim annoyedly repeated, I already said I don't want to. God was stunned by the refusal and hastily left. The system panel announced that the God had cut off communication. He wondered what had just happened to him. Seo Gangrim checked his communication settings, worried other gods would find out. The system announced it was completing the muting of communications. He wondered why the god, who already had many vessels, was still targeting him. A mysterious voice called him foolish, then also cut off communication. The system reported an anonymous god had disconnected. He started to worry about a god targeting him. Seo Gangrim remembered the god who had harassed him since childhood. That is your fate. He clenched his fists in anger as he thought of his painful past. That god stole my family and friends. He wondered why, after all that, he still wouldn't leave him alone.
Seo Gangrim side uirele.
He reassured himself that gods couldn't directly harm people, at least not yet.
Seo Gangrim walked slowly.
He guessed the god would send Baekhyang to find him, but this time he would change fate. He raised his hand to block the light, determined not to become a vessel for any god. Seo Gangrim stepped outside and felt the sunlight. He told himself he had to focus on acquiring new skills in this great demon world. He smiled at the sky. This was even more important than defeating the boss. Open the system to turn off all the noisy notifications once more. The system panel announced, "Boss area unlocked." The tower before him began to move violently. Seo Gangrim thought it was time, as many strong hunters were here. He knew that no matter how strong they were, they couldn't defeat the boss without removing the support devices. Seo Gangrim walked, observing to find those devices. Standing before a dense bush, he drew his sword, sensing something. The branches were cut to shreds by his sword. Seo Gangrim sat down, exhausted, as this cleanup took too much effort. He walked to the tower and remembered where the Blade Mountain General once resided. Then he suddenly realized this was the first time he had actually been to this place. He reached out his hand, and a brilliant golden energy radiated. Seo Gangrim exclaimed, "Found it!" A golden key suddenly dropped out. The scene before his eyes suddenly glowed brightly. Stones began to fall from the sky all around him. Seo Gangrim retreated with extreme vigilance. The stone fragments emitted a strange blue energy. They began to merge, forming a figure. The system reported, "Blue Crimson Demon, Primal Soul Seal Species, has appeared." The fragments formed a majestic guard. A card appeared, "Blue Crimson Demon, an immortal martial arts warrior who transcended the limits of heat and cold." Seo Gangrim stared blankly at the guard before him. He held his sword, wondering why it wasn't like the rumored blue flame. Seo Gangrim shouted, "Show me your skill." A fierce golden aura of fire erupted. Two swords clashed, creating powerful sparks. Seo Gangrim chuckled softly. "You scared me." Both continuously unleashed dangerous attacks. Seo Gangrim provoked, "Is that all you've got?" He demanded that it unleash its true blue flame. He smirked, wanting to make sure it had that skill before finishing it. He leaped high, delivering a powerful blow to the guard's head. Seo Gangrim was suddenly forced to stop. "Thanks for watching the video." Blue light radiated from him, pushing Seo Gangrim back. The system reported, "Ice Fire skill activated." He retreated, planting his sword into the ground to reduce friction. The blue energy pressured him to the point of collapsing. Seo Gangrim lowered his face and muttered, "You're stronger than I thought." He smiled excitedly. "All right." Seo Gangrim charged. "This is getting interesting." The guard also drew its sword, retaliating powerfully. Seo Gangrim confidently plunged into the fight. He accelerated, closing in on the guard. He believed in his superior stats in this life-or-death battle. The guard's helmet emitted a chilling blue aura. His golden fire clashed with the opponent's blue smoke. Seo Gangrim was momentarily startled. Both continued to charge and attack each other. The blue smoke began to overwhelm his body. He realized his fire wasn't strong enough due to a lower skill level. System asked, "Use achievement points to upgrade Blaze?" Flame control skill reached human mid-grade. Continued to reach human high-grade. He requested to upgrade it further. Flame control skill has reached demon low-grade. Seo Gangrim was stunned, feeling the new power. The system panel appeared again with a notification. "You do not have enough points to continue upgrading the flame skill." The skill card appeared, "Ice Fire, Demon Midgrade." The guard unleashed a powerful blow, charging straight at Seo Gangrim. He parried, thinking he needed a different strategy. He realized his flame was still one grade below Ice Fire. He analyzed the opponent's weakness to deliver a fatal blow. He tried to focus the fire, though he couldn't fully control it yet. Seo Gangrim prepared to unleash his ultimate move. He aimed his sword at the guard. He smiled contentedly. This is the only way. A pillar of blazing golden fire erupted from his body. Small sparks flew scattered throughout the space. Both Seo Gangrim's sword and body glowed with brilliant golden light. Defeated the guard, then collapsed onto the pile of corpses. exhausted. The armor fell to the ground, but the blue aura still lingered. The system reported, "You have defeated the blue crimson demon, low demon grade." Co Gangrim lay on the ground, panting. "I thought I was going to freeze to death." The system was calculating bonus points for defeating a stronger opponent. He thought its fate level was higher, so the rewards were generous. Fate theft skill activated. The skill has leveled up, allowing you to steal a maximum of 2 skills from enemies. He shot up, astonished. What? 2 skills at once? He smiled, knowing he would only spend karma for 1 skill even if he got 2. The system reported that the ice fire skill was stolen and karma accumulated. You have also stolen a portion of the opponent's mana. He tiredly bowed his head, realizing things weren't that simple. He looked at the golden flame and saw this was a valuable upgrade. The system reported successful activation of both flame and ice fire. Ice fire skill card. Flame at sub-zero temperature, simultaneously burning and freezing the target. He rested before the guard's corpse. He was satisfied that he now had 2 opposing elemental skills to fight with. Co Gangrim looked at the guard and knew what to do next. "I have to deal with the devices before the boss battle. There are 3 hidden devices scattered throughout this demon world. They help the boss recover, reduce damage, and increase attack power." He recalled that in his previous life this demon world wasn't cleared for months because of those devices. Shin Sua once said it wasn't a team coordination issue. She wondered why the envoys didn't intervene in major demon worlds. Co Gangrim asked about the great demon world being divided into 3 areas. Anyway, everyone would eventually meet in the boss room. He suspected there was a secret behind this area division. Shin Sua began to think about the divided areas. A few days later, the system reported the completion of the first great demon world. Shin Sua was the biggest contributor and gained reputation. She happily thanked Co Gangrim for helping her overcome the challenge. Everyone whispered about Co Gangrim's identity. Her reputation soared, and she successfully established the Flying Tiger Guild. Shin Sua reminisced about the early days of founding the guild. She silently called out the name, Flying Tiger Guild. Co Gangrim thought that establishing the guild was the most important outcome. He wanted to prepare Shin Sua for the final battle. He believed the Flying Tiger Guild had to be established whether he participated or not. Song Taehan shouted, reporting that he had defeated the blue crimson demon and found the device. He happily replied that he had just finished his work here too. Lee Bom reported that she still hadn't found the cave, because she was busy leading people to the exit. Co Gangrim ran over, telling her to take her time, no need to rush. He thought the system would notify them when the devices were neutralized. He suggested checking if everyone had left before fighting the boss. Shin Sua arranged to meet him at the White Stone Tower after she was done. Dako Jun eavesdropped through his headset and secretly gloated that he hadn't been discovered. He sat on the tower, smug that he had heard all the necessary information. Dako Jun calmly operated his computer. He analyzed the devices and the thorns that Co Gangrim had dealt with. Dako Jun observed into the distance with binoculars. He nodded smugly. Definitely. Watching everyone move, he chuckled to himself. He thought attaching a listening device to Co Gangrim was a wise decision. Song Woojin asked from behind if that was the boss. He turned back, laughing when he recognized the familiar face. Dako Jun began to calculate in his head. That was the best student from the Hoseo branch. The Apostle of Justice, Song Woojin, was directly observing what he was thinking. He wondered if he would join Co Gangrim's group. Dako Jun looked down, wondering who the new protagonist would be. A figure stood before the giant statue. Song Woojin smiled triumphantly, having reached the boss room before Co Gangrim. He took out a vial of liquid and thought this was even better. He was typing on his computer when he suddenly looked up in surprise. Its reaction was completely different from the last time he awakened it. Song Woojin began to feel extremely anxious. The Guardian King Dragon roared, shaking the entire cave. He clearly showed a triumphant and joyful expression. The Guardian King Dragon roared ferociously like a wild beast. Co Gangrim calmly moved forward, hoping to get through this place soon. Large rocks suddenly fell simultaneously. The sturdy wall began to crumble to pieces. Co Gangrim's expression changed. What? Why is it collapsing like this? A red warning appeared. Guardian King Dragon Level 3 has targeted Co Gangrim. He wondered why the monster was targeting him. Co Gangrim worriedly decided to retreat to find a way to remove the hostility. He asked Shin Sua to stand by the devices for emergency preparedness. The teammates promised to defeat the Blue Crimson Demon as quickly as possible. The Guardian King Dragon, with bloodshot eyes, was searching for him. Co Gangrim cursed in his heart, panicked. The enraged monster charged straight at him. It launched a large spear that almost hit him. Co Gangrim frowned, Tense. Damn it. He realized the entrance was completely blocked. The plan was ruined. They were forced to defeat the Guardian King Dragon immediately. Guardian King Dragon extended its giant hand before him. His eyes sharpened, determined to hold out to the end. He swung his sword, delivering a powerful slash to its body. The boss damage reduction device has been successfully neutralized. Shin Sua reported the good news, but unfortunately, the healing device was still active. Lee Bomb's group was still struggling with the Blue Crimson Demon. The Guardian King Dragon is a level 3 creature, capable of attracting surrounding monsters. Its enhancement properties were gradually neutralized, except for its recovery ability. Theo Gangrim believed the twins device was the one providing recovery. The Guardian King Dragon charged, holding a sharp spear, to attack. Stabbed powerfully, but Theo Gangrim managed to dodge in time. He thought it would be very bad if he couldn't deal with that device. The boss recovery device has finally been neutralized. Master, we did it. Theo Gangrim's elemental attribute has shifted to water. He currently held a complete elemental advantage. He slashed its eye, making the monster scream in pain. It staggered back a few steps. Theo Gangrim was startled to see mud flying up. Earth attribute? The power of ice fire felt strange at this moment. He affirmed that he had put all his strength into that last blow. The Guardian King Dragon furiously charged at him again. He wondered why it was weaker than when he fought the Blue Crimson Demon. Could something be wrong? Could ice fire be this weak? He wondered what the true attribute of this skill was. Couldn't discern the monsters or skills attributes at this moment. The system voice announced attribute conversion to fire and water. His eyes widened, showing two colors symbolizing fire and water. He realized the skill was perfectly compatible with him. He charged, continuing the battle with the monster. The ice fire skill has been enhanced to a new level. Theo Gangrim slowly landed on the ground. He smiled contentedly. The Guardian King Dragon was completely frozen in place. Its face still showed clear signs of rage and unwillingness. Theo Gangrim gently said, "It's done. Now we just wait for them to arrive." A voice echoed, "You are indeed more formidable than rumored." Song Wujin stepped forward and drew his sword. "I understand now why I was given this mission. It's time for judgment, murderer." Theo Gangrim sighed, asking if he was the one who caused this. He was curious how Theo Gangrim knew him. Theo Gangrim calmly replied that he did. He coldly called him a hypocrite. The assassin hunter Song Wujin was known as a hypocrite. In his previous life, the two had fiercely argued about karma. Song Wujin shouted, demanding he stop his suspicious tricks. Karma calculation skill activated. Theo Gangrim looked directly at him with a serious expression. He casually remarked that Theo Gangrim's karma was truly light. He sneered, asking why he didn't use that skill. "Well done, just keep it up." He was someone with the ability to see through others' karma. He traveled everywhere to punish those he deemed guilty. He was once called a disciple of justice, but his karma still accumulated. Because his karma was too heavy, he was called a hypocrite but didn't care. Back in reality, he denied all rumors and criticized Theo Gangrim. Theo Gangrim, who was once the best trainee, but now he was considered an evil person who grew stronger by killing. He believed that Theo Gangrim had harmed many people to gain this power. Theo Gangrim recalled those unpleasant memories. He frowned, looking at him with annoyance. He closed his eyes, realizing this was a bitter fate from his previous life. He guessed that Song Wujin hadn't yet acquired the karma calculation ability. Theo Gangrim sighed, asking if he was doing this just because he believed rumors. Song Wujin affirmed that he had heard stories from the victims. He mentioned the sect that Theo Gangrim had once attacked in the past. Theo Gangrim retorted that he had never done such a thing. He specifically named the Asura sect and what its master had recounted. Theo Gangrim was stunned to hear the name Asura sect. He recounted a joyful gathering that had turned into a massacre. The words gathering and massacre echoed hauntingly. He mentioned the Asura sect master with reverence. He couldn't forget her tears at that time. He wondered what the Asura sect had done wrong to suffer so much. They had always fought to protect the people from beasts. They also actively engaged in charity to restore devastated areas. He shouted, asking why such a saintess had to endure pain. In his heart, Theo Gangrim repeated the word saintess. He knew very well she was no saintess. She's just a damn witch. He realized it was all Shin Sua's fabrication to frame him. He explained that the Asura sect was actually colluding with bad people. Song Wujin didn't believe him and accused him of slandering the sect master. Theo Gangrim was angry because he was the one being slandered. He suggested using the scales of sin skill to decide with a handshake. Theo Gangrim was flustered, not expecting him to have that skill so early. He extended his hand, activating the Fate Sense skill. Song Wujin was a low-grade dragon tier, ice attribute. The scales of sin would punish the one with heavier karma for 1 hour. He believed that if Seo Gangrim was innocent, their karma would be equal. He panicked, carrying the karma of over 400 people from his previous life. Seo Gangrim vigilantly retreated, unable to trust him. He feared Song Woojin would try to attack him again. Song Woojin claimed that his refusal only made him look more suspicious. Seo Gangrim mocked his title as Disciple of Justice. He suddenly unleashed an ice fire attack, striking him fatally. He blamed him for not even listening to his explanation. He sneered, asking how he intended to explain killing people. He affirmed that this power was not obtained through killing. Due to lack of mana, his ice fire skill was cancelled. He demanded that Seo Gangrim prove his innocence. Saying so, he reached out to touch Seo Gangrim's hand. The scales of sin ability was officially activated. The system began comparing the karma between the two. A giant scale appeared in mid-air. Song Woojin begged the gods to punish the more wicked one. The result showed that Seo Gangrim's karma was significantly heavier. The punishment was immediately inflicted upon Seo Gangrim. This was the inevitable effect of the scales of sin skill. He casually concluded that Seo Gangrim was indeed a great evil. Seo Gangrim could only sigh helplessly at this situation. He grabbed Seo Gangrim by the collar, asking how many evil deeds he had committed. He thought Seo Gangrim was muttering repentance for his sins. Seo Gangrim used his strength to push him away. "Shut up and come fight me." He threw a punch, but Seo Gangrim quickly dodged it. He immediately retaliated with a decisive punch. He swatted Seo Gangrim's hand away, noticing he was severely low on mana. He asked why Seo Gangrim didn't use his power to help people instead of killing. Seo Gangrim's eyes became incredibly resolute at this moment. He shouted, asserting that he had never done those things. "Your crimes have been clearly proven by your karma value." He thought to himself that confronting this guy was truly the worst. He raised his sword, declaring he would hear Seo Gangrim's excuses in hell. Seo Gangrim slowly stood up after his fall. His eyes flashed with hatred and determination. The Lord's enhancement feature was suddenly activated. Defensive enhancement effect enveloped his body. The Guardian King Dragon suddenly appeared right behind him. He declared that he could wait 100 days and still wouldn't see him in hell. The Guardian King Dragon looked at Song Woojin with angry, bloodshot eyes. It brought its giant hand down on his position. He panicked, thinking Seo Gangrim had already dealt with it. Seo Gangrim smiled mysteriously and dangerously. He still insisted on calling him a true villain. Seo Gangrim looked at him coldly and distantly. He asked if anyone could reactivate the enhancement devices. He thought doing so might be better for the current situation. He thought it was unnecessary to personally finish off Seo Gangrim right now. The intimidation item officially expired. A pair of brilliant golden eyes suddenly appeared. The Guardian King Dragon continuously advanced towards Song Woojin to attack. The Lord of the Great Demon World has chosen the strongest as its new target. He angrily ordered it to attack Seo Gangrim instead of him. But the monster didn't obey and still charged to attack him. He realized he needed to close the stat gap with the boss. He activated the scales of sin again and prayed to the gods. He wanted to punish the more wicked one between himself and the monster. The system compared the karma between the Guardian King Dragon and Song Woojin. The result was that the Guardian King Dragon had absolutely no karma. Song Woojin shouted, disbelieving the displayed result. Song Woojin's actions were judged to be more evil than his opponents. He had to endure severe punishment from his own skill. There was an additional penalty because the opponent was an innocent creature. Seo Gangrim worried if he would be defeated immediately. He told himself this was not the outcome he wanted. He couldn't even hold out against the monster. The Guardian King Dragon turned back to attack him frantically. He vigilantly stared at its every movement. He delivered a fatal blow straight to the monster's head. The Guardian King Dragon's target priority changed once again. From afar, Shin Sua's voice echoed, full of worry. She asked if they were too late to help him. Seo Gangrim sighed in relief because everyone had arrived just in time. Shin Sua activated the leaf technique to support him. She was confident they would resolve this quickly. Energy vines tightly wrapped around the monster's body. She asked everyone to quickly neutralize the remaining devices. The boss enhancement features were successively and completely neutralized. The continuous defense and recovery effects had all disappeared. The monster was continuously attacked fiercely by the two of them. Seo Gangrim reminded Shin Sua not to kill it yet until enough people arrived. She agreed and continued to restrain the monster. The girl called him master and apologized for shooting by mistake. He gently reassured her that it was nothing major. An incredibly fierce battle was taking place in the cave. Both of them were fighting their hardest and were very excited. They smiled with satisfaction, seeing victory was near. They high-fived, celebrating that everything was about to end well. Shin Sua waited for her teammates to gather before finishing it off. Seo Gangrim asked if everyone was ready for the final blow. He began to count down. 1, 2. The Guardian King Dragon, ruler of the great demon world, was officially defeated. System reported you have completed the raid objective. Everyone was overjoyed upon receiving the success notification. The teleportation gate leading to the exit has officially opened. Everyone cheered excitedly because everything went smoothly. Seo Gangrim suddenly became serious and pensive. He reminded them that there was still an important matter to resolve. Someone grabbed Song Woojin by the collar and said everything was done. Shin Sua wondered who this person was and why he was here. She noticed the strange symbol on his body. She asked Seo Gangrim about this man's identity. He explained that he intended to assassinate him, but it was probably just a misunderstanding. She realized he was her older sister's subordinate. She affirmed that negotiation was impossible and wanted to deal with him herself. He was puzzled when she mentioned the Asura sex emblem. She explained that battles between hunters were often unregulated. She wanted to teach her sister a lesson about these antics. He didn't want her to accumulate more karma and reminded her about changing fate. He coldly demanded to handle him himself. She cried out in anger because he always wanted to shoulder everything alone. He asked why he kept saying he would do it alone. She worried he would get hurt again if he continued to fight alone. She repeated his words about not wanting to live according to fate. He held her hand tightly, asserting that his handling was the most logical. He shouted loudly for her to understand that she was the one he dragged into trouble. A voice echoed from above, "You seem to need help." Ko-jun jumped down from above. Then he spoke. "Hey, everyone." Seo Gangrim's face darkened. "You, stop meddling in my affairs." He approached. "Don't be like that, Gangrim. We're friends. Come on, smile." "Who says that?" "Oh, come on. All right, just consider me your fan. I really like your story. Based on what I observed today, there's a fatal flaw in that story. Oh, annoying. Enough with this sappy romance. I hate drawn-out plots like this, so I'll deal with this guy and the Asura sect problem for you." Shin Sua was annoyed. "Why would you offer that?" He teased. "I told you I'm Seo Gangrim's fan. I can deal with the Asura sect on equal footing. That's what I can do as a sect master. What can a mediocre hunter like you do? In your current position, you can't help Seo Gangrim at all. Seo Gangrim, don't forget to repay me for this." "Hey, that's enough." Seo Gangrim interrupted. "Stop your nonsense and focus on work. They'll pretend I didn't see anything." Everyone buzzed with chatter. "You don't need to know." "What do you mean?" He happily said, "So he knows. Truly worthy of being my protagonist." At a high-rise building. Everyone cheered excitedly. "We're back. Can we open the rewards now? I wonder how good they are. I think the coolest thing is our skyrocketing reputation. See how many people are looking at us? I heard Fadi is all trainees. Now we're stars." Seo Gangrim lightly nudged him. "Don't get too cocky. It's best to hide your skills, don't show off carelessly." "But everyone is so excited. It makes me happy too. I wish the reward wasn't a random box." Received elite loot box. Shin Sua. Received elite loot box. Seo Gangrim. She happily said. "But we have master. He can see the grade and item description that others can't." Seo Gangrim continued. "That's right. I can check the item's value and read it aloud. It'll help sell or trade them. Mine is terrible." "What did you get?" "This sound filter. Low-grade demonic tier. Noise cancellation within a 30-meter radius around the user." He continued. "I think this is good for BOM. A noise-canceling device. Let's trade." She happily said. "I think what I got suits you better too. Tiger King Claws. Dragon tier grade 3. A pair of gauntlets forged from the Mountain Guardian Tiger God tribe, with retractable claws. This item is absolutely for me. How lucky." Wasp Shell. Low-grade demonic tier. Creates infinite wasp venom-tipped arrows. Shin Sua smiled brightly. "Gangrim, look at mine too. Isn't it beautiful?"
Yang Ren speak sword.
Dragon tier grade 3. An exorcism sword made from a peach tree haunted by the leader of the 4 Scylla immortals. Blessed by immortals. Seo Gangrim replied. "Yes, it suits your skill very well. Perfect for the leaf technique." She asked again, "What did you get?" Calmly said, "I got a ring that neutralizes curses and allows designation of users. But there are no curses currently. Curse Trace. Dragon tier grade 3. Dispels curses below dragon grade 3 and tracks the activator." Regarding the bonus reward, he thought, according to the plan, the top elite reward should have gone to Shin Sua. So I hope it's an item she can use. Not for me. Boundary of life and death. God tier grade 3. Equipment that self-activates when the user is near death with a 99% damage reduction rate. This is what she had in her previous life. It looks a little different, but I'm sure she'll like it. This is a defensive item that can block attacks when needed. You're not used to fighting one-handed. It's perfect for you. I'm stronger than you, Gangrim. She teased. Who was the one most injured in the great demon world? Who is the one who always puts himself in danger? Everyone was helpless. That's right. Master is strong, but every time he escapes a demon world, he's in terrible shape. She excitedly said. So you wear it. Fits perfectly. You look great, this kind of jacket suits you very well. Co Gangrim thought to himself. This isn't what I wanted. Now that we've seen the rewards, Sua has an announcement for all of us. An announcement?
Found in a sect.
Co Gangrim was thrilled. That's great. I was worried because she wasn't MVP this time, but that didn't affect anything. Good idea, Shin Sua. So, should I call you sect master now? Ah, no. Her words froze him. I intended for you to be the sect master. Huh? He thought, me the sect master? Maybe it's alright. I was gonna change fate anyway. If I use my past lives' knowledge to make everyone stronger, they won't be murdered by Baekhyang. Thinking that, he immediately shook his head vigorously. No. I shouldn't make this decision when other people's lives depend on it. Thinking about being a sect master when he couldn't talk about Baekhyang, he was lost in thought.
Shin Sua worried. Co Gangrim?
He said. If I become the sect master, things will be very bad. No, the matter with Song Woojin also involves my karma. Shin Sua moved closer. Co Gangrim. In the demon world, that was her fate. When I was almost broken because of my family, didn't want to live according to a predetermined fate. You were the one who helped me get back on my feet. Without you, I would surely still be rebelling. At the end of my suffering, it was all fighting. You also saved my life. You are the center of this group. Co Gangrim was helpless. But I don't have a good image. Who cares? Shin Sua's cheeks flushed. That's right, we will protect you. You are our sect master. Everyone chimed in. I will protect you too. Just trust us. Thought about it positively. A sound caught his attention. He opened his phone. A voice said, Did you find it? He nodded vigorously. Yes, I found it. From the person you said was more important than Baekhyang. Kang Do-hyun clutched the paper. Regarding mother's death, there are many strange things. Like the letter she left and the one who set the building on fire. So maybe, he thought to himself. You mean, Baekhyang killed her? My friends, my family, parents. That woman took everything. She made me witness everything. Co Gangrim seemed to collapse. While I knew nothing, I was too worried about Shin Sua's fate. What if Shin Sua isn't Baekhyang's only target? Perhaps others were also attacked without my knowledge. Kang Do-hyun said. I need to find her to get revenge together. Co Gangrim coldly. I have to find everyone. He worried. Hey, are you okay? Co Gangrim raised his hand to stop him. Hey, Oarang, we have to find you Harang first. A large table of food was laid out by Kang Do-hyun. He happily looked back. Co Gangrim rushed in, panicked. Did you find you Harang? Replied. Yes, though more accurately, it's about her adoptive father, Yu Sunmin. Sit down and eat first. Co Gangrim shouted. I didn't come here to eat. He involuntarily looked at the hot dishes on the table. Then he hesitated. Sorry, but I really don't. He frowned. Oh, you're sorry? Baekhyang didn't kill you Harang immediately. Why the rush? He slammed the table and stood up. Even so, I have to find everyone as quickly as possible. I don't want the people I care about to suffer without knowing anymore. He sighed. Alright, I'll bring the files. I couldn't find any information about you Harang. So I looked into the people around her. It seems she's homeschooled. Yu Sunmin is her only relative. Yu Sunmin adopted her 10 years ago. He is the leader of the Benevolent Saint sect, with a good image both inside and outside the organization. The Benevolent Saint sect is a rising new religion, popular for claiming happiness is possible even with low status. The world will be a place where low-level hunters also find happiness. There, Yu Harang is treated as a sacrificial maiden. Co Gangrim thought. Now that I think about it, she was training to become a god. Ah, so that's it. But to become a god requires popularity. It's strange that information about her is hard to find. Is she still in that process? Kang Do-hyun said. You said she'd be your friend in a year, so just leave her be. He helplessly said. I still want to meet her. To meet the saintess, you need to become a core believer like these people. Core believer Kim Jae-inong. Co Gangrim's eyes lit up as he looked at the paper. Core believer. Kim Jae-inong. Occupation. Part-time employee at Destiny Cafe. I met them, but no one would say anything about the sacrificial maiden. Okay, I know this person. Is this the benevolent saint sect? Everyone happily greeted, hello Jaenong. It's crowded even though we came early. Seo Gangrim thought. They'll probably only find you harangue after the ceremony. The mouse in the bag skill is active. A familiar figure appeared in the hall below. The believers sat upright, listening intently. A voice said, good morning. Seo Gangrim, disguised as a woman, thought. He's the leader of this religion. Yu Sunmin introduced. Thank you all for coming to the benevolent saint sect. Yu Sunmin. Low grade. Seo Gangrim thought. Gold attribute insect. This fate is partially protected. He happily said. It's reasonable since he's the leader of the organization. I hope everyone feels comfortable today. The pressure from fate after awakening can be difficult. Seo Gangrim found it bland. These words are so cliché. My misfortunes have nothing to do with the day of awakening. We suffered before that. We live in resentment because of misfortunes from birth. We have no choice. Accept it. Those around us suffer too. Fate strangles us, making us give up many things. Seo Gangrim clenched his fists. What he's saying sounds like he's talking about himself. He's sadly abandoned by everyone for things beyond our control. Even the gods abandoned us. The people below were deeply moved. But we will reclaim the opportunities that were taken from us. The god of the benevolent saint sect will be our ally. Even if fate is not good, we will overcome destiny and achieve the life we desire. Yes, let's go find happiness. Seo Gangrim thought. If I hadn't met Shin Sua in my previous life, I might have become a believer here. I understand why they believe. On the day the sacrificial maiden becomes a god, we will stand on a higher platform than even those with god-tier fates. Skill activated, brainwashing voice. Everyone in the hall was cursed. The curse was dispelled by the curse trace item. The item is tracking the one who cast the curse. His face twisted terrifyingly. Believe in the benevolent saint sect. Everyone immediately cheered enthusiastically. I believe. Long live leader Yu Sunmin. Long live leader Yu Sunmin. Seo Gangrim looked around. He's brainwashing the believers. This isn't a normal religion. I didn't expect this place to be so suspicious. I can't leave Yu Harang here. I have to get to her now. In my previous life, Yu Harang always hesitated when talking about this religion. Does she know about this?
Kim Yenong. Confirm.
He worriedly paced back and forth. Or is she also brainwashed like them? A faint voice echoed from the stairs. Help. Please take me home. Seo Gangrim froze at the sight. 2 jailers were bullying a prisoner. A voice said, stop. Start over. The other person angrily said, do you think you'll be fine after this? Yu Sunmin coldly said, that's why I hate those with high status. Brainwashing isn't an overnight thing. Believe in the benevolent saint sect. The lower the status, the nobler the person. Yu Harang must become a god. Long live the benevolent saint sect. He sighed. I'm not in my prime anymore. Even with Yu Harang it wasn't this difficult. What did he just say? Even with Yu Harang it wasn't this difficult? Seo Gangrim was curious. What wasn't difficult? The executive meeting is about to start. Hurry up. He can stop worrying. Are they brainwashing Yu Harang like that? Yu Sunmin suddenly noticed a sound nearby. He was about to open the door and said, wait a moment. The person on the other side of the door asked, is something wrong? Yu Sunmin raised his hand, listening to the sound. He said mysteriously, it seems we have a little mouse here. He unlocked his cage himself. He spoke into the walkie-talkie. This is Team 1. Block the stairs and begin searching. He continued, Team 2, begin searching. Kim Jae-nong thought to herself, Yu Harang isn't here. She looked towards the locked stairs. Kim Jae-nong closed her eyes, thinking, I need to check the other floors. She suddenly looked up and saw light coming from the window. Kim Jae-nong pulled back the curtain and climbed in through the window. Looking into the room, she wondered, why is only this place so dark? As she felt her way, Kim Jae-nong thought, should I try turning on the light? There was a door ahead. She opened the door and stepped inside. A voice came from behind. Who's there? Yu Harang, sitting in the corner of the room, shouted. Who are you to barge in here without permission? She coldly said, get out immediately. This place is... Kim Jae-nong placed her hand on her chest and said loudly, I am Kim Jae-nong. She looked at the wooden dolls filling the room. Yu Harang asked, are you Kim Jae-nong? Hearing that voice, Yu Harang angrily said, how dare you lie to me? Skill activated. Forced reversion. She extended her hand towards Kim Jae-nong. Do you think you can fool my clairvoyant eyes? Seo Gangrim walked from afar, thinking to himself, it's definitely her. He continued, let me ask again. The system panel appeared. God of Lies skill activated. Seo Gangrim was blocked by the surrounding wooden dolls. Yu Harang exclaimed, "Who are you?" He gently replied, "Calm down." Seo Gangrim raised his hand. "She's not the Yu Harang from my previous life. I apologize." He knelt and bowed his head. "I am a new believer, Seo Gangrim. I deeply appreciate your story, so I use this lowly method to meet you."
Yu Harang smiled cunningly.
She disdainfully said, "Trying to deceive me is a grave sin, but I will forgive you out of generosity. You may leave." Before his bowed head, Yu Harang said, "Normally, you would have been punished." Seo Gangrim asked, "Can we talk a little longer?" Yu Harang replied, "My child." She continued, "Know your place." Yu Harang said condescendingly, "I am a saintess, you are just an ordinary believer, you have no right to converse casually." Seo Gangrim stood up and bowed. "I apologize, saintess." He brought out Kieran and thought, "At least let me try to dispel the brainwashing." "Linny." Yu Harang was startled. "A monster." She ordered the wooden dolls. "Stop that monster and capture that man for me." Yu Harang angrily shouted, "I will make you pay." Seo Gangrim pushed the wooden dolls away. "That's not a monster." In a flash, Kieran was before Yu Harang. At his command, it touched her head. "Linny, purify." The system panel appeared. "No target to purify." Seo Gangrim couldn't believe it. "What? She hasn't been brainwashed?" He checked the documents, thinking, but Yu Sunmin clearly said he hated those in high positions. Brainwashing isn't something that happens overnight.
Seo Gangrim sighed helplessly.
He recalled, Yu Harang's rank is God Tier 3, it definitely wouldn't be easy to brainwash her. Seo Gangrim mused about Yu Sunmin. So Yu Sunmin raised her that way from the very beginning. But for what purpose? Wouldn't it be more beneficial if he transformed himself into a god? Yu Harang called kid. He was still deep in thought. He has brainwashing skills, so why adopt a child? She hugged Kieran and asked, "Do you have any more of these?" He asked back in surprise. "Huh?" Yu Harang raised her hand. "If you do, show them to me." She smiled brightly. "Talking to you isn't so bad." Yu Harang excitedly hugged the baby dragon. "So cute." She recalled the past. "They're adorable, aren't they? I have so many. Race one for you." Seo Gangrim pulled a chair over. He sat in front of her. "So, let's talk." Yu Harang smiled brightly. "Yes, what do you want to talk about?" His face darkened, and he asked seriously, "How have you been living all this time? Always in this room? Do you know what Yu Sunmin and this place truly are? Let's leave this place, you shouldn't stay. First, are you eating enough?" Yu Harang asked suspiciously. "Why are you asking that?" Seo Gangrim looked at her. "You're too thin. Have you eaten anything today?" Yu Harang said coldly, "Don't worry, I only eat according to the plan. Today's meal is herbal porridge." "Is it like that every day?" he asked, stunned. Yu Harang replied, "Yes. I have to prevent negative energy from accumulating to become a god." "Is that what the leader said?" She replied, "Yes, he knows many things." Yu Harang stroked Kieran's head. "Thanks to him, I know my purpose in life." "What is that purpose?" She said, "Don't you know? I must save the weak. To do that, I will become a god through death." Seo Gangrim clenched his fists in anger. "Become a god through death?" He lowered his face and said, "There are only two ways for humans to become gods. Either by accumulating enough fame, or by dying in pain, despair, and resentment." He yelled, "If you intend to become a god through death, then that's the second way. Do you know how you'll die?"
Seo Gangrim grabbed Yu Harang's wrist.
She looked at him with gentle eyes. Harang thought, "By the time I understood the meaning of parents, they were already gone. I grew up with other children in the same situation." She continued to recount her past. "Loser, you finally got what you deserved. The way you looked at us as if you knew everything drove us crazy. An old friend once yelled at her. But I guess you didn't know that." Harang continued, "They hated me like cowards." She spoke of the beatings from the past. "You ruined your clothes again. Why can't you be good for just one day?" She was tormented and scolded. "What can you even do? No one wants to adopt a useless person like you. Go inside and reflect on yourself. Not a single person stood up to protect me." She recalled painfully. Every day that passed was torture. Yu Sunmin appeared. "I finally found you." He joyfully called her a goddess. She thought, "That was until Yu Sunmin found me." He hugged her. "You must have suffered greatly. Don't worry anymore. I will protect you until the day you become a goddess." He gave me a home and taught me my purpose in life. Yu Harang said, "My destiny is to become a god, so I must endure countless trials. If not for him, I wouldn't have come this far. I decided I had to repay him." Yu Harang gently stroked Kieran. "After all, he is my father." She said warmly, "So Seo Gangrim, you don't need to worry about me." Yu Harang looked at him and called softly, "Seo Gangrim." She frantically touched his face. What's wrong? Are you not feeling well? Lift your head. She wiped his eyes. Are you pitying me? Suffering is in the past. I am content now. He thought. Her clairvoyant eyes see through others' hearts. She must have seen Yu Sun Min's deceit. But because of her debt of gratitude, she overlooked everything. Seo Gangrim thought of a way to persuade her. Yu Harang suddenly said, I'll give you this. Seo Gangrim asked, What are you doing? She said happily, This is a treasure I've kept hidden, but I'll give it to you because you feel very familiar to me. In the past, she once asked him, Seo Gangrim, what are you doing all alone? Seo Gangrim recalled that scene. She smiled and took out the item. Look, it's my treasure chest. She said cheerfully, I usually eat these cookies when I'm sad. I'll give you a really big one. He thought to himself. Stale cookies, a broken keychain, and even a gum wrapper. These are her treasures? Yu Harang beamed. Here, try it. She gently fed him. Yu Harang smiled and asked, How is it? Do you feel better? He looked at her with emotional eyes. You also want to eat outside food, want to live, and don't want to suffer, right? Yu Harang turned away, lying. No, Seo Gangrim said seriously. Do you know? He recounted. Since I was little, a powerful god has always watched me. They tried to take me as their vessel. I refused, so they made those around me suffer. But I don't want to be controlled. I will never accept the god who ruined my life. Why do you refuse me, kid? Yu Harang said. Greater misfortune will befall you if you try to escape fate. She said angrily. Fate is not something humans can change. Seo Gangrim held her hand to comfort her. What if you weren't alone? I've also been lonely all this time. But as I continuously fought against fate, those who wanted to help came to my side. He said, as she looked at him in astonishment. You just need to decide. Seo Gangrim said gently, I want to help you. He held out his hand and asked, What do you think? Yu Harang looked at him, thinking, Perhaps it's too much to ask this on our first meeting. Seo Gangrim changed his tone. You don't have to decide right away. If you don't mind, I can. She tugged his shirt and called, Wait! Yu Harang sat down on the floor, pulling his sleeve. Wait, Seo Gangrim. She hesitated. Suddenly, her eyes widened. She looked towards the door. Leader. Sun Min walked in. Forgive me. Yu Harang was surprised. Father? Why are you here at this hour? Sun Min replied coldly. Currently, he crossed his arms, looking around the room, thinking. Saintes yo arang. Under Seo Gangrim's fearful gaze, he asked, Did any strangers? Yu Sun Min continued to ask casually. Enter your room? He looked at her with an enchanting expression. He slowly stepped in. How could a stranger? She replied. Only you, father, and the believers bringing food are allowed in here. Yu Sun Min replied. I'm glad to hear that. He was suspicious. It's just that. He sat down and asked. It's surprising to find someone sitting on a chair this close to you. He sat on the chair. Oh no, we didn't move this chair. Yu Sun Min smirked. There's one thing I always ask of the believers. Know what it is? She replied, What is it? Yu Sun Min leaned close to her ear and said eerily. It's never to get close to the saintess. He coldly threw something out. Yu Harang's limbs trembled, and she clutched the floor mat, shivered in fear. An old woman, covered in wounds, was thrown before her. Yu Sun Min yelled. It's not over yet. Get up, the old woman pleaded. Please forgive me, leader. He lunged, grabbed the old woman's collar, and dragged her away. Yu Sun Min was furious. How dare you betray me? He screamed. Do you think you'll be forgiven? He yelled. Get up. How did it come to this? Old woman begged Yu Harang for mercy. She thought. That's right. It's because I lied. She said. Only father and the believers bringing food are allowed in here. She thought. Even if I approached that believer, this command was originally meant to save the weak. Looking at the old woman, she thought. Punishing someone like this is strange. No, I've known this for a long time. Yu Harang yelled loudly. Stop. Seeing his deceitful expression, she thought. I knew Yu Sun Min had other intentions. My clairvoyant eyes showed me it was all a lie. Even if I became a god, I wouldn't be able to save anyone. She suppressed her anger. Because I ignored it, an innocent person is being punished. She screamed. I said stop. Yu Sun Min kicked the old woman away. He said angrily. Saintess, if you let emotions dictate discipline, the organization will collapse. She replied. Then let it collapse. What good is an organization that abuses the weak? Harang said angrily. I don't want to be the saintess anymore. Yu Sun Min was stunned. What did you say? She wiped her tears. Everything was wrong. She recounted. I endured until now because I wanted to repay you for saving my life back then. She cried. But I was mistaken. The merciful saint is just another hell, saving no one. Yu Sunmin stood frozen, looking at her. So when have you thought that? She asked. Did you think I didn't know? Even before awakening, Yu Sunmin sat down and wiped her tears. He whispered. If known for so long, why didn't you continue to ignore it as before? She said, because of him. She thought, because Seo Gangrim said he would help me, so I can fight against fate. I can live as a human instead of dying as a god. Yu Sunmin embraced her. Finally, this day has come. He whispered. I've been waiting for the day you wanted to escape from here for a long time. Yu Harang called softly, Leader. Thanks for watching the video. He changed his demeanor. You can nurture deeper resentment to become the strongest god. He activated a cage that surrounded Yu Harang. Skill activated, imprisonment sphere. Seo Gangrim yelled. I won't let you do that. She thought. Seo Gangrim. He rushed forward, hugged her, and slashed through the iron cage. Yu Sunmin dodged the debris in astonishment. Yu Harang smiled, looking at her savior. He looked at him angrily. Shadow behind him called, Seo Gangrim. He asked gently, Are you hurt? She replied, No, I'm fine. He looked at him and said, More importantly, I know, sorry for appearing so suddenly. Seo Gangrim stood up, sword in hand, and advanced towards Yu Sunmin. I can't just stand by anymore. He smirked. I thought it was a rat, but it's you, the hope of these insects. I will treat you as you deserve. He grabbed his transceiver. Believers! Voice echoed throughout the building. Believers! Come here now. Everyone simultaneously ran towards Yu Sunmin. He smiled eerily. Defeat my enemy. The manipulated people rushed towards him. The old woman and everyone else swarmed forward.
Yo Aran screamed, No.
Stop it. She rushed forward. Don't listen to the leader.
Seo Gangrim caught her, Yu Harang.
Carried her. Hold on tight. He swung his sword and ran towards the window amidst the encirclement. He smashed through the window, astonishing everyone. He carried her and jumped down. Yu Harang stared blankly at the people in the building. She raised her hand towards the sun. The outside world. Seo Gangrim carried her to a safe landing. Everyone screamed. Seo Gangrim has escaped with the Saintess. Someone yelled into the transceiver. Kill him and bring the Saintess back. Seo Gangrim turned to look. The crowd surged out to attack. Give us back the Saintess. They screamed, demanding her back. Bring the Saintess back. He drew his sword. You are all victims. He fought and said, I don't want to harm any of you. With just one move, everyone was sent flying to the side. Seo Gangrim sheathed his sword. This should be fine. Everyone hit by his move stood still like statues. Even so, they still tried to rush forward and reclaim the Saintess. He began to understand the seriousness of the situation. Screams continued to echo.
Seo Gangrim.
Kill him. Give back the Saintess. Someone frozen still tried to say, Don't go. They pleaded. Save us. Come back.
Abandon US.
Seo Gangrim carried her through the motionless crowd. She grabbed his shoulder. Seo Gangrim, I can't abandon them. He said coldly, You're not abandoning them. Your escape and exposing the cult's true face is the way to save them. Don't you want to free them from brainwashing so they can be free? Her eyes were vacant and sad. Yu Sunmin stepped out from the crowd. I won't let that happen. Seo Gangrim flinched and turned around. Someone next to him was shot in the head, blood splattering. A head fell right at his feet. Yu Sunmin clasped his hands. I apologize, my believer. He said deceptively, I will never forget your sacrifice. She looked at the head on the ground in horror. Seo Gangrim angrily prepared to draw his sword. He spoke in a gentle voice. Please return to us. At least to repay the sacrifice of this believer. He pointed his sword at him. Do you think he'll let that happen? Yu Sunmin yelled. This is none of your business. There was a call for the Saintess. Yu Harang closed her eyes and hid against him. He screamed. How can you turn your back on your believers? He grabbed a frozen person. Don't you know how much they yearn for happiness? You've watched over them for the past 10 years. They suffer simply because they were born with cruel fates. They trusted and waited for you to save them. You must change their fate. Don't abandon this sacred responsibility. Seo Gangrim hugged her and whispered, Don't listen to him, Yu Harang. Yu Sunmin still yelled. It's time to become a god. Stepped forward. Change their fate so they can live in peace. He screamed loudly. Save them. Seo Gangrim's sword grazed his neck. He held his sword to his neck. You're mistaken. Even if you gain an opportunity through the lives of others, you won't escape suffering. especially when the one sacrificed is a child. He gritted his teeth. A sacrifice led by sin, how can it bring salvation? Yurang was stunned by his anger. She gently hugged his shoulder. Yu Sunmin said arrogantly, "Sin? They don't have such emotions." Seo Gangrim replied, "Because you've brainwashed them all." "That's right," he said arrogantly. "Thanks to my ability, no believer has to bear responsibility for all the lives that have been and will be sacrificed to protect this cult. Even if the believers forget those who sacrifice themselves for a noble cause, I, as their leader," Yu Sunmin laughed loudly, "will remember everything and repent." He controlled everyone to rush towards him. They ran, screaming, "You're back." The zombie-like crowd rushed forward. "Let her go. Give us back our god." They surrounded him. "Bring us salvation," he thought. "If I use ice fire, those who are frozen will die." She asked, "What should we do?" He slashed through the crowd, saying softly, "Don't worry." He yelled loudly, "No matter what, I will get you out of here." From within the crowd, someone holding a knife aimed at the two of them. Seo Gangrim was stabbed in the back with the knife. A streak of blood splattered on Yu Harang's face. A small purple knife flew in from behind. Collapsed, kneeling on the ground. The madman rushed forward. "Give her back to us." She hugged him and screamed, "Stop it." The other person also knelt before her. The knife had touched the top of her head. She helplessly raised her hand.
Seo Gangrim grabbed her shirt. "Nu, Yu Harang,"
she said, facing his arrogant expression. She blurted out, "I will become a god." Everyone chanted in unison. "The saintess is becoming a god. Please hurry." They cheered excitedly. They screamed with delight. "Please die. Die for us. Hurry up and die." Yu Harang sat on the chair, gloomy amidst the encirclement. She lowered her face, surrounded by continuous urges to become a god. From far, she was surrounded by a pile of burning wood. Seo Gangrim called from inside the cage. "Yu Harang." Covered in blood, she hugged him. "I will become a god." He stared blankly at the ground. He was tied up, hands clasped in prayer. Is Yu Harang about to die? Never tasted freedom. Right here, right now. He held her hand and asked, "What the hell are you saying? Yu Harang?" He yelled. "You said you wanted to live as a human, not a god, but now you're going to die here? I'm fine, so don't give up." She gently touched his face. She said, "You've done enough. I'm sorry for burdening you." She hugged him tightly. "From now on, I'll handle this myself." He pushed her away, bewildered. "What?" She looked at him confidently. "Trust me." Returned to reality inside the cage. He placed his hand on his chest, thinking, "Now I have no choice but to trust her." Yu Sunmin stepped forward. "It's quite astonishing, isn't it?" He smirked. "The divine aspirations of those people will burn the saintess at any moment." Seo Gangrim angrily turned to look at him with a murderous gaze. Yu Sunmin gently touched the cage he was trapped in and told him not to be so angry. He looked at him with half-closed eyes and added that he would also be saved soon. Yu Sunmin choked Seo Gangrim and said all his skills would be for the insect-level believers. A card appeared. The physiognomy, Soul Master level. Skill allowed him to see an opponent's skills through their face. Yu Sunmin squeezed his face, wondering if the leader had a skill to read others' moves. He smiled sinisterly and said it was unbelievable that he was only insect level. Another card appeared, showing Seo Gangrim possessed the skills: Fate Steel, Flame, Dissection, Battle Sense, Solitude. At this moment, he released his hand from Seo Gangrim's face. Yu Sunmin walked with his hands crossed behind his back, saying that the god creation ritual must be completed first. Seo Gangrim cursed angrily, worried about Yu Harang's entire plan. Yu Sunmin carried the torch and approached Yu Harang. He smiled coldly in front of her and thought to himself, "Everything will be ruined." He smirked and said that, in the end, Seo Gangrim couldn't save her. Yu Harang looked up angrily, and Yu Sunmin mocked that her expression was beautiful. He poked her head and said this would happen sooner or later. Yu Sunmin smiled triumphantly, saying that no matter how well he persuaded her, it would only push her into misfortune. Harang pushed his hand away and retorted that he was probably the same. She continued that she herself would make that come true. Yu Sunmin gently asked what she could do when she had relied on others her whole life. Harang tightly gripped his torch-holding hand and admitted she always hoped someone would come to save her. She spoke while recalling the old days in that hellish orphanage. She continued to recount her time in this cult, which was no different from a prison. Yu Harang returned to reality and affirmed that now, everything was different. She angrily pushed him away and screamed loudly, "I will save myself and everyone else." The system displayed a notification. Force Dispel activated. The skills imprisonment sphere and shadow brainwashing have been removed. Yu Harang surged forward and declared that they would no longer be able to control the believers. He took the torch and calmly told him to give up.
Suddenly, Yu Harang's face darkened.
Yu Sunmin smirked and said she was so predictable. He raised his hand mysteriously and said he had known she possessed that skill all along. In front of everyone, he said that skill was too weak to completely dispel his brainwashing. Yu Harang collapsed and blurted out that it couldn't be. Yu Sunmin radiated power, saying shadow brainwashing was a skill he had used hundreds of times every day for many years. He spoke, he swung the torch towards Yu Harang. But what about her? She wondered if she had failed. Yu Harang stared blankly, blaming herself for not being able to save anyone. Unable to save the believers. Unable to save Seo Gangrim either. She was truly useless. Afar, Seo Gangrim yelled loudly, telling Yu Harang not to give up. Yu Harang snapped out of it and turned to look at him. Water control skill activated. Kieran flew out of nowhere and blocked her. He stood facing Yu Sunmin. Yu Harang reached out her hand and said she wasn't strong enough to stop him. She reached out her hand and called Kieran's name. Kieran unexpectedly touched its head to Yu Harang's head. System activated. Elemental Harmony, Dragon Clan level. Increasing skill attributes for 15 minutes and penalty resistance. Seo Gangrim finished drinking the blue potion and knelt, saying it was okay if she failed. He wiped the corner of his mouth and affirmed that they would always help her. He looked at her and encouraged her to just keep trying. Yu Harang's eyes welled up slightly, looking at Seo Gangrim with a satisfied expression. She stood up and told herself that she hadn't failed yet. Yu Sunmin also regained consciousness, quickly ran over, and yelled that she must become a god. Yu Harang raised her hand to her chest, emitting a huge surge of energy, determined to push forward. She screamed, demanding an end to everything, and the system activated forced enhancement dispel. Shadow brainwashing was partially dispelled, and the system panel continuously displayed notifications. Yu Sunmin was sent flying backward. He was knocked off the stage by Yu Harang and fell below. The shadow brainwashing dispel process was completed, 3,428 out of 3,428. This moment, everyone seemed to be in a daze, wondering where they were. Weak voices rose, asking themselves what they were doing. Yu Sunmin lay motionless, his body in immense pain. Immediately, small, weak feet began to tremble. Everyone was looking up. Yu Harang, with wide eyes, continuously panted. Her lips moved slightly, and she blurted out that they had done it. Yu Harang's entire body fell backward. She knew she had succeeded. Immediately, a large hand grabbed her arm. Seo Gangrim quickly looked down and frantically called out Yu Harang's name. Her hand slowly rose and called Seo Gangrim's name. Yu Harang smiled faintly and said thank you. As soon as she finished speaking, her arm went limp before Kieran's eyes. Seo Gangrim said in a low voice that she was just exhausted from using all her magic. Not to worry. He placed his hand on her forehead and said she just needed a little sleep to be fine. Seo Gangrim smiled gently and whispered, praising Yu Harang for doing very well. His jacket covered her, and Seo Gangrim slowly advanced forward without fear. Sunmin frantically looked up and wondered how this could have happened. He wondered why he was also just insect level like himself. Seo Gangrim closed his eyes tightly, thinking that he hadn't intended to kill him initially. Yu Harang once said that he had given her shelter and taught her what her purpose in life was. Seo Gangrim thought to himself that he knew Yu Harang would be sad if he killed him anyway. Yu Sunmin's hand grabbed him and asked if Yu Harang made him do this. He scolded her as ungrateful for telling someone else to kill the father who raised her. Seo Gangrim coldly said that he was the ungrateful one, while Yu Harang regarded him as her own father. His veined hand unconsciously released its grip when the word father was mentioned. Suddenly, Yu Sunmin agitatedly yelled that then she should die. Seo Gangrim gritted his teeth, and his blade began to be covered in flames. His eyes were full of anger, deciding he could no longer forgive this man. Yu Sunmin weakly pleaded. He told him to stop because he only wanted to save them. At this moment, everyone around them widened their eyes in astonishment. No one could take their eyes off the scene unfolding before them. The flames still blazed, and everyone screamed in horror that he had just killed someone. Everyone immediately fled in a hurry, crying out desperately for help. Seo Gangrim's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he looked at them, and the system announced the activation of the shadow brainwashing skill. Time quickly passed. 2 weeks had gone by since that event. Yu Harang excitedly announced loudly that she was home. Immediately, Shin Sua turned around and welcomed everyone back. He smiled and asked if the aquarium was fun, and Yu Harang cheerfully nodded in confirmation. She recounted that there were many fish tanks and she could walk underwater without using skills. It felt like being in an underwater palace. Everything was like a fairy tale, She told Shin Sua that she absolutely had to come with them next time. Shin Sua smiled and replied that she would go next time, then told everyone to wash their hands for snacks. Yu Harang was incredibly excited to hear about snacks. Yu Harang's face now clearly showed her excitement. She was extremely excited about the spicy rice cakes. She praised the tteokbokki as delicious, and Yu Bom and Yu Jian enthusiastically invited her to try more. Shin Sua rested her chin on her hand, smiled at them, and reminded him that he was dropping food. She tilted her head and told them to eat slowly. She recalled when she first met Harang. Her condition was very bad then. But thanks to Father Johann, she recovered very quickly. Harang invited Shin Sua to try the cheesy dish, making her happy that her friend was adapting quickly. Despite the delicious food, she was still a little worried about what Seo Gangrim had said. He affirmed that he would not let Yu Harang's situation be exposed to the media. He worried many people would seek her out, while Shin Sua wondered if it could be hidden forever. He slowly picked up the letter and said he had a way to handle that. Told her not to worry because he had personally taken care of it. Shin Sua frowned, feeling he was hiding something again. He said he didn't know how this would turn out, but she still felt annoyed that he always took everything upon himself. She had told him they should solve things together next time, but the result was not what she expected. Yu Harang suddenly asked where Seo Gangrim and Kang Taehan were so she could save them some food. Immediately, Shin Sua angrily slammed her hand on the table. With a murderous expression, she told Harang to eat it all because those two didn't deserve it. At this moment, in a very quiet place under dim lights,
Kong Taehan slowly spoke, calling Gangrim's name.
He said he was happy that he finally asked everyone for help. He lowered his face and said he knew this was suspicious, but he was very confident. He affirmed that he had foreseen the future. It was all thanks to the guidance of fate. Kang Taehan interrupted, saying he naturally believed him, making Seo Gangrim sigh in relief. He hesitated and added that Sua seemed very angry. He rubbed his head and explained that was why he wanted to handle matters related to the cult himself. Just then, the room door quietly opened gently. Seo Gangrim further explained that more people were better, but he would still bear most of the burden. Suddenly, Kang Taehan's face darkened when he heard him speak. Kang Do-hyun stood with his arms crossed behind him and called Seo Gangrim's name. He scolded him, asking if he was crazy to mortgage his entire family and ancestral graves. He used them as assets to buy coins, that cryptocurrency. Kang Do-hyun calmly asked if it was the type of coin he was thinking of. Seo Gangrim, with swollen cheeks, explained he intended to use the Great Demon World system. He lowered his face and asked if he saw the future again, then said the second Great Demon World wasn't dangerous. It was a festival of the gods, where participants represented the 12 zodiac animals to race. Kang Taehan was surprised about the 12 zodiac animals, and Seo Gangrim said the teams would be divided by birth year. He said that except for the twins, everyone would be on different teams in this game. Those who didn't participate could buy coins of the zodiac animal they believed would win through the system. Seo Gangrim continued that after the race, the coin value would change according to the ranking. Kang Do-hyun rubbed his forehead and asked whose coin he wanted him to buy to win. He confidently pointed to himself, saying that even if he didn't see his future victory, he knew how to manipulate it. Kang Do-hyun agitatedly pinched his cheek, scolding him that this was gambling and asking what if he lost. Seo Gangrim weakly asked if he couldn't trust him a little. Then he handed over an envelope. He declared that if he didn't win, they would no longer be brothers, and he would have to return everything. Seo Gangrim and Kang Taehan excitedly looked at the ancestral grave certificate and the seal. Seo Gangrim looked up and asked if he would receive any special treatment. As soon as he finished speaking, Kang Do-hyun's hand came down squarely on his head. Just then, the Game Master's voice welcomed everyone. Today was the opening day of the second Great Demon World. He welcomed everyone to the Zodiac race, surprising everyone. He said he would display the rules and map before explaining the details. Seo Gangrim intently watched the screen, seeing text about property confiscation. He thought to himself when the fate compass suddenly reactivated. The system announced an incident occurred. The property confiscation feature of 10 gods has opened. Warning: severe conflicts may arise in human relationships. Yu Harang asked what he was saying. Seo Gangrim said in a low voice that the compass had just activated. He warned everyone to be careful, and Johann Richter asked if he saw what would happen to anyone. Seo Gangrim hesitated, saying it could be an enemy or an ally, making Johann worried. Shin Sua confidently affirmed that everyone wouldn't fight because they were all friends. She teased that if he lost, she wasn't sure, but Seo Gangrim told her to trust him. He believed everyone would be fine and that being able to trust his friends was a great comfort. The Game Master asked if everyone had read the rules. Then the system displayed notifications about the race rules. He quickly pressed the start button for the race after finishing his explanation. He asked if everyone wanted to know why this race was being held. He told them to look at the screen to see the mythology of the 12 zodiac animals. The story goes that long ago, the Jade Emperor commanded all creatures. The 12 animals who reached him first would become symbols of the years. Those animals would represent time thereafter. So the animals raced together towards the Jade Emperor's palace. The finishing order determined the names of the years, but was it truly fair? If the race were held again fairly, who would be the winner? This race is held to find the answer, so everyone please do your best. The system announced the goal of achieving a high score in the remaining 3 hours of the race. The Game Master waved the flag and began the countdown for the start. Everyone got into position and stood behind the starting line as required. Time was counting down to the final seconds. Everyone was in a state of readiness to explode. Seo Gangrim was determined to win in this demon world once again. Immediately, the clock reset to the initial time. The Game Master loudly commanded the race to begin. The system announced the activation of the speed boost skill. Kang Doohyun intently watched the screen as coin sales officially ended. The system quickly sent notifications to the players, confirming the number of rat coins owned. Everyone was running very fast. The dramatic zodiac race had begun. The system displayed the activation of the leaf manipulation skill. Shin Sua was confident seeing some people pass the first stage at extreme speed. Everyone looked up at the sky in surprise and saw that he was in the lead. He slightly smirked at the good start and told himself to maintain his form. The Game Master excitedly announced Seo Gangrim had reached the first stage. Let's see his fate. Suddenly, a blazing red screen appeared before Seo Gangrim's eyes. The system announced that his fate card had been activated. His body froze, his eyes wide as he looked forward. Candidate number 1, Seo Gangrim, was unexpectedly transported to a deserted island. He was currently quite exhausted and tired. Yu Harang received speed wings to fly for 10 minutes and advance to the first stage. Johann Richter quickly raised his hand and called out, "Sister." The system announced receiving cheers and agility, boosting skills and jumping ability. He had to wait on the deserted island and could only escape if he rolled a 6 on the dice after 9 minutes. Seo Gangrim grimaced, lamenting his bad luck. Immediately, his body leaped high into the air. The system required him to return to the initially designated position. His footsteps were moving quickly across the clear blue water. The system confirmed the target had left the designated position illegally. Penalty is now being applied to the player. In a flash, a powerful red mist enveloped Seo Gangrim. Guardian clenched its fist and rushed quickly towards him. It angrily flew straight towards Seo Gangrim. He gripped the hilt of his sword and coldly said, "Penalty my ass." The powerful blade struck down, and he yelled for it to get out of the way. A layer of blue ice began to cover the Guardian's arm. Its entire body was quickly frozen in that blue layer. Seo Gangrim's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He affirmed that he absolutely had to win. The system announced Seo Gangrim would be penalized for arbitrarily leaving the deserted island. Dako Jun laughed, saying Seo Gangrim had defeated the Guardian to escape. He sarcastically remarked that nothing else could be expected from him. As soon as he finished speaking, Dako Jun also began to move. Seo Gangrim was running very fast. Even though he escaped early, he was still far behind. He glanced to the side and knew the second stage would be extremely difficult. Dako Jun asked Seo Gangrim how he intended to regain the lead. He smiled and replied, "If you're curious, just follow me." Seo Gangrim enthusiastically held out his hand, inviting Dako Jun. He told him to come with him. Dako Jun looked up and laughed, asking if he wanted him as a teammate. Seo Gangrim said that since they were both born in the year of the rat, they should form a temporary alliance. Dako Jun grabbed his wrist and said he had been waiting for this offer for a long time. However, he felt something was a little strange. He didn't believe he would be willing to cooperate so easily. He suspected he was plotting something shady. Dako Jun was excited when the slot machine announced a vehicle was needed for Stage 3. The vehicle would be chosen randomly. He was surprised they didn't have to run. Seo Gangrim told him not to mess things up, and Dako Jun reminded him that he was a regressor. He sighed and said it was up to him, because he knew exactly what was about to happen. In his previous life, he had received many lucky bonus points. As for him, he only received a tricycle because he was insect level. Even though he tried to climb to level 52, he was still extremely unlucky. He decided to stick with this guy instead of gambling. Everything depended on him. Dako Jun looked at the slot machine, eager to see what he would get. In a flash, the first number appeared on the screen. Next, the lucky number 7 appeared in the second position. The slot machine announced congratulations, they had hit the jackpot. Dako Jun excitedly yelled because it was so amazing. He asked if this result met his expectations. Suddenly, he froze and wondered where he had disappeared to. Dako Jun slowly pulled back the curtain and called Seo Gangrim's name. Immediately, bright headlights shone directly into his eyes. The system announced you have received the Red Bull Underbaron. Dako Jun's eyes widened as he praised the beautiful car, then asked what he was doing. Seo Gangrim turned his head and told him to hurry up or he'd be left behind. He laughed, saying he was much more brazen than when they first met, and he coldly replied, "Suit yourself." Dako Jun said a protagonist like that looked much more charming. The car started moving, and he reminded him to buckle up to set off. At this moment, a fierce battle was raging intensely. Beams of light continuously shot out at incredibly astonishing speeds. At this moment, a fierce battle was raging intensely. Beams of light continuously shot out at incredibly astonishing speeds. Minho urged everyone to overtake to help the Asura faction leader. He gripped the hilt of his sword and yelled loudly, telling them not to let them get close to Sua. Johann Richter quickly turned his head to look at the car following behind. Dako Jun excitedly raised his hand and yelled for everyone to get out of the way. The car braked sharply amidst the crowd, making everyone frantically tell them to move aside. Seo Gangrim gripped the steering wheel and hastily asked if she was okay. Harang nodded, saying she was fine, then urged him to hurry because the Asura faction intended to capture Sua. He was surprised, and she, riding a horse beside him, said she would block them here. Seo Gangrim gritted his teeth, feeling the death energy intensify, and activated Boundary Seeing Eye. Cursed and wondered if something bad was happening. Was Shin Era the one fate was warning him about? The chase between the two cars was incredibly tense. Shin Era stood up, excitedly calling Sua's name. She clenched the rope she carried, which emanated a terrifying gloomy aura. Shin Era extended the rope and asked, "How long do you think you can hide from me?" System activated. Force Dispel. Weapon enhancement skill neutralized. Yu Harang's face clearly showed difficulty as she couldn't resist much longer. Shin Era gripped the steering wheel and hastily called Harang's name. She was right beside her and said, "Now you're all alone." She lost control and wanted some private time. Yu Harang said she wasn't alone because she was here, and Shin Era would belong to their faction. She angrily gritted her teeth, affirming it wasn't hers, and couldn't continue like this. Shin Era asked if Seo Gangrim intended to form his own faction, and scolded her for abandoning her family for him. He angrily screamed, asking what that bastard was doing. As soon as she finished speaking, a powerful blue light appeared behind them. The blue, ice-like screen approached Shin Era's body, surprising her. A large hand slowly reached forward, calling Seo Gangrim's name. Yu Harang recognized him and immediately called out Seo Gangrim's name. Dako Jun spoke up, saying he was right here but seemed to have become invisible. Game Master announced a change in the lead. The year of the Rat Alliance had caught up to Sua and Era. Seo Gangrim hastily asked Shin Sua if she was okay, and she replied that Harang was the one injured. She said this wound was nothing because Sua's skill had protected her. Seo Gangrim sighed in relief and felt very lucky. The Game Master announced the end of Stage 2 with the year of the Rat Alliance in the lead. Stage 3 was where the race truly began to explode. The leading group was still in their car. Both were in first place. Would the result be the same as in mythology? Suddenly, an arm slowly reached out from a spatial rift. In a flash, the Game Master was completely annihilated. The two cars were still speeding along very quickly. Everyone was surprised to hear the announcement that this terrible race had ended. Seo Gangrim gritted his teeth, wondering what was happening and if this was fate's warning. He glanced sharply and realized the target was not Shin Era. The system announced that the energy of death was intensifying manifold. Seo Gangrim's car immediately braked sharply. Orbs floated in mid-air, appearing before his eyes. The arm reached through the rift and declared that from now on, everything would be different. The clown's face became incredibly terrifying as he commanded to begin. Countless people flew out from the rift, creating a feast of clowns. Seo Gangrim stood still, staring unconsciously. Dako Jun frantically called Seo Gangrim's name, seeing the unstable situation. Yu Harang and Shin Sua exclaimed his name in astonishment as the system activated forced return. They called themselves the Clown Troop and had surrounded everyone. Yu Harang gritted her teeth, looking at them from inside the car. Auras appeared, promising a new order for this world. Shin Sua angrily asked what they had done to Gangrim. Lananat Maro paused when she heard the name Gangrim. She pointed her sword at Sua and said it had nothing to do with her. She jumped out and declared that he would become a part of them. A green aura enveloped Sua, and she cursed, saying it was absurd. Leopard appeared and let out a loud roar. System activated. Spirit of the Mountain God White Tiger skill. Zodiac-related skills in the demon world. will be enhanced to their maximum effectiveness. Shin Sua frowned, demanding that she tell her where he was. Maro flew in with her sword in hand to attack. They are focusing their attack on Yujian. Everyone be careful. Kong Taehan turned back and asked if everyone was okay, and Ubom told him to focus ahead. Immediately, they closed in on him. A protective shield enveloped him, and he wondered who those people were. Richter thought this was the conflict he had mentioned, hoping everyone was okay. Seo Gangrim looked around, realizing he was off the track but still in the demon world. He coldly glanced and asked what they wanted from him. He looked at Maro above and secretly wished everyone would be safe. She said this was a special order from the leader, inviting Seo Gangrim to join the clown troupe. He remembered this criminal organization had existed in his previous life. It was a group of masked criminals specializing in terrorist acts. Their targets were the Fate Protection Bureau and allied factions. But in his previous life, they only officially appeared a year later. He didn't expect them to exist at this point in time already. As Baekyong could be involved, he had once intended to investigate them. He wondered if this was the right time. Maro jumped down and said this was a good opportunity for him. She knew he was wary of the Fate Protection Bureau, though she didn't know why. Seo Gangrim's expression froze when he heard her mention this. She leaned close to his face and said not only them, but they must have also found out. The other side must have also realized it. Immediately, Seo Gangrim's hand grabbed her wrist. Maro casually leaned back and said she almost fell. She told him not to be so cold and to cooperate with them. He thought that joining would make it much easier to gather information. She enticed him, saying, "Let's expel the Fate Protection Bureau together and create a new order." Suddenly, she asked if he had made up his mind. Seo Gangrim coldly said it was a good idea, and that mask suited her well. Without hesitation, he struck her directly in the face. Maro's mask shattered after that blow. She clutched her eyes and complained that he was too cruel. Seo Gangrim said in a low voice that he couldn't trust criminals, and the system activated Fate Sense. Laughed, telling him not to pretend to be kind anymore. Information appeared. Maro, rank 2 insectoid, metal attribute, rabbit zodiac. He thought he had an attribute advantage so he could easily defeat her. He mused that if he wanted to infiltrate, he had to approach the leader like Bernard. He declared he had no intention of following someone as weak as her. Maro angrily asked what he had just said. A stream of light appeared around her, and she said he was looking down on her. With sharp claws, she asserted that she was more than capable of taking him down. The system announced the activation of the Beast Claw skill. Seo Gangrim parried the attack and mocked her, saying she was just a rabbit. She laughed, claiming to be a wild beast with extremely powerful resentment. He scoffed, asking if her resentment was only expressed through that one attack. He gripped his sword hilt and said it was a pity for her. He affirmed that he was not the type of weak person who could be easily bullied. Maro lost her footing, stepped back, and asked if he knew anything. She said there were antagonisms in the zodiac, and the rat had many enemies. Powerful light enveloped her, and she said the one who hated the rat most was the cat. Dark, murderous eyes appeared, and she said the cat had been deceived by the rat. The system activated the cat's grudge skill, increasing stats when attacking rat attribute targets. At rank 2 insectoid, this skill would maximize attack power. Seo Gangrim gritted his teeth and glanced, realizing his opponent was a cat. The system confirmed Maro was a rank 2 insectoid. Her attribute was metal, and her zodiac sign was rabbit cat. He guessed she came from a country that used the cat instead of the rabbit in its zodiac. Maro lunged with extreme speed in a flash. Scratches appeared on Seo Gangrim, making him curse in pain. With sharp claws and a confident face, she completely overwhelmed him. Maro directly launched an attack downwards. Seo Gangrim was furious that he could only defend due to the demon world's overwhelming effect. She said that with the amplified zodiac power here, he would never be able to win against her. She issued an ultimatum: join the clown troupe or die here. Seo Gangrim wondered in a low voice how strong the zodiac animals would be. He tried to summon power from his palm. She recoiled in alarm and asked what he was trying to do. The system announced the summoning of the spirit beast John. Thanks to the zodiac blessing effect, John had temporarily matured. Gang Cheori appeared right behind Seo Gangrim, slowly tilted his head and called John's name in a low voice. As soon as it heard the command, it immediately rushed to attack. Maro gritted her teeth, unable to believe it was a real dragon. At this moment, streaks of light began to appear from all directions. Shin Sua was still fighting valiantly with her sword. The clown clenched his fist, cursed, and intended to use his ability on the other person. Yu Harang attacked and said he wouldn't let him escape. The system activated ability ceiling. A gloomy aura appeared as the corrosion ability was activated. Jun stomped his foot on the ground without hesitation. He coldly declared that it seemed everything had ended here. The Game Master announced that the trouble was over and the race would continue. He returned to his position and urged everyone to hurry and run. Leaderboard appeared with Sua, Harang, and Jun in the lead. Shin Sua paused as she looked at the online leaderboard. She quickly turned her head, gritting her teeth because she didn't see Seo Gangrim's name. Jun grabbed her hand and asked where she was going at this moment. Sua shouted, demanding to find Gangrim, but he said the race was still ongoing. She lowered her face and gritted her teeth when she heard Jun mention breaking the great demon world. Shin Sua affirmed that finding Seo Gangrim was more important than anything else. Her resolute attitude startled him slightly. Jun scolded her, calling her foolish because whenever she was involved with Gangrim, she became strange. Shin Sua paused and slowly asked what he had just said. Jun explained that even though it was an individual competition, it was beneficial for both of them to finish high. He said she couldn't do anything without him, even though she called herself his teammate. Shin Sua grabbed his collar, saying she was only worried about Gangrim, but he interrupted her. He said that worrying like that showed she didn't trust Gangrim at all. He asserted there was no need to search because Seo Gangrim would appear on his own. Shin Sua frowned and asked why he could be so sure. Jun tilted his head and asked in a low voice if she truly didn't know the reason. At this moment, a brilliant golden light enveloped the entire sky. Gang Cheori was floating in mid-air, witnessed by everyone. He affirmed that Seo Gangrim was, by nature, the protagonist. Shin Sua looked up, her eyes wide with astonishment at the sight. Yu Harang excitedly waved towards the distant sky. The Game Master announced that Seo Gangrim had passed the Dragon Gate, while the leading group hesitated. His face now clearly showed confidence and courage. He announced that Seo Gangrim finished first, bringing glory to the rat team. Zodiac animals Tiger, Rat, and Cat were moving together. Everyone hugged Seo Gangrim, congratulating him as they shared second place. Game Master hesitantly announced the fifth-place finisher. The system displayed the rat team's coin count. Kong Do-hyun placed both hands on the table with a thoughtful expression. He was delighted to see the estimated exchange value had soared to 120 billion. 2 weeks later, Shin Sua welcomed everyone home. BOM was surprised to see that everyone had already moved into the sect building. Jun excitedly praised the guild headquarters, saying it looked cool and classy. Kong Taehan frowned and asked who had allowed that guy to come here. Yu Harang laughed, saying he invited him because everyone had fought together before. BOM gave an awkward smile, saying today was a happy day, so they should overlook trivial matters. At this moment, everyone raised their wine glasses together in celebration. Yu Harang laughed, secretly taking a picture of Kieran engrossed in eating cake. Others continuously applauded when they saw Gang Cheori. Both Seo Gangrim and Shin Sua were enjoying complete happiness. In the end, he was still the one left to clean up after the party ended. Gang Cheori seemed to be fast asleep on the floor. Seo Gangrim slowly pressed the system screen to check his divinity. A notification window appeared after he completed the race and conquest. The system announced that the recognition level had exceeded the threshold and was proceeding with deification. You have been granted the divine name, Cowardly Victor. Abilities increase with recognition, allowing the use of the divine tier skill semi-deification. Some functions are still locked due to insufficient recognition level. He thought he needed more recognition to fully unlock his divine power. He was surprised to see his stats soar compared to yesterday. He slowly scrolled through his phone to see if there was any new news. The comment section was abuzz about Seo Gangrim's story being real. Someone mentioned a world-ending fate possessing Jun. The content told of the weakest hunter, Seo Gangrim, suddenly gaining the fate theft skill. Shin Sua boldly pushed Seo Gangrim, making him protest. Her eyes were resolute and she coldly replied, "No." Her lips quickly pressed down, affirming she would never let him go. Seo Gangrim gritted his teeth, angrily calling Jun a madman. He fell to the floor and asked what was wrong with him so early in the morning. He said in a cold, low voice that he had read his novel. Jun's eyes lit up, and he seemed very happy that he had read it. He said because he liked him, he wanted the whole world to know his true self through the story. Seo Gangrim interrupted and demanded that he take it down immediately. He asked in surprise why, because thanks to it, everyone would understand and sympathize with him. He believed that readers would understand his worries and emotions. Seo Gangrim said nothing, just stared silently at him. Jun affirmed that Gangrim would then be loved by tens of thousands of people. He sighed, realizing that the increased recognition was thanks to that novel. Suddenly, A letter was gently placed on his shoulder. Shin Sua spoke up, saying everything was settled. She said everyone had read and agreed, and Jun was surprised that she had read it too. She said everyone had read it and wouldn't make him take it down, but there were many parts that needed to be revised. Seo Gangrim emphasized in a low voice that it must come with a condition. Jun's expression became unsightly as he read the words in the letter. He was alarmed by so many conditions, but he said it was just a contract. Jun agitatedly claimed this was an act of suppressing creativity. The system announced the contract was established, and Seo Gangrim was satisfied that it worked well. He said he would go write more, but he pointed and said that was his new workspace. Jun hastily asked if everyone was really going to abandon him here. He called Seo Gangrim's name in vain. The next day, Yu Harang smiled, saying everyone would depart soon. The system displayed a special reward for ranks 1 to 3, an invitation to the divine realm. Invitations from the 12 zodiac gods for the winners of the race. The letter would automatically activate when torn at the designated time. Shin Sua hoped everyone would go to the same location. Jun guessed each person would go to a different place depending on their zodiac sign. 12 zodiac gods were very powerful and widely recognized throughout the world. He hoped they could give him the answers he had been seeking for so long. As each moment passed, Seo Gangrim immediately shouted a command. Time. Everyone, tear the letter. Everyone tore their letters simultaneously, and light began to envelop them. Suddenly, Seo Gangrim looked forward with anticipation. This is it. His eyes suddenly lit up with excitement as he saw the divine realm. His large hand slowly rested on the mysterious door before him. Before his eyes were faint rays of light emanating from inside the door. The system announced he was entering the divine realm of the rat god. He received a special enhancement effect from the power of the 12 zodiacs. The rat god spoke, welcoming him to its domain. It called him the one who had received power, the Western Conqueror. Seo Gangrim gave an awkward smile, as this was his first time meeting a real god. Despite the friendly tone, the pressure emanating was still overwhelmingly powerful. His Excellency praised your merits and decided to personally bestow a reward. In name of the gods, you have the right to ask His Excellency any question.
Seo Gangrim's veined palm unconsciously clenched.
He lowered his face and spoke of the god who once tried to possess his body as a child. He wanted to know the true identity and name of that god. The divine hand pondered, repeating the matter of a god attempting to possess him. Immediately, His Excellency summoned power to appear before them to investigate. His Excellency said he would see who that entity was. His Excellency asked who he wanted to know about, as many entities were targeting him. Many arms appeared. He guessed that must be the strongest among them. System announced, Hero of Life and Death once again proposes possession. Seo Gangrim hesitated, speaking softly. If I refuse, I once forced and threatened Liu Bei to flee. System announced, Hero of Life and Death, flustered, retreats in panic. He thought many shamans also said it was an extremely powerful god. Even my best shaman performed exorcisms many times. But in the end, he still couldn't drive it away. A lowly deity like you, dare to covet my divine body. Immediately, the divine hand panicked. Clutching his face in immense pain, Seo Gangrim gritted his teeth and stepped back. What is this? Suddenly, a radiant red aura appeared everywhere. The divine hand slowly spoke. How chaotic. It is a god whom even I dare not look directly at. Seo Gangrim trembled, looking up. That god is stronger than the Western Conqueror? What do you mean cannot see through? Do you mean you can't identify him? His hand slowly rose. You are also a god. You should know clearly. Gods are not omniscient. You understand that. I apologize for not being able to answer, having sworn under my divine name. The divine hand slowly continued. I will grant you 2 more questions. Seo Gangrim lowered his face. But if I ask more about that god, I still won't learn anything, right? He nodded. That's right. If I cannot face him in the divine realm. He thought I can't identify him either. What about the humans connected to him? Baekyong appeared in his mind. Where is Seo Gangrim now? The divine hand continued. It seems you wish to know your enemy thoroughly. Because your existence has the potential to profoundly affect the fate of this world. He was surprised. My existence? He cut him off. But I cannot say anything more about that. The divine hand continued. What is your final question? Seo Gangrim slowly said, I want to go to the Paradise Flower Garden right now. Immediately, his feet stepped through the rift. Seo Gangrim looked around. So this is the Paradise Flower Garden. Finally, the thing I wanted to know most I still don't know. But to be brought here by the Western Conqueror himself, compared to the original method which could take several years of waiting, this is still a huge gain. Now I need to get the flowers as quickly as possible. Suddenly, a large explosion occurred behind him. A giant foot quickly stomped down on the ground. Thanks for watching the video. Before Seo Gangrim was a colossal dinosaur. He gritted his teeth and backed away. I didn't hear anything about. Immediately, they charged madly. There are monsters in the Paradise Flower Garden. Suddenly, a voice spoke. Damn it. Why are there humans here? You, get down. Immediately, a powerful beam of light attacked the monster. Explosions continuously attacked in rapid succession. Seo Gangrim stood firm, watching everything unfold. This bastard. The garden. The cannon barrels slowly lowered amidst the thick smoke. Suddenly, Yeojong angrily spoke loudly in front of Seo Gangrim. They must be the guardians of the Paradise Flower Garden. Wait, I came here on the Western Conqueror's recommendation. Yeojong's eyes widened. The Western Conqueror? Is this person the winner of the 12 Zodiac race? Please follow me. This place is very dangerous. I will take you to meet the Flower Guardian. The outer garden area is located near the boundary between the divine realm and the demon world, so powerful monsters frequently appear. Seo Gangrim looked up. I see. That's why it's so chaotic out there. Flower Guardian. I have brought the person sent by the Western Conqueror. Ceridorian tilted his head. Yes, I was informed beforehand. Ceridorian, the Flower Guardian of the Paradise Flower Garden. Flower Guardian of the Paradise Flower Garden. Which type of flower do you need? Seo Gangrim hesitated slightly. The flowers I need are blood flower, bone flower, and flesh flower. Those 3 flowers are rare medicinal ingredients from the Paradise Flower Garden. Even the Jade Shop doesn't sell them. If all 3 types are combined, they can heal any injury, no matter how old. If I get them, I can heal Shin Sua's arm. So, can I get those 3 flowers? He quickly pressed a button and said, you certainly did your research, but it's better to see it with your own eyes. See? That lake is the Paradise Flower Garden. Seo Gangrim's eyes widened as he looked through the glass. The water in the lake has dried up. Don't tell me there are no more flowers. Ceridorian nodded in reply. That's right. Due to an incident, we can no longer grow flowers. He angrily gritted his teeth. I struggled to get here only to fail again? Seo Gangrim muttered agitatedly to himself. Damn it. Hey. Yeojong suddenly spoke up. Human. Ceridorian glanced down. Of course. We still have a few that were harvested before. Yeojong continued, so there are still some? Seo Gangrim's eyes suddenly lit up. Great. I can heal Shin Sua's arm now. Suddenly, Ceridorian chuckled. However, if you want those flowers, then you must solve our problem yourself. Seo Gangrim paused, his eyes wide, and gave an awkward laugh. What problem? Suddenly, Ceridorian's eyes darkened as he slowly tilted his head. He continued, make the flowers in the Paradise Garden bloom. We need a special kind of water called the Divine Spring. The place that provides that water is located at a separate facility behind the hill. Not here. One day, the water was completely cut off. At the same time, contact with the station was also lost. Seo Gangrim interrupted. It seems something happened. Ceridorian looked up. We suspect an intruder. But because we've been constantly attacked by wild beasts recently, no one has been able to confirm. Now there's no one left to send. So I want you to go there. Reclaim the facility. Restore the divine spring water source.
Seo Gangrim nodded.
That makes sense. Who would give that away for free? Suddenly, Yeojong hastily stopped him. No. Flower Guardian. Why would you make a human do such a thing? Ceridorian chuckled and said, I heard this person is a very strong divine awakener. Yeojong agitatedly said loudly, but that's too dangerous. It's like pushing him to his death. Seo Gangrim thought, I know it might be very dangerous, but this reaction seems a bit excessive. He looked ahead. Does she know something? Ceridorian spoke, human. Are you in love? He chuckled. Will you give up this opportunity? His veined palm lightly touched the door. His footsteps slowly advanced inside. You can't do that. If you knew what was in there, you would never set foot inside. Seo Gangrim said, so you know exactly what's waiting there. Yeojong stammered. Anyway, a flower can't be more precious than your life. He looked down slowly. Life is very important. That important thing was once thrown away by someone for me. Not just once. To save me.
Seo Gangrim hesitated.
That person even sacrificed an arm. So, he spread his arms wide. At least I have to do this much. The system appeared. Divine Realm of the Divine Citizen. Shin Sua said, what I want is to know information about enemies who could endanger Gangrim. The Divine Citizen was surprised. You're using this sole opportunity for someone else? Don't you understand the value of a conversation with a god? I can tell you how to heal an arm. Become stronger. or possess endless wealth. She interrupted, no. Understand very well. And that's why I chose this. My teammate, Seo Gangrim, for some reason always talks about suffering and misfortune as if it's natural. He also has a strange belief that all of us will be caught up in it.
I'm truly worried about Seo Gangrim. Shin Sua's palm clenched.
You think like that? The divine citizen tilted his head. Are you sure you won't regret it? Her eyes were filled with determination. Absolutely not. At this moment, beams of light simultaneously attacked the monster. Seo Jong hastily said, the divine spring area is just a short distance from here. Seo Gangrim continued, thanks to you we got here much easier. Yeo Jong continued, our weapons are specially designed for hunting wild beasts. But I still don't understand why the station was taken so easily. His eyes widened. What exactly is at the divine spring? Yeo Jong immediately lowered her face, gritting her teeth for a moment without speaking. Suddenly, Yeo Jong became agitated. I don't know either. Seo Gangrim thought, is she unable to speak? Or unwilling to speak? Yeo Jong once said, if you insist, I'll go with you. His eyes glanced to the side. He saw her follow him all the way here out of worry. She seems to be a rather kind deity, even though I generally dislike gods. But, seeing her, I thought perhaps there are still good gods in this world. Yeo Jong's feet suddenly took a step. Yeo Jong suddenly turned her head quickly and said loudly, actually, the gun in her hand immediately glowed with electricity. Seo Gangrim quickly shouted, drop your weapon, now. As soon as he finished speaking, an explosion immediately appeared before them. He hastily reached out, commanding Jirong, Rini, protect him. The fan-headed robot stood opposite. But that doesn't look like a wild beast at all. In a flash, its arms slammed onto the floor. Seo Gangrim's eyes immediately followed the light above his head. Immediately, a glowing orb appeared in front of the fan-headed robot. He slowly widened his eyes, glancing behind him. Instantly, a blazing fire screen unleashed powerful internal energy. Fan-headed robot stood still, staring. Intruder. Immediately, sharp beams of light appeared, crisscrossing each other. Form. Seo Gangrim's sharp blade struck only once. Punish. It seems the one controlling this thing is right over there. At this moment, he slowly advanced deeper inside.
Đột nhiên ánh mắt khựng lại liếc nhìn sang bên cạnh. Yêu tình đang nằm úp mặt xuống là nước xanh đục. Đống sắt vụn kia. Người bắt vài tiểu thần cũng lâu quá đấy. Đột nhiên Yeon Jeong khựng lại ngẩng mặt lên. Người lạ. Ánh mắt xe gan rim chằng đầy sát khí lên tiếng. Đoàn hí kịch. Anh lập tức lao lên. Cái này cũng là do các người làm.
John Zeon Lung Tung.
Đợi đã. Hình như có hiểu lầm rồi. Bọn ta không hề có ý định chiến đấu với ngươi.
Seo Gangrim
Liền nghiến răng, có chút giận dữ đưa lưỡi kiếm ra phía trước. Lập tức mũi kiếm liền cắm trực tiếp xuống mặt đất. Yeon Jeong cúi mặt xuống. Bọn ta chỉ muốn phá bỏ quyền năng của các vị thần. Bàn tay cô ta run rẩy. Ngươi cũng từng trải qua rồi. Đúng chứ? Cái cảm giác con người bị thần linh thao túng. Đau khổ ra sao? Từ ngày thức tỉnh, các thần ngày càng mạnh hơn. Và rồi, họ sẽ dùng sức mạnh đó để áp bức loài người. Việc phá hủy khu vườn Tây Thiên là để xóa bỏ công cụ giúp thần linh định đoạt sinh tử con người. Kể Saradorino đã hứa hẹn điều gì, bọn ta sẽ đền bù cho người. Ánh mắt Yeon Jeong thu dần lại, nên xin hãy nhắm mắt làm ngơ. Se Gan Rim không lên tiếng chỉ nhìn cô ta chăm chú. Anh chậm rãi nói, sau khi phá hủy khu vườn Tây Thiên, các người định lấy hết số hoa còn lại sao? Yeon Jeong phấn khích tiếp lời, đúng vậy, bọn ta sẽ mang chúng đến nơi thực sự cần. Se Gan Rim đột nhiên chĩa mũi kiếm, vậy thì, các người khác gì thần linh? Lời nói này của anh khiến cô ta có chút kích động không ít. Yeon Jeong chậm rãi, tụi ta cứ ngỡ nếu là người thì sẽ hiểu cho, nhưng xem ra không còn lựa chọn nào khác. Cơ thể Se Gan Rim đột ngột khựng lại trước luồng khí u ám. Yeon Jeong triệu hồi sức mạnh, ta cũng không muốn làm thế này đâu. Hệ thống thông báo, hủy diệt chi hoa, thân phẩm cấp 1, chỉ cần một cánh hoa chạm mục tiêu là chết ngay lập tức. Se Gan Rim trợn mắt nghiến răng, nếu những cánh hoa ấy chạm vào người, người sẽ chết. Yeon Jeong chậm rãi, nếu các người đến tìm vườn hoa Tây Thiên, hẳn phải đã nghe nói về hoa hủy diệt rồi chứ. Ánh mắt cô ta đầy sát khí ra lệnh cho Se Gan Rim, lùi lại. Anh nghiến răng thầm nghĩ, một loài hoa thần có thể khiến người chết ngay khi chạm phải. Lũ hề đã làm cách nào để có được thứ ấy? Se Gan Rim chậm rãi lên tiếng, được rồi, hệ thống thông báo, kích hoạt kỹ năng, thực thể nhân tạo. Ngay lập tức luồng điện mạnh mẽ trực tiếp đánh xuống mặt đất. Trong trước mắt những robot hình quạt đồng loạt xuất hiện. Yeon Jeong đột ngột lên tiếng, như ta đã nói, ta không muốn gây hại cho ngươi.
Seo Gangrim
Con người tương tàn chỉ là một trò hề vô nghĩa và bi thương. Lòng bàn tay anh siết chặt cán kiếm. Vậy sao không lùi lại đi? Thì tôi cũng không có ý định nhường bước. John Jeong liếc nhìn lạnh lùng. Đừng cho hắn đến gần suối thần. Hệ thống thông báo. Kỹ năng chỉ huy máy móc đã được kích hoạt. Ngay lập tức robot hình quạt tấn công luồng điện trước mắt. Cả cơ thể xe gan rim đang di chuyển với tốc độ nhanh. Chết tiệt. Anh quay đầu lại nghiến răng. Vị trí này thực sự bất lợi quá mức. Tốt hơn hết là kéo ra cổng mà giải quyết từng đứa. Trong trước mắt robot hình quạt đã bám sát đằng sau. Xe gan rim nhanh chóng dùng lưỡi kiếm chém đứt cơ thể nó. Tức trước mắt anh xảy ra vụ nổ bởi ánh lửa bao trùm. Xe gan rim khuỵu gối cùng với làn khói mù mịt xung quanh. Đột nhiên trước mắt anh xuất hiện làn khói mờ mịt không thể thấy gì. Trong trước mắt những con robot hình quạt đồng loạt đứng trước mắt. Thật sự. Xe gan rim lùi lại lẩm bẩm. Chẳng có lối nào dễ dàng cả. Anh thầm nghĩ. Xem ra bên đó cũng bắt đầu rồi. Lúc này John Jeong đang âm thầm với cuộc chiến của mình. Robot hình quạt đang chuẩn bị tấn công. Có khi lại hóa ra là điều tốt. Lòng bàn tay của xe gan rim vô thức siết chặt lại. Mắt anh đầy sát khí. Tôi sẽ kết thúc chuyện này trong một đòn. Hai lòng bàn tay đang di chuyển triệu hồi sức mạnh. Trước mắt John Jeong lập tức xuất hiện luồng sức mạnh mạnh mẽ. Hệ thống thông báo. Không còn mục tiêu để chỉ huy. Kỹ năng chỉ huy máy móc đã bị vô hiệu. Cô ta nghiến răng. Bọn chúng bị tiêu diệt hết rồi sao? Hệ thống thông báo. Suối thần đang bị ô nhiễm.
Mức ô nhiễm 91%.
Mức ô nhiễm
91,002%.
Mức ô nhiễm
91,004%.
Hệ thống thông báo.
Mức ô nhiễm
91,006%.
John Jeong thầm nghĩ.
Chuyện này nhất định không thể thất bại. Làn khói đang dần dày đặc ở dưới mặt đất. Seo gan rim đứng yên vị nhìn chằm chằm lên tiếng. Tránh ra. Tôi sẽ không bị lừa bởi hoa hủy diệt mà cô còn chẳng muốn dùng. Giúp câu hai lòng bàn tay vô thức siết chặt cán kiếm. Lập tức Seo gan rim nhanh chóng chạy lên nói lớn.
Dừng lại.
Con ngươi John Jeong đột ngột trừng mắt có chút tức giận. Trên mặt Seo gan rim đã xuất hiện vệt máu liếc nhìn bên cạnh. Hệ thống thông báo. Máu người đang hòa vào suối thần. Quá trình ô nhiễm tăng tốc.
Mức ô nhiễm
92%.
John Jeong đột ngột vươn lưỡi kiếm lên trên. Đây là lỗi của ngươi.
Seo gan rim.
Lập tức vệt máu rơi xuống dòng nước xanh đục.
Mức ô nhiễm
94%.
John Jeong chậm chậm. Chính vì ngươi cứ cản đường.
Seo gan rim.
Cô ta nhanh chóng lướt qua mặt anh. Nên ta mới phải đi xa đến mức này. Dứt câu John Jeong liền lập tức buông lỏng cơ thể xuống dòng nước. Seo gan rim cúi mặt nghiến răng chậm chậm lên tiếng.
Rốt cuộc.
Cô định làm gì mà phải cực đoan như vậy?
Hệ thống. Hiện lên.
Mức ô nhiễm đạt 100%. John Jeong lạnh lùng hất tay ra khỏi anh thả lỏng cơ thể của mình. Cô ta cười cười để lộ nửa gương mặt. Vì nhân loại. Hệ thống thông báo. Suối thần đã bị ô nhiễm vượt ngưỡng cho phép. Sát khí càng lúc càng dày đặc. Ngay lập tức màn đỏ rực xuất hiện ngay trước mắt. Cô đã làm gì vậy? Seo gan rim nhanh chóng ngước nhìn lên bên trên có chút kinh ngạc. Hệ thống thông báo. Một quả trứng vô danh đang hấp thụ toàn bộ hồ suối bị ô nhiễm. Ánh sáng len lỏi trước mắt. Quả trứng vô danh đang nở. Seo gan rim khựng lại tròn mắt nhìn lên trên. Chuyện này, anh thầm nghĩ. Một mình tuyệt đối không ứng phó nổi. Lòng bàn tay đầy gân guốc siết chặt vào nhau. Dần dần vết máu đỏ tươi chuyển sang màu đen ngòm. Lòng bàn tay chậm rãi mở ra suốt. Hiện một hình hài nhỏ nhắn. Em bé lập tức há miệng lớn, cùng với luồng khí u ám bao bọc. Seo gan rim vẫn đứng vững nhìn chằm chằm vào lòng bàn tay. Đột nhiên khóe miệng anh nhếch lên chậm rãi nói.
Em bé.
Seo gan rim từ từ đưa hai cánh tay lên trên. Về nhà thôi. Đột nhiên có tiếng la lớn cất lên. Tỉnh lại đi.
Seo gan rim.
Anh chậm rãi quay đầu lại với đôi mắt vô cảm. Ngay lúc này Shin Sua đang vội vã chạy đến gần. Cánh tay cô ấy cố gắng vươn ra một cách khó khăn.
Shin Sua.
Trong chớp mắt những sợi dây đầy gân guốc có dấu hiệu chuyển động. Shin Sua nhanh chóng áp sát đến gần Seo gan rim.
Jin.
Cô ấy cố gắng nói lớn để thức tỉnh tâm trí anh.
Seo gan rim.
Ngay lập tức đôi mắt anh mở căng ra. Cô Shin Sua.
Sao cô lại ở đây? Cô ấy lập tức nắm lấy cổ áo.
Tôi sẽ giải thích sau.
Mau đứng dậy.
Shin Sua vội vã quay đầu lại. Chúng ta phải chạy ngay. Hệ thống thông báo.
Hung linh máu.
Chưa tỉnh thức.
Cấp. Long. Phẩm. Nhất.
Hình thành từ linh khí và oán niệm. Em bé chợt cười cười có chút rùng rợn. Nó nuốt chửng mọi sinh linh. Seo gan rim chậm rãi lên tiếng trước tình cảnh hiện tại.
Không được đâu.
Shin Sua nhíu mày.
Mọi đòn tấn công của tôi với con quái này đều vô hiệu.
Với lại,
Ba nãy anh còn bị nó thôi miên kia mà.
Gong rim.
Anh tiếp lời. Nhưng vẫn có cách. Nếu chúng ta phối hợp, có thể đánh bại nó. Anh nhẹ nhàng đặt tay lên lòng bàn tay cô ấy, đôi mắt Seo Gang Rim nhìn thẳng. Cô sẽ tin tôi chứ? Shin Sua có chút ngạc nhiên chậm rãi nhìn xuống. Đây là... Seo Gang Rim giải thích. Là chiếc khuyên tai chúng ta từng dùng ở ma giới đầu tiên. Cô có thể tiếp tục nói chuyện với tôi. Trong vùng an toàn này chứ? Cô ấy chần chừ. Làm vậy để làm gì? Chợt khóe môi Seo Gang Rim nhếch lên thầm nói nhỏ. Thì là... Trong tâm trí anh hiện lên khoảnh khắc nhìn thấy hình hài nhỏ trong lòng bàn tay. Tâm trí Seo Gang Rim lúc đó dường như đã hoàn toàn bị thôi miên. Cơ thể anh như đã buông lỏng.
Gong rim.
Anh Gang Rim. Anh Seo Gang Rim. Đôi mắt anh dần thu lại không có chút cảm xúc. Cả cơ thể đều đang hòa mình vào làn nước xanh đục. Chính Shin Sua đã thức tỉnh anh. Anh Seo Gang Rim. Hệ thống thông báo. Xác nhận định mệnh của Shin Sua và Seo Gang Rim đã gắn chặt với nhau. Xác nhận Shin Sua là quý nhân của Seo Gang Rim. Khi ở bên quý nhân, năng lực sẽ được tăng cường mạnh mẽ. Khóe môi anh chậm rãi nhếch lên khi nghĩ về những khoảnh khắc ấy. Anh chợt cười nói, chỉ có giọng nói của cô Shin Sua mới bảo vệ được tôi khỏi tiếng khóc kia. Shin Sua bị lời nói của Seo Gang Rim làm cho cảm động. Anh chợt ghé sát bên tai nói nhỏ, nên là tôi trông cậy vào cô đấy.
Cô Shin Sua.
Cô ấy có chút lúng túng. Tôi thật sự có thể nói gì cũng được sao? Seo Gang Rim gật đầu. Được, không sao đâu. Đột nhiên Shin Sua lên tiếng gọi. Anh Seo Gang Rim. Lòng bàn tay cô ấy chậm rãi siết chặt trước mắt anh. Ánh mắt Shin Sua tràn đầy sự tin tưởng. Tôi tin vào anh. Seo Gang Rim không nói thêm lời nào chỉ mỉm cười gật đầu. Ngay lập tức không chần chừ anh đã nhảy xuống làn nước đỏ rực. Hình hài em bé lúc này vẫn nằm trong lòng bàn tay. Seo Gang Rim đang cố gắng ẩn thân mình hòa vào dòng nước. Shin Sua vội vã đưa tay lên hét lớn. Kẻ địch ở đây này. Lập tức những cành cây cuốn xung quanh bàn tay to lớn. Seo Gang Rim lập tức di chuyển nhanh chóng. Có giỏi thì bắt ta đi. Shin Sua nói tiếp. Anh Seo Gang Rim. Gần căn cứ này có một cánh cổng do thần dân mở ra. Anh thầm nghĩ. Hóa ra đúng là từ câu hỏi mình gửi cho thần dân. Cô ấy tiếp tục nói lớn. Nếu tình hình xấu đi, hãy chạy trốn. Ngài ấy nói sẽ giữ cổng mở trong 1 ngày. Tuyệt đối không được cố quá. Hiểu chưa? Seo Gang Rim vẫn đắm chìm trong suy nghĩ. Ngay cả khi đang đối đầu huyết ác linh. Cô vẫn lo cho tôi sao? Tình hình bây giờ còn tạm ổn. Nhưng vì Shin Sua là thần cấp 3. Nếu huyết ác linh tỉnh thức và thăng cấp, cô ấy sẽ gặp nguy hiểm. Mình phải tiêu diệt nó trước khi nó thức tỉnh. Hệ thống thông báo. Huyết ác linh. Trước khi thức tỉnh. Tiến trình thức tỉnh. 57/100. Seo Gang Rim thầm nghĩ. Thời gian là điều kiện kích hoạt sao? Phải tìm thi thể đoàn hí kịch ngay. Đột nhiên bàn chân của anh khựng lại ở bên dưới. Hả? Seo Gang Rim tròn mắt chợt nhận ra điều gì đó. Mực nước. Anh chậm rãi quay đầu. Nó đang hút cạn lượng nước còn lại. Shin Sua vội vã ngắt lời. Anh Gang Rim. Cô ấy nhấn mạnh. Tôi cảm thấy con quái kia đang mạnh lên. Anh nhíu mày đáp lời. Xin cô hãy chịu đựng thêm chút nữa. Chợt cơ mặt Seo Gang Rim khựng lại lướt mắt nhìn lên trên. Người trước mắt anh lúc này đang bị trói chặt không thể cử động. Đó chính là Yeon Jeun với đôi mắt nhắm nghiền. Tìm thấy rồi. Bàn tay anh nhẹ nhàng đặt lên. May là thứ này chưa bị hấp thụ. Ngay lập tức con người của cô ta chợt bừng sáng lên. Yeon Jeun đột ngột hét lớn làm Seo Gang Rim bay ra xa. Đừng động vào nó. Shin Sua nhanh chóng lên tiếng. Anh Gang Rim. Sao thế? Anh đáp lời. Tôi tìm được vật phẩm rồi. Ánh mắt Seo Gang Rim cúi thấp xuống. Nhưng xem ra chưa thể lấy ngay được. Yeon Jeun đột ngột hét lớn. Tránh ra. Tất cả phải chết. Lập tức xuất hiện nhánh cây lao đến chỗ Seo Gang Rim. Lũ thần kia. Nghiến răng. Nó đã hợp nhất với huyết ác linh rồi sao?
Seo Gang Rim LMBM.
Xem ra không chỉ suối thần bị ô nhiễm. Dường như Yeon Jeun đã mất kiểm soát. Chết đi. Tất cả các người đều phải chết. Lũ thần phải chết hết. Seo Gang Rim lập tức bật nhảy lên cao. Tôi không phải thần. Lòng bàn tay anh nhanh chóng đặt lên gương mặt cô ta. Tôi là con người. Yeon Jeun chậm chậm lên tiếng. Phải hiến tế. Chỉ có hiến tế mới cứu được nhân loại. Anh mỉa mai tiếp lời. Hiến tế con người để cứu con người sao? Lúc nãy còn nói chiến tranh giữa loài người. Chợt con người của Yeon Jeun khựng lại. Là vô nghĩa mà bi thảm mà. Seo Gang Rim chậm rãi cúi mặt lại nói nhỏ. Đoàn hí kịch. Tỉnh chưa? Yeon Jeun liền nhăn mặt đưa tay lên chậm rãi nói. Mình là... Anh nói tiếp. Này, đoàn hí kịch. Cô nói thức tỉnh huyết ác linh là vì nhân loại đúng không? Yeon Jeun kích động nói lớn. Phải. Tất cả là vì nhân loại. Huyết ác linh sau khi thức tỉnh sẽ là ma thú cấp thần nuốt trọn mọi sinh linh. Các thần trong vườn hoa Tây Thiên sẽ bị tiêu diệt. Ngươi nghĩ lũ thần sẽ ngồi yên để bị tiêu diệt sao? Gan Rim ngắt lời. Chẳng phải chúng sẽ mở cổng rồi đẩy huyết ác linh ra ngoài sao? Có thể là sang thế giới con người. Những cánh cổng đó đã bắt đầu mở rồi. Lời nói này của anh khiến Yeon có chút kinh ngạc. Gan Rim hét lớn. Cô biết rõ lũ thần ích kỷ thế nào mà. Sớm muộn gì huyết ác linh cũng sẽ đe dọa đến loài người. Nên hãy nhanh chóng lấy ra hoa hủy diệt đi. Ngay lập tức em bé liền lên tiếng. Đói quá. Nhanh lên. Ăn đi. Cả Gan Rim và Yeon cùng hướng mắt nhìn lên trên. Em bé chợt cười nham hiểm chậm rãi đưa tay ra. Tìm thấy rồi. Gan Rim chợt nhăn mặt. Cô Shin Sua. Cô ổn chứ? Cô ấy chần chừ đáp lời. Xin lỗi. Tôi nghĩ là tôi không trụ được lâu nữa. Anh tiếp tục nói. Chúng ta gần đến rồi. Gắng thêm chút nữa thôi. Yeon thầm nghĩ. Hắn ta còn có đồng đội ư? Bàn tay cô ta chậm rãi đặt lên chiếc túi. Vì ta mà liên lụy đến người khác. Có khi còn nhiều người hơn nữa. Ta sẽ gánh trách nhiệm này và kết thúc tất cả. Hệ thống thông báo. Huyết ác linh. Đột nhiên chiếc hộp lập tức từ từ rời khỏi bàn tay Yeon. Cô ta ngạc nhiên hướng mắt nhìn lên bên trên. Luồng khí u ám lập tức xuất hiện khắp xung quanh. Dường như đến cả Gan Rim cũng không thể làm gì được. Ngay lập tức anh liền dùng lưỡi kiếm xuyên qua huyết ác linh. Sau đó cầm chặt cán kiếm với tốc độ thuần thục. Luồng sức mạnh u ám đột ngột phát tán ra khắp nơi. Đầu mũi kiếm vẫn đang xuyên qua huyết ác linh. Em bé liền đau đớn hét lớn. Không. Nữa. Ăn. Tất. Cả mọi thứ trước mắt đều vỡ tan tành. Đói. Hệ thống thông báo. Bạn đã đánh bại huyết ác linh cấp long. Cấp 1. Đã thức tỉnh. Đang tính điểm công trạng.
Sio Gong Rim LMBM.
May mà kết thúc ổn thỏa. Anh nhanh chóng quay đầu lại lên tiếng. Suýt thì. Ngay lập tức gương mặt anh khựng lại nhìn chằm chằm. Sắc mặt Yeon thất thần nói. Suýt nữa ta đã tạo ra một đại tội. Ánh mắt cô ta dần thu lại liếc nhìn bên cạnh. Xin lỗi. Chiếc túi nhanh chóng rớt xuống. Thứ này sẽ giúp ích cho người. Gan Rim không nói thêm lời nào. Chỉ tròn mắt nhìn lên trên. Hệ thống thông báo. Hoàn tất tính điểm công trạng. Bạn đã đạt được một chiến thắng gần như bất khả thi. Xếp hạng định mệnh của Gan Rim đã thay đổi. Từ hồn cấp 2 lên hồn cấp 1. Shin Sua nhanh chóng ngẩng mặt nhìn lên trên.
Gong Rim.
Cô ấy lập tức ngồi xuống. Làm được rồi. Gan Rim lập tức lên tiếng. Cô Shin Sua. Cô không sao chứ?
QNGTA.
Shin Sua cười cười lập tức đáp lời. Không sao đâu. Tôi ổn mà. Gan Rim đã xuất hiện ngay trước mắt gọi lớn. Cô Shin Sua. Làm ơn đừng cố gắng quá sức nữa. Cô đã dùng năng lực quá mức hôm nay rồi. Cô ấy chậm rãi nắm lấy bàn tay. Tôi cũng sẽ nói y như vậy với anh.
Sio Gong Rim.
Tính làm gì nếu tôi không đến tìm? Một mình ở đây. Anh có thể đã gặp chuyện lớn rồi. Thật sự đấy. Tại sao anh lại đến một nơi nguy hiểm như thế này chứ? Tại sao anh cứ liều mạng như vậy? Gan Rim đột ngột ngắt lời. Cô Shin Sua. Cô đến đây mà không biết khu vườn hoa Tây Thiên nguy hiểm đến mức nào. Cô ấy khựng lại. Có gì ở đây à? Tôi chỉ đến vì lo cho anh thôi.
Gong Rim.
Nghe nói anh đã đi đến một nơi rất nguy hiểm. Lời nói này của Shin Sua làm cho anh có chút hổ thẹn. Xin lỗi. Gan Rim lập tức lấy chiếc túi ra. Tôi đến khu vườn hoa Tây Thiên là để. Shin Sua tròn mắt nhìn những bông hoa lấp lánh. Tìm thứ này. Hai bên má cô ấy chợt đỏ ửng. Cái gì vậy? Gan Rim chậm chậm. 3 bông hoa này đã giao thoa với nhau. Shin Sua chậm rãi đưa lên miệng. Muốn thử ăn cả 3 cùng lúc không? Ngay lập tức luồng sáng mạnh mẽ phát ra khi cô ấy ăn nó. Luồng sáng đang bao bọc khắp cơ thể Shin Sua. Chợt cô ấy khựng lại nhìn xuống lòng. Bàn tay đang phát sáng. Gan Rim cười cười lên tiếng. May mà có hiệu quả thật. Mọi chuyện đều bắt đầu từ tôi. Lại một lần nữa phải nhờ người khác giúp bằng chính sức mạnh của họ. Anh cúi đầu nói tiếp. Tôi muốn đích thân chữa lành cho cô. Chợt cả cơ thể Shin Sua run rẩy không lên tiếng. Cô Shin Sua. Gan Rim thầm nói nhỏ. Có chuyện gì không ổn sao? Sắc mặt của anh vô cùng lo lắng. Cô có thấy đau? Gan Rim vội vã nói. Hay khó chịu chỗ nào không? Shin Sua lắc đầu đáp. Không. Cô ấy cúi mặt nói lớn. Không bao giờ được làm vậy nữa. Chỉ là một cánh tay thôi mà. Nhưng lần này, anh suýt chết thật rồi đấy.
Gong Rim.
Trả lời tôi đi. Hứa là sẽ không lặp lại nữa. Anh vội vã quay đầu. Từ giờ tôi sẽ chia sẻ kế hoạch trước với mọi người. Shin Sua chợt mỉm cười nhẹ nhàng thở vào nhẹ nhõm. Cô ấy lập tức xà vào lòng Gan Rim ôm chầm lấy anh. Shin Sua thầm nói nhỏ. Cảm ơn anh, vì đã cố gắng đến mức này vì tôi, và vì đã hứa như vậy. Đôi mắt cô ấy nhắm nghiền nói nhỏ bên tai. Quan trọng nhất là, Selgan Rim mỉm cười cúi mặt, cảm ơn vì anh vẫn còn sống. Đột nhiên cả hai người bọn họ giật mình bởi tiếng la. Selgan Rim lập tức ngoảnh đầu lại. Nước suối thần. Anh lạnh lùng nói lớn.
Cô đến sớm nhỉ?
Yêu tình nhanh chóng lên tiếng. Tên nhân loại kia. Rốt cuộc cậu đã làm gì? Tại sao nước suối thần lại? Selgan Rim ngắt lời. Không phải tôi. Chính kẻ địch từng đến đây đã gây ra chuyện đó. Yêu tình tiếp lời. Cậu lẽ ra phải ngăn chúng lại chứ? Anh lạnh lùng nói. Cô còn trông đợi tôi làm được việc đó sao? Cô cũng biết mà. Phải không? Rằng kẻ địch đang sở hữu hoa hủy diệt. Giờ thì tôi đã hiểu vì sao cô nói nơi này quá nguy hiểm. Lời nói này của Selgan Rim làm cho yêu tình không thể nói thêm lời nào. Anh lạnh lùng bước qua. Thật đúng là thần thánh nực cười. Rốt cuộc, chẳng thể tin nổi vào lũ thần các người. Cả Selgan Rim và Shin Sua đã tiến vào bên trong.
Im ỉ.
Đừng nói nhảm nữa. Selgan Rim tròn mắt nhìn phía trước. Hẳn phải có lý do gì đó. À, có lý do thì khủng bố cũng thành chính đáng chắc. Tôi tự hỏi Selgan Rim đã gây nghiệp gì mà phải chịu quả báo nặng như thế này. Chắc là ảnh hưởng từ cậu và mẹ cậu rồi hả? Gương mặt Kang Do Hyun tối sầm có chút giận dữ. Này, cậu! Ngay lập tức Selgan Rim lao đến đánh vào mặt Đốc Go Jun. Kang Do Hyun hốt hoảng ngước mắt nhìn lên nói lớn.
Seo Gong Rim.
Anh nghiến răng. Đừng có nói năng sằng bậy quá mức như vậy. Đồ khốn! Sao đột nhiên lại nhắc đến sư phụ quá cố của tôi? Bà ấy chưa chết. Yêu Ha Răng đột ngột lên tiếng.
Seo Gong Rim.
Mẹ nuôi của cậu vẫn còn sống. Anh tức ngẩng mặt lên kinh ngạc khi nghe thấy điều đó. Cái gì? Selgan Rim tròn mắt nhìn cô chậm chậm hỏi lại. Cái gì cơ? Yêu Ha Răng lên tiếng. Tôi đã muốn biết về thủ lĩnh của đoàn hí kịch. Cô nhấn mạnh nói tiếp. Nếu những kẻ ta thấy trong ma giới, cũng trong tình trạng như tín đồ cũ của tôi, Yêu Ha Răng cúi mặt thì việc chiến đấu với họ cũng vô nghĩa. Vậy nên Tây Phương chinh phục giả đã trả lời. Người đàn ông lên tiếng. Thủ lĩnh của đoàn hí kịch là một vu sư rất mạnh, đã đồng hành cùng các vị thần từ trước ngày thức tỉnh. Tên của ả ta là Seo Hoa Gion. Ả ta cũng có mối liên hệ mờ nhạt với ngươi. Yêu Ha Răng ngạc nhiên. Cái gì? Người tôi quen sao? Người đàn ông nói tiếp. Ả ta là thánh mẫu, mẹ ruột của đồng đội ngươi. Selgan Rim thầm nghĩ. Chẳng lẽ sư phụ đó? Ánh mắt anh chợt khựng lại có chút khó hiểu. Vẫn còn sống. Đốc Go Jun cười cười lên tiếng. Vậy Selgan Rim sẽ gia nhập đoàn hí kịch à? Nghe hay đấy. Nhân vật chính thâm nhập kẻ địch, cố gắng đưa gia đình lầm lạc của mình trở lại con đường đúng đắn. Anh chậm chậm. Bọn tôi từng gặp đoàn hí kịch trong ma giới mờ. Họ quả thực đã cố chiêu dụ tôi. Đốc Go Jun phấn khích. Vậy thì mọi chuyện dễ hơn rồi. Selgan Rim ngắt lời. Nhưng nhóm tôi gặp ở khu vườn hoa Tây Thiên. Anh nhớ lại hình ảnh của Yeon Jeon. Lại không hề muốn dính líu đến tôi. Cậu ta nghiêng đầu. Cậu gặp lại đoàn hí kịch sao? Shin Sua lên tiếng. Nhóm đó rõ ràng rất khác biệt. Họ chẳng nhắc gì đến cục bảo hộ số mệnh hay trật tự mới cả. Nhóm trong ma giới thì cứ lại nhảy về những thứ đó suốt. Selgan Rim tiếp lời. Thay vào đó, họ nói muốn giải phóng nhân loại khỏi các vị thần. Họ có vẻ không muốn gây chiến giữa loài người với nhau. Kang Do Hyun khoanh tay nhíu mày. Không thể có hai đoàn hí kịch. Shin Sua ngắt lời. Chẳng lẽ có bè phái bên trong? Đốc Go Jun cười cười. Hoặc một bên là giả mạo. Yêu Ha Răng lên tiếng. Nếu vậy thì người mà Tây Phương chinh phục giả nhắc đến hẳn là nhóm thật. Kang Do Hyun cúi mặt. Nhưng, vì sao lại phải giấu chúng ta? Selgan Rim trầm chậm nói. Chắc chắn, phải có lý do gì đó. Trước mắt, tôi sẽ phải điều tra thêm về đoàn hí kịch một thời gian. Hiểu xem bọn họ thực sự là ai. Liệu những kẻ ta từng gặp có cùng một nhóm hay không? Vì đến giờ, ta vẫn chưa biết gì cả. Yêu Ha Răng mỉm cười nhẹ nhàng nhìn Selgan Rim. Vậy nên nếu được, cả Đốc Go Jun và Shin Sua đều nhìn anh mỉm cười. Mọi người có thể giúp tôi chứ? Gong Du tranh luận vô cùng sôi nổi. Ý của cô là sao? Tất cả số nước thánh đó đã biến mất. Tại phòng họp của Cục Bảo vệ Thiên mệnh bầu không khí có vẻ căng thẳng. Đội trưởng đội bảo vệ thiên mệnh số 2 ở Gong Du cất lời. Ý của cô là chúng ta sẽ không thể nhận được bất kỳ đóa hoa nào nữa. Seo Moon Jung El, đội trưởng đội bảo vệ thiên mệnh số 1 cũng nghiêm giọng bảo. Phải, nhưng không chỉ nước thánh. Đóa hoa hủy diệt mà chúng ta dày công trồng được, cũng đã bị bọn mặt nạ hề lấy đi mất.
He placed his hand on the table. What? Are they that strong? The Paradise Flower Garden's defense system couldn't possibly be that weak. She raised her hand to her face. The Chishi festival is approaching. I heard all the powerful gods have left their posts. If only we had realized the clown troops' movements sooner. Ha Baekhyun, the Fate Protection Bureau Squad 4 leader, lowered his head. What do you think, Leader Ha? He looked up with apologetic eyes. I apologize. Iona's deep gaze stared intently, tracking the clown troop organization. It's your responsibility, Leader Ha. He could only bite his lip and weep.
I'm sorry.
He choked out each word. To have made such a huge mistake. I have made a grave error. Another chilling voice spoke up. More important is deciding our next step, before we use up all the flowers we have. Young Ibek, the Fate Protection Bureau Squad 3 leader, calmly said, we need to complete the vessel. The conversation was extremely tense. She continued, is that feasible, Leader Yang? He also reacted, there will be difficulties if we continue to interfere like this. The sound of tapping echoed throughout the meeting room. Yunwoo stood up, then let's do it. We will form a special team by selecting the most capable agents from each squad. Their main mission will be to infiltrate and eliminate the terrorist organization of awakened individuals. A few days later, an attack occurred in this city. Everyone ran in disarray. Screams echoed to the heavens. He stood there brazenly, gesturing wildly. What a wonderful day. Perfect for a clown's party. He lunged towards the citizens as fast as lightning. Cries for help and please enveloped the area. Save me. Everyone tried to escape in extreme panic. Damn it. Lananat Maro suddenly attacked the front of the car. Hello, sir. Extreme fear was evident in every line of his face. A voice from the other end of the call rang out. This is Agent Seo Jongmin from the Fate Protection Bureau headquarters. How may I help you? A bewildered voice spoke up. What? The other end of the line still tried to get a response. Hello? Can you not speak? Are you being threatened by someone? She was angry. You just called the Fate Protection Agency? The voice from the call said, I will send an agent to your location immediately. Please trust the Fate Protection Bureau and try to hold on a little longer. Lananat Maro angrily pointed a sharp finger. I'm sorry to say, but the Fate Protection Bureau won't be able to save you. Won't be saved. Immediately, a powerful punch was thrown. A clay doll walked to the window and waved hello. They smiled. The Fate Protection Bureau will protect you. She fell backward. That hurts. A calm voice spoke up. Using your power to bully citizens. Huh? Anavi Chasia stepped forward. This act is truly unforgivable. Lananat Maro remained seated. Come on. You make it sound like I want to do this. The messenger asked. What do you mean? She still spoke each word coldly. Oh my. Then Lananat Maro lunged and grabbed Anavi Chasia's staff. She said, you really don't know anything at all, do you? Squad 2 Deputy, Anavi. The messenger was surprised. Who are you? Lananat Maro calmly replied. The clown troop. We will be the ones to establish a new order. She lunged like a rocket, startling the messenger. Damn it! A long rope wrapped around Lananat Maro's leg. Stop right there. The long ropes wrapped around her, lifting her into the air. Anavi Chasia stood there and shouted. Shin Sua. Shin Sua Tarnd. Agent and the messenger was very surprised. Why are you? She replied. Our base is just nearby. Others nearby also quickly rushed forward. Let us lend a hand. Voice full of hatred echoed. I've been looking for you for quite a while. The battle grew even fiercer. Lananat Maro struggled to escape the rope. Damn it! Why won't it break? Shin Sua calmly said. It's no use. Give up now. It was you, wasn't it? The masked clown who kidnapped Gangrim. She still firmly denied it. Kidnapped? We just had a small chat in a private place. She said sternly. I have a bad history with this guy. Just let the owner keep him. Anavi Chasia was stunned. No way. The clown troop is protected by the Fate Protection Bureau. Lananat Maro was hanging upside down. No. Who said I would let myself be captured? The messenger explained the current situation. Your allies have also been captured. They will be taken to the Fate Protection Bureau for interrogation. Lananat Maro maintained her composure. Do you think I don't have a backup plan? You have failed. No need to say more. He immediately rushed over. Boss, did you come to save me? You told me you could control it. But look at this battlefield. She shook her head vigorously. If it weren't for Seo Gangrim's friend, everything would still be fine. Shin Sua looked up in surprise, thinking, Boss, is this guy the leader of the clown troop? He brazenly said, You'll definitely be thrown into the punishment room when we get back. Quickly, the rope snapped open. Loud shouts to stop everything rang out again. No. He unleashed his full power. These guys may be weak, but I won't let you Fate Protection Bureau agents capture them. He said coldly, I came to bring everyone back. At that moment, at the headquarters of the Holy Cross Society. He's here, brother. Seo Gangrim sat there, looking up. Father Lee Suho is here. I heard he has information about the clown troupe. After his colleague, who had separated to enter the demon world, returned a few days later. The previous images came back. Congratulations, sister. We shared a lot of information with each other. Memories flooded back. Of course, it'll help. Finally, the superiors are relying on us. Hey brother, I heard recently, we found a clue from an unexpected place. A scowling expression was clearly visible on Lee Suho's face. Holy Cross Society. An announcement was made. I cannot reveal information about that person. Johann Richter asked in astonishment. Why not? A sorrowful question was asked. Instead, I want to ask you, why do you associate with such people? Lee Suho stood there sternly, observing everything. A voice rang out. I cannot reveal information about that person. Johann Richter was agitated. Why not? Lee Suho gently said. Instead, I want to ask you something, Father Johann. A devout man like you, associates with such evil people? Seo Gangrim kept his eyes closed, ignoring the ongoing argument. You misunderstand. Sober up, Father Johann. If you get close to the darkness, you'll be tainted before you even realize it. Johann Richter felt guilty. Sorry, brother. He's not usually this sarcastic. He gently said. No, it's fine. Seo Gangrim gently placed his hand on his leg. I accept. The system announced. Activating ability, Eye of Judgment. The eyes saw many images clearly. It seems he can see. He gently placed his hand on his face. The karma I have accumulated. As long as I carry the karma of 400 people from my previous life, I won't be able to avoid clashing with those who have abilities that can see karma, like Lee Suho and Song Eugene. Seo Gangrim was deep in thought. I don't mind having more enemies. I'm too used to it. But even this Holy Cross Society was an organization with especially strong awakened priests. In my previous life, they had power comparable to the 5 great sects. He was still deep in thought. If those people, thanks for watching the video, frowned with drops of sweat rolling down his cheeks. Dako Jun saw this and asked, so what are you going to do now? Seo Gangrim leaned back. What can I do? I have to go back. Lee Suho has already left to conquer the demon world. Johann Richter looked forward. It must be a large-scale demon world. I heard all the awakened priests are participating in this conquest. Dako Jun excitedly said. So it's an empty house now? Seo Gangrim irritably asked. What nonsense are you going to say? He glanced over. Have you heard this saying? If someone hates you, give them a reason to hate you. Johann Richter was bewildered. Why do you keep creating enemies everywhere there aren't any? Wasn't grabbing Lee Suho's collar earlier enough? Dako Jun calmly said. Think about it. Trouble wants all information but has nothing in hand. To get what we want, we also have to give the other side what they want, right? Seo Gangrim looked up blankly. What do we have? He burst out laughing. Well, we can get it now. We'll take over the church and threaten to burn it down if they don't tell us. The fake priest was shocked. What the hell are you talking about? Dako Jun turned to him and said, do you have a better idea? Johann Richter leaned back in his chair. It's not that I have a very clever plan, but his hand gripped the chair tightly. Then he gently spoke. If that person knew you better and saw the people you saved, those images flooded back into his mind. Priest was extremely excited. I guarantee they'll change their attitude. It's just that they don't know enough about you yet. Dako Jun still argued to the end. We can't spend days trying to win their favor. It's unlikely they'll meet Seo Gangrim again.
Johann Richter shouted.
But fire isn't the right option either.
Dako Jun smiled.
It doesn't necessarily have to be fire. Seo Gangrim said thoughtfully. How about conquering a demon world together? I don't know which demon world they're going to.
Suddenly, Dako Jun sped forward.
He exclaimed loudly. All right, the joint operation is approved.
Seo Gangrim shooted.
Where are you going? Dako Jun calmly said. I don't know either, but I predicted this. So I placed a tracking device on that priest. He also gently said. They haven't gone too far yet. Don't hear anything.
Johann Richter also shouted.
This is a crime, you know that, right? Lee Suho slowly stepped out of the car, looking around. The conversation seemed full of mystery. Could it be that one? I heard it's high tier. But another space opened up. It's truly massive. A greeting was made. Hello there. He closed his eyes and smiled brightly. You must be the Holy Cross Society, right? From Mugok's Black Gate sect. Lee Suho said sternly. That's right. And you? He raised a finger. The hunters arrived early. But the demonic energy around the demon world is too strong. There's a risk the area will turn into a monster den, so we went in first. He frowned. It's a high-tier demon world. Isn't Huji-mun alone very dangerous? You should have contacted us first. Oh, come on. What danger? He said proudly. Our sect master is the national shaman, you know. She's a very powerful shaman. Lee Suho seemed serious. We also need to discuss something. He also cheerfully said, "Oh really? Then come with me. He'll take you to meet the sect master. Oh, and are those people with you too? Wow." He glanced in the direction of that finger. Suddenly, a voice rang out loudly. Seo Gangrim was startled. "We've been discovered." Suho showed his attitude. "What are you doing here?" Seo Gangrim scratched his head in embarrassment. "We heard this is a large-scale demon world. Can we lend a hand?" He slowly walked closer. "We don't need your help." The others also whispered, "Isn't that Seo Gangrim? I heard he's very strong. It would be great if he helped." Suho turned his face away, avoiding them. He said, "No matter how strong he is, I have no intention of asking for help from someone like him." He still stood there calmly and said, "Is it because of the karma I've accumulated? That and also," Lee Suho smirked, "you possess the fate theft ability, don't you? Are you really here to help us? Or are you here to collect corpses?" Johann Richter was indignant. "What are you saying, Mr. Lee Suho?" Seo Gangrim thought to himself, "Just as I thought. That ability really is the biggest obstacle." He raised a hand to stop them. "It's fine." Seo Gangrim was still deep in thought. "But if that's the only problem," he asked sternly, "are you afraid of my ability?" Thoughts still lingered in his mind. "Then there's a way." Seo Gangrim took out a glowing object. "That's right. So come back. Then let me make an oath. My fate theft ability. I'll not use it during this conquest." Seo Gangrim swore he would not use his fate theft ability during this conquest. Lee Suho heard this but was still a bit skeptical. He confidently promised, "If I break this oath, I will forfeit my life." Seo Gangrim handed an item to Lee Suho. "Please excuse me. Can we join now?" He was bewildered. "We really just came to help. You know." He smiled. "We're also here to earn points. If you don't trust me enough, just tell me. I will try to earn your trust. I won't turn back." Lee Suho hesitated slightly. "If that's your reason, then you should give up. The only reason we're letting you join this raid is simply because it's truly too dangerous. These high-tier demon worlds on the outskirts have been forgotten for too long. The demonic energy around the entrance is thick enough for monsters to breed naturally. So, if you're scared, you can still turn back now." Johann Richter was excited. "Of course, I'm happy to have a chance to prove myself." Lee Suho still had his own concerns. He decided, "Your group will move into the demon world with me." Suho didn't forget to warn him, "I will personally keep an eye on you. Keep it short before we go in. Everyone, gather round." Seo Gangrim thought, "It's not easy to convince them, huh?" He waved. "Mr. Seo Gangrim, are you done speaking?" Seo Gangrim was surprised. You don't seem to be from the Holy Cross Society." He smiled, his eyes crinkling. "That's right. I'm from the Black Gate sect. From now on, I'll also be joining Mr. Lee Suho's group. Please take care of me. Also, can we take a picture together to post on Instagram? Who knows when I'll get another chance to take a picture with a celebrity?" He asked. "So the Black Gate sect leader didn't tell you anything about me?" He was a little surprised. "Ah, so you two already know each other." He was a bit reserved. Seo Gangrim also gently said, "Then it's fine." Both of them continued to take pictures at Lee Suho's urging. "Stop fooling around and come here. If you keep wandering around so carelessly, you'll be dead before you can even blink." He hastily ran off.
I'm sorry.
"I'm coming right away." Slow footsteps were entering inside. Seo Gangrim thought to himself, "But this demon world entrance. It's hard to believe this is just a normal demon world. And yet it's so vast." The system appeared. "You have entered the demon world. Abyss of Weeping Rain. Raid objective. Eliminate all monsters in the demon world. Everyone is gathered." "Oh my, is this real? I heard it was big, but this is excessively huge." The system also announced. "Time limit. None." Lee Suho spoke. "At least we can enter and exit freely. That's a relief. It will take some time, but we can overcome it if we keep hunting." Seo Gangrim realized something and thought, "No, you can't overcome it just by continuously hunting monsters. This is the fourth great demon world, where, in my previous life, countless casualties occurred, because they couldn't find the hidden strategy." He was still deep in thought. How has the future changed? "Hey!" Everyone was agitated. "The monsters are approaching." Thoughts lingered there. The time and place are completely wrong. But if things continue just like back then, suddenly a voice rang out. "Mr. Seo Gangrim." He swung an attack thinking, "This time, I won't let anyone die again." The beasts rushed forward to attack one after another. Mouth gaped wide with sharp teeth. Everyone was scared. "Oh no!" The beast lunged like a gust of wind amidst everyone's fear. "We're out of ammo." A protective barrier was unleashed. Johann Richter struggled to hold it. Everyone, gather a little closer. They'll put up a barrier. Co Gangrim also tried. Father Johann, can you make it wide enough to cover everyone? Priest turned and said, I can. But that will weaken its power. He strained and shouted. Please do so. I have an idea.
Johann Richter also complied.
All right. The beast writhed in pain in midair. Lee Suho was surprised and asked, What are you doing? If you waste mana like that from the start. The beasts took an incredibly powerful blow. Attacks were quickly unleashed. Co Gangrim lunged with intense focus. A layer of ice froze the beast. Lee Suho saw it and gaped in astonishment. He thought to himself, the monsters were blocked by the surrounding barrier. The huge ice blocks stopped its ferocity. Lee Suho stood in a corner and thought. Everything was resolved at once. Co Gangrim calmly said, I'm glad things went as I thought. He gently tapped the ice block.
Co Gangrim face radiated en incredibly majestic aura.
Lee Suho thought enviously. He's definitely a nuisance. He might be capable, but that's precisely why I'm more concerned about that worrying karma. He smiled. How was that? Not a waste of mana, right? Changed the subject. I suppose not. It was worth bringing you along. But everyone around praised him. That coordination was amazing. As expected. Famous hunters are different. Suho gritted his teeth, thinking, such talent should belong to a more virtuous person. Co Gangrim ran over and said, Excuse me, Lee Suho. I have something to say about the raid strategy. He's excited. As Mr. Co Gangrim said, when we spread out, the smaller monsters won't attack. Who would have thought that with the condition of elimination, this would actually be a battle with a new species? Lee Suho refocused on the main point. Don't get distracted during the fight. He was embarrassed. Come on, we have a barrier. And I don't even have to do anything. Doc Gold will handle everything. By the way, is it always this easy when you're with Mr. Co Gangrim? Even though we just met. He ordered me around as if he knew exactly what I could do.
Johann Richter also spoke.
Come to think of it. Even in his trainee days, he also agreed in thought. That's right. Co Gangrim adapts very well. In terms of combat, it's even more comfortable than with our guild brothers. He must have won over Father Johann this way. But I won't fall for Co Gangrim's trap. The beasts were eliminated in an instant. Waved. Over there. It's the gatekeeper. Father Shin.
Him here.
A complaining voice spoke up. Why did he bring such a long line of people? A sharp gaze darted over. Lee Suho slowly walked forward. Hello, Black Gate Sectmaster. I have something to deliver to you. So,
Liane showed angrily.
You. Ming everyone gasped in fear. Suddenly he paused for a few beats.
Co Gangrim.
Co Gangrim looked up calmly. It's been a long time, Shaman Li Hyun. Li Hyun gritted his teeth, looking extremely angry. He shouted, You! How dare you live so shamelessly? You scoundrel who caused the death of your senior. He grabbed Co Gangrim's collar. Li Hyun continued to yell. How the hell did you show up here? Are you satisfied if you just swallow me whole? Struggled. Wait, let's talk about this calmly. He was indignant. Shut up. You demon who spreads disaster. Li Hyun kept nagging. It's all because of you. Suddenly, his necklace broke, and beads scattered on the floor. Voice rang out with a long sword. Hey old man.
Dogo Yun smiled.
Don't talk about things only you two understand anymore. Explain it so all of us can understand.
Liane growled.
You're also this guy's friend, huh? He smiled brightly. We've gotten as close as possible. He warned. I see you're also involved with a suspicious fellow like him. Do you know this guy? That wherever he is. Pleasant images appeared along with Li Hyun's words. Only corpses remain. An image filled with sorrow. He also suffered greatly during that time.
Senyo Hoa Nghi.
The disaster you bring. Li Hyun knelt before the tombstone. He was extremely angry, causing those around you to die. Fortunately, today shows an abundance of killing energy. I guess it foreshadows our encounter with you. You're not the one with killing energy right now. The information I heard was already grating. Co Gangrim tried to explain. Wait, let me explain. You should have. A sad look was clearly visible in his eyes.
Liane wept bitterly.
You should have died. Lee Suho placed a hand on his shoulder and called out.
Co Gangrim.
The conversation was filled with resentment. Lee Suho spoke. He has agreed to join our Holy Cross Society in our conquest. Co Gangrim stood silently in this vast space. He patted his shoulder. In return, we will ensure you two don't meet again. Let's be careful about that. Li Hyun turned his back and walked away. Let's move. Follow me. Lee Suho also turned away. Come on, let's continue hunting. Co Gangrim called out. Mr. Lee Suho, please wait a moment. He thought to himself. No, if we let them go like this, Shaman Lee Hyun will die. He might make me uncomfortable, but he is my family's benefactor. I can't let him die. Seo Gangrim blurted out in distress. Shaman Lee Hyun will die in this demon world. Each person going their separate way made him even more anxious. Seo Gangrim tried to shout. He will be attacked by the clown troupe. Lananat Maro was overjoyed. Boss came to save us? Shin Sua's eyes widened as she thought. Boss, could this guy be the leader of this clown troupe? The clown side, did you capture all of us? It seems they'll have to go save them again. Everyone tried to stop him. Oh no. He still quickly rushed away like a gust of wind. The evenly matched battle ensued again. Shin Sua was also determined. You will have to come with us. I have many questions for you. She frowned, starting with your attempt to persuade Mr. Seo Gangrim in the last demon world. But the clown, with the speed of a gust of wind, rushed towards his allies. Those guys desperately called out. Boss! A reminder from his accomplice spoke up. It's too dangerous here. But the clown dodged as fast as a rabbit, startling everyone. How can you dodge without making a sound? Suddenly, a voice rang out from afar. Do you think you can escape? If I let you escape, I won't be able to face Brother A anymore. He smirked sinisterly. The arrogant clown stood still. The system appeared. Binding technique ability activated. A long chain bound him. The magic circle had also been set up. Everything was prepared to capture the clown. A warning voice rang out. This fake clown troupe member. I will reveal your true identity. The mask was slowly removed. Everything is about to be revealed. I cannot be captured here. At the same time, the clown still exuded a mysterious aura. Shin Sua said sternly. Not bad, but this is the end. The clown's eyes widened in surprise. Binding cancellation ability activated. The mask immediately fell from his face. He knelt on the floor, but his energy remained mysterious. The clown slowly raised his face. Everyone was scared. Back off. Look. Why is the mask a grotesque face amidst everyone's fear? That's not human. Yuarang was astonished. That. Everyone was scared. It's. They kept saying. Not human. What are you saying? The clown was agitated. You two. See me as. A failure? His face was extremely distorted and terrifying. The clown angrily gripped the knife. How dare you? From behind, everyone stood observing, ready to act. Continuous clapping sounds echoed rhythmically. The talisman stuck to his back took effect. Ropes suddenly grew larger, so strong that it made everyone unable to stand firm. Along with Shin Sua's thoughts, it's a monster. A voice suddenly rang out from afar. Hey boss! Another person grabbed his shoulder. No, it's the team leader. Lananat Maro stood behind. I sometimes found it a bit strange, but I didn't expect it to be a monster. She asked in a low voice. Does the superior know about this? Answer me. Does the Fate Protection Bureau know about this? The masked figures around them were also utterly terrified. Everyone went on strike. Quit. I can't take it anymore. Why do we have to do this kind of work? The masks automatically came off and were thrown to the ground. Thoughts flashed through their minds. What about these people? Are they all Squad 4 agents? Lananat Maro was annoyed. So that's why. I said I didn't want to work with normal agents. Suddenly, something large stirred behind the clown. Long, sharp spikes grew from his back. The clown gently said, Are you asking if there are more like me? She saw this and trembled with fear. The clown, in his grotesque form. Why are you curious about that? Will knowing change anything? He showed his sharp teeth and said, Assistant Manager Lananat. Shin Sua stood far away, thinking. Agent Lananat Maro of Squad 4. The fake clown troupe. Is the Fate Protection Bureau also involved? The reason I gathered everyone here is to form a special team to pursue the clown troupe. Many thoughts appeared. Didn't the Fate Protection Bureau already pursue the clown troupe? A voice rang out. Squad 4 isn't participating? Sneered. I heard those agents are busy with other missions. Thoughts lingered there. Could the team leader also be involved? How widespread is this conspiracy, after all? Lananat Maro fell to the ground in fear. Clown kept approaching. Right? That question doesn't need an answer. Wake up, agent. But he couldn't get any closer. He thought to himself. We need him for information. Kong Doohyun was very surprised by the slime under his feet. The clown had shot out a lot of sticky substance onto the ground. Everyone was startled. What the hell is this? Everyone tried to escape. Damn it. It won't cut. Panic enveloped the area. It's climbing. Shin Sua commanded. Arang, can't you force it off? Yuharang was also trying. am trying to turn it off. Corrosive thread skill partially disabled. You harangue with determined eyes, but it's using multiple overlapping skills. In her eyes, only red text appeared. A series of notifications appeared. Corrosive thread skill partially disabled.
You arang seem utterly exhausted.
She fell to the ground with a sharp cry. Arang, Arang. Harang's eyes still shone with determination. The clown used his sharp claw to strike high.
Lananot Moro đã bị chiếc vuốt đâm trọng thương. Tại sao? Lại thành ra thế này. Tôi chỉ muốn bảo vệ mọi người thôi. Cô ta đã gục xuống. Đó là lý do tôi trở thành đặc vụ. Shin Sua và mọi người ngơ ngác đứng nhìn. Tên hề vẫn thản nhiên đứng đó. Kang Do-hyun cũng nhìn chăm chăm về phía hắn bất động. Tên hề bỗng lẳng lạng quay lưng bỏ đi. Hắn đi giết từng người một trong tiếng cầu cứu thất thanh.
Cứu tôi với.
Từ giờ tôi sẽ làm theo tất cả những gì anh nói.
Làm ơn.
Một giọng nói thiết tha vang lên. Tổn thất này quá lớn. Tên hề bỏ đi. Và Seo Gang Rim, người chúng ta đang tìm, thì chẳng thấy đâu cả. Tên hề đeo chiếc mặt nạ vào.
Nói với hắn thế này.
Đoàn hề luôn chào đón hắn. Kang Do-hyun bất lực. Tại sao lại tha cho chúng tôi? Hắn điềm tĩnh nói. Bởi vì các người đang ở vị trí này là nhờ sự sắp đặt của người đó. Nên sau này sẽ hữu dụng hơn. Shin Sua nghe những lời nói đó vô cùng bực tức. Cô ấy tức giận nắm chặt tay. Cái gì mà bảo vệ chúng tôi chứ? Những lời hứa lúc trước lại quay về.
Đúng vậy.
Bọn tôi sẽ bảo vệ anh.
Ông Gang Rim, dù ai có nói gì,
anh vẫn là giáo chủ của bọn tôi.
Tôi cũng vậy.
Tôi cũng sẽ bảo vệ chủ nhân của mình.
Đúng rồi.
Anh à, tin em đi. Mọi người đều suy sụp. Cuối cùng, em chẳng giúp được gì cả. Ai nấy cũng tự trách bản thân. Từ khi rời trung tâm huấn luyện, chúng ta đã quá tự mãn. Thiếu anh và cha Johan, mà chúng ta đã thành ra thế này.
Nếu cứ thế này,
chúng ta chẳng giúp gì được cho anh đâu. Harang cũng kiệt quệ. Là lỗi của em lại vấp phải bức tường y như trước. Shin Sua bước đến động viên. Không phải lỗi của ai cả. Chỉ là tất cả chúng ta.
Cô ấy nhẹ nhàng nói. Đều quá yếu thôi.
Dù sao thì, không thể tiếp tục thế này được. Hãy tìm cách mạnh hơn, để bảo vệ ông Seo Gan Rim. Ngay lúc Seo Gan Rim cũng trầm tư. Chết tiệt. Lẽ ra tôi phải bám theo họ bằng mọi giá. Khung cảnh vô cùng bi thương. Mọi người hét to.
Chạy mau.
Có thể vẫn còn người sống. Những con đại xà gầm rú dường như muốn thoát ra ngoài. Chúng liên tục gào thét. Một tâm tròn màu đỏ hiện ra trên đầu nó. Lee Hyun cầm vũ khí đưa ra trước mặt mình. Mọi người đồng loạt cầm bùa trấn ẻm đại xà. Nam Yêu Jun mệt mỏi lau mồ hôi. Bọn ma thú dường như càng mạnh hơn khi chúng ta tiến sâu vào bên trong. Cậu ấy đồng tình. Không biết tiếp theo sẽ đụng phải thứ gì đây.
Hyun Tram Gam.
Chuyện này là thật. Luồng ma lực ở đây bất thường. Thậm chí còn có cảm giác như bị tạo ra nhân tạo. Việc bản đồ ma giới không hoạt động cũng thật đáng lo. Bên trong hang động này, chắc chắn là có một thứ gì đó. Nghĩ thế ông ấy liền bước nhanh về phía hang động tối tăm kia. Bỗng một giọng nói phía sau thốt. Ta nghĩ chúng ta không nên vào. Lần này rất có thể sẽ chạm trán lữ đoàn hề đấy. Một người phản bác cậu ấy.
Ông đang nói gì vậy?
Chúng ta còn chẳng thấy bóng dáng con người nào mà. Cậu ấy lo lắng đến nỗi túa mồ hôi lạnh. Tiếp tục can ngăn. Lữ đoàn hề không phải ma thú. Tôi cảm thấy có điểm gỡ từ bên trong đó. Lee Hyun thở vào một hơi.
Trong lòng,
bản năng của cậu khá nhạy. Ta công nhận. Ông ấy quay mặt đi. Nhẹ nhàng lên tiếng.
Có thể cậu nói đúng. Cậu ấy mừng rỡ.
Vậy thì, Lee Hyun chen ngang.
Nếu đã biết kẻ địch,
thì chẳng cần phải tránh. Cậu ấy nắm chặt tay. Vẻ căng thẳng. Thật sự là
như bùng nổ. Cậu ấy hét lớn.
Tại sao mọi người lại bình thản như vậy chứ? Chẳng phải mọi người đã nghe ông Seo Gang Rim nói rồi sao? Nhớ lại trong quá khứ, Seo Gang Rim từng nhắc nhở, vũ sư Lee Hyun sẽ chết ở ma giới này. Cô ấy sẽ bị lữ đoàn hề tấn công. Lee Hyun kinh ngạc.
Gì cơ?
Ta sẽ chết á, ông ấy trừng mắt nhìn anh. Giờ cậu còn nguyền rủa ta nữa sao? Anh bình thản phủ nhận.
Tôi không có ý đó.
Lee Hyun sững người. Lại còn chết dưới tay lũ cận bã đó sao? Anh bất lực. Tôi chỉ thoáng thấy một chút tương lai thôi.
Giống như hồi còn nhỏ vậy.
Quay trở về thực tại.
Lee Hyun tiến tới.
Nhẹ nhàng đặt tay lên vai cậu ấy. Giờ thì ổn rồi. Vì chúng ta đã biết. Nếu biết trước và chuẩn bị, bọn chúng chẳng là gì so với chúng ta. Những lời tiên đoán chỉ cho thấy kết quả thường. Chỉ ra một tương lai có thể thay đổi dễ dàng. Ông ấy nở nụ cười thỏa mãn. Hãy nhân cơ hội này để tóm chúng. Cục bảo vệ định mệnh đã chính thức liệt chúng vào danh sách kẻ thù của công chúng. Những vệt huyết chảy dài trên nền đất. Một giọng nói vang lên. Chắc chắn có máu ma thú đang chảy ở đây. Một nhóm người đứng trước một dòng suối máu chảy dài. Suối ngầm trong hang thì bình thường. Nhưng một dòng suối máu thì... Lee Hyun bình thản. Cứ theo dõi nó trước đã. Ông ấy đặt chân lên dòng suối đỏ tươi. Đi đến bên mép vực. Những dòng nước đỏ tươi như huyết liên tục chảy vào một chiếc ly lớn. Bọn họ hốt hoảng. Cái quái gì thế này? Có vẻ như toàn bộ máu chảy trong ma giới đang tập trung về đây. Và toàn bộ số máu đó đang bị món đồ đáng ngại kia hút vào. Nam Eo Jun bày tỏ. Chúng ta có nên xuống xem thử không? Ông ấy nghiêm giọng. Ít nhất cũng phải biết nó là loại vật gì. Từ khoảng cách này thì không nhận ra được. Nhóm người cùng trượt về phía chiếc cốc lớn. Một giọng nói hệ thống vang lên. Chiếc cốc máu. Chuyển đổi lượng máu hấp thụ trong một khoảng thời gian thành ma lực để tinh luyện vật phẩm. Lee Hyun khoanh tay đánh giá. Vậy là nó hút máu để tạo vật phẩm. Có vẻ không quá nguy hiểm. Bên trong cốc máu, những dòng huyết đỏ tươi hòa vào với nhau, tạo thành những giọt bong bóng. Bỗng có những tiếng bước chân nhanh chóng đi tới. Lee Hyun nghe thế thì hoảng hốt. Một nhóm người đứng trước mặt nhóm người Lee Hyun. Cái gì đây? Chúng ta có khách không mời sao? Nhóm người Lee Hyun đồng loạt quay đầu lại. Hốt hoảng. Là Lữ Đoàn Hề. Ông ấy đưa vũ khí ra một cách dứt khoát. Bình tĩnh nào. Cứ làm đúng kế hoạch. Ông ấy vung quạt ra. Trong lòng lo lắng. Lữ Đoàn Hề. Một tổ chức khủng bố đang bị Cục Bảo vệ định mệnh truy lùng. Có lẽ sẽ hữu ích nếu chúng ta gây được thiện cảm với Cục. Những người trong Lữ Đoàn Hề đeo mặt nạ. Người thủ lĩnh nói lớn. Mọi người. Chuẩn bị chiến đấu. Nói rồi lao về phía đám người Lee Hyun. Tiêu diệt những kẻ xâm nhập. Ông ấy tức giận. Đôi mắt mở to. Bọn sâu bọ này. Trận hỗn chiến xảy ra. Lee Hyun vừa ra vài chiêu đã hạ gục được chúng. Nam Lee Hyun vừa đánh Lữ Đoàn Hề vừa thét lên. Đông thì có đông. Nhưng chẳng có gì đặc biệt. Cậu ấy trong lúc chiến đấu thì có vẻ căng thẳng hơn. Lee Hyun sắn ống tay áo lên. Để lộ một cánh tay đầy bùa chú. Rồi ông ấy đập mạnh xuống. Những cột đá lớn lập tức bay lên khiến Lữ Đoàn Hề bị văng lên cao. Bụi cát bay mù mịt. Nam Lee Hyun thấy nạn đã qua thì thở phào nhẹ nhõm một hơi. Nhìn những cái xác của Lữ Đoàn Hề nằm trên mặt đất. Mọi người đồng loạt cảm thán. Quả là giáo chủ của chúng ta. Lũ khủng bố hèn mạt đó không phải đối thủ của ngài. Đúng rồi. Mọi người không ai bị thương chứ. Cậu ấy tiếp lời. Mừng là ai cũng an toàn. Đột nhiên một nguồn sức mạnh lao tới. Nguồn năng lượng ấy xẹt qua vai cậu ấy. Những chiếc vũ khí sắc nhọn đồng loạt lao tới. Bana từ đâu bay tới? Chất vấn. Sao các người lại xông vào căn cứ bí mật của người khác hả? À, ta nhấn mạnh. Phiền phức thật. Lee Hyun tức tối cắn răng. Trong lòng. Không thể nào. Ta không thể cảm nhận được sự hiện diện của chúng cho đến khi chúng áp sát thế này. À, ta chịu hồi sức mạnh. Dù sao thì, vì các người đã thấy thứ không nên thấy, rồi tung ra nhiều đòn chí mạng, nên sẽ phải chết tại đây. Kích hoạt năng lực hỏa luôn. Mọi người thấy thế liền vô cùng hoảng sợ. Lee Hyun tức giận nhưng có vẻ lo lắng. Ông ấy núp dưới tảng đá. Thét lớn. Ngươi không phải đối thủ của bọn ta. Ta sẽ cầm chân chúng. Mau ra ngoài gọi viện binh.
Attendu c'était.
Ngươi nghĩ mình đi đâu được chứ? Đột nhiên có tiếng bước chân vọng lại khiến ả ta khựng lại. Giọng nói gấp gáp vang lên. Hiện giờ có đội nào ở gần đây không? Tốt hơn là nên tìm thành viên của hội thập tử. Nhưng, giáo chủ có thể cầm cự được bao lâu? Cậu ấy không cam lòng nhìn về phía sau. Rồi đột ngột đổi hướng. Tôi sẽ ở lại. Nam Yu hốt hoảng. Hả? Cậu đang làm gì vậy? Cậu ấy đáp. Hai người thì vẫn hơn một chứ. À, ta liên tục tung chiêu.
Mame.
Năng lực mạnh thì có ích gì? Nếu không thể đánh trúng mục tiêu. Lee Hyun dần kiệt sức. À, ta thấy thế vô cùng phấn khích. Berna tung ra một cú đá khiêu khích. Dù có là một kẻ thức tỉnh được bổ nhiệm làm quốc sư thì cũng chẳng đáng là bao. Ánh mắt à ta hiện ra một tia đắc ý. Cậu ấy ánh mắt sắc bén nhìn à ta. Cậu ấy đỡ lấy Lee Hyun. Ông ấy thắc mắc. Cậu, sao cậu lại quay lại? Cậu ấy cầm một lá bùa lao lên. Để thay đổi tương lai. Thay cho một kẻ nào đó không chịu hợp tác. Cậu ấy cầm một lá bùa bay về phía Berna.
Tamame.
Người nghĩ mình có thể cầm cự được bao lâu khi lãng phí ma lực như thế?
Lananat Maro was gravely wounded by the claw. Why did it turn out like this? I just wanted to protect everyone. She collapsed. That's why I became an agent. Shin Sua and everyone else stood there, bewildered. The clown still stood there nonchalantly. Kang Doohyun also stared at him, motionless. The clown suddenly turned his back and walked away silently. He went to kill them one by one amidst desperate pleas for help. Save me. From now on, I'll do everything you say. Please. Fervent voice rang out. This loss is too great. The clown walked away. And Seo Gangrim, the one we're looking for, is nowhere to be found. The clown put on his mask. Tell him this. The clown troupe always welcomes him. Kang Do-hyun was helpless. Why did you spare us? He calmly said. Because you are in this position thanks to that person's arrangements. So you'll be more useful later. Shin Sua was extremely annoyed by those words. She angrily clenched her fists. What do you mean, protect us? The past promises returned. That's right. We will protect you, Mr. Gangrim. No matter what anyone says, you are our leader. Me too. I will also protect my master. That's right, brother. Trust me. Everyone was devastated. In the end, I couldn't help at all. Everyone blamed themselves. Since leaving the training center, we've been too complacent. Just missing you and Father Johann, and we ended up like this. If it continues like this, we won't be able to help you at all. Harang was also exhausted. It's my fault. I hit the same wall as before. Shin Sua walked over to comfort her. It's no one's fault. It's just that all of us, she gently said, are too weak. Anyway, we can't continue like this. We must find a way to become stronger to protect Mr. Seo Gangrim. At that moment, Seo Gangrim was also deep in thought. Damn it. I could have followed them at all costs. The scene was extremely tragic. Everyone shouted. Run. There might still be survivors. The great serpents roared as if wanting to break free. They continuously screamed. A red circle appeared above its head. Lee Hyun held his weapon in front of him. Everyone simultaneously held talismans to suppress the great serpent. Nam Yoo-jun wiped his sweat. Tired. The monsters seem to get stronger the deeper we go. He agreed. Who knows what we'll encounter next?
Lane Musa.
This is strange. The magical energy here is abnormal. It even feels artificially created. The demon world map not working is also worrying. Inside this cave, there's definitely something. Thinking so, he quickly walked towards the dark cave. Suddenly, a voice from behind spoke. I don't think we should go in. This time, we might encounter the clown troupe. Someone refuted him. What are you talking about? We haven't even seen a single human shadow. He was so worried that he broke out in a cold sweat. He continued to dissuade them. The clown troupe isn't a monster. I feel something strange from inside there. Lee Hyun took a breath. In his heart, your instincts are quite sharp. He'll admit that. He turned his face away, gently said, perhaps you're right. He was overjoyed. Then,
Lien interrupta.
If we know the enemy, there's no need to avoid them. He clenched his fist, his expression tense. It's really, as if exploding, he shouted. Why is everyone so calm? Haven't you all heard what Mr. Seo Gangrim said? Remembering the past, Seo Gangrim once warned. Shaman Lee Hyun will die in this demon world. She will be attacked by the clown troupe. Lee Hyun was astonished. Me?
Ildi?
He glared at him. Are you cursing me now? He calmly denied. I didn't mean that. Lee Hyun was stunned. And die at the hands of those scumbags? He was helpless. I only caught a glimpse of the future, just like when I was a child. Back to reality. Lee Hyun stepped forward, gently placed a hand on his shoulder. It's fine now, because we know. If we know in advance and prepare, they are nothing compared to us. Prophecies only show common outcomes. They point to a future that can easily be changed. He smiled with satisfaction. Let's use this opportunity to capture them. The Fate Protection Bureau has officially listed them as public enemies. Long streaks of blood flowed on the ground. A voice rang out. There's definitely monster blood flowing here. A group of people stood before a long stream of blood. An underground stream in a cave is normal. But a stream of blood, Lee Hyun calmly said. Let's follow it first. He stepped onto the bright red stream. Reaching the edge of the abyss, streams of blood-red water continuously flowed into a large goblet. They were startled. What is this? Hyun was worried. It seems all the blood flowing in the demon world is gathering here. And all that blood is being absorbed by that ominous item.
Nam Yoo-jun expressed.
Should we go down and check? He said sternly. At least we need to know what kind of item it is. We can't tell from this distance. The group slid towards the large goblet. A system voice rang out. Blood goblet. Converts absorbed blood over a period of time into magical power to refine items. Person rushed in. Damn it. Father. Please save her. He placed his hand on Bona's body. Then he shook his head as if she could no longer be saved.
Seo Gangrim sighed.
I didn't expect her to commit suicide by poison. Even knowing they were a secret organization, I was too careless. We've lost the chance to learn more about these clowns. Casualties in the demon realm are unavoidable, even if I tried to read fate from her dead face. All I see is the name Bo Na.
No Sernam.
To those who trusted and helped us, I apologize. Trembling foot slowly stepped forward.
Liane Spuka. Trembling.
If the name is Bo Na, I might be able to help a little.
Sio Gongrim Uunderd.
You know this clown troupe organization? He continued. First, let me tell you something. Give me the mask. What are you going to do? Li Hyun took out a talisman and placed it on the mask. Transformation ability activated. Then he put the mask back on Bo Na's face.
Sio Gongrim Uunderd.
Why is the agent's mask?
Liane Spuka Sufli.
This person is an agent of the Fate Protection Bureau. Everyone present was stunned. Confused expressions. Hearing that, Seo Gangrim felt like he'd been struck by lightning. His pupils constricted violently. An agent? I'm certain. Among the agents who have visited my sect, there was one named Bo Na. In the past, a voice rang out.
Bo Na.
Please bring this donation to our sect leader. Hyun seemed stunned when he saw the gold. Are you trying to bribe us? He bowed his head. How could we dare? It's all for the common good. We merely wish to contribute with advanced pharmaceutical technology. That's all.
Liane Grumblat.
You flower smugglers of the gods are doing things like this now. I didn't expect you to know about that. Team leader, if I told you now that we no longer have a way to obtain those flowers, would you believe it? Paradise Flower Garden won't be able to grow flowers anymore. For the next few hundred years. Seo Gangrim was startled to hear that. No way. Could it be that the future was changed because I visited the Paradise Flower Garden? This never happened in my past life. The Fate Protection Bureau is seeking cooperation from outside factions. Li Hyun continued. Currently, the Fate Protection Bureau is the most influential organization. I thought it would be good to reach an agreement with them.
Seo Gongrim questioned angrily.
You made a deal with them, didn't you? He denied. But I've postponed it for now. They were so urgent that I wanted to test them out. Luckily. Anyway, your voice and other things. You'll regret losing this opportunity. Black Gate Sect Leader. At least now you're not as arrogant as when you boasted about being a national shaman. Judging by the way he spoke as if he knew me before, it must be him.
Seo Gongrim mused.
That fake organization is backed by the Fate Protection Bureau? Then what is the true purpose of the special task force he joined? Seeing him stare, Li Hyun became a little tense. Should we know about this? He bowed his head. His voice carried urgency. I understand why you don't trust me. Seo Gangrim quickly waved his hand. No, it's not that. It's hard to blame you, because I did wrong things to you. He placed a hand on his shoulder. National Shaman Li Hyun. I apologize for everything. He seemed bewildered by those words, unsure what had made him change his mind like that.
Liane Raplia.
It's because you've changed. The way you acted today can't simply be explained by having more power. The weakness of before is gone. He reached out and took Seo Gangrim's hand. If your senior saw you now, she would surely be very proud. Seo Gangrim smiled with satisfaction. She might even scold me. When one possesses first-rank dragon karma, the effects of accumulated karma become more severe. He clenched the talisman in his hand, thinking about his master being proud of him. Then why hide the fact that master is still alive from us? The system voice rang out. You have defeated the demon beast of the demon realm, the Whitestone armored fish. All demon beasts that had swallowed Whitestone have been eliminated. All demon beasts in the demon realm have been wiped out. Target subjugation successful. Contributors: Bernard, Lee Suho.
Doggo Junior Johan Richter.
Highest contributor: Bernard. The highest contributor has fallen. Rewards have been transferred to Seo Gangrim, who defeated the demon beast Bernard. Demon beast, Bernard. Exit activated. Seo Gangrim was startled. That fake organization is a demon beast? Knowing that the Fate Protection Bureau is behind it is already surprising enough. What exactly are they plotting? Lee Suho emerged from a hole.
Seo Gangrim.
Good. You haven't left yet. I have something to tell you. We're in the demon realm, so there's no need to worry about being overheard. What do you want to talk about? He answered the question he had asked him. You trust me? He sighed. I think I've seen enough. Enough to know what kind of person you are. But I hope National Shaman Li Hyun steps aside.
Liane Raplia.
All right. He'll leave as soon as I've arranged the burial for my sect members. Father. Wait, can't we listen together? Why? Seo Gangrim said loudly. Because the Black Gate sect will definitely be useful to us. Lee Suho sighed helplessly. That's not it.
Seo Gangrim.
Aren't you ashamed? After seeing how he treated you. Deep down, I don't think he deserves to know the truth. I simply can't trust someone with such a personality. Seo Gangrim said coldly. However, I will still tell him. So I still want everyone here to listen together. In his heart, if it's about Master, National Shaman Li Hyun will be the most trustworthy person. Li Suho seemed to realize something. Is that so? And he'll give it to you. This is what National Shaman Seo Wajayong entrusted to me. With that, Li Suho burned the paper. Among all possible fates, I chose the best path. Seo Gangrim and Li Hyun's eyes widened. His pupils constricted violently. He thought, that voice. I have always observed and contemplated my own fate. My fate had two possibilities. Either to be killed by the Fate Protection Bureau, or to be framed, branded as a deviant criminal. Crush the Fate Protection Bureau, I faked my death and founded the clown troupe. If you found this, it means you have passed the test of the one I trusted. On the upcoming Chishi Festival, come to Yanchu Waterfall. I need your help, Gangrim. Seo Gangrim stepped forward, but his heart was restless with worry. He thought, I didn't expect someone else to be involved. Meanwhile, that fake clown troupe, they say it has completely transformed into a demon beast. Doing such things right in the middle of the city, not in the demon realm. Just as expected, is different from my past life. He was lost in thought and forgot where he was going. You've crossed the barrier. I was worried, but it seems you've arrived safely. This is a secret base. Without the mark, you wouldn't be able to find it. Master is still as brilliant as ever. I need a little help. Thinking about his master asking for his help. I really don't know what else will happen. At Yanchu Waterfall, Seo Gangrim stood there and called out loudly, Master! A foot quickly stepped out. You've grown so much, Gangrim. He was extremely surprised to see Seo Wajayong. She happily stepped out to greet him. Are you well? Rushing waterfall water drenched his body. She held out an umbrella to shield him.
Seo Gangrim emotionally embraced Seo Wajayong.
She comforted him. Be careful. Your clothes are all wet. Large tears streamed down his cheeks. She spoke. The reason I was out of contact with you all this time is because the future of the clown troupe was very bleak. It was full of death. I didn't want to drag you into it. He joyfully replied. Then hasn't the future changed now? Seo Wajayong lowered her face. I didn't call you here for that. Seo Gangrim was confused. Then why, Master? Her voice gradually trembled. I called you here because I can no longer read your future. Your past and future are intertwined. And there's also an unknown karma suppressing it. Hoped it wasn't because of me, but now seeing you before me, I wasn't wrong. What happened to you?
Seo Gangrim stammered.
It's strange. Even if it's Master, would you believe my words? That I came from the past? She gently comforted him.
Gangrim.
No matter what happens, I am your family. It's too difficult to say, you don't have to. But if you're in danger, you'll tell me, won't you? So I can help you. He carefully began. Actually, I came back here from the future. The first time I returned, I told everything without hiding anything. So I told her about my past life. And about this life too. By the time I finished, the day was almost over. She held his hand, comforting him. You've been through a lot, but I'm glad that you have so many comrades by your side. Thinking about them deciding to stay with you again. Even after many upheavals. Seo Gangrim awkwardly scratched his head. Actually, many sect members don't know. Seo Wajayong continued. The Fate Protection Bureau is no ordinary opponent. You intend to shoulder the life and death responsibility of your comrades alone, don't you? That thought is both foolish and arrogant. You said your comrades protected you before you returned, right? So that's why you're doing something similar now? Will be at ease watching them fight? Hearing that, he lowered his head, not daring to look up. She sternly lectured him. Why would you want your comrades to experience that pain? Either fight together when you know the true enemy or leave. Give them the right to choose and come back here. Seo Gangrim looked apologetic. Yes, Master. In a large room, someone spoke. What did Mother say to you? To make you gather everyone like this? Seo Gangrim sat at the head of the table. His voice was low. I have something to tell everyone. Actually, in his heart, if everyone knew the truth, that in the past life they fell because of me, that I had deceived everyone all this time, would anyone still stay by my side? He continued, I forgot that if I truly cared about everyone, I should let everyone choose their own fate. Everyone was silent. No one dared to speak. Everyone was tense. Suddenly, a round of applause rang out.
Seo Gangrim.
That's touching. I didn't expect you to admit you're a regressor yourself. So that means you accept me as your comrade, right? She happily continued. Thank you, Master. Although it's hard to say. But Master, you said you trust us, right? We will stand by you, Master. Me too. I have no intention of running away and leaving my brother behind. Everyone exclaimed. I owe Seo Gangrim this life. A debt must be repaid. In my past life, I had no connection to my brother Seo Gangrim at all. But I cannot forgive the actions of the Fate Protection Bureau.
I'm sorry, Gangrim.
A large tear fell, thinking about him shouldering everything alone all this time. I knew nothing. I only felt hurt because you were hiding something from me. Thank you for telling us. I'm glad we can fight together again. While he was busy working, a plate of hot dumplings was placed on the table. What's everyone chatting about? He replied. Seo Gangrim admitted it. The protagonist just confessed he came back. I have to write it into my novel right away. She said calmly. Danger is approaching. We might all die. Aren't you stressed? He pondered for a moment. The others did seem a little scared. But hearing Xinsua say that was truly interesting. Xinsua's reaction is still the strangest of all. Isn't it? Xinsua looked at him, puzzled. Xinsua was confused. What do you mean?
Dago Yuntist.
She believes blindly. I can even see it's beyond normal. Xinsua retorted. You also know you're an anomaly. He interrupted. Don't change the subject. She closed her eyes and sighed. You've been like this since last time. He continued to retort. It's not because she believes Seo Gangrim will return. It's strange that Xinsua, who hates killing, sacrificed an arm to save Seo Gangrim, and even tried to kill Seo Gangrim's enemies. Xinsua was quite flustered to hear that. He pointed at her face. I was convinced after hearing about the fate of the Baihan sect that Seo Gangrim told me about. Xinsua's decisions are always strange when it comes to Seo Gangrim. How can sacrificing an entire sect and comrades just to protect one person be considered normal? I believe Xinsua is the protagonist in this story, but I am doubting the sincerity of your good intentions. Xinsua walked out, lost in thought. He recalled her conversation with Seo Gangrim. At that time, he pressed her against the wall, questioning, what's the reason? What's your relationship with me? That's right. Back in reality, she felt ridiculous. Why am I so worried about Seo Gangrim? A loud voice rang out, catching Xinsua's attention. There it is. A group of people were cheering excitedly. I've also received an invitation to the Divine Realm, so it's just me left. Xinsua was curious. What is everyone talking about?
Seo Gangrim expects Laned.
An invitation to the Divine Realm? We plan to utilize the power we've received from the gods. You can become stronger by training in the Divine Realm. That's because the flow here is different. It seems the time of crisis is drawing nearer. She rested her chin on her hand, pondering. If I also received one, then, he quickly interrupted. Being possessed by a god isn't necessarily a good thing. Some quite powerful shamans have had their abilities restricted by their gods. Her face showed surprise. I didn't receive one in the past either? The Xinsua of the past. You received your own divine guardian when the battle with Surman began. God with the title of First Master. She continued to explain. That is the title of the god who granted me possession. Ever since I left the training area. Seo Gangrim was curious. So you received it? She replied. I refused because I didn't know what kind of god it was. He placed his hand on his chest. Heaved a sigh of relief. That's good. I don't know much about it either. But that God will give Xinsua things she won't follow willingly. Because of that sin, the Xinsua of the past suffered severe consequences. He thought, I have to find a way to become stronger without relying on these gods. I'm not even sure if I believe in them. I have something I want to give you. A liquid created by extracting mana from grade 2 divine spirit blood. When consumed, mana control will be strengthened. Others can rely on the help of gods. So you should use it, Xinsua. With that he turned and walked away. She continued. Seo Gangrim didn't receive possession either.
Seo Gangrim smiled confidently.
I already have a few methods available. Seo Wajayang was startled. Her eyes wide.
Seo Gangrim.
You. Face became serious. What are you talking about?
Seo Gangrim pleaded.
Please open my demon gate, master. The demon gate is the path for demons to enter the mortal realm. If the demon gate opens in someone's soul, their divine energy will become stronger. They will hear what they shouldn't hear, and see what they shouldn't see. She questioned worriedly. After all we've done to close it, now you want to open it? In his heart, the appearance of the demon gate only caused me pain when I refused divine possession. But now, it will be different. He placed his hand on his chest, his voice firm. I am in the process of veneration, but when using divine power, there are still many limitations in my current state. Internally, the new ability gained through veneration was unlocked before, but I've never been able to use it. She gently advised. Opening the demon gate is not easy. Forcing it open is different from it opening naturally. Many people have gone mad because they couldn't endure the process, and you're not in a good state either. Seo Gangrim clenched his fists. Approaching the boundary. We currently have no chance of winning against the Bureau. Rather than being defeated as a human, I'd rather become a zombie. She sighed softly. Perhaps if I open it for you, it will be safest. Seo Wajayong sat before the altar, performing the ritual. Behind her was a person in white robes. That was Seo Gangrim. He sat there, eyes closed. The demon gate opens. The demon gate opens. Lines of incantations surrounded his body. It's really opening. Seo Gangrim, who once fled, has now returned. So uncomfortable. Seo Gangrim clutched his head in pain. 30% complete. While performing the ritual, she looked over and was startled. Oh no, the altar is on fire. Try to endure. Seo Gangrim gritted his teeth until they bled. I can do this. The pain will lessen when the demon gate fully opens. I've experienced spiritual illnesses since childhood. This is still weaker than what I prepared for. Process. 70%. In the past.
Hey, Seo Gangrim.
Shin Sua said worriedly. Do you think I wouldn't stop you if you left? Whenever. Thanks for watching the video. That's because I had some information about myself in the past. That's definitely it. You have consumed spirit blood. Your mana control has been strengthened. He was worried. Why did you make me drink it? She said happily. Let's share it. With that, she raised it to her mouth and drank it all. My mana has increased a little. It's good that I drank this. Mana has risen to level 80. I don't know what your plan is. He smiled happily. But now you can handle everything more easily. Seo Gangrim clutched his head, lying on the ground. Blood streamed across the floor. The demon gate has opened. See? It was easy, wasn't it? His hand slowly relaxed. Seo Wajayong screamed in alarm.
Gangrim.
Wake up. Gangrim. She calmly spoke. Has the Bureau's creation of the fake clown troupe been exposed? A man knelt on the ground.
Baek yang reported.
Cancel. It's because of this guy. The spy Kang Do-hyun refused. He is a hostage who can help us against Seo Gangrim and Seo Wajayong. We need to tell the god about this. She slowly said. All right. Then she clasped her hands together, trying to stand up to perform a ritual. Divine One above. How should we fight them from now on? A deep, hoarse voice rang out. Just ignore it. No one can fight fate. Baek-yong breathed a sigh of relief. We believe in you. She replied. Yes, let it be. With that, she collapsed onto the hospital bed. The blood-stained mask fell. Gong-du was curious. The 41st commander died because of leader Seo Moon-yeol, right? Baek-yong smiled brightly. That was a valuable question. Come on, let's go to the research lab. We need to find the successor commander right now. At the university hospital, Seo Gangrim strode inside. He looked around as if searching for something. Suddenly, the system voice rang out. Concealment skill activated. Footprints appeared among the people in the hospital. Day earlier, Seo Gangrim received a call. He spoke softly, hello. A deep, hoarse voice came from the other end. It's me, Gangrim. How are you feeling? That voice was like a haunting in his head. Gangrim? How are you feeling? How are your legs? Is your head all right? He replied, I'm fine. Fine? What do you mean by fine? You look like you're about to die. Gangrim should just die already. Then we could be friends. Seo Gangrim sat in a corner, his voice calm. Well, I can endure it. It's been a week, so I'm getting used to it. Seo Wajayong on the other end of the line said softly. I understand. Seo Gangrim sighed with relief, as if a burden had been lifted. Yes, don't worry. Did you call just for that? She clutched the paper in her hand. We'll talk more when we meet. But, she looked at the person in the photo. Regarding the person named Baek-yong you mentioned, he finally appeared in my spiritual vision. Seo Gangrim rushed over. Master. He spoke. You found Baek-yong? Seo Wajayong nodded seriously. Yes, I think I know where he is. Seo Gangrim slammed the table. Then immediately, she spoke to stop him. Calm down. That place still needs further investigation. The place he appeared is suspected to be a secret research facility of the Fate Protection Bureau. It's too dangerous to rush in recklessly. The investigation into this facility has actually progressed to a certain extent. Seo Gangrim's hand trembled, trying to stay calm. But how much longer do I have to wait? After a few more spiritual visions, and arranging personnel for the infiltration mission. Then I will personally infiltrate it. Seo Gangrim was startled to hear that. She stopped him. No one is more suitable than you. She closed her eyes, trying to regain her composure. Then, as if having made a decision, her voice turned cold. Refused. Seo Gangrim was devastated to hear that, his voice trembling. Why, master? Seo Wajayong pointed at his face. Because sending you is too dangerous. He was curious. What do you mean? She explained. You have opened the demon gate and are filled with divine power, now possessing powerful semi-divine transformation ability. Even without it, you are not so weak as to cause others worry. Seo Gangrim retorted. Anyway, I'm not going there to fight. I have some very useful abilities for reconnaissance. And at least if something happens, I can still retreat safely. Seo Wajiang slammed the table, shouting angrily. Look at yourself now. Just hearing Baek Yang's name makes you emit such terrifying killing intent. How do you plan to infiltrate in that state? Seo Gangrim was stunned by those words. For a moment, he didn't know what to do, and sat down on the ground, looking helpless. Seeing him distraught, Seo Wajiang's voice softened. I understand your desire for revenge, but if you let your emotions get the better of you like this, do you really think you can scout and return safely? Seo Gangrim sat there, biting his lip in endurance. She continued, Are you sure you want lose control, and attack him if you see Baek Yang? Seo Gangrim lowered his head like a child who had made a mistake. I promised I wouldn't do everything alone anymore. Seo Wajiang was very surprised to hear him say that. Your comrades said they would fight with you. Memories flashed through his mind. Thank you for telling me. They believed your incredible story of returning. And now they are still striving to fight and confront Baek Yang together. I want to be with them, and that is more important than revenge. Please trust me, master. In the hallway, heavy footsteps echoed. Choi sang one side irritably. Why am I stuck in a place like this? A shadow appeared behind him, preparing to attack, but he was unaware, still muttering. I need a cigarette to clear my head before going in. He was knocked unconscious and dragged into a room. The scanner's voice rang out. Baek Daecheon. Identity confirmed. Opening laboratory number 1. Seo Gangrim thought to himself. The security here is really lax. But Master said I couldn't see the future inside this door. The laboratory door slowly opened. So this is the Fate Protection Bureau's secret research facility. See what they're hiding. A woman was lying in a large experiment tank. The woman's eyes were closed. Seo Gangrim was startled when he saw her. Baek Yang. He was utterly terrified, reaching out as if to touch the experiment tank. No way. He slowly turned around, carefully observing his surroundings. His body pressed against the large experiment tank. When he clearly saw the woman's face in the experiment tank. Seo Gangrim was astonished. Impossible. He sped forward. Looking around, he couldn't believe his eyes. How can everything be? All the experiment tanks around contained the body of the same person. Seo Gangrim collapsed to the ground. They're all Baek Yang. The system voice rang out. EUS 098 grade. God Tier 1 element. Metal. H230 grade. God Tier 1 element. Water. F002 grade. God Tier 1 element. Fire.
Seo Gangrim tremblait all over.
The elemental system names were different, but they were clearly all Baek Yang. No, even if they weren't named Baek Yang, it would be meaningless. He thought to himself, just one Baek Yang destroyed the Baihan sect and their allies. If all of these awaken, we won't have a chance to survive. Seo Gangrim frantically hacked into the software. I have to deal with this now. Suddenly, a recognition voice rang out. Yang Ibek. Identity confirmed. Opening laboratory number 1. Footsteps echoed through the room. A clear voice rang out. I had hoped they could survive until the next bloom. He walked in. He looked worried. We still have many backup containers. Team leader Eong continued. This sample group alone is... Suddenly he shouted angrily. Hey you! The back of a man in the room. What are you doing here? Seo Gangrim, disguised as a member of the research team, stammered. Well, I lost some things, so I'm checking where I've been. Team leader Eong breathed a sigh of relief. It's Researcher Park. What are you looking for? He waved his hand. No. It's not here. He replied, yes, that's right. Why don't you try the smoking room? Quietly walked past them. I think I should go there. Seo Gangrim, disguised as Researcher Park, continued walking. He became suspicious and called out to him. Hey, isn't the smoking room that way? Team leader Young. Check again. That guy. I don't think he's a researcher. Team leader Young stroked his beard. He looked puzzled. That's strange. Seo Gangrim, disguised as a man, awkwardly scratched his head. I got a little confused about the direction. He was curious. Isn't that clumsy Researcher Park? He quickly ran off. Then he'll be going first. Team leader Eong sighed softly. He shot out a stream of green energy with his hand. His face was calm. We'll know when we check. Seo Gangrim, disguised as Researcher Park, saw the situation was not good and panicked. Team leader Eong pointed at his face. Oh, what is this? He gave a foolish smile. Is he dodging? If it were him, there'd be a hole in his head by now. Gong Du worried. Team leader Eong. Suddenly, Co Gangrim, disguised as Researcher Park, grabbed a weapon and rushed forward. He slammed hard into the laboratory door. Door remained unharmed despite the strong impact. Team leader Eong crossed his arms. He looked at him smugly. It's all right. He can't escape. In his heart, he was utterly panicked. Damn it. He stepped forward, pressing him closer with each step. Come on. Then his face turned cold. Should we reveal the intruder's identity? In his heart, I said I would run without fighting. But this is a situation where I can't escape without fighting. I have no other choice. He put on a mask. In his mind, he silently calculated. Just don't let them discover it's me. Team leader Eong was startled. Oh my, is that an invisibility ability? He glanced around without noticing. Co Gangrim had appeared behind him, invisible. These clown show guys are getting bolder and bolder. He struck him in the back. But Gongdu used his ability to block for him. Gongdu was confused. How can you be so calm? He confidently leaned his head back.
Ah, don't worry.
This time it'll hit him properly. With that, team leader Eong launched an attack that nearly hit Co Gangrim. His excessive force caused the experiment tank to shatter. That's right. Burning it would be the easiest way. Understood. The doll continued. Ah, next time could you ask Master to summon me into a ball-jointed doll? This cotton body gets wet and becomes too heavy. She thought about the past and told herself. He didn't just knock me unconscious with a talisman. She stood with Shin Sua behind the tree and thought. And from what I've seen, Co Gangrim and Shin Sua. From a distance, a voice called.
Co Gangrim.
Anastasia said. I still don't fully believe your words. But I don't think either of you would act without reason. Anastasia continued to ask. So, just this once. I will help you. Scene shifted to everyone being eliminated in the palace. Shin Sua ran over and saw everyone defeated and lying on the ground. Shin Sua's face was filled with anger. The old man in the distance was still circulating his internal energy. Shin Sua thought to herself, I don't think we can win. She gritted her teeth in anger. She looked towards him and asked, Why do you want to kill Gangrim? He didn't do anything wrong. He replied calmly, As you said, he is not at fault. Shin Sua asked angrily again. Then, he continued, Even so, Mumyong said coldly, He must die. For the good of humanity. Thinking and explaining. Gods gain power from human belief. He continued, Humans blame fate for the misfortunes that befall them. Angrily raising his hand as if to crush the globe, he said, But that only strengthens it. The one called destiny or fate, the eternal unchanging, has sought to directly dominate humanity to become stronger. Remembering the past, he continued, I have destroyed countless vessels to prevent that eternity. And finally, I learned that the last vessel that eternity cherishes most is, looked at Shin Sua sitting in the chair and said,
Co Gangrim?
She asked again with tearful eyes, Just for that reason? You mean Gangrim must die just because he is the vessel of eternity? She thought and explained. Gangrim has lived his whole life to avoid accepting that God's descent into Anastasia. He raised his hand towards her and said softly, I know that too, my child, but if eternity possesses Gangrim's body, things will be beyond salvation. He gently continued, Therefore, you must become my semi-divine vessel, and kill Co Gangrim. She looked at him with cunning eyes and said, Do you think I will easily obey you? She was surprised when he touched her head. The stem panel appeared. The progenitor attempted to bestow divine power upon her. Anastasia's descent. Many streams of blue energy surrounded him and her. He continued, In my divine realm, the words I write become reality. From behind Shin Sua, a voice spoke. Don't refuse my daughter. She thought to herself. No. She thought about images from the past and spoke to herself. The memories in my head are gradually being erased. Shin Sua looked back at Co Gangrim's expressions and said, I'm sorry for not being able to help. Gangrim. The system panel continued to open. Target has a divine guardian. Cannot perform divine descent. He looked up and said, What? This? His head was falling through the air. Co Gangrim's face suddenly appeared. He lowered his head, not daring to confront him directly. That God and I share the same goal. To defeat the eternal unchanging. Perhaps this time he will help me. She was so angry she cried. But, the words you said earlier. Was the promise to fight together then a lie? He said in a low voice. I'm sorry. Her eyes sharpened. Shin Sua reached out and touched the system. Co Gangrim screamed in alarm. Shin Sua. Clicked without hesitation. A cold, mechanical voice rang out. You have received an invitation to the First Master's divine realm. Then we will go together. He froze, as if he couldn't believe his eyes. And he sighed. It will be very dangerous. Are you really all right? She replied confidently. Of course. In his heart. That's right. Going alone at first was a bit reckless. But with Shin Sua accompanying me, more preparation will be needed. Before going to the divine realm, I need to make some preparations. She was curious. Preparations? Yanchu waterfall. A voice rang out. No matter how many times I recalculate, there is no safe day. So Wajiang said coldly. That is an extremely dangerous place. Are you sure you still want to go? Seo Gangrim seemed to have made up his mind. No matter what, I still have to go. Gods. They are all the strongest in their own divine realms. Even if you can currently use semi-divine transformation, it's still not enough to defeat a god. She continued. If you try, you will die. He clenched his fists. But I have no other choice. To capture the eternal unchanging, that is the only way. She looked at him. Her face darkened. Perhaps there's still a bit of luck. The divine realm you intend to go to has been attacked by the Fate Protection Bureau. He was delighted. Then, she happily replied. The current chaos might make infiltration easier. Seo Gangrim excitedly stood up. Then we must go there now. She thought. Normally, when humans open a gate themselves, they either go mad or die. But Gangrim opened his gate and is still accumulating karma. Yet he can still use divine power while keeping his mind clear. How is that possible? Suddenly, Seo Wajiang seemed to realize something. She spoke to stop him.
Gangrim.
Are you two dating?
Seo Gangrim blushed.
Quickly denying. Me? Huh? No way. Shin Sua is just here to help me guard the gate. She said seriously. Her presence is reducing the stains on your soul. In other words, she will help you survive. He smiled. I know. That's why I'm always grateful to her. She stepped forward and took Shin Sua's hand. Shin Sua, please keep Gangrim from crossing the boundary. She smiled happily. Yes, master. Quickly bid her farewell. Then I'm leaving, master. Cooperation with the first master's divine realm has been confirmed. Moving to the specified divine realm. The two arrived at a place where a fierce battle had just occurred. Many people were severely wounded. Shin Sua was helpless. So it's true. The first master really knows how to kill the Bureau's god. Seo Gangrim handed her a mask. Should avoid revealing our identities. She took the mask. Put it on. How thoughtful, Seo Gangrim. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Shin Sua, dodge. Golden light flew out from inside. Shin Sua was stunned. What is this? Steps slowly approached. The clown troupe. Both were startled. That voice. After killing the Bureau's people and ordinary residents. Did they really follow me here? I will eliminate all of you. Anastasia raised her hand and prepared to attack. She stood in a fighting stance, holding a staff, blocking their path. Seo Gangrim slowly drew his sword and said, I really don't want to fight you, Anastasia, but I guess there's no other choice. Shin Sua called from behind.
Seo Gangrim.
Agent and doesn't know the true nature of the Fate Division. She thought and recalled. We once fought together against the fake members of the clown troupe. And he seemed unaware that they actually came from the Bureau. She told herself, let me try to talk to him. Perhaps even Agent and can.
Seo Gangrim replied coldly.
No. From behind his mask, he said. Even if we reveal the truth now, he won't believe it. Because those eyes. He looked towards Anastasia and continued. Are the eyes of someone ready to die? Behind her, two people appeared, standing on the same side, preparing to fight him and Shin Sua. She looked at everyone with sad eyes, seeing everyone here defeated. She gripped the staff in her hand and said, the clown troupe. From behind Anastasia, many guardians began to be summoned. So Gangrim turned to Shin Sua and said urgently, Shin Sua, please deal with those monsters. Shin Sua replied softly, yes. The system panel continued to open, with leaf art skill activated. He combined with Shin Sua's ultimate move and flew towards Anastasia. He jumped up and began to attack. In a blink, he was in front of her. Anastasia couldn't believe her eyes at his speed. He launched an attack and sent her flying backward. She painfully slammed into the wall. At this moment, she threw off her mask and screamed in pain. Anastasia was defeated and sat on the ground. She looked up and thought to herself, so strong. She looked towards him and thought to herself, perhaps even stronger than the clown troupe leader I met before. Anastasia gritted her teeth and reassured herself. But I cannot fall here. Anastasia suddenly grabbed her leg and said, Hanuman, please, lend me your strength. Suddenly, the system panel continued to appear. Anavi calls upon her divine guardian, the great guardian, to descend. Shin Sua exclaimed in surprise. That's... He also stood blankly, looking towards Anastasia and sighing. The system panel continued to appear. The great guardian responds to the call. The great guardian begins its descent. A golden monkey flew down from the sky at Anacasia's call. At this moment, she slowly gripped her staff and stood up. The system panel continued to appear, descending upon Anavi with 20% of its divine power. Seo Gangrim thought to himself, if this continues any longer, it will be dangerous. From a distance, Anacasia's energy radiated. He slowly walked towards Anacasia. She suddenly jumped up and rushed towards him with tearing speed. She thought to herself, she dodged my attack. Anacasia gripped her staff and continued to think. Then, after standing up, Anacasia, with immense power, ran swiftly and used a move to fly past him. The system panel continued to appear. Semi-divine Anavi requests more power. The Great Guardian warns that any further descent into Anacasia will destroy her body. More streams of power continued to radiate from Anacasia. Anacasia told herself, I know that well. She thought about the past and tried. But I still have to. If I can stop them at any cost. System panel continued to appear. The Great Guardian descends an additional 30% into Anavi. He stood deep in thought and sighed, facing Anacasia's attack swinging towards him. Seo Gangrim suddenly launched an attack to block Anacasia's ultimate move. She reached out to block his attack. Anacasia thought to herself, faster still. At this moment, Anacasia was injured. Large drops of blood spurted from her mouth. The system panel continued to appear. Semi-divine Anavi requests more power. Their fight caused many cracks to appear around them. At this moment, she fought even more fiercely, swinging her staff towards him. Anacasia screamed in anger. He struck her in the abdomen. Before Anacasia could swing her staff, he struck her painfully in the abdomen. Her mask fell to the ground. Seo Gangrim carried her and walked forward. Shin Sua walked over and asked him, No way. Is she dead? He replied softly, No, I just knocked her unconscious for a moment. He supported Anacasia and said to her, I only intervened before her body sustained any further damage. I had no intention of killing Anacasia from the start. Luckily, I brought the talisman Kong Duhyun gave me. Seo Gangrim continued, because Anacasia, there's something she absolutely must do. Shin Sua walked and said, Agent, and there's something she must do. Seo Gangrim turned around and said, Most of the human death gods who joined the Bureau did so to protect humanity. He thought and said, but if they knew their true purpose was to summon the eternal unchanging, then with Anacasia at the center, even the death gods would fight alongside us. Seo Gangrim knelt down and thought to himself, that could also reduce the danger for Shin Sua. He turned around, looking around, and called, Shin Sua. The mask slowly fell to the ground. Shin Sua was tied to a chair in a palace. She slowly opened her eyes and asked, where? She thought to herself, my hands and feet are tied. Mumyong then walked from behind and said, I hope you will forgive me for restraining you in this situation. Shin Sua was stunned and thought to herself, that's... She looked at the monster in front of her and thought, the fake clown troupe monster I met before. Thinking about the previous scene, she said, no, perhaps calling it the Bureau's death god is more accurate. But the one who killed the monster that even BIHOG couldn't defeat. You are. Walked over and said to her, it's a pleasure to meet you, my daughter. I am the god you call the progenitor. He continued, the nameless one. I am Mumyong. Seo Gangrim, from a distance, removed his mask and walked over, calling, Shin Sua. He opened the system and thought to himself, damn it, even divine communication is cut off. Is Shin Sua unconscious? Seo Gangrim remembered Shin Sua still being confident and thought, if only I had stopped her when she said she would come. Now, there's no other choice but to go together. He continued to think, if anything happens to her again, I will. He put his mask back on and reassured himself. Calm down. Blaming myself won't solve anything. In another dimension, the progenitor is trying to turn Shin Sua into a semi-divine vessel. That means he won't harm her. At least not yet. Seo Gangrim thought to himself. I just need to save her before the divine descent occurs. He suddenly turned his back. But Seo Gangrim looked at the ruins behind him. Filled with regret, he asked himself, how can I find her in this vast place? From behind him, a voice spoke. Hearing your voice I can tell. Anacasia asked, you are
Seo Gangrim,
right? She was curious. Why? She shouted angrily. Why are you wearing a clown troupe mask? Anacasia still held her staff at his neck and questioned. Did you fight alongside us just to deceive us? He sighed heavily. He turned and replied, I have my reasons. It was just to hide my identity for a while. I am not a member of the clown troupe. Seo Gangrim stood up and said, there's no time to explain everything. Shin Sua has been taken by Mumyong. Anacasia sighed blankly. She still stood in a fighting stance and asked, it's not an evil god that wants to destroy the world, and The clown troupe serves that god. Is that right? He slowly took off his mask and said, "ActionToon, do you really not know anything at all?" Anicaps replied, "What is it that I don't know?" He stood blankly and said, "I see no other choice." Seo Gangrim said angrily, "I will share what I know." Briefly, the two stood talking. She lowered her face and said, "No way. Team leader Gong Du, he's actually a monster." Anicaps replied limply, "And the clown troupe that attack civilians are actually the Bureau's Reapers." Seo Gangrim replied with hands on his hips, "Whether you believe it or not is up to you, ActionToon." He pressed on. "But have you ever felt that something was wrong?" He looked at Anicaps and continued, "That the Fate Protection Bureau is hiding something?" It seemed to pierce Anicaps' soul and said, "You truly don't know anything at all, do you?" So that's what the clown troupe member meant earlier, Anicaps thought to herself. If Seo Gangrim really is a member of the clown troupe. Anicaps slowly took out a talisman from her front. "He'll do it. See you later, John Zoon." In a dark and damp place, figures appeared. Baekyong frantically pulled at her hair. "We must assume that no vessels survived. It seems both Team Leader Yang and Team Leader Gong Du have been taken down. Do I have to directly receive the god myself? But if that happens, our forces will only consist of that bastard and the failures. That's too dangerous. At the very least, should I go kidnap Seo Gangrim? If only we had even one of those eggs of unknown origin left." An excited voice rang out, "Team Leader Seo Moon. This seems to be Team Leader Gong's armory key." Baekyang's eyes widened. "Open it quickly." Baekyong held the key forward. Both of them were extremely nervous. The door opened. Inside was an egg. Baekyong smirked. "An egg of unknown origin remains. The next director will be born." A large building. The elevator screen displayed floor 1. Seo Gangrim slowly stepped out, surprised by the sight before him. Shin Sua crossed her arms, smiling as she looked at him. "So, did you get what you wanted, Seo Gangrim?" He happily replied, "Thanks to you. Thank you very much. Wait a moment about that." She, annoyed, turned to look at the system. Again, why do they send so many of these? Seo Gangrim was quite surprised when he saw them. First Master has sent an invitation to the Divine Realm. First Master is still trying to recruit Shin Sua? He thought, "I can't let Shin Sua fall into danger again." So, he reached out and tapped the system. "I think I can help you." She was curious, Seo Gangrim? Seo Gangrim thought, first, he'll link silent communication with Shin Sua. Block First Master from contacting her. Semi-divine transformation. Silent communication. Divine level. Activate divine mode. First Master says you can come if Shin Sua refuses. First Master has determined that I have a way to kill Seo Gangrim's enemy. My enemy? No way. First Master has secretly shared. Method to kill the eternal unchanging. A warm cup of tea was placed on the table. Shin Sua sat opposite him and spoke. "So the purpose of the Fate Protection Bureau is to summon a god? Don't tell me you're planning to leave me behind again." Seo Gangrim firmly stated, "Shin Sua, you have been chosen as First Master's semi-divine vessel. I think it's best if I go alone this time." She snapped angrily, "Huh? Didn't you say that God tried to kill you in your past life? And now you want to go alone?" He lowered his face, not daring to meet her gaze directly. "That God and I share the same goal. To defeat the eternal unchanging. Perhaps this time he will help me." She was so angry she almost cried. "But the words you said before, the promise to fight together then, was that a lie?" He said in a low voice, "I'm sorry." Her eyes sharpened. Shin Sua reached out to touch the system. Seo Gangrim cried out in alarm, "Shin Sua." She didn't hesitate to select it. A cold, mechanical voice rang out. "You have received an invitation to First Master's Divine Realm. Then we'll go together." He froze, as if he couldn't believe his eyes. Then he sighed, "It will be very dangerous. Are you really okay with this?" She confidently replied, "Of course." "That's right," he thought. Going alone initially felt a bit reckless. But with Shin Sua accompanying me, more preparations will be needed. Before going to the Divine Realm, we need to make some preparations. She was curious, preparations? Yanchu Waterfall. A voice rang out, "No matter how many times I recalculate, there is no safe day." Seo Wajayong said coldly, "That is an extremely dangerous place. Are you sure you still want to go?" Seo Gangrim seemed to have made up his mind. "No matter what, I still have to go. The gods, they are all the strongest in their own divine realms. Even if you can use semi-divine transformation now, it's still not enough to defeat a god." She continued, "If you try, you will die." He clenched his fist. "But I have no other choice. To capture the eternal, that is the only way." She looked at him, her face darkening. "Perhaps there's still a bit of luck. The divine realm you intend to go to has been attacked by the Fate Protection Bureau." He was delighted. Then, she happily replied, the current chaos might make infiltration easier. Seo Gangrim excitedly jumped up. Then we must go there right now. Normally, when humans open a gate themselves, they go mad or die, she thought. But Gangrim opened his gate and is still accumulating karma. Yet he can still use divine power while keeping a clear mind. How can that be? Suddenly, Seo Wajayong seemed to realize something. She spoke, stopping him. Gangrim, are you two dating? Seo Gangrim blushed, quickly denying. Me? Huh? No. Shin Sua is just here to be my gatekeeper. She was serious. Her presence is reducing the stains on your soul. In other words, she'll help you survive. He smiled. I know. That's why I'm always grateful to her. He approached and took Shin Sua's hand. Shin Sua, please keep Gangrim from crossing the boundary. She smiled happily. Yes. Quickly bid her farewell. Then I'm going now, Master. Cooperation with First Master's Divine Realm has been confirmed. Moving to specific Divine Realm. The two arrived at a place where a fierce battle had just occurred. Many people were severely wounded. Shin Sua was helpless. So it was true. First Master really knows how to kill the Bureau's god. Seo Gangrim handed her a mask. Should avoid revealing our identities. She took the mask and put it on. How thoughtful, Seo Gangrim. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Shin Sua, dodge. A golden light flew out from inside. Shin Sua was stunned. What is this? Footsteps slowly approached. The clown troupe. Both were startled. That voice. After killing the Bureau's people and ordinary residents, they actually followed us here? I will destroy all of you. Chasia raised her hand, preparing to unleash a skill. She stood in a fighting stance, holding her staff, blocking their path. Seo Gangrim slowly drew his sword and said, I really don't want to fight you, Chasia. But I guess there's no other choice. Shin Sua called from behind, Seo Gangrim. Agent and doesn't know the true nature of the Fate Protection Bureau. She thought and recounted we once fought alongside her against the fake clown troop members. And she seemed unaware that they actually came from the Bureau. She said to herself, let me try to talk to him. Perhaps even Agent and can.
Seo Gangrim replied coldly. No.
Behind his mask, he said, even if we reveal the truth now, he won't believe it. Because those eyes. He looked at Chasia and continued, are the eyes of someone ready to die. Behind her, two people appeared, standing on the same side, preparing to fight him and Shin Sua. She looked at everyone with a sorrowful gaze. Seeing everyone here defeated, she gripped the staff in her hand and said, the clown troop. From behind Chasia, many guardians began to be summoned around her. Seo Gangrim turned to Shin Sua and said urgently, Shin Sua, please, deal with those robots.
Shin Sua gently replied, yes.
The system panel continued to open, with leaf art skill activated. He combined with Shin Sua's ultimate move and flew towards Chasia. Jumped up and began to unleash his skill. In a flash, he was in front of her. Chasia couldn't believe her eyes at his speed. He unleashed a move and sent her flying backward. She painfully slammed into the wall. At this moment, her mask flew off, and she screamed in pain. Chasia was defeated and sat slumped on the ground. She looked up and thought to herself, so strong. She looked at him and thought, perhaps even stronger than the clown troop leader I met before. Chasia gritted her teeth and reassured herself, but I can't fall here. Chasia suddenly reached out and hugged her leg, saying, Hanuman, please lend me your strength. Suddenly, the system panel reappeared. Calls upon her Divine Guardian Hanuman to descend.
Shin Sua exclaimed in surprise, that's...
He also stood blankly, looking at Chasia, and sighed. The system panel continued to appear. Divine Guardian Hanuman responds to the call. Divine Guardian Hanuman begins to descend. A golden monkey flew down from the sky at Chasia's call. At this moment, she slowly gripped her staff and stood up. The system panel continued to appear, descending upon Anavi with 20% of its divine power. If this continues, it will be dangerous, Seo Gangrim thought. From a distance, Chasia's energy radiated. He slowly walked towards Chasia. Suddenly jumped up and rushed towards him with tearing speed. She dodged my attack, she thought. Chasia gripped her staff and continued to think. Then, after standing up, Chasia, with immense power, swiftly used a move to fly past him. The system panel continued to appear. Semigod Anavi requests more power. Divine Guardian Hanuman warns that any further dissension will destroy her body. More power continued to emanate from Chasia. Chasia said to herself, I know that well. She thought about the past and tried, but I still have to, if I can stop them at any cost. The system panel continued to appear. Divine Guardian Hanuman descends an additional 30% into Anavi. He stood deep in thought and sighed, facing Anicaps' incoming strike. So Gangrim suddenly unleashed a blow to block Anicaps' ultimate move. She reached out to block his attack. Faster, Anicaps thought. At this moment, Anicaps was injured. Large drops of blood spurted from her mouth. The system panel continued to appear. Semigod Anivi requests more power. The two fought, causing many cracks to appear around them. At this moment, she fought even more fiercely, swinging her staff towards him. Anicaps yelled angrily. He struck her in the stomach. Anicaps was struck painfully in the stomach by him before she could even swing her staff. Her mask fell to the ground. Seo Gangrim carried her and walked forward. Shin Sua approached and asked him, "No way. Is she dead?" He gently replied, "No. I just knocked her unconscious for a moment." He supported Anicaps and said to her, "I only intervened before her body suffered any further damage. I had no intention of killing Anivi from the start. Luckily, I brought the talisman Kong Duhyun gave me." Seo Gangrim continued, "Because Anivi, there is one thing she absolutely must do." Shin Sua walked and said, "Agent In, there's something she has to do." Seo Gangrim turned around and said, "Most of the human death gods who joined the Bureau did so to protect humanity." He thought and said, "But if they knew their true purpose was to summon the eternal unchanging, then with Anivi at the center, even the death gods would fight alongside us." Seo Gangrim knelt down and thought, that could also reduce the danger to Shin Sua. He turned around, looking around, and called, "Shin Sua." The mask slowly fell to the ground. Shin Sua was tied up, sitting on a chair in a palace. She slowly opened her eyes and asked, "Where am I?" "My hands and feet are tied," she thought. Mumyong came from behind and said, "I hope you will forgive me for restraining you under these circumstances." Shin Sua was shocked and thought, "That's..." She looked at the monster in front of her and thought, "The fake clown troupe monster I met before." Thinking about the past scene, she said, "No. Perhaps it's more accurate to call it the Bureau's Reaper. But the one who killed the monster that even BIHOG couldn't defeat. You are." He approached and said to her, "It's a pleasure to meet you, my daughter. I am the god you call the progenitor." He continued, "The nameless one. I am Mumyong." Seo Gangrim came from a distance, taking off his mask, and called, "Shin Sua." He opened the system and thought, "Damn it. Even divine communication is cut off. Is Shin Sua unconscious?" Seo Gangrim remembered Shin Sua still being confident and thought, "If only I had stopped her when she said she would come. Now there's no choice but to go together." He continued to think, "If anything happens to her again, I will..." He put his mask back on and reassured himself. "Calm down. Blaming myself won't solve anything. In another dimension, the progenitor is trying to turn Shin Sua into a semi-divine vessel. That means he won't harm her. At least not yet. Just need to save her before the divine descension takes place." Seo Gangrim thought. He suddenly turned his back. But Seo Gangrim looked at the ruins behind him. Filled with regret, he asked himself, "How can I find her in this vast place?" A voice came from behind him. "Hearing your voice, I can tell." Anicaps asked, "You are Seo Gangrim, aren't you?" She was curious. "Why?" She angrily shouted, "Why are you wearing a clown troupe mask?" Anicaps still held her staff at his neck and questioned, "Did you fight alongside us just to deceive us?" He sighed heavily. He turned and replied, "I have my reasons. It was just to hide my identity for a while. I am not a member of the clown troupe." Seo Gangrim stood up and said, "There's no time to explain everything. Shin Sua has been taken by Mumyong." Anicaps sighed blankly. She still stood in a fighting stance and asked, "It's not an evil god that wants to destroy the world and the clown troupe serves that god. Is that right?" He slowly took off his mask and said, "Agent In, do you really not know anything at all?" Anicaps replied, "What is it that I don't know?" He stood blankly and said, "I see no other choice." Seo Gangrim said angrily, "I will share what I know." Briefly, the two stood talking. She lowered her face and said, "No way. Team leader Gong Du, he's actually a monster." Anicaps replied limply, "And the clown troupe that attack civilians are actually the Bureau's Reapers." Seo Gangrim replied with hands on his hips, "Whether you believe it or not is up to you, Agent N." He pressed on, "But have you ever felt that something was wrong?" He looked at Anicaps and continued, "That the Fate Protection Bureau is hiding something?" He seemed to pierce Anicaps' soul and said, "You truly don't know anything at all, do you?" So that's what the clown troupe member meant earlier, Anicaps thought to herself. If Seo Gangrim really is a member of the clown troupe. Anicaps slowly took out a talisman from her front. She thought about the past and said to herself, "He didn't just knock me unconscious with a talisman." She stood with Shin Sua behind the tree and thought, and from what I've seen, Seo Gangrim and Shin Sua. From a distance, a voice called, "Seo Gangrim." Anicaps said, I still don't completely believe your words. But I don't think either of you would act without reason. Anicaps continued, so, just this once I will help you. The scene shifted to everyone in the palace having been annihilated. Shin Sua ran over and saw everyone defeated and lying on the ground. Shin Sua had an angry expression. The old man from a distance was still channeling his internal energy. I don't think we can win, Shin Sua thought. She angrily gritted her teeth. She looked at him and asked, why do you want to kill Gangrim? He didn't do anything wrong. He replied calmly, as you said. He is not at fault. Shin Sua asked angrily, then, he continued, even so. Mumyong said coldly he must die. For the sake of humanity. He thought and recounted gods gain power from human belief. Continued, humans blame fate for the misfortunes that befall them. Angrily raising his hand as if to crush the globe, he said, but that only strengthens it. The one called destiny or fate, the eternal unchanging. It sought to directly dominate humans to become stronger. Remembering the past, he continued, I have destroyed countless vessels to prevent that eternity. And finally, I learned that the final vessel that eternity cherishes most is, looked at Shin Sua sitting on the chair and said, Seo Gangrim? She asked again with tearful eyes, just for that reason? You mean Gangrim has to die just because he's the vessel of eternity? She thought and recounted, Gangrim has lived his whole life to avoid receiving that god's Anicaps descension. He raised his hand towards her and said softly, I know that too, my child, but if eternity takes over Gangrim's body, things will be irreversible. He gently continued, therefore you must become my semi-god, and kill Seo Gangrim. She looked at him with cunning eyes and said, do you think he'll easily obey you? She was surprised when he touched her head. The system panel appeared. Progenitor attempts to bestow Anicaps' divine power upon her. Many blue energy streams surrounded him and her. He continued, in my divine realm, the words I write become reality. A voice came from behind Shin Sua, do not refuse my daughter. She thought, no. She thought about images from the past and said to herself, the memories in my head, they are slowly being erased. Shin Sua looked back at Seo Gangrim's expressions and said, I'm sorry for not being able to help, Gangrim. The system panel continued to open. Target has a divine guardian. Therefore, divine power descension cannot be performed. He looked up and said, what? This is. His head is falling through the air. So Gangrim's face suddenly appeared. He and his sword flew past him and rushed to catch Shin Sua. His head fell to the ground with a thud, and the spot immediately turned into a black swamp. Mumyong, with half his face missing, asked himself, so it has come to this? He looked at Seo Gangrim and Shin Sua and called, Seo Gangrim. From a distance, he silently observed him and Shin Sua. He looked at the two and thought, you used a divine link to descend divine power yourself to prevent me from descending. You must have linked divine power before coming to my divine realm. Seo Gangrim looked at him and asked, in the past life. He remembered the past and shouted angrily, you are the one who sent Baekhyang. He stood blankly, looking at him. Mumyong gently replied, that's right. He remembered the past and shouted angrily, you are the root of all this. At this moment, he gripped his sword and said, if it weren't for you, no one would have died. Flashing back to the past, Shin Sua and everyone stood before him. He thought and continued angrily, but I cannot let Baihomun fail in this life just because of a grudge from the past life. The words appeared in his mind. Control your emotions. Remember why you are here. Seo Gangrim told himself, we both want the same thing. So shouldn't we fight against the eternal together? He replied from a distance, foolish, pathetic child. I will give you one last chance. Mumyong continued, how about you end your own life? Seo Gangrim stood stunned for a moment. He added, think carefully. If the eternal descends into your body, this world will surely become hell. He thought and said, at that time, everything you cherish will suffer. It was the eternal unchanging itself that led your life to tragedy. Mumyong looked at him and continued, the only way to destroy the eternal's plan is for you to die. He stood before him with a calm expression while he gripped his sword. He continued, I know you resent me. Once everything is over, I will atone with my own death. He added, now choose Seo Gangrim. Mumyong raised his hand towards him, who stood with his head bowed. He angrily replied, my past self accepted that offer. Seo Gangrim looked up and answered, but now it's different. He looked at Shin Sua lying slumped on the ground. He was angry, blue smoke surrounding his body. I have people I want to protect with these very hands. He continued furiously, so I cannot die here. He stood before him and replied, then there is no other choice. He gently raised his hand as a signal. From the top of the castle, many of his soldiers flew down. He said, if that is your will, Then I must kill you myself. The soldiers, filled with killing intent, rushed towards Seo Gangrim. He also swung his sword, slashing at the soldiers. With tearing speed, in a flash, he cut down a few of them and then leaped backward. Seo Gangrim narrowed his eyes at the remaining soldiers. At this moment, all the soldiers rushed towards him simultaneously. He didn't say much, immediately jumped up and slashed at them one by one. He still gripped his sword, which glowed with a blue flame. Seo Gangrim landed on the ground in a cool posture after the soldiers had been eliminated. At this moment, he exclaimed, I didn't expect a third-rank mortal to be this strong. He rushed to face him. He raised his hand to block and said, even Baekhyang never reached this level of strength. He raised a talisman and said, but no attack other than my own can harm me. He stepped back and thought, he blocked my sword with just a piece of paper? Many brilliant golden energy streams emanated from his feet. Mumyong raised his sword to block the golden smoke emanating from his body. He extended his hand, and the energy from his body erupted even more powerfully. He looked at Seo Gangrim and said, with a human body, you will never defeat a god like me. End this useless resistance.
Seo Gangrim smiled mysteriously.
Without him noticing, one side of his face was bleeding. He looked back at the blood on his hand in shock. He looked at the dagger and thought, I saw that monster-turned reaper holding it, so I wondered. Seo Gangrim looked at him and continued to think, this is really worth a try. Mumyong looked at Seo Gangrim and said angrily, even if you have that. He raised his hand, and many pieces of paper fell from his sleeve. He angrily transformed the papers into a sword in front of him and said, do you think the outcome can change? He began to accelerate and rush towards him. Seo Gangrim looked at it in alarm and sweated. In a flash, he flew in front of him and unleashed a move. He stood in front and arrogantly asked, have you shown everything you prepared? Damn it, the dagger, he thought. Both unleashed moves towards each other simultaneously. He split into two, simultaneously slashing towards him. He struck from behind, causing him to fall to the ground. He screamed in pain, his face covered in blood. He slowly descended and said, I admire that you defied your third-rank fate to come this far. Mumyong slowly lifted his neck. He looked at him, spoke, and continued to attack, but the future where you must die is unchangeable. Seo Gangrim's eyes widened as he looked at him. He looked at him lying miserably on the ground and said, I once hoped that you could change fate. He continued, but in the end, nothing changed. From a distance, he looked at him lying defeated on the ground. He tried to clench his fist towards him as he walked away. He tried to stand up but couldn't, only watching his retreating figure with open eyes. Seo Gangrim tried to force himself up and told himself, my body no longer obeys commands. He remembered the past and said, we finally met, but couldn't talk much. Anyway, Big Bro will take good care of Master, right? Seo Gangrim asked himself, I feel like I've forgotten something important. What is it? He remembered old scenes of Shin Sua being pensive and laughing happily. Suddenly he stopped and said, you are truly persistent. He couldn't believe his eyes. You. Mumyong looked at him and thought, what is that face? He rushed quickly towards him from a distance. He spoke, I don't know how you came back to life, but why don't you see your efforts as futile? He continued, I once believed that someone would appear to challenge fate. He thought, but after thousands of repetitions, no anomalies occurred. Mumyong raised his hand and continued, do you think you are different from me? He rushed forward, using his sword to shatter all the projectiles he had just thrown. He gripped his weapon and rushed to strike Seo Gangrim's head, and he immediately retaliated. He seriously held his weapon and rushed forward, his eyes meeting Seo Gangrim's. Two continued to fight, he said. Countless times of repeated reincarnation, in those cycles, I always made the best choice. He recounted, even knowing it was ineffective, after tens of thousands of times witnessing ruined cities, counting the repetitions became meaningless. He continued to fight and said, of course, you wouldn't know what happens when the eternal unchanging descends. At this moment, both stepped back, maintaining their distance. Seo Gangrim asked, have you never thought that obeying fate is what the eternal wants? I don't know what pain you've endured, but I am different. He said from a distance, yes, you are very special. There has never been a repetition where you developed this quickly. He clenched his fist and added, but for me, I no longer have the ability to reincarnate. Mumyong continued, so the conclusion I reached is, his weapon pressed down heavily on Seo Gangrim from above. At this moment he suddenly flew high up. His attack missed and hit the wall. Although he dodged, he was still thrown against the wall by the shockwave. Seo Gangrim raised his hand and told himself, damn it, I thought he'd be slow because of his size, but he's quite fast. As the weapon returned behind him, he continued to think, moreover, even if I injure him, he regenerates. Unless I capture Mumyong, he won't fall. He looked at his hand and thought, my divine power is almost exhausted. If I don't end this quickly, it will be very dangerous. He turned back and said in a decisive tone, "It's time to end this." He controlled his weapon, swinging his arm to strike Seo Gangrim. Should I do this? Seo Gangrim thought. Many tentacles suddenly flew in from a distance. His tentacles tightly clung to his weapon's limbs and entire body. He exclaimed in surprise, "No way!" Shin Sua stood on the tentacles and called, "Gangrim!" Shin Sua shouted loudly, "Now!" The tentacles had tightly wrapped around his body. Seo Gangrim jumped onto the tentacles and rushed quickly towards him. He looked at her triumphantly. Shin Sua also confidently raised her hand forward. Finally, he gained momentum and flew straight towards him. He rushed forward and pierced his chest with his own blade. Struck by a fatal blow, he spat blood from his mouth. He asked in pain, "How can this happen?" He calmly replied, "You said it yourself." Myung thought that other attacks besides my own would be ineffective. Indeed, I said that no attack other than mine would work. Continued to think, but the wound from the dagger taken from the Reaper doesn't heal. So I guess that dagger was made from a part of your body. Perhaps a bone fragment. He remembered him falling and thought, when I was about to die, a fragment of the dagger fell at my feet. Many thoughts came to his mind. I thought if I used the thief's ability to disguise myself as him, his attacks might not work on me. Seo Gangrim replied, "It was a gamble, but luckily it succeeded. However, impersonating a god drained my divine power." Myung continued, "So that half-face was really mine? Indeed, you are the one the Eternal will pay attention to." He looked at him with sharp and dangerous eyes. At this moment, Shin Sua confidently stepped behind him. A flashback to the old days when everyone played happily. He closed his eyes tightly, thinking something. He suddenly exclaimed, "Then I have no other choice. If that's the case, I must entrust this to you." Despite his injuries, Myung tried to reach out to the two and said, "Reach out your hands." Seo Gangrim and Shin Sua looked at each other, thinking for a moment. He slowly extended his hand towards him. He drew something on his hand and said, "I had long forgotten that humans, no matter the circumstances, never lose hope." Remembering the past, he continued, "In my reincarnations, I found a crack in the spatial rift, and I hid a sword that can defeat the Eternal there." After drawing, Myung sat slumped and said, "What's on your hand are the coordinates of that rift. Only one person can go there." He accepted his fate, looking up at the sky and saying, "I have waited for this day for a very long time." Pieces of paper flew down from the sky, he said. "It's emptier than I imagined." He bowed his face and said to the two, "I apologize that my karma is tied to yours." At this moment, he knelt down and quickly asked, "Wait, what exactly is Baek Yang's true identity?" Seo Gangrim shouted, "Why did I, a third-rank mortal, become the Eternal's vessel?" He smiled slightly, "Don't rush, you will know everything soon." Myung thought, "Absorb me and move forward." The scene showed him and Shin Sua looking at him sitting slumped on the ground from exhaustion. Shin Sua called from behind, "Gangrim. We killed the god, but..." He angrily clenched his fist. Seo Gangrim thought, "In the end, we still learned nothing." He continued to think, "But if there's still something I must do..." He raised his hand towards his head. Suddenly the screen displayed, "Fate's severance ability has been activated." He widened his eyes in surprise, thinking. Seo Gangrim felt like he was falling into a deep place. Sky was still blue and animals chirped. He looked at everything around him in a daze. He looked down at the village in the distance and asked himself, "Where am I?" Below, people were carrying him on a palanquin. He was startled and asked himself, "That's..." Seo Gangrim looked at him and thought, Myung when he was human? He observed them from afar and thought, if so, then in Myung's memories. From behind, Myung's voice rang out, "Do you believe the gods appeared first?" He continued, "Or do you believe that humans appeared first?" Seo Gangrim asked in surprise, "Aren't you dead?" He replied, "Yes, but I called you into my memories to tell you the truth." He added, "In my human days I was a priest." Myung looked at the people and said to Seo Gangrim, "Many followed me as a divine Anicaps." He thought and continued, "But there were also those who always despised me." He added, "However, I carried a deadly secret." He sat in the room, pensive at the wooden table. Myung was intently writing something. He continued, "That is, I wrote prophecies from a god that did not exist." He thought about fire and water. Fire, earth, wind, and water all have their own spirits. So why is there no god who decides the future? I believe if there was a god of fate, the world would be fairer. From a distance, someone was secretly watching. The eternal, unchanging secretly entered the tent. The thief opened it, read, and exclaimed, "No way!" He read and continued, "So all those sacred prophecies were just a priest's delusion." Torch began to burn fiercely. The flames engulfed his back. The eternal unchanging's eyes widened. asking, "Huh?" Everyone gathered, looking at the burning tent. Everyone around whispered, "What's happening? Is that punishment from the gods?" He suddenly bowed his face to the ground. A voice came from inside the tent. "Do you recognize me?" He widened his eyes, looking towards it. Eternal Unchanging flew out of the tent and appeared before him. He suddenly looked up and asked, "Who are you?" The Eternal Unchanging said, "Yes, I am the Eternal Unchanging, born from your very hands." The Eternal Unchanging flew over and lifted his chin. He thought and continued, "Fate." He remembered their first meeting, the first god created by humanity. "That was my first encounter with the Eternal." He added, "From then on, bearing the power of fate, I began to decide everyone's destiny." Remembering the past, he recounted, "To the wicked, I bestowed desperate fates. And to the kind, selfless people I granted them a bright future." He returned to the sad reality. "Time passed, I died and became a god. Human civilization developed and many praised my name. For distance, footsteps sounded. Everything continued like that until that day. In the past, he fell and called fate. He stood in the middle of the palace and asked, 'Why do you only bestow such cruel fates upon humans?' The Eternal Unchanging rested her hand on her cheek and said, 'Because humans only seek me when they are in distress.'" He replied, "What?" The Eternal Unchanging stood up. "Even if fate was not created by me, they still hate and curse me. They never thank the gods. No matter what fate I bestow upon them, they never change. So I—" Eternal Unchanging walked past and said, "I decided to bestow endless despair upon humanity." He stood silently, thinking, the Eternal has truly changed. He recounted, "Her power had long surpassed mine, and she erased my name from humanity's memory." Remembering the fragments, he recounted, "The only consolation was that although gods need divine artifacts to unleash their power, her power was so overwhelming that most divine artifacts shattered. Therefore, the Eternal created the Day of Awakening, creating the Bureau and the demon world. Amidst the stormy sky, he recounted, to find a suitable divine artifact among the capable hunters. Then, one day the alarm suddenly flashed red. She came with a bloody iron pipe. She stood under the lights of the tall building. She stood blankly, looking up, her body surrounded by water. From a distance, a voice said, "Young lady." She suddenly took a fighting stance. He extended his hand towards her. Standing before her, he asked, "Will you join me in destroying the Bureau?" She looked at him and added, "And now, when you kill innocent people, do you feel guilty?" He continued to think, "Therefore I bestowed upon her my ability, Regression." Remembering the city that year, he recounted, "Even so, thousands of times I could only watch humanity fall again and again." He slumped into a chair and bowed his face to the ground. He held his head, thinking, "Only 2 regressions left. What should I do?" She stood in a corner and said, "There is only one method left. That is to kill those who can become the Eternal's divine artifacts." He suddenly returned to reality. Slowly moved to ask, "Why do you have that expression?" She continued, "You are the one who created the Eternal."
Ấy nhìn ông và nói thêm, "Và bây giờ, khi giết hại những người vô tội, ngươi cảm thấy tội lỗi sao?"
She shouted loudly, "Snap out of it." She continued to press, "If we don't stop it here, humanity will end." He was disheartened and bowed his head to the ground again. He continued, and so, Baekhyang hunted down each of the Eternal's divine artifacts. The scene showed someone holding a sword. Looking at the two struggling, he said, "Until only one divine artifact remained." He and Seo Gangrim looked at everyone. Shin Sua stepped out and stood before everyone. He was stunned, thinking, "Shin Sua is me before Regression." Seo Gangrim remembered the past and asked himself, "What does that mean?" The mutated elephant charged and opened its mouth wide. Amidst the swirling dust, Seo Gangrim flew down. She stepped forward and asked, "Where is Seo Gangrim?" Seo Gangrim suddenly thought to himself. Baekhyang also thought. She suddenly said, "Kill all of them, Seo Gangrim is definitely among them." Seo Gangrim's expression darkened. John Zeon was unconscious and slumped on the ground. He was covered in wounds, his head bowed to the ground. Seo Gangrim stood with him, looking at him and John Zeon. Seo Gangrim suddenly bowed his head and asked, "Are you showing me this because there's no other choice? Is that your excuse?" He clenched his fist and said, "Do you know how many people have died because of you?" Standing behind him, he replied, "I know." He suddenly turned angrily, grabbed his collar, and lifted him up. He discovered something, he said calmly, "From the day I separated from the Eternal." He seemed to be fading, saying to Seo Gangrim, "Not a day has passed that I haven't felt regret." He released him, and he continued, to atone, "I tried to cover them with the blood of innocence, as you have seen." Thinking about the destroyed world, he said, "The world was under the Eternal's dominion, humanity had fallen." So Gangrim replied, "Why me? I'm just average, nothing special. He spoke his last words, even I don't know that. Looking at Seo Gangrim, he said, however, you have grown so much after just one regression. Looking down from above, he said, therefore, you must save this world, child of fate. From a distance, someone called, Gangrim. Shin Sua shouted loudly, wake up. Fragments began to fall around them, the divine realm was collapsing. Shin Sua suddenly turned her face to look behind her. Seo Gangrim had transformed into a different state, which greatly surprised Shin Sua. The system announced, a major shift has begun in Seo Gangrim's fate. Seo Gangrim, looking extremely cool, said, Shin Sua, hold on tight to me. Shin Sua still couldn't believe her eyes, staring wide-eyed at Seo Gangrim. Before she could recover from her shock, Seo Gangrim embraced Shin Sua and fled through the ruins. Having escaped, he turned back to look at the situation behind them. He had accepted being buried in this place. The castle was slowly collapsing completely. Notification came from inside the tall building. Survivors, 21. Seriously injured, 14. Anicaps reported the situation. Everyone else is dead or missing. Baekyong replied, you've worked hard, Agent Anicaps. I'm sorry you had to go through that. She crossed her arms and asked, what about team leader Ha Baekhyun who was with you? Anicaps replied, I'm sorry, his location has not been found yet. Baekyong placed her hand on the table and said, I see. You said everyone was forcibly teleported and scattered by the barrier? She continued, considering the collapse of the divine realm, team leader Ha probably defeated Mumyong and both were destroyed together. She opened the notebook on the table and read, you must be exhausted, Agent Anicaps. Go rest. She was about to open the door. A voice rang out from behind her, Agent Anicaps. Her voice sounded like an interrogation. In this report, who was the clown-masked individual you met in the divine realm? Anicaps turned back and replied, everything I experienced is already in the report. At this moment, Baekyang's eyes and Anicaps' eyes met, full of tension. Suddenly she closed the notebook and laughed. Understood, you may go. Anicaps walked out, closed the door, and sighed in relief. She sat slumped on the ground with a thoughtful expression. Many thoughts appeared in Anicaps' mind. What should I do now? Can I truly believe what I heard? If that's true, then what was everything I've done until now? Du Sungti approached from a distance and asked, Anicaps, didn't you request leave? He pressed on, I heard your injuries were quite severe, but you seem fine. Anicaps replied, I'm fine, we're short-staffed, so I can't take time off now. Du Sungti advised, come on. What am I then? I'm taking leave anyway, so you should rest too.
Anastasia sighed helplessly.
She thought, will my colleagues believe me if I tell them what I heard? Or will they report me to our superiors? Du Sungti gently reached out and patted Anicaps' head. He kindly comforted her. I know the agency is facing difficulties, but if we fall, who will save everyone? He continued. When things are tough, lean on your teammates a little. He walked past Anicaps and said, you've done very well, regardless. Anicaps remained sitting on the ground, sighing deeply. From inside the tall building, a voice echoed. I'm sorry, Shin Sua. Seo Gangrim sat on the bed, looking down as he said, I became your divine guardian without asking for permission. He continued, I couldn't think of any other way to stop Anicaps' descent by Mumyong. Why are you apologizing? Shin Sua smiled brightly and replied, I actually like that, because you're my divine guardian. Seo Gangrim replied, if that's the case, then I feel relieved. Shin Sua suddenly called out, Gangrim. He startled and turned back, replying, yes? Shin Sua asked in a serious tone. You're not planning to shoulder everything alone anymore, are you? Seo Gangrim smiled with a gentle gaze and replied, of course not, I already promised. At this moment, Shin Sua stared intently at Seo Gangrim. Shin Sua prepared to close the door and said, let the Flying Tiger Guild handle the small matters and focus on recovering. Seo Gangrim gently replied, yes. He raised his hand in a friendly wave to Shin Sua. As soon as Shin Sua went outside, he began to cough violently. He coughed up a large mouthful of blood. He thought, this is bad. Is it because I used too much divine power when fighting Mumyong? He saw Seo Gangrim coughing up blood. He called out, Seo Gangrim. He replied in fear, don't come here. He immediately picked up his weapon. He rushed forward and screamed, don't come near me. The glass of milk had spilled on top of the cabinet. He tiredly collapsed onto the bed. He struggled to get up, but exhausted, he slumped back down. Seo Gangrim looked up at the ceiling and wondered, how much longer will I have to endure this from now on? Li Yun yelled at the people working. Hey, you idiot! Why did you put that there? It should be here and that one over there. His system suddenly opened. He muttered to himself. Seo Gangrim, what does this kid want from me? Touched the system and said, I'm here. Seo Gangrim recognized him and replied, Li Hyun, National Shaman. I have a request. He looked at the system screen with suspicion. Seo Gangrim stood absent-mindedly, looking at the ropes tied to the tree trunk. Li Hyun spoke from a distance. When you said you needed a favor, I wondered what it could possibly be. His face darkened, and his voice grew angry. Your request is for the Black Gate sex speech poison? Are you planning to drink it to commit suicide? The more he thought, the more worried he became. Why do you want a poison only used for traitors and assassins? Seo Gangrim calmly replied, You didn't die from drinking it, did you? The speech poison only activates when its creator utters a specific phrase. Li Hyun scoffed. So you're entrusting your life to me? Didn't you consider that I might kill you right here? At his scoffing words, Seo Gangrim suddenly knelt heavily to the ground. Li Hyun froze in astonishment, as he pleaded. Please, National Shaman Li Hyun. You are the only one who can do this. Seo Gangrim placed his hands on the ground, pleading sincerely. His eyes filled with dread. Then he muttered, Seo Gangrim, you bastard. Li Hyun saw many spirits clinging to Seo Gangrim's back. Just how much karma have you shouldered? He looked down and said to Li Hyun, It wouldn't be strange if I crossed that boundary now. If I really do, please don't hesitate to activate the speech poison. Li Hyun was silent, then said, Since childhood, you've always been the type to shoulder all misfortunes yourself. Suddenly, he threw a small box towards him, which Seo Gangrim quickly caught. He left coldly, I never liked that about you. Now get out of my sight. He opened the box to find a small gem. Speech poison, Dragon Tier Grade 3. After consumption, the penalty activates upon hearing or speaking a specific phrase. Seo Gangrim smiled, watching Li Hyun leave. Thank you, National Shaman Li Hyun. He walked, thinking, Actually, I knew it all along. What happened to Senior was not your fault. He had been very angry with Seo Gangrim back then. It's just that I needed someone to blame for his death. They scoffed at himself, standing before the tree and whispering, What a pitiful big fool. On the other side, in the high-rise building in the city center, everyone focused on Seo Gangrim. Dako Jun crossed his arms and said, In short, to defeat the Divine Fate Bureau you need a specific sword. To get it, you have to go to a place called the Rift, right? Nodded, that's right. It's hard for me to explain where the rift is. I only know it's a crack between dimensions. Kang Do-hyun worried. If something important is hidden there, wouldn't it be extremely dangerous? Going alone isn't good. Then, Hyunbam and Hyun-gyeon, take out your weapons. The two sisters eagerly volunteered to go along. Gyeon happily said, Master, can we come along? We're very strong now. Seo Gangrim coldly refused. No. Shin Sua was restless. Gangrim, even if I'm your master, I can't go? He immediately replied, Probably not. Mumyong said only one person can enter the rift, and that person will have a mark on their palm. Hearing that, she lowered her head sadly. Seo Gangrim reassured her, Shin Sua, don't worry, I'm strong. They'll be fine, they'll contact you if anything happens. Hyun-gyeon added, Master is very strong, he'll definitely be fine. Well, handle everything you assign until you return. Dako Jun joked to lighten the mood. Johann Richter also clasped his hands. He'll pray for you. Yang Taehan looked at him with trust. You must return safely. Kang Do-hyun didn't forget to tease. Don't come home too late. Mom will worry a lot. Yu Harang scurried over. Seo Gangrim, take this. It's my new treasure. In her hand was a blue paper crane carrying hope. Seo Gangrim took it and patted her head. Yu Harang smiled happily, looking at him. Seo Gangrim looked at everyone and sincerely said, Thank you, everyone, for trusting and following me. I'm truly grateful. Yu Harang happily said, We trust you, Master. The others also smiled, looking forward to his return. And then the mark appeared on his palm. Seo Gangrim clenched it tightly. A surge of darkness erupted, and before everyone's eyes appeared a space like a cosmic black hole. Seo Gangrim suddenly called out, Shin Sua. When everything ended, she only saw his back. Nothing. Then he sadly touched his eyes again. Shin Sua happily shouted, Let's all go out after you get back. Her eyes were full of anticipation. Promise me. Seo Gangrim turned his head to look, then also smiled. The black hole vanished after he stepped inside. Coordinates confirmed, moving to the rift. Seo Gangrim was alone in the dark space. A small speck of light appeared before him. Approaching, he realized it was a door, and after passing through it, the surroundings around him turned a fiery red. Skulls were arranged in a long row. This place was no different from hell. He could clearly feel the danger. Finding the sword in such a vast place was truly not easy at all. Seo Gangrim was a little worried. He tried using Yu Harang's paper crane. Perhaps Mumyong's power will be useful. The mark from his hand appeared on the back of the paper crane. Imprint, God Tier Grade 1. An ability that allows the written content to be materialized, consuming divine power depending on the words. Crane in his hand flew at an extremely fast speed to the left. Seo Gangrim quickly chased after it lest he lose track. This scene caught the attention of those nearby. He was rushing past large rocks. A man holding a lamp blew a loud whistle. Thundering footsteps pursued closely behind. In an instant, Seo Gangrim was completely surrounded by them. He stared at them in surprise. The sword in his hand also began to be imbued with power. Seo Gangrim swung his sword, cutting down these out-of-control foes. He frowned because there were too many of them. I don't want to waste any more divine power here. There were too many of them. Seo Gangrim continuously swung his sword but still couldn't defeat them all. Suddenly, a voice shouted loudly, "Stop!" Attackers startled and turned their heads. Seo Gangrim was also surprised to recognize the voice. The crowd knelt as if welcoming their leader. The figure swiftly glided past and moved towards Seo Gangrim. A blood-stained hand gripped the hem of his clothes. Yu Harang stammered his name. Seo Gangrim, recalling her innocent face from before. Seo Gangrim, what are you doing here alone? Now Yu Harang asked the exact same question, but her eyes were bloodshot. Why are you here? Their gazes locked, making the surrounding scene seem to freeze. Yu Harang subtly glanced at the source of the sound behind her. Then all the people around stood up simultaneously with the thought. The intruder must be eliminated. A man with an axe slowly approached. The intruder must be eliminated. She showed no fear, her face darkening. If you don't want to die. Yu Harang's eyes widened, glaring at them, and she growled. Then get out. Immediately, not a single one of them remained before her. As soon as things settled, she immediately turned to him in a panic. Seo Gangrim, are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? His eyes widened in shock. Yu Harang is still alive? Could this be an illusion created by the rift? Seo Gangrim reached out and stroked her hair, saying, I'm sorry, Yu Harang. He remembered the image of everyone lying in pools of blood. Everyone fell one by one and I couldn't do anything. As soon as the tears fell, a warmth enveloped him. A comforting voice echoed before Seo Gangrim's tear-stained face. It's not your fault. Yu Harang gently hugged him and added, We're relieved you never came here. Seo Gangrim recognized that gentleness and smiled faintly, patting her head. Suddenly Yu Harang leaned back and said loudly, That's right. Everyone wants to see you again. Let's go meet them. His hands stiffened in surprise. Everyone is here? The two of them walked together to a different scene. Yu Harang waved her hands and shouted loudly, but they looked at her in confusion. What's wrong with her? Why is she so agitated? She excitedly called out, Kong Du-hyun.
Yang Tai-han.
Look who's here. At this moment, Yang Tae-han stood up, wondering, Wait, the person next to Yu Harang. Don't tell me. Without further thought, the two of them rushed forward as if motorized.
He embraced Seo Gangrim. Seo Gangrim.
Why are you here? Did you die and come here? He gently hugged back and glanced at Yu Harang. I'm not dead. I came to find a sword. I heard Harang tell me on the way. He reminisced. Since Baekhyang appeared, everyone has been trapped in this place. Seo Gangrim looked at the three people in front of him and silently sighed. Everyone has suffered so much. He thought of the Flying Tiger Guild members he once thought he would never see again, feeling as if everything had returned to how it used to be. But then he realized something and looked around, searching. Seeing one person missing, he asked in confusion. Where is Shin Sua? Yu Harang heard that and just turned away without answering. The other two replied tensely. Shin Sua is scouting. But more importantly, how did you get in here? He didn't rush to explain, only quietly said, It's a long story. That night, the group gathered around a campfire. Yu Harang asked. It's hard to believe Seo Gangrim defeated Baekhyang and even Mumyong. Gangrim was always the weakest in the group, so I always had to protect him. Yang Tae-han laughed and asked, I'm curious how strong you are now? Seo Gangrim thoughtfully replied. It was true before, but when he looked back, he saw that the two of them had fallen silent at some point. He asked in confusion. Did something happen to Shin Sua? Receiving no response, he grew more curious and pressed. What is it? When asked directly, Yang Tae-han froze. Seo Gangrim exposed him. Tae-han, every time you lie, you touch your hand. The image recalled the moment before when he unconsciously touched his hand. He realized his mistake and rubbed his head, Damn it! Kong Doohyun frowned and scolded. Oh my Yang Taehan, you're a terrible liar. Finally, he had to explain. Seo Gangrim, Taehan did that for you. It's best if you don't see her right now. If Shin Sua isn't here, then that's not the Flying Tiger Guild I know. Seo Gangrim said thoughtfully. After that, the group stood up at Kong Doohyun's words. If you want to, we'll go with you. Shin Sua is deep in this chasm. He smiled and turned to thank them, but he seriously warned. But promise me one thing. His eyes became strangely sharp. Absolutely do not go near Shin Sua. That made Seo Gangrim respond in bewilderment. Alright. The sky was now pitch black, with only the moonlight illuminating the path. On the narrow path, Kong Doohyun said. When everyone fell into the rift, most were bewildered. But the one who suffered the heaviest blow was Shin Sua. He continued. Because of the guilt of failing to protect her comrades, she yearned for power to take revenge. Seo Gangrim's gaze suddenly shifted while he was still speaking. And the result was, noticing the figure before them, Kong Doohyun also fell silent. She was using her sword to support her body. Her hair hung down, completely obscuring her face. Seo Gangrim immediately recognized her and happily called out. Shin Sua. She was still the same, exactly like that day. Forgetting his promise, he advanced despite the warning. Stop, Seo Gangrim. Shin Sua recognized him and her eyes widened as she called his name. Seo Gangrim? Seeing her bloodshot eyes made him stiffen. What is this feeling of distortion? Looking at the blue object next to her, he thought. That's the paper crane I imbued with divine power. Wondered if her sword used to be like this? Shin Sua struggled to stand up, muttering, Baekhyang. Her face was full of hatred as she growled. Now you dare to impersonate him to deceive me? Those words made Seo Gangrim's eyes widen in horror. What? Before he could react, Shin Sua leaped forward and lunged at him. At the last moment, a talisman suddenly flew in, blocking that fatal blow. Created a shield around her. Seo Gangrim still hadn't regained his composure, stammering, So, Shin Sua. As he fell, Kong Doohyun and Yang Taehan rushed to help him up, scolding. I told you not to get close. Snap out of it, we need to retreat now. Shin Sua sees anyone who gets close as Baekhyang. That's why she's gone mad. Seo Gangrim exclaimed. When did this start? Why does she have that sword? Yang Taehan urged in a panic. Later. Let's go. It seemed it was too late. Before they could leave, countless arms shot out and wrapped tightly around them. Shin Sua had escaped the talisman and stood silently before them. Kong Doohyun struggled and cursed. Damn it. I can't break free. He still called out in shock. Sua. Shin Sua. There's no reply. She just silently raised her hand. The sharp blade powerfully descended right in front of Seo Gangrim. The urgent situation made him scream from behind. Seo Gangrim. Suddenly, another sword appeared, blocking Shin Sua's attack. He looked at himself, having narrowly escaped death, his eyes wide in surprise as she spoke. Baekhyang. Before his horrified face, the two people blocking the attack in front said, Go! Making him wonder, what's happening? Kong Doohyun behind him secretly rejoiced. It worked. They quickly escaped the branches and came to support him. Gangrim, let's run for now. Seo Gangrim let them lead him away but didn't forget to look back. The battle slowly faded from his sight. Outside the alley, when all four of them were exhausted, Seo Gangrim's gaze remained fixed on where the skirmish had just occurred. His mind struggled fiercely. Why is Shin Sua like this? Why did Baekhyang save me? It was so incomprehensible that he had to exclaim. What the hell is going on? At this moment, he realized his words made all three of them look back. Finally, Kong Doohyun approached and explained. Seo Gangrim, do you know why this rift exists? This is the destination of those who shouldn't have died. That is the rift. He slowly pulled a shining object from his pocket. He held the dagger in his hand and softly said, Watch closely. Next action made Seo Gangrim's eyes widen in horror. You? What are you going to do? However, Kong Doohyun did not reply and immediately plunged the sharp point into his own body. Immediately after, he screamed. His hand reached out as if trying to grasp something. He, on the contrary, experienced something even more surprising. Kong Doohyun's wound immediately vanished before he explained. In this place, death does not exist. All wounds will heal on their own over time. Initially, Shin Sua and I fought Baekhyang together. But even after hundreds of battles, Baekhyang always overwhelmed us. Therefore, Shin Sua unleashed her blood frenzy ability. She traded her sanity for power. In the end, all the surviving Flying Tiger Guild members abandoned her. Except for us. After recounting those images, Kong Doohyun's tone became hesitant again. Therefore we spoke with Baekhyang. The words had barely finished when Seo Gangrim, already surprised, became even more astonished. What? He lowered his face as his voice gradually became significantly softer. We had no other choice. Baekhyang seemed to fully understand the rift. And thanks to that, we learned the only method to save Shin Sua. Without waiting for him to finish his sentence, a figure silently emerged and interrupted. That is to kill the Eternal. Baekhyang slowly walked towards them while continuing her words. When the Eternal dies, the rift will disappear, and the souls here will return to their living bodies. Seo Gangrim watched her approach, his eyebrows involuntarily rising.
Baekhyang
Stood opposite her and asked his question. So why? Did you save me? Baekhyang stared intently at Seo Gangrim and bluntly replied. Because relying on you is the only option left. Hearing that resolute statement made him unconsciously save someone. The two of them stood facing each other, slowly continuing their conversation. Do you know how to kill the Eternal? I heard from Mumyong. Gangrim needs a special sword hidden in this place. The image of a shining sword appeared. The fate-slaying sword. The only weapon that can kill the Eternal. Then it returned to the image of Shin Sua. Currently, Shin Sua holds it. She found it in the bottomless abyss to kill me. He listened intently, then secretly sighed to himself. I knew it. That's why those paper cranes were on her sword. Then the voice continued to echo. But even if you get the sword, you are still too weak compared to the Eternal. Baekhyang's eyes became significantly sharper as she reminded him. Therefore, you need a stronger ability, especially with someone who is about to cross the boundary of karma like you. Shin Sua's ability, the burden of karma, will help you greatly. Those words poured out, making Kang Doohyun behind him raise his voice in doubt. What? Seo Gangrim, is Baekhyang telling the truth? But he didn't rush to answer, only slowly spoke. You know my ability well? At that time, to kill Baekhyang, I stole the 4 pillars of all the dead Flying Tiger Guild members. This is the price to pay for my choice back then. Seo Gangrim looked at Baekhyang and asked, but, will stealing my fate affect souls? She didn't think long before replying. Everyone here is already dead, so it should have an effect. He asked again with a puzzled expression. So what will happen to someone whose fate is stolen again? But this question made her silent for a long time. After a moment of thought, she finally explained. Their souls will be completely erased. Hearing those words made Seo Gangrim's hands clench into fists. You're telling me to erase Shin Sua's soul? Shin Sua recalled a memory and softly said, I saw your past through Mumyong. Now I understand why you had no other choice. That's why I always restrained myself. Finally unable to endure any longer. He glared at her while growling. Then, don't provoke me any further.
Baekhyang suddenly.
From behind the rift, a cluster of vines grew. Seo Gangrim noticed and stiffened in tension. That is. On the other hand, she calmly assessed. It seems Shin Sua has fully recovered. Anyway, think carefully, Seo Gangrim. To defeat the Eternal, sacrifice is inevitable. Moreover, time is running out. The Eternal is about to descend. She looked at him before her and slowly played on his mind. Choose. Will you save the living Shin Sua outside? Or choose the dead Shin Sua in this place? At another location, Shin Sua buried her head amidst the long, winding vines. Despite her body full of injuries, she still trembled and screamed.
Baekhyang,
where are you? Her mind recalled the dead, filled with resentment. I must kill you. It even grew more hateful as she firmly stated. I must definitely kill you. Those fragments of memory flashed through her mind, making Shin Sua clench her jaw in anger and declare, I must kill Baekhyang to atone for the sin. Immediately she became frantic and roared. Where the hell are you hiding? That scream seemed to tear through the sky.
Baekhyang.
The vines writhed violently as if echoing her words, growing larger and larger until they collided with each other. Seo Gangrim's eyes had now become distant. Before Shin Sua's trembling body, a voice suddenly echoed from behind. Shin Sua, stop. Recognizing that voice, she immediately turned around. Seo
Gangrim.
Despite that anticipation, before her eyes was only Baekhyang. Shin Sua, do you recognize me? Her mind became frantic again, her eyes wide with obsession. Stop. Please stop. Seo Gangrim still calmly walked forward, speaking each word. I miss you so much, even if it's just your back, or at least your voice. But contrary to those words, Shin Sua went mad. Even in a dream, as long as drops of blood slowly fell from the corners of her eyes as her voice still echoed. I just want to see you for a moment. Then Shin Sua slowly straightened up.
Baekhyang,
don't disturb me any further. She immediately glared at him with a fierce expression. With the voice I miss the most. Shin Sua slightly lowered her head. She used her somewhat trembling and helpless voice to speak. Please, Stop. Drops of blood gushed out, gradually forming small puddles at her feet. Shin Sua softly sobbed again. Don't use the voice I miss the most. She spoke while covering her face with both hands, crying out in pain and agony, while blood still flowed from her eye sockets like tears of blood, to confuse me further.
Baekhyang.
Shin Sua trembled and desperately screamed.
Seo Gangrim stood watching Shin Sua.
A little worried and helpless. The others were also watching her with worried eyes. Baekhyang also stood not far away, observing the current situation with crossed arms. Gangrim softly called, Shin Sua, stop. His call to her inadvertently activated her ability.
Shin Sua's blind frenzy.
Her eyes were bloodshot. Her long, sharp nails swung up. She lunged forward. Shin Sua's eyes looked at Gangrim with resentment. She snapped at him.
Don't call me.
With that voice again, as she spoke, Shin Sua swung her hand. A terrifying surge of power immediately appeared. Rocks and dirt flew everywhere.
Atteindre explosion échouée.
Seeing that, Seo Gangrim quickly dodged. He lightly flew upwards. The bright moonlight illuminated his silhouette. Gangrim was a little worried. He thought to himself, she's too strong. How can I control Shin Sua without hurting her? While he was deep in thought, her figure had already appeared behind him. He sensed something unusual behind his back. He quickly spun around to block the attack. Shin Sua swung her hand, slamming the sword in her hand to the ground. Billowing smoke rose, obscuring everything. The thunderous explosion startled everyone. After a long while, the dust gradually cleared. Gangrim knelt on the ground, gasping for breath.
Shin Sua stood silently.
Her body was covered in blood. Her hand gripped her weapon tightly. Suddenly, she saw the scene before her. Her pupils slightly contracted. She didn't know when. A brick and stone pit had appeared on the ground. Seeing that, Shin Sua quickly rushed towards the pit. Seo Gangrim saw that. He quickly rushed over and hugged her tightly from behind. Green vines quickly shot out as if they had eyes, wrapping tightly around Gangrim's neck. He screamed, "Let go."
Baekhyang.
While his hands were still holding Shin Sua tightly, Gangrim tried to reassure her. Please calm down.
Shin Sua.
She showed no signs of calming down. Instead, she became even more frantic. Her eyes were bloodshot. She bit his hand tightly. Everyone around rushed over, shouting loudly,
Seo Gangrim.
"We're here to help you." Immediately,
Gangrim shouted loudly.
"No.
Don't come closer."
At the same time, he signaled everyone to stop. Seo Gangrim did not loosen his embrace. He softly said,
I'm fine.
He pulled open his collar, looking at the winding mark on her neck like a small snake. He softly said, compared to the pain Shin Sua has to endure, this is nothing. Just then, a notification appeared before his eyes. You can engrave an imprint by consuming 0.03% of your stored divine power. Do you want to engrave an imprint? Gangrim quickly chose. A stream of blue light shot through the vast space, accompanied by a notification. Status: Blood Frenzy has been dispelled. Just then, the red in Shin Sua's eyes disappeared. Her eyes became clear and fully sober again. Gangrim supported her back, asking, Are you sober now? Shin Sua trembled and lightly touched his cheek. She softly asked, her voice as if she couldn't believe her eyes. Is this a dream? Gangrim couldn't possibly be here. Shin Sua lightly punched his chest, her voice trembling as she spoke. Shin Sua trembled and lowered her head again. Her voice pained as she spoke to him.
Gangrim.
I just wanted to protect everyone. I just wanted to save them. But in the end, I couldn't save anyone. No. Gangrim's voice echoed, making Shin Sua gasp, her eyes wide. He lowered his head and said to her, You protected me. Hearing that, Shin Sua's tears silently fell. He smiled gently again, saying to Shin Sua, Thank you.
Shin Sua. Shin Sua couldn't control herself.
She rushed forward and hugged him tightly. She cried and sobbed, calling out,
Gangrim.
Those around them were also moved, wiping their eyes, both happy and touched, saying, Thank God, thank heavens, Sister A. While they were immersed in joy, Baekhyang stood not far away, observing them from above. A voice echoed, Now I only need Shin Sua's 4 pillars, making Shin Sua stop her unfinished words.
Yang.
The others also turned their heads to look. The person approaching was Baekhyang, making them exclaim in surprise.
Baekhyang.
Seeing her approach,
Shin Sua lunged forward.
She spoke in anger, her hand stopping her. Wait, Gangrim said to Shin Sua again. I will explain everything. After a while, having heard Gangrim's entire story, Shin Sua softly asked, So that means, you need my ability?
Gongrim.
Baekhyang crossed her arms, calmly saying to her, Shin Sua. Currently, Seo Gangrim is not strong enough to defeat the Eternal. Therefore, even if you die, you must transfer your ability, the burden of karma, to him. Hearing that, Shin Sua slightly turned her head to ask him, Is that true?
Gongrim.
He awkwardly lowered his head, stammering, That is. Then that's great. Her words made Gangrim freeze. Shin Sua seemed extremely happy. She continued, I'm glad I can help you. Then she raised her weapon. Just then, Gangrim quickly shouted, No. Then he reached out and grabbed the blade. Blood quickly stained his hand red.
Shin Sua looked surprised,
asking, Why are you stopping me? Don't you need my ability? Gangrim slightly lowered his head, softly saying to her, Dying here is meaningless anyway. Please, don't do that. Shin Sua, there's still another way. You don't have to die. Hearing that, Shin Sua asked him in surprise, There's another way? He took her hand, drew a red imprint on her wrist. A notification quickly appeared. Engrave the following phrase. You can engrave an imprint by consuming 16.08% of your stored divine power. Do you want to engrave an imprint? Gangrim quickly chose to activate the ability. Borrowed Fate. Ability. Borrowed Fate. Divine Tier Level 2. It allows one to borrow another's fate on the condition that the other party voluntarily accepts the contract. When the contract ends, fate will be returned. Karma will not increase, but the memories of the borrowed life will be inherited. Contract condition. Destroy. The eternal, painful and bloody memories continuously appeared, causing him to lose control. He put his finger into his mouth. Blood immediately gushed out, a dazzling bright red. Seeing that, Shin Sua rushed over in a panic and hugged him, calling his name in fear.
Gongrim.
The others also quickly ran over, calling his name worriedly.
Seo Gongrim.
Gangrim lowered his head, biting his own hand. He thought to himself, bearing memories instead of karma means having to directly experience the pain of standing on the brink of death. Yurain quickly stepped forward, her voice trembling as she asked him,
Seo Gongrim.
Are you okay? Is it really alright to use this ability? Gangrim tried to calm everyone, his voice trembling as he replied to her, Iim fine. After a long while, he looked up, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. He said to everyone, If it's borrowed fate, not stolen, then I will gain the ability without erasing anyone. Everyone heard that and sadly lowered their heads. Shin Sua felt a little pained, softly calling his name.
Gongrim.
Just then, Baekhyang sensed someone quietly approaching their group from a distance. She signaled to everyone. It seems we're surrounded. A group of strangers had also quietly approached them at some point. The leader wore a pure white coat. While his eyes were bloodshot, he silently walked towards them, whispering, Seo.
Gongrim.
Take our fates too. Please destroy the eternal. Free. They spoke together, like miserable, painful pleas. Just then, similar sounds echoed from the nearby cliff. Us too. Us too. More cries rang out. Us too. Similar sounds echoed throughout the space. Soon, hundreds of thousands of people surrounded their group, all uttering such painful and helpless cries. Hearing that, Shin Sua was utterly panicked, worriedly thinking to herself, The fate of just one person has made me pay this much. If I steal all their fates, I will surely go mad. She softly said to the young man behind her,
Gongrim.
I will hold them off here. In the meantime, you must leave quickly. While Shin Sua was speaking urgently, a hand gently held hers back. Shin Sua turned her head to look, her eyes sparkling. The owner of that hand,
Seo Gongrim,
was also looking at her. He said nothing, but his eyes seemed to hold 1,000 words. At the same time, in Saha City, the bright moonlight illuminated the vast night sky. In a certain laboratory, a machine was still operating at full capacity. Inside it was a mysterious egg. Suddenly, the egg's hard shell gradually cracked. Along with it, a notification appeared. Unidentified egg has reached 100% development. The sound of the machine operating created a mysterious and intriguing noise. A person wearing glasses slightly bowed, respectfully saying to Ionio, We have synthesized his larva exactly as instructed. She did not reply, only stared at the person before her, who was gradually awakening from some eternal slumber. After a while, Ionio stepped forward, took the person's shoulder, smirked, saying welcome. Ionio continued, Commander 43. That was also when the person's eyes opened. Scene change at the funeral home. A silhouette silently looked outside. How many more agents must die for this battle to end? Anna V. Chasia looked up with sad eyes. It's been a month since I left Mumyong's divine realm. Since then, I've investigated the Fate Protection Agency and team leader Seo Moon. A figure was diligently searching for something, but still couldn't find any crucial evidence. Were Seo Gangrim's words back then sincere? Seo Gangrim's handsome face suddenly appeared in her thoughts. The phone in Anna V. Chaja's pocket suddenly vibrated, startling her. Anna V. Chaja picked up the phone and said, "Yes, team leader Du from the other end of the line." A worried voice came out. "Anna V. Why aren't you answering? What are you doing?" The situation on Seo Gangrim's side is extremely chaotic. He urgently said to her, "Quickly check the news on your phone." She heard that and wondered. "News?" The voice on the other end shouted so loudly that Anna V. Chaja had to hold the phone away. "Check it now and call me back." "Okay." She quickly opened the news to see, thinking to herself, what suddenly happened? Don't tell me there's another new terror alert from the clown troupe. On the news, the announcer was professionally reporting the identity of the leader of the terrorist organization across South Korea. The clown troupe has been revealed, causing a public sensation. Anna V. Chaja heard that and her eyes widened in shock. No, it can't be. On the news, Seo Gangrim's handsome face appeared along with the announcer's voice. The leader of the Flying Tiger Guild, Seo Gangrim, has been confirmed as the head of the clown troupe. The police have issued an emergency arrest warrant. Anna V. Chaja panicked upon hearing this. How did things turn out this way? Scene change. Cars honked continuously due to traffic jams. A man driving was angrily complaining. "Hey, why did you suddenly block the road?" His daughter next to him called out in a panic. That giant monster emerged from the river. It opened its toothy mouth wide and roared. The father and daughter screamed, hugging each other in fear. A sword suddenly appeared. Man unexpectedly appeared and swiftly cut the monster in half. The daughter looked up. She looked at the tall back of the young man opposite. That person is, she wondered, Dako Jun of the Flying Tiger Guild. Dako Jun glanced and coldly reported the situation. "Do you hear me? All units. The Han River Bridge has been secured. Eun-gi-hun and Eun-bom, having just eliminated the monster, also happily reported. The Dongjak Bridge has been secured." Johann Richter also smiled upon hearing his teammates happily report. The Bampo Bridge has also been dealt with. Kang Do-hyun also reported. The Seongsu Bridge is safe.
Dako Jun silently wondered.
His voice switched to someone's earpiece. "Shin Sua, what about the Mapo Bridge?" Shin Sua stood high above, looking down at the monster below. Then she coldly reported the situation. "This is the Mapo Bridge. Secured," she thought to herself. Just as Gangrim said. Shin Sua looked at the monster on the ground, opening a demon gate right in the middle of Seon. They are truly completely insane. A glass of water, from who knows where, flew straight at her, startling her. Everyone simultaneously threw trash at Shin Sua and cursed. "Get lost. Clown troupe. Flying Tiger Guild. Have you been deceiving the public all this time?" Shin Sua heard that and looked bewildered. What's happening? Suddenly an urgent sound rang out. "Shin Sua. This is bad." Kang Do-hyun said irritably. "The government has put a bounty on us." She heard that and looked worriedly at the crowd below, asking again. What did you say?" The crowd below shouted up. "Anter Shin Sua. Put down your weapons." They rushed towards her. The leader shouted loudly. "From this moment on, you are under arrest as a high-ranking member of the clown troupe." Shin Sua heard that and angrily intended to turn and flee. Those agents are just people deceived by fate. I can't lay a hand on them. She skillfully jumped away from the shouts of the crowd. She ran. Catch her. While fleeing, Shin Sua urgently announced. "Attention all Flying Tiger Guild members. Stay away from agents and civilians." Dako Jun heard that and only sighed. Then indifferently stated, "I want to kill them all, but I can't, right?" She angrily replied to him, "Absolutely not." Shin Sua ran along the riverbank, running and saying, "Everyone, please hold on until Gangrim arrives." Then she looked back in a panic. A surge of power struck the roots that Shin Sua had created. Baek-young stood high above, looking at her and praising. "I didn't expect you to block that attack."
Seo Gangrim.
Baek-young softly called out. "You must defeat fate." Baek-young instructed him once more. "And change your destiny." With that, Baek-yang's ethereal figure gradually faded away. Seo Gangrim silently watched the winds carry her away. She swung her UAT whip straight towards where Shin Sua was standing, making her immediately retreat. Shin Sua used all her strength to throw her sword straight at her. Baek-young gently used her whip to knock the sword away. "Releasing your weapon yourself like that." She gripped her whip tightly and rushed towards Shin Sua. "How foolish. Baek Yang's whip quickly struck Shin Sua in two. She suddenly startled, her eyes wide. The wooden puppet before her had been severed in half. A wooden puppet? The real Shin Sua was now standing behind Baek Yang, startling her. So the real body is... Baek Yang suddenly glanced behind her. Electric sparks suddenly erupted, making Shin Sua flinch and retreat. A powerful surge of electricity quickly enveloped Baek Yang's body, forcing Shin Sua to continuously back away. She extended her hand, covered in electric sparks, and coldly said, "I'm only going easy on you up to this point." Lightning bolts continuously shot towards Shin Sua, forcing her to struggle to escape. Golden lightning bolts appeared. A lightning bolt shot straight towards Shin Sua, startling her in panic. The scent of lightning has changed. Shin Sua screamed in pain as she was struck by lightning. Baek Yang slowly flew over, looking at her pathetic state and saying, "I guess I haven't explained yet." Shin Sua looked up at her. "My lightning will pursue those who have been marked until they die." Baek Yang recalled when Shin Sua was accidentally struck by lightning and added, "From the moment Shin Sua was first struck by my lightning, my victory was already decided." Then she laughed sinisterly, raised her hand to create lightning, aiming it straight at Shin Sua, and said, "Then farewell." Shin Sua still looked up, biting her lip tightly, looking at her. Shin Sua. A massive surge of power rushed towards Shin Sua. She tightly closed her eyes, awaiting the pain, but then slowly opened her eyes in surprise. Shin Sua looked up, surprised that someone was standing there, blocking the attack for her. Baek Yang's face darkened at the sight. Glaring, she asked, "What do you think you're doing?"
Anna Quinta Kasia stood tall, blocking Shin Sua.
Agent Anna V. Baek Yang raised an eyebrow and said to her, "The mission I gave you was to eliminate or capture Flying Tiger Guild members, right?" Anna V. Chasia also angrily retorted, "That's not my mission. Look behind you." Team leader Seo Moon. Baek Yang heard that and turned her head to look. At this moment, the announcer on the screen was broadcasting new news. Breaking news. Through an internal whistleblower from the Fate Protection Agency, the truth has been exposed. The terrorist acts of the clown troupe were actually orchestrated by the Fate Protection Agency itself. Thousands of citizens also watched this news. While calling themselves the Organization for the Protection of Humanity, the Fate Protection Agency impersonated the clown troupe to commit crimes. They worried and feared as they watched it, while also threatening and murdering those who refused to cooperate. The news caused an enormous shock in society. Anna V. Chasia raised the phone in her hand and angrily said, "There's a secret room in Team Leader Seo Moon's office. Inside the room, corpses lay strewn about. I found the bodies of agents and clown troupe members there and handed them all over to the prosecutor's office." Baek Yang heard that and was so angry that her face contorted, gnashing her teeth as she uttered each word. Agent Anna V. Chasia also refused to back down, looking straight at her and saying, "The duty of an agent of the Fate Protection Agency is to keep the citizens safe." Hurried footsteps approached. "Therefore we, Anna V. Chasia spoke on behalf of everyone behind her, will fulfill our duty." Baek Yang heard that and suddenly gave a cold laugh. "Do you think that just by exposing the truth everything will change?" Everyone looked up at her worriedly. A monstrous hand and a long tail suddenly appeared along with Baek Yang's voice. "Nothing has changed." She laughed maniacally and said, "His descent. Ability. Lightning Dragon. Activate. Everything has already begun."
Sia Anave.
"I went through so much trouble to give you the team leader position." Baek Yang sighed while raising her hand, glowing with energy. "And now you've abandoned it again." She angrily shouted, rushing forward with a cluster of lightning bolts. Preparing to strike, the lightning struck the body of a clay doll. It blocked the attack for her. Seizing the opportunity, her teammate rushed forward. He knelt to gain momentum, and used Lightfoot technique to approach Baek Yang. The two sparred in the air. The sound of metal rang out like drums. "Protect." Anna V. Nam Yujun pointed and commanded. All troops begin drawing bows, aiming guns, ready for battle. Annoying. A barrage of bullets flew out, forcing Baek Yang to create a lightning barrier for defense. A familiar yet strange figure suddenly plunged into the battle, startling everyone. The stranger created a magic shield, blocking Baek Yang's lightning attacks. She was helpless, gritting her teeth, staring. "I was wondering why you weren't answering," he said confidently, smiling. "You're soloing the boss?" Dako Jun casually rested his sword on his shoulder. Beside him, many reinforcements also arrived simultaneously.
Oku Yunyo.
"What about everyone?" Anavi stammered. "We've attached a tracking feature to the earpieces. Didn't you know?" He replied provocatively. "You must have released the demons from the fake clown troupe all over Seoul. Don't you care if innocent civilians die?" Baek-yang angrily rebuked him, her brows tightly furrowed. About that, he muttered, rubbing his chin, pretending to ponder. Those who helped the protagonist. At that time, members of Baihomun were sweeping through the city. Key members could easily defeat opponents, reducing the burden on the current faction. It wasn't just us from Baihomun. Even Seo Wajayong joined forces to eliminate the monsters. 2 opponents would be manageable, but facing all of Baihomun, I don't have enough strength. Baek-yang raised her hand, ready for battle, but her strength was already waning. Suddenly, an eclipse appeared unusually quickly. Suddenly, the sun, Anavi felt a clear unease in her heart. A terrifyingly powerful energy poured down, making her shiver. What is this? This feeling? Anavi spun around and saw a stranger dressed in white from head to toe, hovering in the air. Slowly approaching. Commander. Not only Fei Ta, but even Baek-yang was surprised. That person. She stammered, the bureau commander? True to his name, he was no ordinary individual. He exuded a maddeningly powerful aura. Immediately realizing something was wrong, Anavi's eyes widened. Her legs. She couldn't move them, but contrary to her mind, which was screaming at her to run, her legs were stiff as stone. This isn't a level we can face. The closer he came, the more Anavi felt death approaching. If we fight, we will die. Move, move, move. Anavi cursed herself. Not only her, but her surrounding teammates were also frozen. Move. He was very close now. The one called the bureau commander drew a sword from beneath his cloak. Move. Anavi looked at him, her face pale with fear. He swung his sword amidst her helplessness. A sword suddenly lunged forward. Dako Jun blocked his attack to save her. Shin Sua, run. He had to exert all his strength to struggle with the bureau commander.
So Dako Jun, strained, urged, hurry.
Hearing his loud shout, Anavi was startled awake. She used all her might to run. He was as fast as lightning. She hadn't run far before she was blocked. Her feet were stopped by her fallen comrade. A chill ran down her spine as she looked back. Dako Jun lay there. He had clearly been defeated in mere seconds. He can't run away alone. She gritted her teeth, her face visibly paling. In that case, Anavi surged forward, swinging her fist. His large hand shot out, easily grabbed her by the neck.
Gong.
Rim. Out of habit, Anavi softly called out the name of her most trusted teammate. For some unknown reason, his eyes widened in surprise. His grip loosened, releasing Anavi's neck. Though his face remained impassive, his hand was trembling. In the air, a magical vortex appeared, roaring heaven-shatteringly, simultaneously firing a cannon-like magical blast. That cannon blast was aimed directly at him. The commander glared. An earth-shattering explosion echoed. Something from the sky. Smoke and dust made her rub her eyes. She couldn't clearly see what was in front of her. The back of a trustworthy teammate suddenly appeared before her eyes. A heavily hunched back. The previous cannon blast had successfully injured the commander. That's... Anavi exclaimed emotionally.
Gongrim.
He was now panting heavily because the previous magical blast had consumed too much energy. The commander's mask cracked with a sound. The commander's face. Everyone else had also regained consciousness by now. The commander covered his face, but couldn't hide it. Everyone exclaimed in astonishment. He looks exactly like Seo Gangrim. He glared in fury. The commander crossed his arms. His internal energy was rapidly unleashed. The vortex of his power swept the dust from the sky. The Eternal was descending into the body of the follower. Gangrim also quickly circulated his internal energy.
Danger.
If not now, I might not have a chance to win. And he quickly dashed forward. In an instant, he reached him, swinging his sword, ready to strike. Though distracted, he could still parry the attack. But he parried the sword with only 3 fingers. What? Gangrim's eyes widened in astonishment. 10% of the Eternal has descended. He looked up at Gangrim with glowing amber eyes.
Seo Gangrim Frauned.
She thought worriedly to herself, this is truly dangerous. If not now, we might not win. Suddenly, a flash of light gleamed in the silent space, filled with the sense of danger. It was Seo Gangrim's sword sweeping past. But the bureau commander quickly caught the tip of the blade. Seeing this, he was utterly bewildered. He thought in a panic, he blocked my sword with just 2 fingers? Opposite him, the bureau commander's eyes gleamed dangerously. He used 2 fingers to block the blade with an air of ease and grace. Just then, a notification appeared. 10% the Eternal has descended. Skill borrowed fate has ended.
Gangrim knelt, panting.
Yang quickly reached out her hand. He took her hand, using her strength to stand up. A red mark was also appearing on her arm. Baek Yang's eyes gradually changed color. She softly told everyone, A new commander has awakened in the current world. Fate will soon descend. Hearing that, Gangrim, still panting, asked her, how do you know that? Baekhyang glanced at him, calmly replying, those born from the nameless egg all have a connection. That's why I can know even from within the rift.
Seo Gangrim.
Aim for the moment fate enters the Manshin. Descent is the state where a god merges with a human. If the Manshin dies in that state, fate will also suffer damage. Baekhyang explained, but if fate dies and the rift disappears, the souls trapped in the rift will return to their own bodies. Hearing that, Gangrim softly spoke, replying to her. Then he gently asked the person in front of him, so what will happen to you? She clenched her fist, calmly replying to him, that doesn't matter. Even if I disappear, as long as fate can be destroyed. Baekhyang softly frowned, her tone full of determination, emphasizing to Seo Gangrim. He continued his battle with the white figure in front of him. Different thoughts echoed in his mind. He looked at the person in front of him, thinking in confusion, Gangrim. Meanwhile, that figure quickly lunged towards him. They both gripped their weapons tightly. Streaks of light flashed in the silent space, creating an extremely tense atmosphere. The tips of their swords clashed fiercely. Everyone around held their breath, watching their every move. Shin Sua was a little worried, frowning as she thought, I can't keep up with their movements. How strong are they? Meanwhile, Anavi was also quietly observing the two from a nearby corner. Suddenly, a figure shot down, landing gently beside the clay doll like a nimble shuttle. Anavi softly frowned, growling in her throat. The pink-haired girl who had just flown down softly said, we cannot pass this point. Shin Sua, standing nearby, also clenched her hand, signaling we have to help Seo Gangrim too. Someone quickly covered her mouth. No. The blue-haired young man drew his sword, saying that will be very difficult. The situation was extremely dire and complex. Beams of light spread throughout the vast space, as if sparking flames. Gangrim was still fighting fiercely. Both their eyes were filled with determination. Just then, a notification rang out. 20% the Eternal has descended. A dazzling light carrying immense power forced Seo Gangrim to quickly retreat. He frowned, looking at his weapon. He thought in some confusion, even after gaining all that power in the rift, it's still not enough. Just then, skill. Absolute Sword was activated. The bureau commander held his sword pointed directly at him. In the air, countless sword tips also pointed straight down. Another notification appeared. 30% the Eternal has descended. Along with that was the bureau commander's cold, sharp gaze. Seo Gangrim lightly flew forward, his body agile and powerful. The bureau commander also stared at him, his eyes full of caution, mixed with a hint of disdain. They quickly confronted each other amidst the streaks of light.
Suddenly, Gangrim's pupils contracted.
A voice echoed in his head. Too late. The bureau commander was also slightly stunned, pausing for a beat. A hand gently pulled Gangrim's arm. It was Baekhyang. She softly whispered into his ear, now. Hearing that, Gangrim swung his sword forcefully, simultaneously letting out a loud shout. His blade quickly slashed towards the bureau commander. He trembled, falling backward. Blood gushed from his chest along the sword's path. Shin Sua was stunned, turning her head to look at him. The others were no different from her, turning their heads back in shock. Anavi, pinned to the ground, screamed loudly, filled with indignation and unwillingness. No. The moonlight gradually emerged from behind the hazy clouds. Gangrim stood looking at the bureau commander's corpse, silently saying nothing. He gradually sank into a mysterious, hazy black mist. The mist led Gangrim to a secret place. A yin-yang gate quickly appeared before him. Two doors gently opened, guiding him inside. Seo Gangrim looked up, asking himself in some confusion, inside here is... Voice quickly answered him, startling him slightly. Yes. The gate leading to the divine realm of fate. Gangrim looked at the person in front of him, softly calling, Baekhyang. Your body. She held out her hand for him to see her gradually fading body, softly saying, it seems I'm slowly disappearing because I no longer have a body to return to.
Seo Gangrim.
Baekhyang softly called out, you must defeat fate. Baekhyang instructed him once more, and change your destiny. With that, Baekhyang's ethereal form gradually vanished. Seo Gangrim silently watched as she was carried away by the wind. Without a word, he softly looked down. Silence. Suddenly, a voice called out, Gangrim. It was Shin Sua and everyone else. They were rushing towards him. Seeing him, she was overjoyed, quickly calling, Gangrim, are you all right? Immediately replied to them, Shin Sua.
I'm fine.
Are the others all right? She also quickly replied, yes, of course. We've subdued all the troop members without anyone being seriously injured. A moment later, Sua softly bowed her head, hesitantly asking Gangrim, "Are you going alone again?" "Yes," he replied. Hearing that, Shin Sua softly sighed, gently telling him, "You always shoulder all the difficult things by yourself. Gangrim, all I can do is worry about you." He reached out his hand. His hand was about to touch her cheek. He smiled reassuringly. "No, it's not like that." Sua trembled, calling his name, Gangrim. He also smiled gently, thanking her. "Thank you, Shin Sua. In my previous life, and in this life too, it's always been that way." Sua was a little surprised, asking blankly, "Huh? What do you mean?" But he had already vanished, leaving only a faint breeze. The Inyang gate gently closed. A moment later, it shut tightly as if it had never been opened. A notification simultaneously appeared. "Moving to the Eternal's divine realm." Seo Gangrim closed his eyes tightly, bowing his head. Another world appeared before his eyes. There, he saw massive pillars of varying lengths. Along with a soft voice, "You finally arrived." It was Baekhyang. She rested her chin on her hand, saying with amusement, "My vessel. Thank you for watching."